As the lanterns lit up the evening sky, the wooden courtyard in the Anyang Marquis residence was peaceful. Mushi looked at her husband, whom she had cared for diligently over the past 3 years. Her face remained calm, but her eyes gradually grew colder. Xiao Zimo stood tall, still dressed in the hunting clothes from this morning. He looked at the slender Mushi with a blank expression. Mushi, the imperial edict has just been issued. Next month, on the 8th day, I will marry Ying. I could stand again because of your care over these 3 years. So, you and Ying will be my wives, and you will still be my wife. Marrying someone else? Mushi had expected this outcome, so she showed little emotion on her face. Princess Changlo is noble and will agree to marry as a consort? Why don't we part ways instead? That way, the heir won't be hurt, and I can regain my freedom. Mushi spoke seriously, but this made Xiao Zimo angry. Looking at the ugly red birthmark on Mushi's left cheek, Xiao Zimo's eyes were full of disgust. Mushi, you should know what it means to be content. You are just the daughter of a minor hospital official. If I hadn't broken my leg in a fall 3 years ago and given up, I wouldn't have listened to my father and married you. I was worried about Ying's future, so I hurt her heart. Now that she's back in the capital, I will never hurt her a second time. Mushi couldn't help but sneer. Ha! So, you can betray me? 3 years ago, Xiao Zimo was talented and handsome, tall and extraordinary, with a striking appearance. He was childhood friends with Princess Changlo, by Mengying, and they grew up together. But one accident changed everything. Xiao Zimo fell from his horse and broke his leg, turning from a proud son of heaven into a. Afraid of delaying Bai Mengying, he deliberately hurt her feelings. The next month, Bai Mengying married King Jing of Guangzhou. Since then, Xiao Zimo fell into despair and became temperamental. At this moment, the Marquis of Anyang came to propose marriage. She didn't understand why the Marquis of Anyang wanted a woman of low status and plain appearance like her to marry into the Marquis house. But since the Marquis had saved her father's life before, she agreed to the proposal out of gratitude. After marrying into the Marquis house, the Marquis treated her with great care, almost like his own daughter. Though she didn't understand why the Marquis was so kind to her, she was always reluctant to owe others anything. So, she repaid this kindness by caring for Xiao Zimo. Over the past 3 years, she searched through medical books and sought rare medicinal herbs from around the world. With her careful care, she finally helped Xiao Zimo stand up again 2 months ago. When he stood up, Xiao Zimo was so excited that he hugged her and promised, "From now on, you will be my only wife in this life." She believed him at the time, thinking her 3 years of effort had touched him. But she was naive. Half a month ago, Princess Changlo, by Menjing, returned to the capital after being widowed. Since then, Xiao Zimo had been distracted. Unexpectedly, today, while hunting with the emperor, Xiao Zimo, who had been protecting the emperor, publicly proposed to Bai Menjing to marry her. Ha! No need to ask around. She was sure Bai Menjing had already become the joke of the city. Xiao Zimo also remembered his promise to Mushi 2 months ago, but he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he spoke in a commanding tone, as if bestowing a favor. "Although you are not my only wife in this life, you are still the wife of the Marquis of Anyang's son. Don't mention divorce again. If this gets out, people will think I am ungrateful." After saying this, he turned and left. Although Xiao Zimo's legs were as normal as anyone else's, Mushi saw that something was wrong. He had just started riding horses and hunting, but she feared that in less than 3 months, his leg illness would relapse. Once that happened, treatment would be even more difficult. But she didn't stop Xiao Zimo, because she planned to leave the Marquis residence as soon as possible. Her future had nothing to do with him. After standing up, the first wanted to throw away his crutches. But she didn't expect that Xiao Zimo was actually a hypocrite in disguise. Was he afraid others would call him ungrateful and wanted to trap her for life? He could forget it. The maid, Bai Ji, was holding a medicine cup and standing outside the door, overhearing all of Qiao Zimo and Su Mushi's conversation. She had watched how Miss had cared for the young master over these 3 years, but in the end, all she got was the title of young mistress. If Miss only cared about her status, she could have married a prince 3 years ago. Why would she come to this residence and do such exhausting, thankless work? Miss, should I give this medicine to young master? Bai Ji hesitated before entering the room, looking at the medicine cup in her hand. This medicine was specially brewed by Miss for young master to prevent his old leg injury from worsening during hunting. But now, she thought it might be better to pour it out than to give it to him. Su Mushi looked at the cup of medicine, which had been brewed for a long time, her eyes dark and unreadable. Take it to the gatekeeper, Old 9. This medicine contains high-quality tiger bone, which should help ease his leg condition. The gatekeeper Lao Ju was still somewhat respectful to her. The medicine was worth giving him. Bai Ji hesitated for a moment and then left as instructed. Soon after, Qiao Hui from the old lady's room came over. Madam, the young lady requests your presence. Seeing the mischievous look in Qiao Hui's eyes, Su Mushi kept her expression calm. Over the years, she had faced countless sneers and mockery. When she first entered this noble household, she was often looked down upon and treated poorly by the servants. She knew she would leave this household soon, so she didn't bother to get upset over these servants' attitudes. She simply slightly curled her lips and headed toward her mother-in-law's courtyard. Inside, she saw Mrs. Zhang lying on the bed. She bowed politely. Mushi pays her respects to mother. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold snort was heard. Su Mushi turned her head to look at Qiao Zishi sitting nearby, worriedly asking, Sister, do you have a sore throat? If you're sick, you should see a doctor soon and not delay your treatment. She and Qiao Zishi shared the same pronunciation of their names. In the past, she called herself Mu Shi to avoid using Zishi. But from now on, she was no longer going to be polite to Qiao Zishi. Qiao Zishi didn't expect Su Mushi to speak to her like that. Her pretty face turned red with anger. She was usually charming and cute, but now she looked sharp and petty. Su Mushi, how dare you speak to me like that? Su Mushi looked at Qiao Zishi's smooth face and asked with doubt, I was only advising my sister to take care of herself. Did I say anything wrong? My medical skills should be clear to my sister. Do you remember the terrible scars on your face that I healed? Have you forgotten? When Qiao Zishi was 6, she accidentally cut her face with a branch, leaving a long, ugly scar. She felt very insecure about her appearance and wore a veil all the time, rarely leaving the house. After Su Mushi married into the household, she felt sorry for her and made many ointments. Finally, she removed the scars, restoring her beauty. But instead of being grateful, Qiao Zishi despised Su Mushi and looked down on her. She believed that a woman of such low status and ugly appearance like Su Mushi was not worthy of being her sister-in-law. She was afraid that others would mock her if she went out. So every time she saw Su Mushi, she would target her in various ways. It had to be said, the siblings truly shared the same bad traits. They were proud and ungrateful. When Qiao Zishi heard Su Mushi mention her scars, she didn't feel any shame. Instead, she became even angrier. I will have my brother divorce you, you wicked woman. See how arrogant you still are. He. Very well, then my sister will have a good talk with your brother, Su Mushi said with a light laugh, then looked at Jiang Shi, who was slowly sitting up from the bed. If the Anyang Marquis house still has some conscience, they should exchange the divorce paper for a separation agreement. Jiang Shi was very dissatisfied with her daughter-in-law, Su Mushi. Her son was a favored child of heaven, so how could a woman of such low status and ugly appearance like Su Mushi be a match for him? If the Marquis hadn't treated Su Mushi differently, she would never have agreed to her coming into the house. Fortunately, Su Mushi was somewhat useful. She not only cured her daughter's face, but also helped her son stand again. Otherwise, she would never agree to a common wife. Although Jiang Shi looked down on Su Mushi, she pretended to be kind and gentle. Mushi, don't speak angry words. You've been married into the Marquis house for 3 years. Everyone knows that. If you are dismissed, what will others think of you? Princess Changlo is noble and beautiful, talented and outstanding. If ZMO hadn't said many harsh words to her back then, you wouldn't have had the chance to marry into the Marquis house. Now that she's returned to the capital, she doesn't mind your presence. You should be grateful and stop throwing tantrums. Rest assured, after ZMO and the princess are married, they will move into the princess's residence. In this Marquis house, only you will be the wife of the heir. Hearing Jiangshi's words, Su Mushi almost sneered aloud. She not only had to give her husband to someone else, but also stay in this Marquis house to serve her in-laws and younger sister-in-law. And she was supposed to be grateful? Ha! The Qiao family was simply too overbearing. What did Jiangshi mean? Only mentioning dismissing her, not separation, did she think her low status meant no one could stand up for her? As my mother said, Princess Changlo is noble and well-matched with the heir. She doesn't mind my presence, but I shouldn't be so unwise. When the Marquis returns from the northern border, I will ask to leave the house. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Though she said this, Su Mushi didn't wait for Jiangshi's reply. She simply left, too lazy to care about the heartless Qiao family. So as she looked at Su Mushi's departing figure, stomping in anger. Mother, look at that shameless woman, Su Mushi. She doesn't respect us at all. She's so arrogant. Who does she think she is? Just the daughter of a minor hospital official, and she's so ugly. Princess Changlo hasn't even said anything, but she's already so dissatisfied. She's clearly from a poor family, with no manners. You should have let my brother directly divorce her. Mrs. Jiang was also quite angry with Su Mushi. When the old master was at the house before, she pretended to be obedient, but now that the old master is away, she's showing her true colors. Sheer, go call your brother and tell him I fainted from being upset by Su Mushi. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zishi showed a happy smile. Okay, I'll go right now. After returning to her room, Su Mushi carefully counted her accounts. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth to her, but she left her a lot of dowry. Among it were 2 shops, one for herbs and one for rouge. She started managing these shops at 13. Although she was not very skilled at business, under her management, the shops earned a good income every year. After marrying into the Anyang Marquis' house, all the herbs used there came from her shop. Mrs. Jiang claimed it was water that doesn't flow outside, but over 3 years, she never gave her a single coin. She married into a high family, and since the Marquis owed her father a favor, she never asked Mrs. Jiang for money, fearing it would cause awkwardness or conflict. In these 3 years, she had repaid all the kindness the Marquis showed her father, so the Su family owed the Qiao family nothing now. If that's the case, it's time for her to leave this Marquis' house. But before leaving, she would take back all the silver that Mrs. Jiang promised to give her. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo, who had just changed his clothes, felt his legs go numb. He hadn't had time to check carefully, but heard Qiao Zishi's voice at the door. Brother, something's wrong. Mother fainted from being upset by Su Mushi. What? Qiao Zimo ignored his leg discomfort and hurriedly pushed open the door, walking quickly toward Mrs. Jiang's yard. When he arrived, Mrs. Jiang was slowly sitting up from her bed, supported by the maid Qiao Hui. Qiao Zimo hurried forward to help her. Although her face didn't look very good, she seemed fine and he finally relaxed. Mother, how do you feel? I'll ask someone to call Mushi to come see you. Mrs. Jiang, who had been weakened after giving birth to Qiao Zishi, had been cared for by Su Mushi over the past 3 years. That's why Qiao Zimo instinctively wanted to call Su Mushi over.
But unexpectedly, Qiao lui snorted coldly.
Humph. It was the young lady who caused the madam to faint. Mrs. Jiang spoke sharply at the right moment. Qiao Hui, don't speak nonsense. Qiao Zimo frowned. Mother, what exactly happened? Mrs. Jiang sighed with some frustration and said, You asked the emperor to marry the princess of Changlo. I was worried that Mushi might feel upset, so I called her over to try to persuade her, but I didn't expect. At this point, Mrs. Jiang stopped speaking and silently signaled Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui understood and angrily said, "The young lady not only refuses to appreciate this, but also speaks disrespectfully to the lady and the young miss. She says she will wait for Lord Ho to return from the northern border to speak for her." Xiao Zimo was eager to ask the emperor for marriage while his father was away in the north because he was afraid his father would oppose his marriage to Ying. For some reason, his father loved Su Muxi even more than his own daughter. Even if Su Muxi asked for the moon in the sky, his father would try to fulfill her wish. Fortunately, Su Muxi was quite honest and didn't make any excessive demands. But if his father returned and Su Muxi cried a few times, wouldn't his father risk going to the palace to ask the emperor to revoke the marriage decree? Just as Xiao Zimo was worried, a maid entered. "Madam, I just went to the kitchen to have someone make you ginseng chicken soup, but the kitchen staff said that the young lady had ordered all the herbs in the storeroom to be locked up and not to be used freely." This had never happened before. The maid was a bit confused. Seeing Mrs. Zhang's unhappy expression, she hesitated and said, "Should I go talk to the young lady?" "Ridiculous!" Mrs. Zhang shouted loudly, then suddenly swayed and actually felt dizzy. Xiao Hui hurriedly supported Mrs. Zhang and looked at Xiao Zimo's handsome face, angry, and said, "The young lady is really too much. With the lady here, the Marquis residence still listens to the lady. When did it become necessary to beg the young lady just to use a ginseng?" Xiao Zimo's face darkened. "Ask?" He thought Su Muxi was gentle and sensible, but it turned out she was so domineering in secret. "Mother, you should rest well. I want to go see what gives Su Muxi the right to control the herbs in the storeroom and not let anyone use them." After speaking, he left angrily. Mrs. Jiang watched Xiao Zimo's figure leave, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Ha! If she wants to ask for a divorce, let her have her wish today." But Xiao Hui hesitated and said, "Madam, will the young master really divorce the young lady? After all, the Marquis values her very much. He wouldn't allow the young master to divorce her." Mrs. Jiang tidied her disheveled hair and nonchalantly said, "The Marquis isn't here now. When he returns in half a month, it will be settled. He can't force Zimo to marry Su Muxi again, can he?" On the other side, Su Muxi had just finished calculating her accounts when she saw Xiao Zimo storm in angrily, kicking the door open. Her delicate eyebrows, like willow leaves, immediately furrowed in displeasure. Looking at the door that was kicked open, she coldly said, "Young master, are your legs healed? Don't you know how to use them now?" Xiao Zimo looked at Su Muxi's face, clearly showing his dislike in his eyes. "Su Muxi, don't think that just because you healed my leg, you can do whatever you want in the Marquis's residence. I ask you, why did you lock up the medicinal herbs in the storeroom? The servants call you young madam, but do you really think you're one of them?"
Su Mui replied patiently, "Iviscierente."
"Why don't you, young master, divorce me tonight? I promise to leave the Marquis's residence immediately and won't bother you anymore." The birthmark on her face had brought her many mockeries, but now she felt relieved. It was so good that Xiao Zimo disliked her. Otherwise, she was afraid he might be tempted by her beauty and refused to let her go. Xiao Zimo looked at Su Muxi's unrepentant expression and said coldly, "Do you think I won't divorce you? In Qi country, filial piety is very important. You disrespect my mother so much that I could divorce you for 7 reasons.
Su Muxi is neredingwerli.
She had been kind to the Qiao family, but in the end, they all came to disgust her. Xiao Zimo, ask yourself honestly, how have I treated your family over these 3 years? I don't want any status, and I am willing to leave to make way for you and Princess Changel. Even if you don't thank me, that's okay. But you could have given me a divorce paper to part peacefully, yet you threaten me with divorce instead?" She looked at Xiao Zimo's leg and mocked, "Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Without giving him a chance to speak, Su Muxi threw the account book onto Xiao Zimo's chest. "If you want a divorce, fine. But before you do, you need to settle the debt you owe me over these 3 years." Xiao Zimo suspiciously opened the ledger, looking at the entries, his face growing darker. "Why is it so much? Nearly 18,440 taels of silver?" His father, although holding the title of Marquis Anyang and being a powerful minister of war, had a yearly salary that totaled less than 2,000 taels over 3 years. But just the cost of medicinal herbs alone was over 10,000 taels? Su Mushi watched Xiao Zimo's disbelief and smiled mockingly.
What?
Do you think that ordinary injury medicine can heal your leg? Or that regular flour can erase the scars on your sister's face? Are you using ordinary large radishes to improve your mother's health? If the young master suspects there is a problem with the account book, he can take it and look at it slowly, or find someone to check. Anyway, I still have a copy here, so I'm not afraid if the young master destroys it and refuses to admit it. Hearing Su Mushi say this, Xiao Zimo's face rarely turned red. He always knew that the medicinal ingredients used in the house came from Su Mushi's dowry shop, but he never thought these herbs would be so valuable. Even if the commonly used herbs are not expensive, accumulating over time, the total becomes a large sum he cannot afford. I will pay back the money I owe you. Give me 2 days. Xiao Zimo has been a favored child since he was young. Now that he has risen again, his pride naturally returns. So, he definitely won't do something like borrow money and not pay it back. Su Mushi slightly smiled. All right, then give the young master 2 days. Otherwise, if it gets out and others hear, they might think the Anyang Marquis' estate is bullying people and just after the bride's dowry. Rest assured, I won't delay your money. Xiao Zimo said coldly, then immediately turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing the sarcasm in Su Mushi's eyes, he felt a bit ashamed of himself. But only after leaving Luo Xia court did he remember that he hadn't asked Su Mushi for the ginseng. He was still upset and angry, so he stormed out of the house and headed to the nearest pharmacy. He unexpectedly spent 50 taels of silver just to buy 2 ginseng roots. Shopkeeper, if you have 100-year-old ginseng, how much would you sell it for? The shopkeeper smiled and said, Young sir, you're joking. 100-year-old ginseng is rare in the capital. I've never even seen one. If there really was 100-year-old ginseng, I wouldn't dare sell it. It's priceless, can save lives at critical moments. Xiao Zimo's eyes were unclear and inscrutable. He said thank you and slowly left, but the confidence he had before disappeared in an instant. On Su Mushi's account book, 100-year-old ginseng was listed as costing 1,000 silver coins each. In the past 3 years, the house used 3 roots of 100-year-old ginseng for his mother. He didn't look closely at the herbs from other years, but he thought they should be cheaper than what the pharmacy sold. He initially thought Su Mushi was overcharging, but now it seemed that she not only charged less, but was also generous to an extreme. She was even willing to give out the life-saving 100-year-old ginseng to help his mother. Jiang Shi waited in the courtyard for a long time, but didn't see Xiao Zimo return. He sent someone to inquire, and unexpectedly, he heard that Xiao Zimo had left the estate. Xiao Zishi smiled and said, Brother must have gone to the Su family to talk about divorcing Su Xing. Jiang Shi looked disdainful. Your brother is the heir of the Anyang Marquis. Su Xing is just a small hospital judge. Why would he need to inform him about the divorce? Xiao Zishi thought for a long time before speaking again. Maybe brother doesn't want people to gossip? After all, his leg was healed by Su Mushi. If he suddenly divorces her, others might talk behind his back. So, brother went to the Su residence to silence Su Xing? But as soon as Xiao Zishi finished speaking, there was a voice outside the door. I think I should shut your mouth first. Don't mention the divorce again in the future.
Ionte divorce sumuilevan.
Xiao Zishi looked at Xiao Zimo walking in with a look of disbelief. Brother, what are you saying? Are you confused? Su Mushi is talentless and plain, with a low status. The princess consort is of noble rank. How can she be equal to her? You betrayed the princess consort before, and now you want Su Mushi to upset her? The princess consort said she didn't mind sharing her husband to avoid trouble, but you can't let her suffer. After the scar on Xiao Zishi's face healed when she was 6, Bai Menging would always bring interesting little toys to visit her. In her heart, she always regarded Bai Menging as her sister-in-law. That's one reason she didn't like Su Mushi. When mentioning Bai Menging, Xiao Zimo's expression became hesitant. He had previously let Ying down, but Su Muxi had helped him. He couldn't be ungrateful and divorce her. If he did, not only he but also Ying might be criticized. So, Su Muxi must not be divorced. Ying is very sensible. She will understand my situation. Xiao Zimo finished speaking and looked at Xiao Zixi again. Don't mention the divorce again. How will outsiders judge the Anyang Marquis residence? It's just about having more chopsticks at the table. Why drive Su Muxi away? If you really send her away, she's a delicate woman. How will she live outside the Marquis house? Anyway, she healed your face. Xiao Zixi looked unwilling and wanted to say more, but Jiang Shi interrupted. Enough. Listen to your brother. Don't mention the divorce anymore. After saying that, she reached out and pressed her temple, looking dizzy and overwhelmed. Jiang's original intention was to remind Xiao Zimo about Su Muxi's disobedience. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zimo said, Mother, I went to the pharmacy to buy 2 ginseng roots for you, and the kitchen is already making chicken soup for you. What? You went out to buy ginseng? There is some at home. Why did you need to go out? Jiang scolded. It's bad enough that Su Muxi doesn't respect me, but she doesn't even respect you, my husband. It seems her obedient behavior before was just pretend. Son, it's not that I don't appreciate what you've done, but Su Muxi is too much. She must be disciplined. Otherwise, where will I put my face? Where will I put the family's face? And what about the Anyang Marquis reputation? Jiang spoke passionately, but she didn't sway Xiao Zimo at all. Seeing his energetic mother, Xiao Zimo suddenly remembered the 300-year-old ginseng roots. For a moment, he felt sorry for Su Muxi. He thought for a moment, took out a ledger from his pocket, and handed it to Jiang. Mother, this is a record of the medicinal materials taken from Muxi's dowry shop over the past 3 years. Take a look. If there's no problem, let the accountant give Muxi the money. Jiang took it unhappily. After checking the account, she directly tore the ledger into pieces. This is outrageous. She's just a daughter of a minor hospital official, married into our Marquis family, and now she's after our family's money? Xiao Zimo patiently explained, Mother, those medicinal materials were taken from Muxi's dowry shop. Giving her the money is only fair. If it was just 100 or 200 taels, Jiang would have given it. But this was over 10,000 taels. If she gave it to Su Muxi, the family's wealth would be greatly reduced. So, she absolutely would not give this money. Since Su Muxi married into our family, she is part of us. Just taking some medicinal herbs from her dowry shop doesn't make sense to give her money. Would you pay rent to the princess when you live in her palace after marrying the princess of Changle? You are her husband, her protector, yet she's talking about money with you? I think she's trying to pressure you into canceling your marriage with the princess of Changle. Otherwise, why would she bring out the ledger now? Seeing Jiang suspect Xiao Zimo, she quickly added, Son, women like Su Muxi only know how to push their luck. She's testing you step by step, but don't let her control you easily. You betrayed the princess of Changle 3 years ago, and now you must not do it again. Josie, she quickly interrupted, Yes, the princess's sister-in-law is noble, but she is deeply in love with my brother. Even when my brother broke his leg, she never left his side. If my brother hadn't said those harsh words to her, she wouldn't have married far away to Gan province and become a widow. The princess's sister-in-law has a hard life. My brother must not be fooled by Su Muxi's tricks and let her down. Zhou Zimo believed Zhang's words more and thought Su Muxi was trying to force him to cancel his engagement with Ying. It was funny because he had actually felt guilty towards Su Muxi before. Now, he definitely couldn't owe Su Muxi any more money, or she might use it to threaten him again. No matter what, I don't want to owe her this money. Mother, have the accountant give it to her. As for the divorce, I will think about it. Jiang sighed and nodded, I understand. In a few days, I will give her the money. You can go now, I am tired. After Zhou Zimo left, Josie she picked up the account book on the ground. When she saw the amount of silver recorded inside, she was surprised and said, Mother, are you really going to give Su Muxi this money? That's over 10,000 taels of silver. No, I need to check this account book carefully. Su must have tampered with it. Otherwise, how could there be so much silver? Jiang nodded. It's good to check. Later, Lord Ho can also see Su Mushi's greed. As for this money, I will not give it to her. I only said that to keep your brother calm. You know how stubborn he is. If I say I won't give it, he will keep causing trouble. What if Su Mushi cries and makes a scene because she can't get the money? She hesitated. Jiang chuckled softly. Then I will say the money is too much and needs time to prepare. I didn't say I wouldn't give it. If she makes a fuss, it will be her fault. The more she causes trouble, the more your brother will dislike her. Even a life-saving grace can be worn out, and Su Mushi only healed your brother's leg, not a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Su Mushi didn't fully understand Jiang's true attitude, but she already knew how the Zhou family felt about her. Except for Zhou Zmo, who cared about face and refused to divorce her, Jiang and Zhou Zishi both hoped she would leave the Anyang Marquis residence soon. They were ungrateful people. There was nothing worth her staying for in this house, so she had to leave early. If she waited for the Anyang Marquis to return to the capital, she was afraid it wouldn't be easy to divorce Zhou Zmo. So the next morning, Su Mushi knelt outside Anning Palace, hoping the Empress Dowager would speak up for her. 7 years ago, Su Xing was just an ordinary doctor who hadn't yet reported to the Imperial Medical Office. That year, the Empress Dowager contracted smallpox. Smallpox is highly contagious, and once infected, it is life-threatening. So, the Imperial Medical Office's doctors set their sights on Su Xing. Su Xing was promoted early to a full imperial physician, but just as he was about to report to the palace, he accidentally twisted his ankle. Though it was an accident, clever people saw it as Su Xing trying to avoid treating the Empress Dowager by intentionally injuring himself. To avoid punishment from the emperor, 13-year-old Su Mushi entered the palace with just a few words. The Empress Dowager, though noble and regal, is still a woman. My father, as a man, finds it inconvenient to care for her, so I was sent here. Smallpox was terrifying, and even many elders around the Empress Dowager dared not approach her. Yet, Su Mushi personally took care of her, paying close attention to every detail. Having seen many people in the palace, the Empress Dowager could tell that Su Mushi was kind-hearted. After her recovery, she even considered keeping Su Mushi in the palace. But Su Mushi refused, and the Empress Dowager did not insist. However, after that, the Empress Dowager treated Su Mushi like her own granddaughter, even proposing to marry her to the crown prince as a consort after her coming of age. A daughter of a doctor marrying into the royal family was a rare blessing many could not attain, but Su Mushi declined. Soon after, she married into the Anyang Marquis family. This act was seen as a slap in the face to the Empress Dowager. From then on, she never summoned Su Mushi again. Grandmother Gao looked at the worried expression on the Empress Dowager's face and then at the door, hesitating. Your Majesty, Miss Su has been kneeling outside for over an hour. Even though spring has arrived, it's still cold outside. If she continues kneeling, even with her good health, she might fall ill. Grandmother Gao liked Su Mushi very much. Since the Empress Dowager allowed her into the palace, it meant she still wanted to see her. But she still harbored resentment over what happened back then. The Empress Dowager's eyes showed a hint of pity. She twirled her prayer beads and said, "Back then, Sierra listened to me so well. Yor is a bit cold in temperament, but she is a thoughtful girl, much better than that Xiao Zimo. Now that her leg has finally healed, it's a pity it was used as a wedding gift for others. That was an imperial marriage granted by the emperor. What can I do? It is impossible to have the emperor revoke his decree. This was her own choice, and pleading with me is useless." Madame Gao advised, "I know the Empress Dowager still cares for Miss Su. Why not let Miss Su come in first? Based on my understanding of Miss Su, she's not the type to insist on her own way. Maybe her request to see the Empress Dowager is for something else. Miss Su is very understanding. She probably won't make things difficult for the Empress Dowager. Now that she has come to see her, she might be facing some difficult problem." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager looked towards the door, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. In that case, let her come in. Sumushi slowly entered the Empress Dowager's palace and immediately saw her sitting on the main seat. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be blessed with peace and good health. She was about to kneel and bow, but the Empress Dowager waved her hand. That's enough. You've already knelt for over an hour. Are you still not done? Sumushi's eyes reddened slightly. She still knelt down and bowed her head 3 heavy times to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sighed. Oh, child, when will you listen to me? Sumushi stubbornly remained kneeling, looked up at the Empress Dowager with determined eyes, and said firmly, I humbly ask the Empress Dowager to issue an imperial decree allowing me to divorce the Marquis of Anyang. What? Divorce? The Empress Dowager frowned, then relaxed her brows after a moment. Have you thought carefully about divorce? Are you willing to give up your husband, who has cared for you for 3 years? Sumushi replied, I married into the Marquis of Anyang's household originally to repay the kindness of the Marquis for saving my father's life. Now that the debt is paid, it's time for me to leave. The frustration in the Empress Dowager's heart disappeared at that moment. It turned out that Sumushi's marriage to Qiao Zimo was not because she liked him, but to repay a kindness. Foolish girl, who would marry someone just to repay kindness and sacrifice their happiness for a lifetime. I agree to the divorce. Get up quickly and come here, so I can see you properly. Sumushi sat beside the Empress Dowager as instructed. The Empress Dowager affectionately held Sumushi's hand, her gaze gradually filled with tenderness and concern. You've lost weight. You must have suffered a lot these 3 years in the Marquis of Anyang's household. Sumushi smiled and shook her head. Not at all. The Marquis of Anyang treated me very well. I just grew taller, so I look thinner. Sumushi sat on the left side of the Empress Dowager, who only saw her right cheek, free of the red birthmark. The aged hand gently stroked Sumushi's left cheek and sighed softly. Sigh. If Sheer didn't have this birthmark, she would be much more beautiful. Otherwise, Qiao Zimo wouldn't be so unfaithful and heartless. Sumushi smiled indifferently. Empress Dowager, the son of Lord Anyang is not my true love, so it's better not to mention him. Sheer's beauty isn't just about looks. Qiao Zimo will regret his actions someday. The Empress Dowager sneered coldly. Why did the Emperor's horse suddenly go crazy during the hunt? And why did the who fed the horse end up hitting his head and taking his own life? Changlu, the girl, and her aunt, the Empress, have always loved scheming since they were young. Perhaps the whole incident was planned by her, just to marry Qiao Zimo. But the Qiao family isn't full of good people, so it's better for Changlu to marry into it. Sumushi looked at the Empress Dowager, her eyes turning red again. Empress Dowager, you are so kind to me. Thankfully, the Empress Dowager was willing to see her, and she still treated her as she did in the past. The Empress Dowager patted Sumushi's hand. Silly girl, you saved my life, so it's only right that I treat you well. They talked for nearly an hour. When Sumushi saw the fatigue on the Empress Dowager's face, she bid farewell. Gao Mama went out to see her off. At the palace gate, Sumushi took a small porcelain bottle from her and handed it to Gao Mama. Ma'am, this medicinal oil should be rubbed on your waist every night and warmed up. It can help relieve your old waist pain. Gao Mama took the bottle, her eyes showing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Su, for your concern. Unexpectedly, after so many years, Sumushi still remembered her old ailment. Sumushi only smiled, showing no hint of flattery, only respect and care for her elders. Watching Sumushi's figure leave, Gao Mama looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and sighed inwardly. Most men in the world judge by appearance. It seems the son of Lord Anyang is no exception. Meanwhile, Princess Changlu brought a box of ginseng into the Lord Anyang's residence. Princess Changlu heard that Zimo personally went to the pharmacy last night to buy ginseng for his wife, worried about her health. She came uninvited and hopes the lady will forgive her. Bai Menjing, dressed in a light pink silk dress, was graceful, with snow-white skin. her eyebrows like distant dark clouds, naturally lush, her almond-shaped eyes bright and shining. With a charming smile, she revealed 2 dimples, looking like a young girl of 16 or 18. If she weren't holding her hair in a bun now, no one would guess she was married. Although Bai Menjing was a widow returning to the capital, Jiang was quite pleased with her as a future daughter-in-law. The reason was simple. Bai Menjing was the emperor's niece. The marquis is the emperor's person, and his success today is thanks to the empress's support. Only if his son marries Bai Menjing can the family's wealth and status last longer. For some reason, the marquis has been influenced by Su Mushi, but as the head mistress of the marquis's house, she must help make this marriage happen. Looking at the graceful and beautiful Bai Menjing, Mrs. Jiang smiled kindly. You truly have a kind heart, princess. My health has some minor issues, and ZMO is overreacting.
Jotsiksi suddenly interrupted. Overreacting.
Mother, you were clearly upset yesterday because of Su Mushi. Mrs. Jiang coughed softly, showing displeasure. Family matters should not be shared outside. Such things are not honorable, and talking about them will only make Bai Menjing more unhappy about the concubine issue. But Zishi didn't look at Mrs. Jiang's face and told everything about yesterday. I've already asked someone to investigate that ledger. In 3 days, I will make sure everyone knows Su Mushi's true nature. Then my brother won't be afraid of being called ungrateful, and I can just dismiss her. Bai Menjing's eyes flickered slightly as she softly said, I believe Miss Su is not greedy for wealth. I think her actions are just because she doesn't want me and ZMO to marry. Humph. What if she doesn't want to? This is an imperial marriage. Besides, my brother doesn't like her at all. He hasn't even touched her in these 3 years. If my father hadn't forced him to marry her back then, she's so ugly she wouldn't even be able to enter our house as a maid, let alone marry into it. Now she's supposed to be equal to the princess's wife. How can she deserve that? Zishi's words were harsh, showing no regard for Su Mushi's efforts over the past 3 years, only full of disdain. Bai Menjing looked at Zishi's smooth face and pretended to advise, Sierra, what you just said is fine for me to hear, but don't say it to others. No matter what, Miss Su healed Zemo's leg, and she has now become part of the marquis's household. Even if she made mistakes, it's best to talk about it privately. Don't let outsiders see, or they'll laugh at us. And don't feel sorry for me. She healed Zemo's leg, and I am grateful to her. As for the marriage to the concubine, as long as I can be with ZMO, I don't care about anything else. Mrs. Jiang looked at Bai Menjing with admiration and nodded. You truly understand the big picture, princess. ZMO marrying you is his blessing. It's just a pity that fate is cruel. If it weren't for what happened 3 years ago.
Sigh.
Bai Menjing smiled slightly. Because of all that happened before, I now understand even more how to cherish the person in front of me. The more Jiang Mei looked at Bai Menjing, the more she felt that Su Mushi was not worthy of her son, Qiao Zimo. She had already forgotten all the praise and gratitude she once expressed towards Su Mushi. Suddenly, Bai Menjing frowned and said, but Miss Su shouldn't rely on these things to behave so unfilially towards the lady. Maybe I should let her meet with the lady. I think her actions are also caused by some resentment towards me. If I talk to her clearly, it should be fine. Just then, Qiao Zishi snorted coldly, humph. The princess's wife has such a noble status. If they meet, it should be Miss Su, who visits the princess's residence. Besides, the princess's wife has no resentment towards her. Why should she resent you? Jiang Shi glared at Qiao Zishi, and then said to Bai Menjing with a hint of apology, Su Mushi left early this morning, and I don't know when she'll return. When she comes back, if the princess still wants to see her, I will ask her to visit another day. Before she finished speaking, Su Mushi's voice came from outside the door. Su Mushi heard that Princess Changla came to visit, so she came to pay her respects. Bai Menjing's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing and looked at Jiang Shi, waiting for her to speak. This action made Jiang Shi look down on Su Mushi even more. Despite her noble status, the princess knew she was the head lady of the marquis's residence and that everything should listen to her. Yet, Mushi, as a member of the Marquis's household, showed her no respect at all. Jiang Shi glanced at the box of old ginseng sent by Menjing and smiled faintly, saying calmly, "Come in." Today, Mushi went to the palace to see the Empress Dowager. She wore a light pink elegant dress, but unexpectedly, it clashed with Menjing's silk gown. Really, the more you try to be beautiful, the more trouble you cause. Even if you wear fine clothes, it's still not as good as the princess's wife, Qiao Zixi mocked from the flower hall. Mushi looked at Qiao Zixi face and smiled lightly, haha. Sister can now say that troublemakers are everywhere. It seems her emotional scars have healed. Qiao Zixi was angry and stood up, pointing her slender finger at Mushi. Don't think that just because you fix my face, I will thank you. You only cared so much because you wanted to please my father and brother. She withdrew her hand and looked at the ugly birthmark on Mushi's left cheek with a sarcastic smile. Humph. If you really have the ability, why don't you find a way to remove the birthmark? Otherwise, my brother hasn't touched you in 3 years. Jiang Shi quickly scolded her. Stop talking nonsense. Your brother is not that kind of lecherous man. Qiao Zixi knew she had spoken out of turn and quickly looked up by Menjing. Duchess sister-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. Even if Mushi is as beautiful as a fairy, my brother wouldn't like her. In my brother's heart, only you have always mattered. Menjing smiled gently. Sheer, don't be nervous. I understand Zimo's character. Then she turned slightly to look at Mushi. Although she wore a faint smile, her voice became much colder. Miss Su, Sheer is young and just made a careless remark. Why are you so harsh? You healed Zimo's leg, and I am grateful to you. I don't mind the matter of a secondary wife. As long as I can be with Zimo, I am satisfied. Rest assured, if you behave yourself, you will always be the wife of the young master of Anyang Marquis. Mushi had been observing Menjing carefully. She was beautiful and elegant, with a fresh and refined aura, looking gentle and dignified. But unfortunately, she was very proud deep inside. Her tone, like a favor being granted, made Mushi sneer inwardly. Ha! Since I haven't left the Marquis of Anyang's residence yet, calling me Miss Su might not be appropriate. Also, you specifically sent the servant to tell me to come to the flower hall, just to say these things? Is it because my status is low that you think I am after the title of the wife of the young master of Anyang Marquis? She originally didn't want to have any contact with Menjing. But today, Menjing came for her. Since that's the case, meeting her once is no problem. Unexpectedly, Menjing only wanted to use this chance to scold her a little. She kept saying she didn't mind the matter of a secondary wife, yet she called her Miss Su. Moreover, a secondary wife isn't ranked by size, so why does Menjing think she should behave herself? Seeing Mushi disrespect Menjing, Qiao Zixi's eyes flashed with anger. Mushi, don't be so ungrateful. The Duchess sister-in-law is speaking kindly to you. If it were me, I would tell my brother to divorce you. Menjing patted Qiao Zixi's hand to signal her to calm down. Then she looked serious and explained to Mushi, Miss Su, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to say you are after the title of the young master's wife. I know you have cared for Zimo for 3 years and must have feelings for him. But Zimo doesn't have feelings for you. If you keep forcing, you might end up with nothing. Mushi wanted to sneer. Nothing to gain? After 3 years in the Marquis of Anyang's residence, what have I gained? My caring husband wants to marry someone else. My mother-in-law, who is supposed to be kind, looks at me with disdain. The little sister-in-law who was cared for and treated kindly showed no gratitude, and even spoke harsh words to her. As for the title of Lady of the Crown Prince, which she gained as a gift, it only brought her mockery and ridicule. Because she was ugly and of low status, even if Qiao Zimo was disabled, he was still someone she could not aspire to. Mushi was tired of paying attention to these self-centered, arrogant people. Just as she was about to turn and leave, unexpectedly, Qiao Zimo suddenly strode in. Mushi, I only love Ying in this life. I once thought there was no chance with Ying and was grateful to you, so I treated you with respect. But I have no romantic feelings for you. If you still try to make me fall for you, just give up now. Xiao Zimo had heard everything clearly outside the door. If Su Muxi was after the title, she was really after him as a person. He didn't want her to have false hopes or for Bai Menjing to misunderstand, so he said these words. Bai Menjing's face turned red with embarrassment, and she lowered her head with a smile. But Su Muxi was disgusted. The Empress Dowager said they needed to inform the Emperor about the divorce first, then issue an imperial decree. She didn't know how many days that would take. But now, she didn't want to stay in this Marquis's residence even for a moment.
Ha!
Since the Crown Prince and the Princess are in love, why do they insist on keeping me here and refuse to divorce? Is it just to avoid a bad reputation for ungratefulness? If the Crown Prince dares to do it, why not accept the consequences? Or is it because Princess Changle isn't worth sacrificing your reputation for? Hearing this, Xiao Zimo quickly looked at Bai Menjing. He was about to speak but was interrupted by Bai Menjing first. Zimo, you don't need to say anything. I understand. You're just worried that Miss Su will have nowhere to go after leaving the Marquis's residence and will be talked about. I've said before, I don't mind being a concubine. I just want to hold your hand and spend the rest of my life with you. Everything else doesn't matter to me. Xiao Zimo was deeply moved. He stepped forward, ignoring the situation, and embraced Bai Menjing in his arms. He softly called out, Ying.
Ying.
Xiao Zixi saw this and shot a provocative look at Su Muxi, while Su Muxi only looked on coldly. At that moment, Jiang, who had not spoken before, suddenly pressed her forehead and looked uncomfortable. Xiao Hui, noticing this, exclaimed, Madam, are you feeling dizzy again? I will have the kitchen prepare some ginseng soup for you right away. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Su Muxi with a pleading gaze. Young madam, I know you're upset, but you can't ignore madam's health. Su Muxi looked at Jiang Shi with a cold gaze. Before taking medicine, let me check the lady's pulse first. If her body is healthy, eating too much ginseng might actually harm her. She was about to step forward to check Jiang Shi's pulse, when unexpectedly, Xiao Zixi nearly pushed her over. Don't touch my mother. You don't need to pretend here. Don't think that just because you took a few broken ginseng roots from your dowry shop, you're so impressive. Today, the princess's sister-in-law gave my mother a box of old ginseng. As she spoke, she opened the box brought by Menjing. But upon seeing the ginseng inside, her confident expression quickly turned into confusion. Why is this old ginseng so small? Princess's sister-in-law, could you have been tricked? Xiao Zixi didn't think much and said what was on her mind, simply believing Bai Menjing had been deceived. Xiao Shuyuan, the Marquis of Anyang, was once just an ordinary military officer. 19 years ago, during a palace coup, he made a contribution and became the Marquis of Anyang. Over time, he gained the emperor's favor and gradually rose to become the Minister of War. Jiang Shi was his first wife. She was originally just an ordinary peasant woman, but later became the Marquis's wife. She gradually learned about many fine silks and jewelry, but was not very familiar with precious medicinal herbs. Most of the medicinal ingredients used in their household were gifts from others. Later, with Su Muxi's knowledge of herbs, she just used what was available and didn't need to worry about it. Xiao Zixi was raised and taught by Jiang Shi herself. Since Jiang Shi didn't know much about herbs, she didn't teach her. So, Xiao Zixi didn't know much about medicinal herbs either. However, she knew that older ginseng should be larger, and that called old ginseng must be at least several decades old. But the ginseng in this box was smaller than the one her brother bought last night, and it certainly couldn't compare to the ginseng Bai Menjing brought back to the house. Bai Menjing hesitated, her face looking a little displeased. She had heard that Jiang Shi only used ginseng for cooking, so she didn't bring any very old ginseng. Still, this box of ginseng was worth over 200 taels of silver. She didn't expect Xiao Zixi to think it was too small. Jiang Shi also looked carefully at the ginseng, feeling secretly annoyed. She had hoped to use this to make Su Muxi see the truth clearly, so she wouldn't keep bringing up herbs and asking for silver. But she never expected Bai Menjing, who seemed respectful and polite, to try to fool her with such small ginseng. Su Mushi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. These are all ginseng less than 10 years old, not old ginseng at all. It looks like the princess really was tricked.
Ha!
The noble lady countess is not so impressive. Yesterday, she locked up the medicinal herbs in her house, and today she comes to send ginseng to Zhang's family. What kind of scheme is she playing? It's so obvious. However, the Jiang family's appetite has long been spoiled by her, so she naturally looks down on such small ginseng. This made Bai Menjing's plan fail. Seeing this, Bai Menjing could only pretend to be deceived by someone. Zhang's mother just smiled and said, "Anyway, the princess's kindness is good. Even though she is in the princess's house, she still cares about my health. That's much better than the servants here." After saying that, she glanced at Su Mushi and then coldly told Xiao Hui, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and tell the kitchen to make some soup. Are you hoping I die?" Xiao Hui looked frightened and quickly knelt down. "I dare not. I will go to the kitchen right now." Su Mushi watched all this with a cold eye and suddenly sneered. Xiao Zishi looked unhappy.
What are you laughing at?
Su Mushi glanced at Bai Menjing and then said to Xiao Zishi, "I wasn't laughing.
I just think the princess is right."
"You're still young, so I won't mind your slip of the tongue this time." Hearing this, Bai Menjing's face turned a little pale. Her hand hidden in her sleeve clenched tightly. But Xiao Zishi didn't catch Su Mushi's hidden meaning. She thought Su Mushi was still mocking her for the previous remark about ugly people causing trouble. She was about to speak to scold Su Mushi, but suddenly Qiao Zimo said, "Mother needs rest." "Qiao Zishi, be quiet." Then he told Zhang's mother, "Mother, I will send the princess out of the house." Su Mushi wanted to use tough words to force Qiao Zimo to write a separation letter, but Qiao Zimo only looked at her and then took Bai Menjing away. Seeing that her plan to leave early was hopeless, Su Mushi bowed slightly to Zhang's mother. "Since that's the case, I will take my leave now. Lady, rest well." After saying that, she turned and left without even glancing at Xiao Zishi. Xiao Zishi was so angry she stomped her feet. "Mother, look at Su Mushi. She's so arrogant." Unexpectedly, her mother didn't share her anger, but instead stared coldly at the box of ginseng. To Zhang's mother, Bai Menjing was just mocking her low status and her lack of good things, so she casually took some ginseng to fool her. Recently, Su Mushi had been very arrogant, but Bai Menjing was even worse. At least the ginseng Su Mushi gave her was real old ginseng. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo silently sent Bai Menjing to the house gate. His face was calm, but inside, he was very troubled. When the Empress gave birth to her second son, she was also injured. Bai Menjing often entered the palace to accompany the Empress and personally prepared medicine, so she was familiar with rare herbs.
How could she be fooled?
Bai Menjing naturally sensed that Qiao Zimo was acting strangely. She was thinking of an excuse when Qiao Zimo suddenly asked, "Yingying, if you have 100-year-old ginseng, would you be willing to give it to help my mother recover?" Bai Menjing's eyes were calm, and her tone was firm. "Of course, I would." Then she looked a bit guilty and continued, "Zimo, I only heard this morning that your mother was unwell, and I just returned to the capital." She didn't finish her sentence, but her words eased Xiao Zimo's worries. It turned out that Yingying simply wasn't prepared. However, her quick arrival after hearing about her mother's condition showed her filial piety. Of course, Bai Menjing came to see her mother because she cared about him.
"Yeah, I'm sorry.
"I misunderstood you earlier." Qiao Zimo gently took Bai Menjing's hand, his face full of tenderness and deep affection, filled with regret and apology. Bai Menjing shook her head. "Compared to my misunderstanding of you back then, this doesn't matter much. I only thought you didn't like me and left in anger." "Zimo, I'm sorry I returned late." Hearing this, Qiao Zimo emotionally embraced Bai Menjing again, regretting the things he said 3 years ago. If he hadn't thought that his injured leg would hold her back, they wouldn't have been apart for 3 years. But if that hadn't happened, he probably wouldn't have married Su Mushi.
Would he even be able to stand again now?
Reluctantly, After sending Bai Menjing onto the carriage, Qiao Zimo returned to his room. Today, his legs felt even more numb, which made him a little worried. He had wanted to call Su Mushi over, but when he remembered her sneering expression earlier, he hesitated and asked a servant to invite Dr. Su from Tian Hall instead. Su Mushi was just a woman. How skilled could her medical skills be? She only took better care of him. Su Hanji was renowned among the people of the capital as a divine doctor, far superior to Su Mushi. Perhaps if he hadn't given up hope and sought treatment from other doctors earlier, he wouldn't have had to wait 3 years to stand again. Thinking this way, Qiao Zimo's gratitude toward Su Mushi diminished greatly. Su Mushi also heard about Qiao Zimo inviting the doctor and simply smiled indifferently, continuing to pack her luggage. It seemed that Qiao Zimo's legs were worse than she had expected. She didn't know what he did during the hunt, but those things didn't concern her. "Miss, are you not going to see the young master? Do you really want to be the one to take the credit away by letting others do it?" Although Bai Ji already knew that the young lady wanted to leave the air, she also knew that the young master's leg was slowly getting better because the young lady had been caring for him day and night. If another doctor came to treat him now, the young master might erase all the credit the young lady had earned. Su Mushi chuckled and said, "Do you think if I go over now, Qiao Zimo will thank me? I've already done what I should, repaid my kindness, and I don't want to bother anymore. I just want to leave the Marquis's residence as soon as possible." Bai Ji hesitated. "Miss, do you really not like the young master at all? Are you not feeling any attachment or reluctance?"
Su 목소리 man silent.
"Do I like him? Maybe I do." At the moment Qiao Zimo stood up and hugged her. But since Bai Menjing returned to the capital, she stopped expecting anything and had long guessed today would come. As for attachment, there was none. Reluctance, maybe a little. But Qiao Zimo was not her true partner after all, so there was no need to think so much. Instead of wasting time on that, she might as well read a few more medical books. Seeing Bai Ji's frustrated face, Su Mushi gently tapped her forehead. "All right, little girl, stop overthinking. Do I look like I like Qiao Zimo? The Empress Dowager's decree should be issued in a few days. Let's hurry and pack our things so we don't leave anything behind and let others benefit." Bai Ji nodded. "Yes, we can't let others benefit." Many people came to see Su Hanji for treatment. By the time he arrived, 2 hours had passed. Su Hanji stroked his beard and examined Qiao Zimo for a long time, but his expression was blank. "Dr. Su, is there something seriously wrong with my leg?" Seeing Su Hanji's serious face, Qiao Zimo became nervous. Su Hanji shook his head slowly, looking ashamed. "Sorry, my medical skills are limited. I couldn't find the cause of the numbness in the heir's leg. I heard that the young lady is skilled in medicine, and her treatment cured your leg. Would you mind if I meet her and learn from her?" Qiao Zimo frowned. Could the cause be undetectable? Does that mean his leg is fine? But the numbness was real. Hearing Su Hanji continue, he said, "To be honest, 3 years ago, I examined the heir's leg. I thought with time he might be able to stand again, but I had no confidence. I didn't expect the young lady to really cure your leg." While speaking, he hurriedly bowed to Qiao Zimo and repeated, "Please, young master, allow the old servant to meet with the young master's wife." Su Hanji's sincere words moved people, but they made Qiao Zimo's brow furrow even deeper. Just then, a young servant beside Qiao Zimo hurriedly ran in. "Young master, the maidservant next to Princess Chengel requests to see you. She says the princess is unwell and asks for your presence." Qiao Zimo quickly sat up from the bed upon hearing this. She was fine earlier, so how did she suddenly fall ill? His worry made him forget the numbness still lingering in his legs, and he hurried toward the princess's residence. Seeing Qiao Zimo leave in a rush, Su Hanji sighed silently. It seemed the rumors were true. Young Master Yang did not like the young master's wife and was always thinking of Princess Changel. But old feelings could never compare to the bonds formed through hardship. On his way to the princess's residence, the maidservant Ming Yen cried as she told him what had happened. Princess Changel wanted to visit the queen mother in the palace to ask for a few old ginseng roots for the Marquis of Anyang. But after leaving the Queen Mother, she went to see the Empress Dowager, who then made her kneel in the courtyard for a full hour. The princess married far away in Ganzhou 3 years ago and had been worried about the young master ever since. She was often sad and weak. After kneeling for so long, she fainted as soon as she left the palace gates. Hearing this, Qiao Zimo felt both pain and worry. Do you know why the Empress Dowager made the princess kneel in the courtyard? Ming Yan looked resentful, hesitating before finally speaking. The princess was not supposed to tell me this, but I just couldn't hold back. My lady is noble and was childhood friends with the young master. She was willing to be a concubine just to be with him. But Miss Su couldn't accept my lady and went early to complain to the Empress Dowager. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Zimo's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He knew that Su Muxi had taken care of the Empress Dowager before, but in the past 3 years, she had never been summoned. He thought the Empress Dowager had forgotten her. He never expected Su Muxi could persuade the Empress Dowager to treat Ying this way. If he had known, he would have given her a divorce paper. Such a jealous woman, yet he had previously felt guilty toward her. When Xiao Zimo arrived, he saw Bai Menjing get up from the bed. He hurried forward to support her, but she was unsteady on her feet and fell into his arms. The soft warmth in his arms made Xiao Zimo's mind wander. But more than anything, there was only worry and anger. Ying, you've been wronged. Saying this, she reached out her long arm and gently carried Bai Menjing back onto the bed. Bai Menjing lay on the bed, her face shy and red. If her lips weren't a bit pale, no one would notice any sign of illness. Ying, how do you feel now? Have you seen a doctor? Xiao Zimo asked with concern. Bai Menjing weakly shook her head. It's nothing serious, just the servants overreacted. After saying this, she looked at Ming Yan, who had entered the room, and sternly said, "Who told you to go find the young master without permission?" Ming Yan cried and knelt on the ground. "Princess, please punish me. I just care about you, and couldn't bear to see you suffer so much." Xiao Zimo spoke to comfort her. "This isn't Ming Yan's fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me for being too soft. When I go back, I will dismiss Su Muxi, so she won't cause trouble anymore." Bai Menjing shook her head. "That's impossible. Wouldn't that make people think I am ungrateful? As a woman, I understand why Miss Su did what she did. She cared for her beloved for 3 years, only to have him taken away. If I were her, I wouldn't be willing either. It's okay that the Empress Dowager scolded me for it. I just worry she might ask the Emperor to revoke the order. After all, Miss Su once took care of the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Dowager is very protective of her." At this, Bai Menjing nervously held Xiao Zimo's hand. "Zimo, I'm afraid I might not be able to spend the rest of my life with you. I missed you 3 years ago. Heaven finally gave me another chance, and I don't want to miss it again." Xiao Zimo looked at Bai Menjing with deep affection. What Ying thought was also what he thought. "Ying, don't worry. I will come to propose tomorrow. Whether the Emperor revokes the order or not, you will be my wife." Xiao Zimo. Bai Menjing smiled softly, but then looked apologetic. "Zimo, I originally asked the Empress Dowager for 100-year-old ginseng, but she took it away." Xiao Zimo wished he could slap himself. Earlier, he had casually mentioned the 100-year-old ginseng in front of the house, not expecting Ying to go to the palace to ask for it. If Ying hadn't gone to the palace, she wouldn't have suffered such injustice. After Qiao Zimo left, Ming Yan couldn't help but ask, "Princess, why don't you let the young master divorce Su Muxi? With your noble status, are you really willing to share your husband with that doctor girl?" Bai Menjing, who had been looking unwell, walked to the dressing table and wiped off the powder on her lips. Her lips instantly became rosy. Looking at her beautiful reflection in the bronze mirror, Bai Menjing slightly smiled and said, "You also said I am of noble status, so how could I trouble Su Muxi? But I won't let Zimo marry her, so Zimo won't marry her either? 3 years ago, I said I would marry Zimo, but did he marry me?"
Ha ha.
The sky was getting darker. Mushi looked at the boiled vegetables and 2 steamed buns on the table, her expression calm, eating without any complaints. Baiji was so angry her eyes turned red. She said bitterly, "Miss, the lady is too unreasonable. If the Marquis were here, he definitely wouldn't let you suffer like this." Mushi picked up one of the buns and handed it to Baiji, smiling lightly. "It's fine, the Marquis isn't here. It's just some leftover food. Let's fill our stomachs first. Anyway, in a few days, we'll leave here. When that time comes, I'll take you to enjoy good food." Baiji was about to speak after holding the bun when she heard the voice of Old Ninth at the door. "Young madam, young madam." His voice was deliberately lowered. Was he sneaking in? Mushi quickly got up and opened the door. Before she could wonder, Old Ninth hurriedly said, "Young madam, the servants just came and said your father was injured. You should go home and check on him." Hearing this, Mushi's heart trembled. She thanked Old Ninth and was about to go home. But before she could step out of the courtyard, she encountered the imposing Xiao Zimo.
"Shomukshi."
"Did you go to see the Empress Dowager today?" "So what if I did?" Mushi was anxious inside. She didn't want to argue with Xiao Zimo. She planned to bypass him and leave directly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zimo grabbed her wrist forcefully. "Let go. You're hurting me." Mushi struggled to break free, but Xiao Zimo tightened his grip, causing her pain.
"Ah."
"It hurts." Seeing her face contorted in pain, along with the ugly birthmark on her face, Xiao Zimo disdainfully threw her away. Then he sneered, "Ha! Even a wicked woman like you knows pain? I told you, considering you took care of me for 3 years, you'll still be my wife, Xiao Zimo. But you're too greedy." He stepped forward, looking down at Mushi from above, speaking coldly. "I'll tell you, even if you beg the Empress Dowager to persuade the Emperor to revoke the decree, I will still marry Yingying as my wife." Mushi sneered. "Ha! The young master's legs are fine, but his mind is broken?" Note: the original text contained explicit language and scenes, which have been replaced with family-friendly alternatives. "I entered the palace to request the Empress Dowager to issue an imperial decree for our divorce. Do you think I was joking when I said I wanted a divorce? Xiao Zimo, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me." Xiao Zimo looked at Mushi with disbelief, but quickly returned to his usual condescending attitude. "Mushi, do you really think I believe what you're saying?"
"Ha!
I used to think you were obedient and sensible, but it turns out you're so scheming. If you truly wanted a divorce, would you have taken such care of me these past 3 years? Would you have brought me ginseng to please my mother? Would you have cut your hand repeatedly to leave scars and tested scar-removing ointments to help my sister restore her looks?" Before Mushi could speak, Baiji burst into tears. "So, the young lady at home knew about the young master's efforts. But since you know everything, why do you still maliciously suspect and insult my lady? How dare you, a maid, speak out of turn here?" Xiao Zimo scolded sharply, then coldly looked at Mushi. "If you behaved yourself, what you've done would have been enough for you to stay in the Marquis's residence for a lifetime. But you're not satisfied. Fine. Don't blame me for being unkind. Today, I will divorce this wicked woman and show you what it means to suffer more than you gain."
"Fine."
"If you want a divorce, then do it. But first, move aside. My father is injured, and I need to go home first." Mushi looked anxious and didn't want to argue with Xiao Zimo anymore. She was about to leave. But Xiao Zimo coldly said, "It's just an injury. You won't die from it. Wait until I write the divorce papers, then you can leave." He thought Mushi was just making excuses to delay. Thinking of Yingying's suffering, Xiao Zimo's eyes grew more determined. Today, he was going to divorce Mushi. Suddenly, before he finished speaking, Mushi slapped his face.
Slap.
The crisp sound echoed in the empty sunset courtyard, seeming to amplify several times. Xiao Zimo's eyes widened in shock. "You dare hit me?"
"Why not?"
"I'm hitting you, the ungrateful, hypocritical little man. Do you know where I got those medical records? My father had people copy all the medical books from nearby clinics and hospitals. Now that my father is hurt, and you say such heartless words? As Su Mushi's angry words finished, Qiao Zimo's servant hurried over. Young master, madam, the Empress Dowager sent someone to summon you. Please go and receive the imperial decree. Su Mushi looked at Qiao Zimo with a cold stare, a mocking smile on her lips. Maybe I am playing hard to get, and you'll find out soon enough. But your wish to divorce me won't come true. Because I, Su Mushi, have never done anything wrong to your Qiao family. Even if I leave, it will be a formal separation. Jiang Shi and Qiao Zishi had already arrived at the front yard. When they saw Su Mushi, Qiao Zishi showed a sneering smile and then said to Qiao Zimo, "Brother, look at the Empress Dowager bringing so many precious herbs. She must have asked the princess sister-in-law to bring them from the palace for her mother." Jiang Shi also looked proud, watching the palace servants holding gift boxes. Her previous dissatisfaction with Bai Yongying disappeared instantly. But after hearing Qiao Zishi, Qiao Zimo's expression grew worse. How could the Empress Dowager make Yongying kneel for an hour and then send herbs? He instinctively looked at Su Mushi beside him and saw her face full of sarcasm. This made him feel strangely ashamed and embarrassed. Gong Gong Lu saw everyone was gathered, cleared his throat, and opened the imperial decree. The people in the yard hurriedly knelt down. Empress Dowager's decree. I have heard that the young master of the Anyang Marquis is deeply devoted to Princess Changlu, disregarding old ties. Therefore, I issue this decree, ordering the young master of the Anyang Marquis, Qiao Zimo, to divorce his wife, Su Mushi. Qiao Zimo was struck like lightning and couldn't respond for a long time. Did Su Mushi really not lie to him? Did she truly want a divorce? Jiang Shi and Qiao Zishi were overjoyed, ignoring the words disregarding old ties in the decree. They hurriedly urged Qiao Zimo to accept the decree quickly. But Qiao Zimo didn't move. Instead, he looked at Su Mushi with complex feelings. If Su Mushi was clever and only cared about the title of the wife of a noble son, he wouldn't hesitate or feel guilty about the divorce. But now, seeing her openly happy face, he hesitated. Su Mushi really wanted to leave the Marquis house.
But why?
Was it just because he wanted to marry Yongying as a concubine? Men having multiple wives and concubines was quite normal. If Su Mushi truly loved him, how could she mind having a second wife? How could she want to leave? So, from the beginning to the end, did Su Mushi not love him? Was all of this just his own wishful thinking? But Su Mushi was just an ugly doctor girl. They had lived together for 3 years. How could she not love him? If she didn't love him and didn't care about the title of the noble son's wife, why did she marry him in the first place? Was it just to make it easier to cure his leg? Su Mushi ignored the stunned Qiao Zimo and instead smiled as she took the Empress Dowager's decree from Lu Gonggong's hand. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your decree. Lu Gonggong, who had been serious before, now smiled and said to Su Mushi, "Congratulations, Miss Su, on regaining your freedom." Su Mushi bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, Lu Gonggong, for coming personally. But now my father is injured, and I need to rush home. I won't keep you any longer." Lu Gonggong comforted her. "Don't worry, Miss Su. Dr. Su is not seriously hurt. He has been treated, and the Empress Dowager was worried about you and didn't want you to be troubled, so she asked me to deliver the decree." Jiang Shi and Qiao Zishi also understood that the Empress Dowager's decree was not because of Bai Mengying, but for Su Mushi. But Su Mushi is just the daughter of a small hospital director. How did she manage to persuade the Empress Dowager? And from her expression, she doesn't seem sad about the divorce. She looks happy instead.
How can that be?
Qiao Zishi, who is very good at hiding things, couldn't believe that the Empress Dowager's decree was for Su Mushi. He quickly asked, "Lu Gonggong, is it true that the Empress Dowager issued this decree because she couldn't bear to see Princess Changlu suffer and ordered Su Mushi to divorce my brother?" Lu Gonggong's expression suddenly changed when he heard this.
How dare you?
Do you think you can guess the Empress Dowager's thoughts? Is that how the Anyang Marquis family teaches their daughter? Jiang Shi hurriedly stepped forward. "Please don't blame him, Gonggong. My daughter is young and curious, but she means no harm. Lu Gonggong snorted coldly, then glanced at Xiao Zmo with a flicker in his eyes, before slowly explaining to Su Muxi. Today, Miss Su came to the palace asking for a divorce decree. Originally, the Empress Dowager planned to issue it in a few days, fearing that Miss Su was acting on impulse and might regret it later. But unexpectedly, after you left today, your father, Dr. Su, also went to see the Empress Dowager, hoping she would issue a decree for you to leave the Marquis of Anyang's house. He even offered the Empress Dowager 100-year-old ginseng. The Empress Dowager then sent the ginseng to the emperor, hoping to discuss the divorce matter with him, since the Marquis of Anyang's son was personally betrothed to Princess Changlu by the emperor himself. However, Princess Changlu, pretending to be the empress, took the ginseng directly away. After learning about this, the Empress Dowager made Princess Changlu kneel in the palace for an hour as a small punishment to teach a big lesson. Unexpectedly, she caused Queen Mother to mistakenly believe that everything was instigated by Dr. Su, which led to Dr. Su injuring her leg. But don't worry, Lady Dowager quickly stepped in and arranged for Dr. Su to be sent home. The Empress Dowager knows you usually don't like to explain yourself to those without good intentions, but she also worries you might suffer some unfair treatment. That's why she hurriedly issued an imperial decree and sent someone to inform you. Old Lu spoke slowly and clearly, his voice strong like reading an imperial order. He told the Qiao family what the Empress Dowager wanted them to know. He wanted them to see how good Su Muxi was and to realize that Bai Menjing was not sincere. Xiao Zixi shook her head in disbelief.
Impossible.
How could Su Muxi ask to leave voluntarily? Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at her coldly.
What?
Miss Qiao thinks I am lying. Or do you believe the Empress Dowager's order is a joke? Zhang Shi was about to speak and defend Xiao Zixi, but Lu sneered mockingly.
Ha!
Miss Qiao is already 18. Many young ladies in the capital are married by this age. Since Su Muxi's face has been healed, it's better for her to marry soon, so she won't keep hiding behind the excuse of being young and spout foolish words. Xiao Zixi was both ashamed and angry at Lu's words. She didn't care that he was a palace and immediately retorted, I am the daughter of Marquis Anyang, but you are just a worthless who only serves the Empress Dowager. How dare you speak to me like this? Suddenly, Zhang Shi slapped her hard across the face. Mother, you hit me? Xiao Zixi covered her face, in disbelief. She was mocked by an old for being unable to marry, and her mother didn't defend her. But now she even hit her? Zhang Shi scolded sharply, I've been too indulgent with you before, which is why you're so arrogant. Apologize to Lu immediately. Lu coldly responded, Miss Qiao's status is noble. I can't possibly accept her apology. After saying that, he respectfully gestured to Su Muxi. Miss Su, the carriage is waiting outside. The Empress Dowager has ordered me to personally send you back to your home.
Su Muxi nodded, feeling touched.
She was not foolish. She understood that Lu was acting this way because of the Empress Dowager's instructions, giving her support. She bowed deeply to Lu and was about to leave. I didn't expect Xiao Zixi, who can't tell right from wrong, to refuse to speak again. Where are you taking these herbs? They were given to my mother by the Empress Dowager. Old Lu didn't turn his head. Who said these herbs are for Lady Nyang? They are for Dr. Su. Mrs. Jiang watched Su Muxi turn away, feeling a bit regretful, but she quickly pushed aside that feeling. Even if Su Muxi could get close to the Empress Dowager, what would it matter? The Empress Dowager wouldn't treat her like a real granddaughter. But Princess Changlu was different. She was the emperor's niece, the cousin of the second prince. When the second prince ascended the throne, her status would rise too. Only by marrying ZMO could she gain more power and wealth. So, it was good that ZMO and Su Muxi separated, but the way Su Muxi left made her feel uncomfortable. Su Muxi took a few steps, then suddenly turned back and said to Qiao Zimo, who was still kneeling on the ground, There is an imperial decree from the Empress Dowager. The young master probably doesn't think I'm playing hard to get, right? Take your time writing the divorce letter. I will come to pick it up tomorrow morning. Xiao Zimo finally snapped out of his daze. When he looked up at Su Mushi, she had already turned around and was walking quickly toward the door. Xiao Zishi stomped angrily. Brother, you should have divorced Su Mushi long ago. Now look at her, using some dirty tricks to get close to the Empress Dowager. She's so arrogant. Mrs. Jiang nodded, agreeing strongly with Xiao Zishi. If they had divorced Su Mushi earlier, she wouldn't feel so uncomfortable now. Of course, they also wouldn't have been humiliated by an old. Thinking of this, Mrs. Jiang started to blame Xiao Zimo. She turned her head and saw that Xiao Zimo was still kneeling on the ground. Everyone has left. Why are you still kneeling? Are you still reluctant to part with Su Mushi? Xiao Zimo looked toward the door, and the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. Reluctant?
How could that be?
The person he loved from the beginning to the end was Ying. Su Mushi wasn't worth him being reluctant. He used his strength to try to stand up, but the numbness in his legs was worse than before. Just as he was about to rise, his legs suddenly gave out, causing him to fall to the ground. Young master, are you okay? The servants hurried over to help. Mrs. Jiang and Xiao Zishi, who had been about to return to the back courtyard, were also frightened by Xiao Zimo suddenly collapsing. Xiao Zishi's first reaction was, it must be Su Mushi's fault. It has to be her. Jiang also believed that Su Mushi was behind everything, but the most urgent matter was to call a doctor. Her son's leg had finally healed, and it couldn't have any more problems, or it might cause trouble with the marriage to Princess Changlo. So she hurriedly ordered her servants, quickly go and summon a doctor. Xiao Zimo was carried onto the bed by servants. As he touched his numb legs, he felt a strange fear. Would he become disabled again? No, he wouldn't. It must not happen. Since Su Mushi could cure him, other doctors could definitely do the same. But after thinking about what Su Han had said earlier, he felt uncertain again. Su Mushi, who had left, didn't know Xiao Zimo's current situation. Even if she did, she wouldn't turn back. Because now she owed the Qiao family nothing and was no longer connected to the Anyang Marquis house. At this moment, she was simply Su Mushi, the awakened daughter. Father. Seeing Su Xing lying on the bed, Su Mushi called out softly, but then choked with emotion, unable to speak. She hadn't cried when others insulted or bullied her, nor had she cried when she was wronged in the Qiao family. But after seeing Su Xing's condition, tears, like large beads, uncontrollably streamed down her face. Under the candlelight, Su Xing's face showed no trace of color. His legs were wrapped in thick bandages, with faint bloodstains visible. What had the Empress done to her father? Su Xing's thin face showed a hint of joy upon seeing Su Mushi.
Don't cry, Sheer. Dad is fine.
It's just some superficial injuries. They'll heal in a couple of days. Su Mushi roughly wiped away her tears with her sleeve, saying nothing. Instead, she reached out and untied the bandages on Su Xing's knees. After seeing the wound, she could roughly guess how it happened. The Empress had made her father kneel on broken porcelain shards. As a mother of a nation, she was torturing people without distinction or mercy. Perhaps, in the Empress's eyes, people of their low status weren't even considered human. Su Mushi tried to suppress her anger, swallowing the sourness in her nose. She softly said, "Father, I will rebandage your wound." Su Xing nodded with a smile, then hesitated. Sheer, has the Empress Dowager issued the decree for divorce?
Yes, she has.
Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Anyang Marquis house to get the divorce papers and move my belongings. After saying this, Su Mushi saw guilt on Su Xing's face and suddenly smiled. Father, why do you look like that? It's a good thing that I am regaining my freedom. But Su Xing sighed heavily, and the guilt on his face deepened.
Sigh.
It's the father who has been a burden on you. If you weren't trying to repay your father's kindness, you wouldn't have agreed to marry into the Anyang Marquis family, and you wouldn't be in this situation now. I know my daughter best. If it weren't for wanting to repay kindness, she would never marry into the Anyang Marquis family. People chase after status and reputation, but my daughter doesn't care. She isn't impressed by tall, talented, handsome young men. All my daughter wants is a man who doesn't care about her looks and truly cares for her. I thought that after spending 3 years with Xiao Zimo, she would see his good qualities. But in the end, Xiao Zimo is not the right person for her. While talking, Su Muxi had already bandaged Su Xing's wound again, smiling casually. Father, I am fine now. I have repaid the Marquis of Anyang's kindness and have stayed at the Qiao family for 3 years without paying a thing. Now, I am leaving completely unharmed. So, you shouldn't say I am a burden anymore. If you really feel guilty about my daughter, you should leave the Imperial Hospital and spend more time with her. From this, we can see that both the Empress and Bai Menjing are narrow-minded. If father continues working in the palace, he might face trouble from the Empress again someday, so it's better to leave. Father, ever since you became a royal doctor, our Shan Ci Hall has no longer had a resident doctor. Shan Ci Hall is a shop left by mother. Let's work together to run it well and help more people, shall we? After saying this, she quietly added with a threatening tone, if you don't agree, then I will have to step out and become a resident doctor myself. Nonsense. How can a woman become a resident doctor? Your father agrees. Su Xing was not the kind of stubborn person, and he highly approved of Su Muxi's medical skills. But he was reluctant to see his daughter be criticized by others. Even though she had never done anything wrong to anyone, people still harbored ill toward her. All because of the red birthmark on her left cheek. Thinking of this, Su Xing looked at the birthmark on Su Muxi's face and murmured, "Does she blame me? If it weren't for me, perhaps the son of the Marquis of Anyang wouldn't treat you this way." Hearing this, Su Muxi was stunned for a moment, but she quickly understood what Su Xing meant. She instinctively reached up and touched the birthmark on her face. The birthmark was not smooth. It had uneven, bumpy textures, making it look more ugly compared to ordinary birthmarks. But Su Muxi shook her head indifferently. "How could I blame you, father? I know you are doing this for my own good. Most men in the world only look at appearances, and only this way can they tell a good person from a bad one. Moreover, the daughter also likes this birthmark very much, which makes her feel safer walking at night." Su Xing was amused by Su Muxi's last words, saying, "Nonsense. I'm not a night watchman. Why would I walk at night?" The atmosphere in the Su residence became more warm and happy, but the Anyang Marquis's house was in chaos. After leaving the Anyang Marquis's house in the afternoon, Su Hanji was called back by the household servants. Surprisingly, the Marquis's heir, who only had some leg numbness, couldn't stand up after just a few hours. "Dr. Su, how is my son's leg? When will he recover?" Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but urge when Su Hanji didn't speak for a long time. Su Hanji sighed inwardly, unable to find the cause of the illness, so how could he treat it? After thinking for a long time, he finally said, "The heir's leg still is feeling. The problem shouldn't be serious. But I haven't yet figured out the cause of his illness, so I don't know where to start with treatment." Then he requested to see Su Muxi again. "Would it be possible for me to see the heir's wife? If I could understand how she has been treating his leg these past 3 years, maybe I could find the cause and a way to cure it." When these words were spoken, everyone in the room changed their expressions. Qiao Zixi looked at Su Hanji with a sneer. "Someone like you dares to call himself a divine doctor? Get out quickly. Don't expect to get a single copper coin for your consultation. This time, Mrs. Zhang didn't scold Qiao Zixi. Instead, she coldly said, "Qiao Hui, see the guest out." Su Hanji was just a doctor, and an unimportant one at that. Since his medical skills were poor, someone else could do it. Angered by the attitude of the Qiao family, Su Hanji's face turned red. Before Qiao Hui could send him away, he angrily turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. It seemed that the heir's wife had had a dispute with the Qiao family, or she wouldn't have shown up now. Although doctors are compassionate, Su Hanji's only thought at this moment was, "Serves Qiao Zmo right." After Su Hanji left, Mrs. Zhang quickly sent someone to invite the imperial doctor. Qiao Zixi saw this and hurriedly said, "Mother, I will go personally to see the princess's sister-in-law. But she heard Mrs. Jiang and Xiao Zmo speak at the same time. Absolutely not. No way. Xiao Zi, she was confused. Why not? If mother goes to invite the imperial doctor, only those not on duty can come. But if the princess's sister-in-law shows up, even the current chief of the imperial medical office will come to treat my brother. Seeing the smug look on Xiao Zishi's face, Mrs. Jiang almost wanted to slap her again. How could she have such a foolish daughter? Your brother's leg still isn't fully healed. If the princess finds out, the marriage might be in trouble. So, until your brother's leg is better, you must stay quietly at the house and not go anywhere. Mrs. Jiang scolded sternly, but Xiao Zishi looked unconvinced. The princess is very loyal to her brother. How could their marriage change? Mrs. Jiang sneered. Loyal? Loyalty that makes her marry someone else? Xiao Zishi was annoyed. The princess was driven away because of her brother. Otherwise, even if her brother couldn't stand up for the rest of his life, she would still marry him without hesitation. Naive. If she truly loved him deeply, how could she be driven away by a few words? King Jing is handsome and charming. How do you know Bai Menjing didn't willingly marry into Ganzhou? If she was just sad and wanted to leave, why marry King Jing instead of someone else? Mrs. Jiang finished angrily, then noticed Xiao Zimo's strange expression and quickly changed her tone. Of course, these are just my wild guesses, not certain. But people's hearts are hard to read, so it's better to be cautious. Also, not telling the princess is for her own good, to prevent her from worrying. Xiao Zimo didn't want to tell Bai Menjing about his current situation, mainly to avoid worrying her. But after hearing Mrs. Zhang's words, he started to hesitate. Back then, when Yingying married far away to Ganzhou, was it really just because of those harsh words he said? 3 years ago, when King Jing left the capital, Yingying personally saw him off at the city gate.
He was jealous about that.
Less than a month after King Jing left, he broke his leg. Then the emperor arranged a marriage, and Yingying went far away to Ganzhou. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Xiao Zimo dared not think further or continue to maliciously speculate about Bai Menjing. In his heart, Bai Menjing was the most beautiful woman in the world. He believed that even if he could never stand again in this life, Yingying wouldn't leave him. This time, he wouldn't let Yingying down nor give up on himself. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with Yingying. The next day, Su Mushi woke up early. Although she went to bed late last night, she felt refreshed upon waking. Seeing the table filled with food, Su Mushi couldn't help but be surprised and asked Bai Ji, who was setting the bowls and chopsticks, why so many dishes? There are only 6 of us. Will we finish everything? The people in the Su household were quite simple. Besides Su Xing and Su Mushi, there was only maid Bai Ji and the family of Zhong Chongqing. Zhong Chongqing had been serving beside Su Xing since he was young. Later, he married Cui Ping, a maidservant of Su Mushi's mother, Lu. They had a son named Zhongbin. Zhongbin is 17, the same age as Bai Ji. Usually, when Su Xing goes out, Zhongbin is the one who follows him, and he has also learned some medical skills from Su Xing. The Su household is managed by Zhong Chongqing and his wife. There are few servants in the Su house, not because Su Xing is unwilling to spend money, but because he doesn't like crowds. He thinks too many people cause noise and trouble. When they really need extra help, they just hire temporary workers. Bai Ji saw Su Mushi approaching with a big smile. Before she could speak, Zhongbin came in carrying a large basin of buns. Miss, Bai Ji says the food at the Anyang Marquis's house is worse than pig feed. Now that you're back home, you should eat more. Su Mushi looked at Bai Ji with a smile. Worse than pig feed? Bai Ji pouted. I'm not lying. Last night's dinner was just a plate of boiled greens and 2 steamed buns. Even pigs in big households eat better than us. Aunt Zhong brought in a bowl of steamed meat and heard Bai Ji's words. She was angry and said, I tell you, that Xiao family is worse than pigs. Miss has done them a great favor, but they turn their backs on us. If heaven is fair, that useless heir should be crippled again, maybe for life, so he can't stand up anymore. Hearing this, Zhong Chongqing quickly closed the dining room door and whispered to Aunt Zhong, who looked furious. Be quieter. It's just in your heart. If you say it loudly, and someone with bad intentions hears, it could cause trouble for the young lady and master. But there's no one here, and the Qiao family has already done such ungrateful things. Why should I hold back? Aunt Zhong's face was still full of anger, but she lowered her voice on purpose, clearly listening to what Zhong Chongqing was saying afterward, afraid of causing trouble for the master and young lady. All right, Aunt Zhong. The Empress Dowager has already issued an order for me to divorce Qiao Zimo. Once I go to the young Marquis's house to get the divorce papers, I'll have nothing to do with them. There's no need to be angry at people who are not involved. Living our own good life is what matters most. Su Muxi's eyes curved into a gentle smile, feeling warm inside. Taking a deep breath and smelling the delicious aroma from the table, she exaggeratedly said, Aunt Zhong's cooking is still so good. This food smells so nice. I'm drooling already. Then she couldn't help but sigh happily. It's really good to be home. Aunt Zhong saw Su Muxi smile and also smiled. Miss, please eat more. Tell me what you want to eat, and I promise to make up for the weight you've lost over these 3 years. However, before Su Muxi could taste the food, the door was suddenly slammed open from outside. Zhong Chongqing frowned. Miss, you eat first. I'll go see what's happening. Su Muxi had a bad feeling and hesitated for a moment before walking toward the door. As Zhong Chongqing unlocked the door, it was pushed open forcefully from outside. A group of servants stormed in. Who are you? But as he asked, he quickly realized the answer. Because behind the crowd, he saw the face of Qiao Zixi. Even though he knew they were from the Anyang Marquis's house, Zhong Chongqing was not afraid. He casually grabbed a broom nearby, ready to chase the intruders away. Unexpectedly, one of the leading servants kicked him to the ground first. You old fool! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of our miss? I think it's you who are the arrogant ones. Su Muxi shouted angrily and quickly stepped in front of Zhong Chongqing, blocking him behind her. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Bin hurried out and saw his father being kicked to the ground. His eyes instantly filled with tears. Father, are you okay? Zhong Bin helped Zhong Chongqing up, checking if he was hurt. But Zhong Chongqing pushed him away.
I'm fine.
Protect the miss. Hearing this, Zhong Bin picked up the broom from the ground and took a few steps forward. His thin body now looked like a wall, standing in front of Su Muxi. Qiao Zixi looked at Zhong's father and son protecting her with disdain. Where did this mad dog come from? Break the girl's leg first, then tie up Su Muxi for me. Zhong Bin and Zhong Chongqing both stepped forward to protect Su Muxi. Though they looked frightened, they showed no fear. But Su Muxi did not hide behind them. Instead, she stepped forward to face Qiao Zixi directly. Qiao Zixi, are you crazy? Qi state has laws. Qiao Zixi's cute face was now full of anger. Hearing Su Muxi's words, she seemed to be hearing a huge joke. She looked at the Zhong father and son with a sneer. Just 2 servants. I don't want their lives, only to break their legs. If they hold grudges, they can blame you, their master.
Sumu 11 frowned.
I have never done anything to wrong the Qiao family. Now that the Empress Dowager has ordered us to separate, what's wrong with that? Qiao Zixi, don't be too unreasonable. Qiao Zixi's face twisted with anger, looking as if she wanted to eat Su Muxi. Because she was so furious, her voice also changed. Too unreasonable? You're the one being too unreasonable. Su Muxi, how can you be so cruel? Tell me, what exactly have you done to my brother? Hearing this, Su Muxi was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood the reason. Did Qiao Zimo's leg have a problem? She didn't expect it to happen so quickly. But it had nothing to do with her. I only took care of your brother for 3 years, helping him go from being unable to stand to standing again. As for everything else, since I separated from him, I have nothing to do with him. If you think I did something cruel, you can report me at the Jingzhou government office. But breaking into someone's home and trying to attack people, that's just you, Qiao Zixi, acting arrogantly and ignoring the law. Xiao Zixi didn't listen to Su Muxi at all. Instead, she looked at Bai Ji, Zhong Shen, and the limping Su Xing who came out of the house, then ordered the servants, "What are you all waiting for? Besides Su Muxi, don't let any other members of the Su family go. Break their legs." Then she looked at Su Muxi and sneered, "As for the law?
Ha!
Only weak people rely on the law." Su Muxi didn't expect Xiao Zixi to be so arrogant. There were many people with her, and if they really fought, they would definitely suffer a loss. Just as she was about to call for the Empress Dowager, hoping to stop her opponent, a deep, powerful male voice came from the doorway. "How dare! All the people of Qi must obey the laws of Qi. I want to see who dares to act so wildly." Xiao Zixi turned to look at the speaker. An elegant man in his 50s, walking in with a calm demeanor, appeared. Although he looked refined, his simple clothing made Xiao Zixi feel contempt. She coldly said to him, "Who are you?
Stay out of this. Leave now."
Today, Xie was resting. He had originally gone to enjoy tea with a friend. Unexpectedly, when his carriage reached the gate of the Su residence, he was blocked by curious townspeople. After hearing their gossip about bullying the weak and reporting to the officials, Xie got out of the carriage to see what was happening. I didn't expect to hear such arrogant words from Xiao Zixi as soon as I arrived at the Su family gate. As the imperial censor, responsible for inspecting officials and upholding the law, he naturally had to intervene when he heard such lawless remarks. However, just as he was about to reveal his identity, he froze upon seeing Su Muxi's face. Xiao Zixi saw that the other person was silent and smugly lifted his chin. He was about to order the servant to drive the person away when Su Xing suddenly spoke. "Thank you, imperial censor. Please help my family." An imperial censor? Xiao Zixi looked carefully at the speaker. The salary of an imperial censor was not high, and they were usually honest and plain in appearance. Was this person really an imperial censor? But so what if he was? She was right. He probably just said the wrong thing. Xie was brought back to his senses by Su Xing's words. He looked away from Su Muxi and returned to his usual serious expression.
"Shuyuanpan?"
What has happened? Xie had previously asked Su Xing to treat his mother, so they knew each other. Seeing Su Xing in such a disheveled state, he hurried forward to ask with concern. Xiao Zixi quickly interrupted, taking the lead. "Imperial censor, I am Xiao Zixi, the daughter of the Anyang Marquis. The Su family is treacherous and extremely malicious, especially Su Muxi, who is jealous and cunning. When she saw my brother was going to marry Princess Changlo, she secretly caused trouble, making my brother bedridden and unable to move. Since you are an imperial censor, please help my brother and punish these people from the Su family." Regarding the marriage of the heir of the Anyang Marquis, Xie had heard some rumors. His wife had taken care of him for 3 years, yet now she was about to marry someone else. It wasn't exactly ungrateful, but it made Xie feel ashamed. He looked again at Su Muxi, his eyes dark and unreadable. His throat moved, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Miss Su, is what Miss Qiao just said true?" Su Muxi would never accept such slander without reason. She first bowed to Xie and then explained, "Your Excellency, please see clearly. I, a humble girl, believe that the heir of the Anyang Marquis and Princess Changlo are in love. I willingly support their union. Last night, I received an imperial edict from the Empress Dowager to part ways with the heir of the Marquis and have no more relations with the Marquis's household. I did not cause trouble secretly, nor do I understand why Miss Qiao suddenly barged into my home and said such words." Xiao Zixi saw Su Muxi pretending to be innocent and pointed at her. "Su Muxi, stop pretending. If it weren't for your tricks, how could my brother suddenly lose the ability to move his legs? My mother has already called several imperial doctors to treat him, but they can't find the cause. It must be that you are unwilling and have done something to my brother's legs." Su Muxi behaved confidently, speaking politely but without arrogance, causing Xie to nod slightly. However, upon hearing Xiao Zixi speak, he instinctively frowned. How could the Marquis of Anyang raise such a spoiled daughter? Even common street women are better than this Qiao Zishi. Miss Qiao, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Xieqi asked in a serious tone. Qiao Zishi confidently replied, what evidence do I need? As soon as Su Muxi left, my brother couldn't get up. The doctors couldn't find a reason either. If it wasn't Su Muxi causing trouble, then who else could it be? Nonsense. You have no proof but dare to break into someone's home and ignore the law. Is this how the Marquis of Anyang teaches his daughter? Relying on his official rank, he allows his daughter to act so wildly. I will report this to the emperor tomorrow during court. Xieqi was clearly angry at Qiao Zishi's arrogant attitude. Since becoming an official, he had dedicated himself to fighting corruption and disliked bullies who abused their power. Today's matter could not be ignored lightly. Su Muxi looked at Qiao Zishi with a cold smile, sneering as she said, Miss Qiao, of course you have no proof. Otherwise, today you wouldn't be here at my house but at the Jingzhou court. Her words made Xieqi even angrier. But Qiao Zishi did not continue to target Su Muxi as she usually did. Instead, she looked at Xieqi with a sad expression. Inspector Xie, this has nothing to do with my father. I was just so angry seeing my brother lying in bed that I came to find Su Muxi to settle the score. Please don't involve my father. After saying this, she suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly added, Inspector Xie, you should come to my house and see for yourself. Dr. Li and Dr. Wang are there. They can testify that my brother's leg was caused by Su Muxi. She then glanced at Su Muxi with a sharp look, asking, or are you and Su Xing friends? Are you trying to help him on purpose by accusing my father? Xieqi was furious, his face turning red, feeling a little dizzy. He took a few deep breaths before finally finding his voice. Fine. I will go to the Marquis of Anyang's residence to see what's going on. If the prince's leg was truly caused by Su Muxi, I will make justice for him. If not, I will make sure the emperor knows how the Marquis of Anyang teaches his children. Seeing the situation, Su Muxi hurriedly said, I kindly ask to go with Lord Xie to the Anyang Marquis's residence so I can explain myself and avoid being unfairly accused or slandered, which might also involve you, sir. Having a direct confrontation would be the best. So, Xieqi immediately nodded and said, all right, you go with me to the Anyang Marquis's residence. Seeing Xieqi agree, Su Muxi turned to look at Su Xing. When she saw the fresh blood on Su Xing's knee, her eyes slightly reddened. Holding back her tears, she smiled faintly, Father, I will come back home. Then she looked at her hand with the scratch, and worriedly, Zhong Chongqing said, Uncle Zhong, please take good care of my father. In the end, Su Muxi only took Bai Ji with her to the Anyang Marquis's residence. Although she believed she was in the right, people tend to sympathize with the weak. They were just two young women, and if anything really happened, Xieqi would definitely step in to help. And indeed, when Xieqi saw that only a maid was accompanying Su Muxi, he invited them onto his carriage. Inside the carriage, perhaps it was Su Muxi's imagination, but she felt Xieqi was secretly observing her. She was sitting on Xieqi's left side, and he could see her unmarked right cheek. Could it be that Xieqi was attracted to her appearance? Thinking of this, Su Muxi casually turned her head to Xieqi, revealing the red birthmark on her left cheek. Today, I am very grateful to Lord Xie, otherwise, my family would have faced disaster. Su Muxi clearly saw that after noticing her birthmark, Xieqi's eyes flashed with a brief disappointment. Xieqi awkwardly cleared his throat and then said firmly, It's too early to say that. If the son of the Anyang Marquis truly has something to do with your leg, I will personally take you to the Jingzhou government office. Su Muxi showed no panic on her face. She simply nodded with a smile and said nothing more. She felt no guilt towards the Qiao family. If Qiao Zishi caused trouble, only the Anyang Marquis's residence would be embarrassed. Meanwhile, inside the Marquis's residence, Qiao Zimo was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, still unable to believe he had become disabled again. Mrs. Jiang hadn't slept all night, her face full of worry. But she patiently comforted Qiao Zimo. Son, don't worry. Dr. Li and Dr. Wang are discussing your condition. Maybe soon they will find the cause and cure you. They also said that your leg doesn't feel completely numb anymore, and you feel a tingling sensation, which means it's not serious. Perhaps you're just tired, and it will heal on its own by tomorrow. Zimo is the future of the Qiao family. He must not become a useless person. I thought it was just some minor problems, but it turns out that even two top doctors cannot find the cause. Could it really be Su Mushi causing trouble? Although family matters should not be shared outside, since it concerns my son's leg, Mrs. Jiang had to share her suspicions and the opinions of the two doctors. Dr. Li, Dr. Wang, do you think my son might have been poisoned? Dr. Li frowned.
Poisoned?
But has the heir to the throne eaten anything suspicious? Mrs. Jiang shook her head. No, but my former daughter-in-law, Su Mushi. You probably know her. She has some medical knowledge. I fear she is jealous of my son wanting to marry Princess Chanlo and secretly poisoned him. To be honest, last night, after Su Mushi left the Marquis's residence, my son's leg couldn't move. How could such a coincidence happen? It must be Su Mushi's doing. Upon hearing this, Zimo clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Is it really Su Mushi causing all this? For some reason, he hopes it is truly Su Mushi. If so, he wouldn't owe her anything anymore and could openly criticize her. After Mrs. Jiang finished speaking, Doctors Li and Wang exchanged glances, both showing puzzled expressions. The heir's wife poisoned him? But they hadn't noticed any signs of poisoning on Zimo. Just as they were about to examine Zimo again, they heard a voice outside the door. Mother, I brought that wicked woman, Su Mushi. As soon as the words were spoken, Qiao Zishi pushed the door open and entered. Mrs. Jiang was stunned. Didn't I tell you not to go out? But then she thought it might be good to bring Su Mushi here. If Su Mushi really was causing trouble, let her quickly help her son detox. If not, she could also have Su Mushi treat her son. Since Su Mushi had once cured her son, she could do it again. However, when Mrs. Jiang saw the man coming in with Su Mushi, she forgot everything else and hurriedly asked, Master Xia, why are you here? Servants, prepare tea for Master Xia. Mrs. Jiang had met Xia Qi before and didn't expect him to come directly into the house. Having the censor come knocking was never a good sign, especially since Xia Qi was the chief censor, the head of all censors. Seeing the proud look on her daughter's face, Mrs. Jiang had a strange premonition that something was not right. Xiao Zimo heard the noise and turned his head toward the door. However, he did not look at Xia Qi but instead focused on Su Mushi. Today, Su Mushi wore a light yellow long dress, which made her skin look even whiter. She was standing sideways at the door, only showing her right half of her face, which made Xiao Zimo feel a bit mesmerized. Su Mushi's elegant eyebrows curved gently, and her fox-like eyes should have been captivating, but they were clear and pure inside. Her small, delicate nose was straight, and her tender lips looked like flower petals, making people want to get closer and taste her. But in the next moment, when Su Mushi turned around and revealed the other half of her face, her stunning beauty instantly disappeared, leaving only ugliness. Qiao Zimo had always known that Su Mushi's features were very beautiful, but for the first time, he had a strange thought in his heart. If Su Mushi's face didn't have a birthmark, would he still dislike her? Would he still leave her and divorce? Xia Qi waved his sleeve and said in a deep voice, I am not here to drink tea at the Marquis residence. Miss Qiao went to the Su family to cause trouble, was caught by me, and then said I was biased toward the Su family. That's why I brought myself here to see the Marquis residence. Mrs. Jiang glared fiercely at Qiao Zishi, then slightly flattered herself and said to Xia Qi, My daughter is young and naive. She only spoke out of anger after seeing her brother being schemed against. Please don't take it to heart, Lord Xia. Su Mushi snorted at the right moment, Miss Qiao is only 18 years old, but her mind seems to be like that of an 8-year-old. Why does she always use her youth and naivety as an excuse?
What?
Being young and ignorant means you can break into someone else's house at will? Being young and ignorant means you can have servants break someone's leg? And calling someone a contemptible person, who are you calling that? Is this how the Marquis of Anyang's household teaches their children? To treat their benefactor, who restored their appearance so badly? Xiao Zishi angrily pointed at Su Mushi, about to speak, but Su Mushi sharply interrupted. Shut up. Afterward, she looked at Mrs. Jiang and asked, what does the Marquis of Anyang's wife mean by her words just now? Is she implying that the Marquis of Anyang's son was schemed against, which is why he's like this? Is there any evidence? If not, and she's just talking nonsense, is that how the Marquis of Anyang's wife is supposed to behave? Previously, she was Qiao Zimo's wife, and Mrs. Jiang was her mother-in-law. She couldn't show too much anger, or she might be criticized. But now that she was no longer connected to the Marquis of Anyang's residence, and the people there had insulted her and her family, she no longer needed to endure. Xiachi looked coldly and spoke. Miss Jiao says that Dr. Li and Dr. Wang can testify that the reason the heir of Anyang Marquis' son can't move his leg is all Miss Su's fault. Do the two doctors have any proof? Dr. Li and Dr. Wang waved their hands, indicating they had no evidence and never said that Miss Su Mushi was related to the leg issue. Qiao Zishi was not convinced. If you can't find the reason my brother can't stand up, isn't that proof enough? You're doctors, and Miss Su Mushi is just someone. Are your medical skills worse than hers? Moreover, she was just expelled from the Marquis' residence, and then my brother had an accident. It's not her fault. Who else could it be? Bai Ji angrily took out the Empress Dowager's imperial decree, holding it up in her hand. Looking at Qiao Zishi with resentment, she said, You are talking nonsense. Our young lady asked the Empress Dowager for a divorce decree herself. It wasn't because you drove her out. Do you think the Marquis' residence is some kind of fairyland where everyone wants to stay forever? She then sneered again, haha. Maybe no one would believe it when I say this, but as the wife of the heir of Anyang Marquis, she only gets a plate of boiled greens and 2 steamed buns for dinner. If you were my young lady, not only would you be targeted by your sister-in-law all day, but your husband and mother-in-law would also dislike you. And the worst part is, you wouldn't even get good food. Would you still refuse to leave? Seeing Bai Ji so angry, Su Mushi couldn't help but feel amused. She had only eaten boiled vegetables and buns for a day, yet this girl kept remembering. It seemed she couldn't treat Bai Ji too harshly in the future. Hearing Bai Ji's words, not only Xieqi and the 2 doctors showed expressions of disbelief, but even Xiao Zimo, lying on the bed, was surprised and said, Mother, you really only give Su Mushi boiled vegetables and buns? Jiang sure looked embarrassed, unsure of what to say. She just wanted to give Su Mushi a lesson, to let her know who the real mistress of the house was, especially since Su Mushi had previously disrespected her. Unexpectedly, this was all said out loud by a maid in front of everyone. Su Mushi heard Qiao Zimo speak, then turned her gaze back to him. Marquis' wife and my sister-in-law both think that I caused your leg trouble. What does the heir think? Does he also believe I did it? Seeing the sarcasm in Su Mushi's eyes, Qiao Zimo felt ashamed. She opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, but Su Mushi continued, Qiao Zimo, that day you went hunting, did I tell you that your leg was just right and not suitable for riding? Otherwise, it might trigger old injuries. Qiao Zimo remained silent. At that time, he only thought Su Mushi was jealous because he learned that Ying was also hunting, and he used his leg injury to threaten him, preventing him from going. Because of this, he even said some harsh words to Su Mushi. Seeing Qiao Zimo's stunned expression, Su Mushi smirked coldly and continued, and, have I told you that you need to soak your feet and get back and leg massages every day? I don't know if you've been massaged, but there's no foot bath. Could it be that you saw me lock the medicinal herbs in the pharmacy and didn't want to buy medicine from the outside shop? If that's the case, then I can only say that the young master's current situation is truly his own fault. Qiao Zimo was speechless. It turns out that the things Su Mushi said earlier were not exaggerated. He was really suffering the consequences of his own actions. Actually, on the day he returned from hunting, he planned to follow Su Mushi's advice and have a foot bath and massage. But in the past 2 days, so many things happened, and he also thought Su Mushi was unhappy about the marriage to Ping, so he didn't take her words seriously. Plus, usually Su Mushi took care of these things herself, and since she hadn't come to his courtyard these days, he didn't pay much attention. But who would have thought that just 2 days later, his leg would be unable to stand? If Su Mushi had still come to his courtyard as usual to give him a foot bath and massage, he probably would have driven her way back then. So, Su Mushi was right. His current state was truly his own fault. Xiao Zishi saw Qiao Zimo silent and thought he was just angry, so she shouted angrily, "Su Mushi, enough. My brother is your husband. How can you say such cruel words to your husband? I think my brother's leg is caused by you. Stop making excuses." But Su Mushi smiled gently.
Ha ha ha.
Miss Qiao is not only young but also forgetful. My brother and I are already divorced. He is no longer my husband, so it's better not to try to interfere. Also, if you're so sure I caused this, Miss Qiao, please provide proof. Otherwise, it's just slander. Xie saw this and understood everything. This matter was completely a wild guess by the Qiao family. It was truly lawless. Miss Qiao, do you have anything else to say? Do you think I am biased? Qiao Zishi looked at Jiang Shi in confusion, feeling wronged, and whispered, "Mother, what should we do now? He wants to report my father. I just hope my brother is safe, so I want to find Su Mushi." "Mother." Mrs. Jiang heard that Xie wanted to report Qiao Shuyuan. After a moment of thought, she slapped Qiao Zishi. "Didn't I tell you not to leave the house? Who allowed you to go out freely?" Then she looked at Xie. "Lord Xie, please don't take offense. My daughter is worried and acts impulsively. In the future, I will strictly discipline her. Now, the Marquis is on a patrol at the northern border on the Emperor's orders and hasn't returned to the capital. When he comes back, I will explain this to him and ask him to visit Lord Xie personally to apologize." Xie looked coldly at Mrs. Jiang and Xiao Zishi. Apologizing should be directed to the Su family, not to this official. Miss Qiao entered the Su family without permission and had the servants beat people. She used harsh words and still shows no remorse. The lady of Anyang Marquis said Miss Qiao was acting out of concern, but what about now? Mrs. Jiang, hearing Xieqi's words, hurriedly said to Qiao Zishi, "Quickly apologize to Mu Shi." Then she changed to a gentle look and said to Su Mushi, "Mushi, you know Xieqi's character. She didn't mean to offend. You are generous and sensible. I believe you will forgive her, right? Is she generous and sensible?" Su Mushi used to be, and because she was generous and sensible, Qiao Zishi took advantage, and the Qiao family thought she could be controlled. But now, she is not. At least, she no longer needs to be generous and sensible at Marquis Anyang's house. It seems the lady of Marquis Anyang has a poor memory. My mother passed away over 10 years ago. Whether I forgive Miss Qiao depends on her attitude. From her look, it seems she doesn't need my forgiveness. Su Mushi's tone was sarcastic, making Mrs. Jiang blush. Xiao Zishi touched her cheek where she was hit, full of hatred. She had never been hit before, but now she was beaten twice in 2 days. It's all Su Mushi's fault. If it weren't for Su Mushi, she wouldn't have been beaten in front of everyone. If it weren't for Su Mushi, she wouldn't have offended the official in front of her. Seeing Su Mushi so arrogant and disrespectful to her mother, she wanted to say a few words to scold her. But unexpectedly, Mrs. Jiang whispered to her, "Hurry up and apologize to Mu Shi. Do you want your father to be reported?" Although Mrs. Jiang was angry, she had to hold back because Xieqi was present. She also hoped that Su Mushi would help her son later, so she couldn't afford to turn against her. Although she is now the wife of the Marquis of Anyang, she cannot accept being openly challenged by a little healer girl. She finds it hard to swallow her anger. However, Su Mushi, being powerless and without influence, knows she'll have chances to deal with her in the future, so she is not in a hurry now. Xiao Zishi looks unwilling, but when she thinks of her father, she has no choice but to apologize to Su Mushi.
"Sorry."
Her voice is soft and faint, barely audible. At this moment, Xiao Zishi shows no sign of regret. Instead, she looks as if she wants to eat Su Mushi.
Shumuxi chuckled slightly. "Ha."
"Miss Qiao, do you have a toothache? I can't hear what you're saying." Xiao Zishi glares at Su Mushi with resentment, then glances at Xie beside her. She takes a deep breath and loudly says sorry. But instead of forgiving her, Su Mushi responds with a loud slap.
Slap.
You're hitting me? Xiao Zishi covers her face and immediately tries to hit back. But Su Mushi grabs her wrist, and in the next moment, she receives another slap on her face.
Slap.
After hitting her, Su Mushi coldly releases Xiao Zishi's wrist and says with a cold tone, "That first slap was for Uncle Zhong. The one just now was for my father. As for your apology, I don't accept it. Xiao Zishi, I used to ignore you because I didn't want to bother with you out of respect for the Marquis of Anyang. But now, I won't tolerate you anymore. In the future, you'd better not come to trouble me or my family, or I might secretly cause you trouble. At the very least, I could make your pretty face all messed up. Rest assured, I can do such small things." Xiao Zishi touches her burning face, but after hearing Su Mushi's words, she forces herself to swallow her curses. It seems Su Mushi isn't joking. She has worked hard to restore her appearance and doesn't want her face to be ruined. So she can only temporarily swallow this anger and look for a chance to deal with Su Mushi later. Lying on the bed, Qiao Zimo initially felt some regret about the divorce, but after seeing Su Mushi hit Xiao Zishi, his eyes turned to disgust again. Su Mushi, don't be too arrogant. Xiao Zishi is still young. She only said a few words to you. Do you have to be so unreasonable? After speaking, he glances at Xie, clearly implying something. If Xie hadn't been there, Su Mushi wouldn't be so bold. Xie naturally notices Qiao Zimo's gaze and secretly thinks that the Qiao family members are all the same. Su Mushi stepped forward a few paces, walked to the bed, and looked down at Qiao Zimo. Qiao Zimo, if someone breaks into the Marquis's residence and hurts your family, what would you do? I can tolerate how Qiao Zishi insults me, but she should never hurt my family. If I hadn't just happened to meet Lord Xie today, your sister's people would have broken my family's legs. With such malicious thoughts, and yet you say she's still young? She reached out and held Xiao Zimo's face, saying, "Bring the divorce paper. From now on, we are no longer connected, and we won't see each other again." Xiao Zimo's dark eyes flickered, and he looked at Xiao Zishi. So, Su Mushi's violence was because the Su family members were hurt? His lips moved for a moment before he slowly spoke, "Bring the paper and pen." If this was what Su Mushi wanted, he would fulfill her wish. But at that moment, Jiang suddenly spoke. "There's no rush to sign the divorce paper. Mushi, you should first look at Zimo's leg." Su Mushi didn't turn around but looked at Xiao Zimo with a half smile and said, "It's just a leg that's limping, not deadly. Better to sign the divorce paper first." Su Mushi also handed the same words to Xiao Zimo. This made Xiao Zimo feel deeply ashamed. Last night, he thought Su Xing's injury was just an excuse made by Su Mushi, which is why he said those words. He wanted to explain, but seeing the coldness in Su Mushi's eyes, he swallowed his words of explanation. She probably wouldn't want to hear his explanation anyway. Since that's the case, there's no point in saying more. Quickly get the paper and pen. Su Mushi carefully kept the divorce paper that Xiao Zimo had struggled to write. Finally, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Humph. Su Mushi, as you wish. Now you are completely out of our Marquis's house. Don't regret it later." Xiao Zishi snorted coldly, and Su Mushi responded with a rare smile. "Don't worry, I won't regret it." Jiang, seeing this, glared at Xiao Zishi, then changed to a kind expression and said to Su Mushi, "Mushi, the divorce paper is ready. Shouldn't you also check Zimo's leg?" But Su Mushi laughed and said, "When did I say I would show the Marquis's son my leg?" Zhang's face immediately changed. "Su Mushi, they say a husband and wife share 100 days of kindness. I haven't treated you badly before, and the Marquis treats you like his own daughter. You can't just turn your back on us now." Su Mushi looked calm. "The Marquis has treated me well, I admit. But I've already repaid what I owed. As for the madam, when will you pay back the silver you owe me?" Mrs. Jiang did not expect Su Mushi to suddenly mention the silver money, and she looked embarrassed. Xie asked curiously, "What silver money? Does the Lord Marquis's residence owe you silver?" Since things had already escalated to this point, Su Mushi was not afraid to make the situation bigger. But before Su Mushi could speak, Qiao Zixi ignored Mrs. Jiang's threatening gaze and said again, "Su Mushi, don't think it's impressive just because you took some herbs from your dowry shop. The Marquis's estate doesn't owe you a single coin, but if you're greedily asking for our money, don't blame us for not paying back." He then looked at Xie and said, "Xian Magistrate, I have proof this time. Su Mushi made a fake account book to ask us for silver. There's no way. I've already asked someone to check that account book. Tomorrow morning, I will take it to the capital's office to accuse Su Mushi. Surely you won't say I am ignoring the law now." Xiao Zimo quickly shouted, "Shut up." He tried to struggle to stand, but after exerting effort, his legs still wouldn't move at all. He thought his mother had already returned the silver to Su Mushi, but he didn't expect not only had she not returned it, she also asked his sister to investigate the account book. His mother and sister didn't know how precious the 100-year-old ginseng was, but he did. Thinking of those 3 roots of century-old ginseng, Qiao Zimo felt guilty towards Su Mushi again. He looked deeply at Su Mushi, but she didn't give him a glance. Instead, she took a book from Baiji's hand and handed it to Xie. "Master Xie, I copied 2 copies of the same account book. Please review them." Xie opened the account book and looked through it carefully. The more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. The Qiao family's attitude was truly hateful. They acted high and mighty, yet greedily took advantage of the situation. He closed the account book and returned it to Su Mushi, saying, "Keep this account book. I believe the capital's official will do justice for you." Qiao Zimo hurriedly said, "No need to trouble Master Xie." Then he urged Mrs. Jiang, "Mother, quickly give the silver to Su Mushi. If they really went to the capital's office, it would only bring shame to the entire Marquis's residence." Mrs. Jiang's eyes flickered slightly. "This silver isn't a small amount. I need a couple of days to gather it." She then looked at Su Mushi and said, "Mushi, in a few days I will give you the silver, but Zimo's leg, you can't neglect that." This time, Su Mushi didn't refuse outright. Instead, she said she needed to move her dowry and luggage first. Mrs. Jiang was anxious, but could only agree. Otherwise, what can she do? Now the divorce papers are already prepared, and Xie is present to watch. If she refuses, I worry that Su Mushi will be accused of withholding her dowry again. When Qiao Zixi heard that Su Mushi was moving her dowry, she rolled her eyes openly. "Humph, such behavior. Who do you think is interested in your little belongings?" Xie finally saw through the true nature of the Qiao family and, fearing that Su Mushi, a weak woman, might suffer at Yang Ho's residence, decided to send her off directly. She even asked her attendants to help move with Su Mushi. Su Mushi naturally gratefully accepted. The 2 imperial doctors who had been watching the scene from the side initially wanted to leave quietly. They had seen enough of the lively scene at the Ho's residence and thought it was best to leave quickly to avoid trouble. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Jiang Shi stopped them, but Su Mushi spoke first. "Please come with me, 2 doctors. I have been keeping a journal for the past 3 years, and I would like you to read it." She looked at Qiao Zixi and Jiang Shi before continuing, "After you finish reading, you can also clear my name. Otherwise, some people might still think that the leg injury of the heir of the Yang Ho family was caused by me." After carrying her luggage and dowry out of the Ho residence, Su Mushi still had no intention of treating Qiao Zimo. Jiang Shi, seeing this, no longer held back and showed her true face, just like Qiao Zixi.
"Shomokshi.
I didn't expect your heart to be so wicked. My son appreciates your 3 years of care, which is why he allowed you to marry the Princess Changlu as a secondary wife. But you are ungrateful and did nothing to help my son. With your low status and ugly appearance, I want to see who will want you after you divorce my son." Su Mushi didn't even look back and simply left the Ho residence. She didn't want to waste words anymore. She just wanted to go home quickly to ease her father's worries. Xiachi noticed the calmness on Su Mushi's face and hesitated before asking, since the Qiao family treats you like this, why do you still want to save Qiao Zimo? They probably won't see your good intentions, and even if they do, they won't care. She had casually looked through Su Mushi's journal earlier. It was very detailed, mentioning the medical skills of doctors Li and Wang. After reading it, they should be able to find a way to treat Qiao Zimo. Su Mushi smiled indifferently. How the Qiao family thinks of me doesn't matter. I just need to be true to my conscience. While speaking, she changed to a serious expression and continued, medical logs are not only for doctors to review themselves but also to better share what they've learned and experienced with others. Dr. Li and Dr. Wang are highly skilled, and it is my honor that they can see my medical logs. Since I am a woman, if I talk about how to treat someone with a broken leg, fewer than 1 in 10 would believe me. But if these words come from the 2 doctors, then everyone will trust them completely. As this information spreads from one person to many, more bedridden people will be healed and able to walk on this wide land again. Xiachi, who had served as an official for many years, admired only a few people. Just now, unexpectedly, he genuinely felt admiration for Su Mushi in his heart. Miss Su truly has noble character. If you ever need help in the future, just come to the Xie residence. Su Mushi naturally would not refuse Xiachi's kindness. In the capital, having a high-ranking official as a supporter could give her great protection. Thank you very much, sir. Su Mushi bowed deeply to Xiachi, then politely added, if any of your family members need medical care, please feel free to come to me at any time. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo was shocked to see a large box of logs brought in by the servants. These are all written by Miss Su Mushi over the past 3 years? Dr. Li nodded, noticing that Jiang Shi and Qiao Zishi were not present. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but say to Qiao Zimo, young master, don't blame me for speaking out. Actually, Miss Su's actions are a way of secretly helping you heal. I've briefly looked through these logs. They clearly record your symptoms and treatments and list many cases and folk remedies. Even though I haven't personally seen how Miss Su has cared for you over these 3 years, it's obvious from her writings that she has put a lot of effort into treating your leg. Dr. Wang also chimed in, yes. Medical logs are like treasures for us doctors, and Miss Su didn't hesitate to share hers with us. Although she says she wants us to review her logs to clear her name, she's actually telling us how to treat your leg. Since they had a good relationship with Su Xing back at the Imperial Hospital, they couldn't stand to see her daughter being falsely accused and slandered by the Qiao family. Talking about Su Mushi like this is just to help Qiao Zimo understand the truth and not hold a grudge against Su Mushi. But after hearing their words, Qiao Zimo couldn't help but think more deeply. Maybe Su Mushi didn't actually hate him as she seemed to. If she truly had no feelings for him, why would she do so much for him? Just then, Qiao Zishi ran in happily from outside, startling Dr. Li and Dr. Wang so much that they both fell silent. Qiao Zishi didn't notice their surprised expressions and said with a smile, brother, the princess consort is here. When Qiao Zimo heard Bai Mengying was coming, his heart trembled slightly. He instinctively looked at the large box of logs, his eyes dark and unclear. Sheer, I need to use the toilet. Can you go out first? Qiao Zishi's face turned slightly red. Then I will go greet the princess consort. He hurriedly left. The 2 doctors also wanted to go out but were called back by Qiao Zimo. Today, Bai Mengying wore a white dress, making her look almost like a fairy, but her pale lips clearly showed her illness. Princess consort, are you sick? Why are your lips so pale? Qiao Zishi, who usually was harsh and arrogant towards Su Mushi, now looked at Bai Mengying with concern and affection. Bai Mengying showed a weak smile. It's nothing. How is your brother? I heard the news and came quickly. To help Qiao Zimo get more time to use the toilet, Qiao Zishi told her about the Empress Dowager's decree yesterday and the fact that Su Mushi had come earlier today. I think it was Su Mushi's doing. Sadly, I have no proof. If only that censor hadn't interfered, I could have tied her up. Then she wouldn't dare to refuse treatment for my brother's leg. Hearing this, Bai Mengying's eyes flickered. Then she introduced Qiao Zixi to someone. By the way, this is the chief physician from the Imperial Medical Office, Sun Yuan. His medical skills are excellent, and he should be able to cure Zimo's leg. Qiao Zixi finally noticed the man behind Bai Mengying. Sun Shan wore a gray robe, with white hair and beard, looking like a wise and gentle immortal. Just seeing him made people feel at ease. I am Sun Yuan, Chief Physician of the Imperial Medical Office. Greetings, Miss Qiao. Qiao Zixi smiled and bowed. That's great. With Sun Yuan here, my brother's leg will surely get better. I told you so. We should have asked the princess consort for help last night. If we had invited Sun Yuan earlier, my brother's leg would have healed already, and we wouldn't have to worry about Su Mushi's attitude. Perhaps we can find evidence that Su Mushi was causing trouble and get her sent to prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Mrs. Jiang came over and looked very happy when she saw Sun Shan. But after Sun Shan examined Qiao Zimo's leg, Mrs. Jiang's mood sank again. Dr. Sun, how is my son's leg? Is there any way to cure it? Sun Shan's assessment was similar to other doctors. After checking Qiao Zimo's leg, he just shook his head and thought deeply. He didn't prescribe medicine or give injections, which made Mrs. Jiang urge him to speak. Bai Menjing looked nervous, waiting for Sun Shan to speak. Instead of answering Mrs. Jiang, Sun Shan looked at Dr. Li and Dr. Wang nearby. You two came earlier than I did. Do you have any ideas about the young master's leg? They both shook their heads and said, Sorry, but my skills are limited, and I have no solution. They weren't lying, they hadn't finished reading the medical records yet. Sun Shan gently pressed on Qiao Zimo's leg, and then shook his head with a sigh. The young master probably used strong medicine to be able to stand and walk before, but such medicine damages the body. The leg can only work temporarily, like a flash in the pan. Now that the effect has worn off, it's...
Sigh.
He sighed heavily, and his words clearly expressed that he couldn't treat Qiao Zimo's leg, not because of his skill, but because of the strong medicine used earlier. Dr. Li was angry and wanted to speak, but Dr. Wang pulled him back. Since Sun Shan was the head of the Imperial Medical Office, they had to work under him and couldn't defend him openly. If they could cure Qiao Zimo's leg later, it would be a slap in Sun Shan's face and clear Su Mushi's name. Qiao Zimo listened to Sun Shan but kept his expression calm, subtly glancing at Bai Menjing. Meanwhile, Qiao Zixi suppressed anger was reignited. Good. It's definitely Su Mushi's fault. I knew it. So many doctors couldn't heal my brother's leg, but why could she? Turns out she used strong medicine. Dr. Sun, I want to go with you to the Jingzhou court. I must let everyone see Su Mushi's wicked face and have the magistrate cut off her head. Sun Shan hurriedly shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help Miss Qiao testify, but these are just my guesses, not real evidence. Medical skills are subjective and based on tradition. Some things can only be understood intuitively, not explained. Mrs. Jiang asked again, Is there any way to treat my son's leg? Dr. Sun, you must think of a solution. Sun Shan only looked regretful and shook his head silently. Jiang sure saw this, and her eyes gradually turned red, a hint of anger flashing in them. Fortunately, she had previously been grateful to Su Mushi, but she never expected that her son's current state was all thanks to Su Mushi. Su Mushi truly deserves to be hated. Qiao Zimo was no longer as frantic as he was when he learned about his leg injury. Instead, he calmly told everyone to leave. Mother, you all go out first. I want to talk to Ying. After everyone left, Qiao Zimo extended his slender hand to Bai Menjing. She hesitated for a moment, but then placed her soft hand in his. Holding her hand tightly, he spoke first. Zimo, don't think about saying those words again that push me away. No matter what you become, I will never leave you. Unexpectedly, Qiao Zimo said, Ying, that's exactly what I want to say. This time, whether I can stand again or not, I won't let you leave me. While speaking, Qiao Zimo's face was full of love, but he kept watching Bai Menjing's expression carefully. He saw clearly that after he finished speaking, Bai Menjing's face froze for a moment, and her hand instinctively pulled back. Qiao Zimo's eyes darkened, and he continued. Yesterday, I planned to go to the princess's residence today to propose marriage, but now I can't do that. Bai Menjing was about to say she could wait, but Qiao Zimo added, Ying, wait for me one day. Tomorrow, I will send someone to propose marriage at the princess's residence. I won't let you down this time, that okay? I'll wait for you. After Bai Menjing left, Qiao Zimo looked at the ceiling of the bed and suddenly smiled bitterly. Ying's distant attitude, he could see through it. It was just as his mother had said before. If she truly loved him deeply, how could she be driven away by just a few words? So, was he really rejected by Ying back then? Thinking about Su Mushi's care for him over the past 3 years, Qiao Zimo clenched his fists. But then he slowly relaxed his grip. His feelings for Su Mushi were mostly gratitude, not love. The person he loved from the beginning to the end was only Ying. Fortunately, his leg wasn't truly incurable. He could still spend his life with Ying. Meanwhile, Bai Menjing, after leaving the Marquis's residence, went straight to the palace. Sun Shan said that Qiao Zimo's leg couldn't be cured, and she didn't want to marry A. When Su Mushi returned home, she saw the same meal on the table as in the morning. Are they waiting for me and Bai Ji? She asked, then reached out and took a bun, biting into it. Aunt Zhong's cooking skills are really good. After a whole morning of fussing, I finally get to eat a meal. Seeing this, Aunt Zhong hurriedly said, Miss, the food has gone cold. Let me help warm it up for you. Bai Ji smiled and said, I'll go help too. Su Mushi looked at Su Xing's newly bandaged leg and then at Uncle Zhong, who was full of worry. She chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine now. Lord Xie is a reasonable man. With him here, I haven't suffered any loss. But I might need to go to Jingzhou Prefecture office early tomorrow.
Why?
Do the Qiao family really think the heir's leg is your fault? Are they going to sue you? Su Xing asked nervously, his eyes full of self-blame and worry, mixed with some anger. He knew his daughter well. She would never harm anyone. The Qiao family was falsely accusing her, which was truly infuriating and hateful. Su Mushi quickly explained the situation to Su Xing and then took out a divorce paper from her. Since I am already divorced, I need to report it to the government office. The debt from the Anyang Marquis residence also needs to be repaid. So tomorrow, it won't be them suing me, but me suing them. Su Xing hesitated and said, It's easier to break than bend. Maybe in a few days, they'll return the money. But Su Mushi was very firm and said, Father, you know I don't care about reputation. But this time, I don't want to suffer any more unfair treatment. Mrs. Zhang won't easily return the money, and Zishi Qiao won't forget the 2 slaps I gave him. Instead of waiting for them to scheme and slander me, it's better to take the initiative. Rest assured, if I make things clear and open, those people won't dare to do anything to me. I've never done anything shameful. I only want justice. Su Xing's eyes gradually became firm when he heard this. He knew how much his daughter had suffered, even if she didn't say it. Since they've already fallen out, he wasn't afraid to show his face fully. The Qiao family showed no gratitude for his sincere kindness. So, every step of patience only made them more brazen. At the Anyang Marquis residence, Dr. Li and Dr. Wang spent the entire afternoon reviewing Su Mushi's medical logs. They seemed energized, not eating or drinking, barely moving from their chairs. Unexpectedly, after decades of practicing medicine, they realized they were not as thorough as a young girl's dedication to her craft. It turned out that Zimo Qiao had not only broken his leg but also injured his lumbar spine. Now, the reason his leg was numb and immobile was not due to the leg itself, but because of the waist. So, if he wanted treatment, it should start from the waist. After some acupuncture, Qiao Zimo felt the numbness in his legs lessen significantly and sensed a warm flow, which eased most of his worries and fears. He believed that with time, he would be able to stand again. Thank you, 2 great doctors. Qiao Zimo sincerely thanked them, but both doctors shook their heads simultaneously. If the young master wants to thank someone, it should be Miss Su, said the first doctor. She wrote a detailed journal, even recording your daily meals, showing her care for you. It's a pity. Halfway through, Dr. Li was kicked by Dr. Wang, realizing he had spoken out of turn. He quickly changed the subject. I'll go check if the medicine is ready. He hurried out, and Dr. Wang followed. Xiao Zimo knew what Dr. Li was about to say, but he didn't like Su Muxi. His heart only belonged to Ying. Since he had already separated from Su Muxi, he had no intention of thinking about others. The only thing he could do was look after Su's family in Beijing in the future. At this moment, Bai Mengying sent a servant to deliver a letter to Xiao Zimo, but Jiang Shi stopped him. Mother, this is the princess's sister-in-law's letter to my brother. Is it okay to open it like this?
Qiao Zixi hesitated.
Jiang Shi ignored him and directly opened the letter to read it. But after just a few lines, her face darkened. She couldn't help but sneer, "Ha! What a foolish devotion." Xiao Zixi frowned and moved closer to read the letter. His face was not very good either, but he explained to Bai Mengying, "Isn't the princess's sister-in-law saying she offended the Empress Dowager? The Empress ordered her to go to the Guardian Temple to pray for the Empress Dowager."
She didn't want to go. Huh.
She doesn't want to? I already arranged for the engagement to be tomorrow at the princess's residence, but she went to the Guardian Temple at this time. What does that mean? She just doesn't want to marry because your brother's leg is lame. Jiang Shi tore the letter apart as she spoke. This is an imperial marriage. Just because she doesn't want to marry, she can't refuse. I don't believe she can hide in the Guardian Temple forever. Xiao Zixi opened his mouth, then finally said with anger, "This is all because of Su Muxi. If it weren't for her, my brother's leg wouldn't be lame." Jiang Shi's eyes turned cold. "Since Su Muxi dared to harm your brother, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xiao Zixi's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. "Mother, what do you want to do?" Jiang Shi only smiled slightly and said nothing. What does it matter if the Empress Dowager and Xie Qi support her? This spring, the wind is strong. If water leaks inside the house, it would only be an accident. Who could suspect her of causing it? At the Su residence, until the bell rang at midnight, Su Muxi couldn't fall asleep. Auntie Zhong's forceful way of feeding made Su Muxi feel a bit stomachache. She tossed and turned in bed but couldn't sleep, so she decided to get up and check the medicine cabinet. She wanted to brew some stomach-soothing soup. Just as she stepped out of her room, she saw someone climbing over the wall from outside. Is this a thief? Su Muxi didn't shout but instinctively hid herself. If the intruder was a dangerous criminal, her scream might provoke violence. Their family has no fighters, and fighting would only lead to trouble. If the intruder just wanted to steal some money, let him take it. After all, life is more precious than money. But Su Muxi secretly followed the person, observing his actions by moonlight, and quickly noticed something was wrong. First, he blew smoke into each room and then poured oil around the windows and doors. She could see what he was planning. Her father is usually kind and never offends anyone, and she herself has stayed at home in a young Marquis' residence for the past 3 years. So, it's obvious who sent this person.
Ha!
It seems she really has played the role of a simple country girl. The next morning, Qiao Hui brought freshly brewed medicine into Qiao Zimo's room. She had always admired Qiao Zimo, but he never paid her much attention. However, this time, she saw her chance. The lady and young lady believed what Sun Yuan said, thinking the young master was hopeless. But yesterday, she overheard the 2 doctors say otherwise. The young master's leg can still be saved and will surely recover. As the saying goes, true friendship shows in difficult times. If she takes good care of the young master now, when he stands again, he will see her kindness and bring her into the house. Young master, take your medicine. Be careful, it's hot. I'll massage your leg. How does it feel? Is the pressure too much? Seeing Qiao Hui gently massaging his leg with a kind face, Qiao Zimo couldn't help but think of Su Muxi. Su Muxi usually looked calm and distant, only showing tenderness when she was helping him with his leg. Though gentle, she wasn't as deliberately flattering or teasing as Qiao Hui. Even though she was married to him, she kept her distance and maintained a respectful boundary. Is it because Su Muxi doesn't want to get close to him? Or is she afraid that being close might make him dislike her? Really, Why did he think of Su Mushi again? Xiao Zimo forcibly pushed Su Mushi out of his mind, then casually asked, "Has mother already sent someone to the princess's residence to arrange the marriage?" Xiao Hui, hearing this, deliberately increased her grip and then pretended to be frightened, kneeling on the ground. "I didn't mean to do it. Please forgive me, young master." Xiao Zimo naturally saw through Xiao Hui's hesitation and darkened his eyes. He then asked coldly, "Speak. What happened?" Xiao Hui hesitated briefly before explaining that Bai Menjing went to the Guardian Temple to pray for the Empress Dowager. Madame was worried that the young master would overthink, so she didn't tell him. But she did say that once the princess returns from the Guardian Temple, she will go to the princess's residence to arrange the marriage. After speaking, she lowered her head and couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Zimo had long noticed Bai Menjing's reluctance about the marriage today. He didn't expect her to resist so strongly. Xiao Hui put away her smile. When she looked up again, her face was full of deep affection. "Young master, your leg will definitely get better, and you will marry the princess as you wish." Xiao Zimo looked at Xiao Hui and muttered, "What if my leg doesn't get better? Then I will take care of young master for a lifetime." Xiao Zimo looked at the firm expression in Xiao Hui's eyes and casually waved her over. "All right, get up and continue the massage. You're right, my leg will definitely get better, and I will marry Ying as I wish." Xiao Hui didn't expect that Xiao Zimo wouldn't show any emotion on his face. Just as she was about to say more heartfelt words, she saw Xiao Xie run and panicked. "Brother, something's wrong. Mother has been taken away."
What?
"Clarify, who took mother?" Xiao Zimo, overly excited, moved his legs slightly. But Xiao Xie, full of panic, didn't pay much attention. Instead, he tearfully said, "Mother was taken by the officials from Jingzhou court. Now that father isn't here, brother, what should we do? Why would the officials from Jingzhou court come to take mother?" Xiao Zimo frowned. Although his mother didn't have a formal title, as the Lady of Anyang Marquis, ordinary officials still showed her respect. So, the Jingzhou court officials wouldn't come without reason. But then Xiao Xie cursed angrily, "It's all because of Su Mushi. She caused my brother to become like this, and even had the nerve to report mother to the court." Su Mushi went to Jingzhou court to report mother? Xiao Zimo's face was full of disbelief. Based on his understanding of Su Mushi, she wouldn't do such a thing. Even if Su Mushi files a lawsuit, the Jingzhou government office wouldn't take someone without reason. So, did his mother do something to Su Mushi? Zhang's family didn't tell Qiao Zixi clearly yesterday, so Qiao Zixi doesn't fully understand what happened. After thinking carefully, he only came up with one idea. It must be about money. I haven't even sued her yet, and she's the one who filed a complaint first. Yes, I will take the accounts to the government office now. I want to see what reasons Su Mushi has. Without waiting for Xiao Zimo to respond, he ran out directly. Xiao Zimo shouted loudly, telling Qiao Zixi to come back, but there was no sign of her in the yard anymore. He clenched his fist and hit his leg hard, feeling frustrated and angry inside. Why do all these things happen at the same time? Why does his leg refuse to listen now? If he had listened to Su Mushi earlier, would his leg have healed completely? If Ying hadn't gone back to the capital, what would happen to him and Su Mushi now? Most importantly, when did Su Mushi become so unreasonable? She clearly said she would return his money, so why did she go so far as to file a complaint at the government office without caring about her face? The more Qiao Zimo thought, the more his mind became confused. He felt his chest surge with anger, and suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right?" Xiao Hui was frightened and anxious when she saw this. Looking at the blood on the ground in front of Xiao Zimo, she was already panicked. His wife was captured, his sister ran away, and now the young master was coughing up blood again. What should she do? Hurry and call the doctor. After weakly saying this, Xiao Zimo fainted. Inside the Jingzhou government office, Jingzhou prefect He Zhengyang looked at Xie sitting beside him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What kind of mess is this? His mother hired someone to set fire to her former daughter-in-law, and the former daughter-in-law caught her red-handed. He had been an official for over 10 years and had never seen such an outrageous case. If it were ordinary people, it would be easier, just follow the law. But this wicked mother-in-law is the wife of the Marquis of Anyang. Although Su Mushi has no power or influence, she somehow managed to get Xie to come and oversee the case, leaving no chance for private negotiations. If they proceed according to the law, they might offend the Marquis of Anyang. But if they handle this case casually, he is sure he will be removed from his position by Xie. Su Mushi stood on the court, her posture straight and firm, silently waiting for the officers to bring Zhang's family member. She doesn't know martial arts, and her family doesn't have poison for self-defense, but she does have anesthetic powder used for treating injuries. She and her father have always been about healing and saving people, never intending to use anesthetic powder to knock out bad people. Last night, she knocked someone out and then woke up her family. Zhongbin tied the person up, only using a small knife to gesture at the person's neck a few times, causing the person to confess everything. She never expected Jiang to be so cruel. She even wanted to hire someone to set their entire family on fire. Fortunately, she was full and didn't sleep, and she got up to make some herbal soup. Luckily, she discovered the villain, and there were some anesthetic powders at home. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. She couldn't understand why she was being treated this way. What did she do wrong? Why was Jiang so vicious to her? She even wanted to hurt her family. While Su Mushi was guessing wildly, Jiang arrived. When the officials entered the house, she had already guessed that her useless accomplice had failed. Mama Wu didn't know where she found the person, but he was so useless. He not only failed to burn Su Mushi, but was caught by her instead. But she wasn't worried about this. She was of high status, and the other was just a common. As long as she claimed he was falsely accused, what could the Jingzhaoyin do to her? She slowly walked into the government office and immediately saw Su Mushi standing in the middle of the hall. From behind, she looked graceful, but unfortunately, she had a hideous birthmark on her face. Truly an ugly monster. May I ask, Lord Jingzhao, what brings you to see this lady? Jiang spoke first, without any shame, but when she saw Xie, her eyes flickered and avoided eye contact. Before He Jingyang could speak, Su San, who had been kneeling on the ground, crawled to Jiang's feet. Madam, save me. I was just following your orders. Please don't ignore me. Jiang kicked him disgustedly. What are you? When have I ever seen you? She had asked her servant to find Su San, and he had never shown his face before, so there was no flaw in her story. Su San wanted to say more, but He Jingyang pounded the table and shouted angrily, Quiet. I haven't asked you anything. No one here is allowed to talk nonsense. Then he looked at Jiang and asked firmly, Is the person here the lady of Anyang Marquis? Yes. Did you give Su San money to set fire to the Su residence and kill someone? No. Hearing this, He Jingyang didn't know how to continue. Su San had just said he had never seen the lady of Anyang Marquis. Only an old woman with her face covered came to him. The old woman was masked, so her appearance couldn't be seen, only that she was slightly overweight. But these were just his words, and they couldn't prove Zhang's guilt. Looking at Xie, He Jingyang asked Su San again, Do you have proof that the person who set the fire and killed is Lady Anyang? If you dare to lie, I will not forgive you lightly. Su San knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. That old woman told me herself that Lady Anyang wanted everyone in the Su family to perish in the fire. I was afraid she was scaring me, so I secretly followed her. I saw her enter the back door of Lord Anyang's residence with my own eyes. Everything I said is true. I dare not deceive. Please, sir, judge for yourself.
Empress Zhang's nird a.
Just based on the one-sided words of A, you bring my wife here to the government office. Lord He, you truly are wise and fair. Su Mushi remained silent, knowing that without direct evidence, she couldn't expect Mrs. Jiang to be convinced. But as long as Mrs. Jiang entered the government office, her goal was achieved. She slightly smiled and looked at Mrs. Jiang with a calm expression. Madam is quite impatient. Even if Su-san is lying, it is true that the Lord of Anyang owes me 17,840 taels of silver. After speaking, she bowed deeply to He Jingyang. I humbly ask the Lord of Jingzhou to help me recover this money. It is from the medicinal materials taken from my dowry shop over the past 3 years. Please review it, sir. She then took out the prepared account book. He Jingyang was surprised to find that Lady Anyang was not only vicious, but also very shameless. She even coveted the bride's dowry. Could it be that she murdered to silence the witnesses and wanted to steal this money? Mrs. Jiang didn't expect Su Mushi to mention the money publicly. Her calm expression finally changed. She looked at Su Mushi with anger, her voice cold. Su Mushi, I told you, this money is not a small amount. It will take 2 days to gather, and I will give it to you then. I used to think of you as family, so I didn't scrutinize it closely. Now that you and my son are divorced, and we have no connection to the Lord of Anyang anymore, that money will naturally be yours. She sneered sarcastically. I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to speak of this matter openly in the government office. Truly, you come from a small household, thinking the Lord of Anyang would care about that little money of yours. He Jingyang almost rolled his eyes. Someone actually boasted so arrogantly about being greedy for a small profit. He was truly amazed. Su Mushi looked at Mrs. Jiang and blinked playfully. Madam, you're joking. I almost lost my life. Why would I care about face? There is a slight confusion among the common folk. The lady first said that this amount of silver was not small, then claimed it wouldn't matter to her that I only had a little silver. So, is this amount considered a lot or a little for the Anyang Marquis' estate? Jiang sure opened her mouth to speak, but realized she had fallen into Su Mushi's trap. The official, Xie Qi, was still nearby. If she said that over 10,000 taels of silver was a small amount, he might suspect her of corruption or accepting bribes. But if she said that amount was large, she would be embarrassing herself. Indeed, I underestimated Su Mushi before. I thought she was honest and straightforward, but it turns out she is not only malicious enough to harm her son but also cunning and scheming, even trying to harm her lord. Lord Marquis is truly blind to treat you like a real daughter. She said angrily, just wait. I will give you the silver when I return to the estate today. But as soon as Jiang Shi finished speaking, Qiao Zixi voice sounded from outside. Mother! Su Mushi tampered with the account books. You can't give her the silver. He Shenyang frowned. Who's making noise outside? Bring the person in. They called her mother, so he knew her identity clearly. Although the Marquis of Anyang was a military man, he was also cultured and reasonable. How could his wife and daughter be like this? Qiao Zixi brought in 2 accountants, swaggering arrogantly. When she saw Su Mushi, she sneered. Su Mushi, you're finished. I wasn't planning to argue with you, but you had to falsely accuse me. Today, I will make sure everyone sees your true face. Su Mushi had always ignored Qiao Zixi. Maybe because she felt inferior since childhood or because Jiang Shi spoiled her, but sometimes Qiao Zixi mind was no better than that of an 8-year-old. She was foolish and annoying, and only her appearance and her status as the daughter of the Marquis of Anyang kept her somewhat respectable. Otherwise, she was completely useless. I know what kind of person I am. Does Miss Qiao know what kind of face she's showing right now? Want me to lend you a mirror so you can see yourself? Su Mushi's words implied that Qiao Zixi looked like a shrew right now, but Qiao Zixi thought she was referring to her scar. She immediately blushed with anger. But then she burst out laughing. Su Mushi, I wonder how long you can keep your pride. The accountants had said that Su Mushi's account book was problematic. 2 accountants came with Qiao Zixi, and over the past 3 days, they rechecked the account book Qiao Zixi provided. Calculating the accounts wasn't hard, but the prices listed were wrong. Since they didn't understand herbs well, they had to ask about many of them, which took some time. Before coming, they didn't think much and believed they would receive a good reward this time. But now, they were sweating coldly. He Shengyang couldn't see any problem with the account book. Seeing Qiao Zixi so confident, he quickly asked the 2 accountants to speak. Is there a problem with this account book? He asked. Worried they might falsely accuse Su Muxi, he added, "This is in court. If I find out you're talking nonsense, I won't forgive you." What he didn't know was that his heart was already leaning toward supporting Su Muxi. This was because the Qiao family's attitude was too ugly. The two accountants were so scared they knelt on the ground, trembling like leaves.
I dare not lie.
There is indeed a problem with this account book, but one said halfway, and the other directly handed over a new account book. This is a new account book rewritten by this person. Please review it, sir. Seeing this, Qiao Zixi looked at Su Muxi with pride, but didn't notice the inconsistency in the two accountants. Mrs. Zhang saw her daughter so confident and didn't think much. When she looked at Su Muxi, a cold smile also appeared on her lips. He Xingyang opened the account book written by the accountant and compared it with Su Muxi's. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Su Muxi, your account book indeed has problems." But before Qiao Zixi and Mrs. Zhang could rejoice, He Xingyang continued, "The herbs you recorded are much cheaper than those sold in the pharmacy." Miss Qiao asked her accountant to recalculate. The amount owed by the Anyang Marquis estate shouldn't be 17,840 taels, but 28,650 taels. Why are you short by more than 10,000 taels? Do you look down on the Anyang Marquis estate, afraid they can't pay you? When Su Muxi heard this, she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems justice is in the hearts of people. This lord, he is also very clear-minded. In response to Lord Jingzhao, "I do not look down on the Anyang Marquis estate, nor do I think they can't pay these silver coins. It's just that the Marquis once helped my father, so I lowered the price of herbs as a way to repay a little kindness. I have no other intentions." But I didn't expect Miss Qiao to be so proud that she refuses to owe me even a little. "If that's the case, then let's settle the debt according to the new account book," she asked someone to rewrite. As she spoke, she quickly bowed slightly to Miss Qiao, saying, "Miss Qiao, I was wrong to hurt your pride. I apologize to you here." Miss Qiao understood that there was a problem with the account books, but it wasn't that Su Muxi took too much silver, rather that she took too little. Instead of paying attention to Su Muxi, she angrily kicked one of the clerks and sternly asked, "What exactly is going on? Didn't you tell me there was a problem with the account books?" The clerk who was not kicked cowered in place, pretending to be a quail, while the one who was kicked had to grit his teeth and say, "Yes, there was indeed a problem with the account books. We thought the shopkeeper in Miss Qiao's shop was tampering with the records to embezzle silver, but it turned out to be the complete opposite." Mrs. Zhang was so confused by Qiao Zixi mistake that she blushed with anger. Seeing the mocking looks from the people around her, she covered her head and fainted into Qiao Zixi's arms. Mother, are you all right? "Su Muxi, this is all your fault. You're just a lowly, ugly healer girl. You married my brother, but still aren't satisfied. Do you want to ruin our whole family? Only then will you be satisfied?" Hearing Qiao Zixi's accusations, Su Muxi was too tired to argue. She simply looked straight at He Xingyang, waiting for his judgment. He Xingyang pounded the table hard and shouted, "Quiet. Qiao Zixi, you asked someone to check the account books, and you entered the court without permission. Now you're making loud noise here. I ask you, what are you trying to do?" Seeing Mrs. Zhang faint and He Xingyang so stern, Qiao Zixi felt reluctant and her momentum weakened. After hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "Then I will accuse Su Muxi of harming my brother." She then exaggerated the story that Sun Shan had told yesterday. "The imperial doctor said that Su Muxi must be at fault because she harmed my brother. If Su Muxi hadn't given my brother strong medicine, he wouldn't be limping now. So, everything is Su Muxi's fault. I beg the officials to punish Su Muxi." Su Muxi didn't expect the chief imperial doctor to say such irresponsible words. She hurriedly explained, "I have never given Lord Anyang any strong medicine. I have medical logs to prove it. I ask the officials to summon Director Sun, so I can clear my name in court." He Xingyang felt overwhelmed. Why were so many people getting involved? And this Qiao Zixi also couldn't see the situation clearly. Clearly, Zhang was pretending to be faint just to quickly end the matter and leave. But Xiao Zixi thought the problem wasn't big enough and continued to cause trouble. Helplessly, He Jingyang could only ask someone to invite Sun Shan. While Jiang was pretending to be faint, she quietly pinched Xiao Zixi, who then realized that her mother was still fainting. Lord Jingzhao, my mother is still fainting. I want to take her back to the residence first, then I will come back later. Is that okay? He Jingyang nodded. Sun Shan didn't know when she could arrive, and Su San's testimony was unsubstantiated, so Jiang could return to the residence. This matter couldn't be resolved quickly, so He Jingyang decided to hold the trial in the afternoon. Miss Su can also return to the residence first. Afternoon, she can come to the government office. Seeing Xieqi nod at her, Su Mushi thanked He Jingyang and quickly caught up with Jiang.
Wait.
Xiao Zixi turned back angrily. What do you want to do? Su Mushi ignored Xiao Zixi and looked at Jiang, who had her eyes closed, and asked coldly, why? What did I do wrong that made your mother develop such malicious thoughts? She truly didn't understand why Jiang wanted to set her whole family on fire. Jiang slowly opened her eyes, and her hatred instantly burst out.
Why?
Why did you give my son strong medicine? The reason my son turned out like this is all because of you. Su Mushi, don't be too proud. I will make sure you and your family suffer and pay for what you've done. Su Mushi looked at Jiang and took a step back, sneering.
Ha! So it was for such a ridiculous reason.
It was just because of Sun Shan's words. They had been together for 3 years. She had taken care of her for 3 years, but everything she did was worth less than a casual remark from others. It was truly laughable. Su Mushi took a deep breath, and when she looked at Jiang again, her eyes were calm like water, her expression steady. Madam of Lord Anyang, what I have done, you will soon understand, and you will pay the price for your foolishness. As for your threat that my whole family will suffer and die, within a day, the people of Jing will know. If anything happens to me or my family in the future, everyone will think it was you, Madam of Lord Anyang. Jiang hesitated and asked, what do you mean?
Sumui kolde jurvet her lips.
You will find out very soon. After hearing Su San's instructions last night, Su Mushi knew that Jiang's plan to hire someone to set a fire and kill people would probably be ignored. So early in the morning, she sent Bai Ji and Zhongbin to spread the news around. The more unbelievable something is, the more people tend to believe it. Moreover, this was true. Su Mushi was not lying, only lacking solid evidence. From the common people's point of view, Jiang entering the Jingzhou government office confirmed the matter. Therefore, the people in the city would know Jiang's evil intentions. If Jiang cared about the law, she wouldn't dare do such things again, ensuring her family's safety. But Jiang and the entire Anyang Marquis' household's reputation would be ruined and spread on the streets. Meanwhile, after Qiao Zimo slowly woke up, he saw the stern face of Dr. Wang. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Qiao Zimo tried to thank him, but Dr. Wang impatiently said, since the young master is awake, let's give the acupuncture quickly. I have other matters this afternoon and can't stay long. Qiao Huaihui angrily scolded. How dare you speak to my young master like that? You're just a small doctor. It's your good fortune to treat my young master. Unexpectedly, Dr. Wang coldly replied, my skills are limited, and I can't accept such good fortune. If that's the case, I will take my leave. After saying this, Dr. Wang grabbed his medicine box and left. Qiao Zimo hurriedly called out, Dr. Wang, wait. It was just a servant girl speaking carelessly. Please forgive her. Dr. Wang stopped but did not stay to give acupuncture. Instead, he turned to the table and struggled to lift the logbook box that belonged to Su Mushi. We are only average in medicine and we want to keep ourselves safe. The threshold of the Marquis' house is too high. Young master, you should find another famous doctor. As for this logbook, it was originally given to me and Dr. Li by Miss Su. Now that we have finished reading it, it belongs back to her. Seeing Dr. Wang's angry departure, Qiao Zimo's eyes narrowed slightly. Yesterday, everything was fine. Why did Dr. Wang suddenly change his attitude today? Qiao Huaihui, did you say something disrespectful to Dr. Wang while I was unconscious? Qiao Huaihui quickly shook his head, denying, I would never disrespect the doctor. From the moment he entered, he looked so angry. He must have been upset somewhere else and took it out on me. I only spoke out because I saw him disrespecting the young master. Xiao Zimo frowned. If you are only being mistreated elsewhere, you probably wouldn't have spoken those words just now, nor would you have taken Su Mushi's medical records and ignored his leg. So, is this matter related to Su Mushi? Thinking of Su Mushi, Xiao Zimo hurriedly asked, "How are my mother and Sheer? Is there any news from the government office?" Seeing Xiao Hui shake her head, Xiao Zimo quickly ordered, "Go find some people and take me to the Jingzhou government office." Xiao Hui hesitated for a moment but had to go out. However, in no time, she returned quickly. "Young master, the lady and miss have returned." As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Jiang and Xiao Zishi hurriedly entered. "Son, how are you? Why did you suddenly blood and faint?" Xiao Zimo shook his head. "I'm fine." "It's my mother. What exactly happened?" On the way back, Mrs. Jiang had already told Xiao Zishi about Su-san. Now, hearing Xiao Zimo ask, Xiao Zishi quickly explained what had happened. "That Su-san is really useless. Can't handle such a small matter. Brother, don't worry. When Sun Yuan arrives this afternoon, I will make sure Su Mushi is thrown into a big jail. As for her family, they are powerless and unimportant. There will be plenty of ways to make sure they suffer." Xiao Zimo looked at Xiao Zishi and suddenly felt that his sister seemed a bit unfamiliar. Such cruel words. Could his sister really say them? No wonder Wang Tai just now said he wanted to protect his life and safety. He must have learned about his mother hiring someone to set a fire and kill people. Although Su Mushi didn't leave her medical records for him to treat his leg, she did provide her medical journal, allowing others to treat him. But Mrs. Jiang, as his mother, not only showed no gratitude but instead wanted revenge by hiring someone to set a fire and kill people. And then there was a sister, who was unreasonable and full of vicious words. Xiao Zimo's throat moved several times before he found his voice. "Mother, you misunderstood Mushi. Before she left her medical journal from the past 3 years. After Doctors Li and Wang read the journal, they found a way to treat my leg. After yesterday's treatment, my leg has already improved." Mrs. Jiang asked in disbelief. "Then why did those 2 doctors say yesterday that they had no solution? And why didn't you tell me about this?" "I only believed what Lord Sun said, and that's why I wanted to teach the Su family a lesson." Xiao Zimo sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. "Mother, yesterday I asked those 2 doctors to say in front of Ying that they couldn't treat my leg. I just wanted to see if Ying would still marry me wholeheartedly after learning I couldn't stand. I was preoccupied with other matters and didn't tell you everything, but who would have thought you would be so eager to burn Mu-shi's entire family? Mother, in these 3 years, Mu-shi has shown you respect. She even took out 300-year-old ginseng to help you recover. Can 3 years of companionship compare to what Sun Shan said in a single sentence?" Xiao Zimo felt guilty because he didn't clarify yesterday, he almost caused Mu-shi's family to be harmed. Xiao Zishi doesn't believe Mu-shi would be so kind-hearted and said, "If my brother really improved, why did he still blood and faint?" I think Mu-shi is probably up to something in her journal.
"You puffed."
Xiao Zimo looked at Xiao Zishi and spat out more blood. Zhang's wife saw this and hurriedly sent someone to call back the Dr. Wang who had just left. But after a while, the servant returned alone. "Madam, Dr. Wang said he's not skilled enough to treat the air, and also said." Zhang's wife frowned and asked, "And what else?" The servant hesitated. "He also said he doesn't want to be responsible for destroying the entire family." Xiao Zishi was furious. "That's ridiculous. There are other doctors in the capital. Go and invite Dr. Li." Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Zimo threw the teacup on the bedside at her. "Brother?" Xiao Zishi looked at him in disbelief. But then Xiao Zimo said hatefully, "Don't call me brother. I'm not like you, a sister full of malice and ignorance. The reason I vomited blood is all because of you." Xiao Zishi looked aggrieved. "How am I ignorant and full of malice? I didn't hire anyone to set fire and kill people. Why are you angry with me?" Zhang's wife's face reddened slightly upon hearing this. Now she understood what Mu Shi had said earlier in front of the government office. Lady Anyang Marquis, you will soon see what I've done, and you will pay for your foolishness. What kind of price would Mu Shi make her pay? Qiao Zixi didn't think she was wrong, and continued speaking to Qiao Zimo. If you think Mu Shi is so good, why did you divorce her? Are you only allowed to dislike her? But I can't? She healed my face, but did I ask her to do that? She only treated my face to please her father and you, so I don't need to thank her at all. And what does my coughing up blood have to do with you? I was just telling you that my mother was taken away. In fact, it's partly because of Su Mushi. If she hadn't gone to the government office to complain, my mother wouldn't have been taken. Zhou Zimo looked at Zhou Zixi with a confident and bold expression, gasping heavily, clearly very angry. But then he sighed deeply. He stopped scolding Zhou Zixi and said calmly, "You can go out now. I want to talk to my mother alone." Zhou Zixi pouted and looked at her wet dress from the tea spill. "Humph. If you want to go, then go." On the other side, Su Mushi had just gotten off the carriage. Before she could enter, she met Wang Taiyi. "Dr. Wang, are you here to see me?" Su Mushi asked curiously. Dr. Wang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Su Mushi. "Miss Su, I am sorry. I came today to return your medical record. As for the Anyang Marquis estate, I and Dr. Li will never go there again." After speaking, a young servant brought over a box containing the record. Zhong Bin turned to look at Su Mushi. Seeing her nod, he stepped forward to receive it. Su Mushi understood that Dr. Wang must have learned about Zhong's hiring someone to set fire and harm people, which made him so angry. "Dr. Wang, you haven't wronged me. I left the record just to ask you and Dr. Li to clear my name and restore my innocence. I didn't ask you to help treat the Marquis' son. But from what I know about the Marquis' son, he probably doesn't know about this." Su Mushi never intended to use the treatment of Zhou Zimo's leg to manipulate him. She also never thought of letting Dr. Wang and Dr. Li ignore Zhou Zimo because of this. But before she finished speaking, Dr. Wang interrupted her. "Miss Su, there's no need to say more. Dr. Li and I will never go to the Marquis' estate again. Although we are just small doctors, we are not afraid of the power of the Marquis' family. It's not about gratitude or repayment, but we cannot repay evil with good. The Jiang family, ungrateful and doing such heinous things, I will never step into the Marquis' estate again." Su Mushi opened her mouth to Dr. Wang. "Do you believe the rumors? Are you not worried they are just false gossip?" However, I heard Grand Physician Wang firmly say, "I do not believe the rumors circulating in town, but I trust Miss Su." Since Miss Su went to the Jingzhou government office to report on Madame Jiang, this matter will definitely not be false. Upon hearing this, Su Mushi bowed deeply to Grand Physician Wang. "This matter is indeed true. Our family is lucky to have escaped this disaster." Grand Physician Wang felt a twinge of emotion and wanted to visit Su Xing, but then Su Mushi mentioned Sun Shan's situation. Later this afternoon, Lord Jingzhou will continue to review the case. I won't invite Grand Physician Wang into the house. No matter the outcome today, our family will have a conflict with Sun Shan. Since Grand Physician Wang works under Sun Shan, it's better to keep some distance. Grand Physician Wang was not unaware of the situation and understood Su Mushi's good intentions. After some hesitation, he said, "Then I won't trouble you further at your home. But if Miss Su needs someone to testify for you, just come to me. I will not refuse." After seeing Grand Physician Wang off, Su Mushi had just entered the house when she saw Zhong Chongqing standing in the yard. "Miss, how did it go? Did Lord Jingzhou uphold justice for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xing's voice was heard from inside the house. "Is it true that Sheer has returned?"
Shumuxi smiled softly.
"Zhongbo, let's go inside and talk." Regarding today's matter, Su Mushi did not hide anything and also mentioned meeting Grand Physician Wang at the door earlier. Grand Physician Wang's report arrived just in time. Otherwise, I was planning to go to the Anyang Marquis' house to retrieve it myself.
Sushi nodded.
When I was at the Imperial Hospital, my father didn't have much contact with Grand Physician Wang or Dr. Li, but they got along well. Both are honest in character and skilled in medicine. Since the report has been retrieved, there's no need to trouble Grand Physician Wang further. This afternoon, my father and you will go to the government office together. I used to think Sun Yuan was just eager for quick success, but I never imagined he would speak so falsely. If he dares to slander you in court this afternoon, I will make sure to clarify things with him. However, before noon, before the Su family finished their meal, the people from the Anyang Marquis' estate arrived. But this time, unlike yesterday's hostile visitors, they were polite and courteous, bringing a box of silver notes and jewelry that Su Mushi had not taken with her. Miss Su, the lady is worried that carrying silver might be inconvenient, so she went to the bank to exchange it for banknotes and asked the servant to bring it to you. Also, since you left in a hurry yesterday and didn't take the jewelry, she asked the servant to deliver it all together. The speaker was Elder Wu, a servant close to Madame Jiang. Grandmother Wu has fair skin, is slightly plump, and her smile makes her look kind and approachable. She speaks and acts politely and respectfully, never losing her manners over the past 3 years. Because she sees that the visitor is her, Su Mushi cannot be cold or unfriendly in return. I accept the silver note, but you can take the jewelry back, Grandma. Su Mushi said calmly. All these pieces of jewelry were given to her by Qiao Shiyuan over the past 3 years. Now that she is leaving the Anyang Marquis residence, she does not want to take them with her. She no longer wants to owe Qiao Shiyuan anything. Grandmother Wu does not insist and only explains the main reason for her visit after seeing Su Mushi accept the silver note. Miss Su, the lady was misled by Sun Yuan's words and did something foolish. She truly regrets it now. Fortunately, Miss Su was blessed by heaven, or she might have lived in guilt forever, unable to find peace. The money has already been returned, and the lady hopes that Miss Su will forgive and forget this matter. Zhong Shun snorted coldly upon hearing this. Humph. So, the Marquis of Anyang admits to hiring someone to set the fire and kill people? You are the ones who accused my young lady of giving poison to your heir, and now you want to drop the case? What? My young lady's reputation can be ruined so easily? Do you think the Jingzhou government office is a place you can come and go as you please? Grandmother Wu showed no anger, but instead offered a faint, apologetic smile. This matter is indeed our fault, the Anyang Marquis house. But if Miss Su does not wish to forgive the lady, could you consider, given that the Marquis once saved Miss Su's father, to let this matter go? 5 years ago, the Empress felt dizzy and weak. Su Xing was sent to diagnose her. Unexpectedly, after drinking the medicine prepared by Su Xing, her condition did not improve but worsened, causing her to faint for a whole day and night. The emperor learned of this and wanted to kill Su Xing. Fortunately, Qiao Shiyuan was present and pleaded for Su Xing, saving his life. Otherwise, Su Xing might have long been buried in a grave. Su Mushi agreed to marry into the Anyang Marquis house mainly because of this incident. Although she has repaid her debt over the past 3 years, Grandmother Wu mentioning Qiao Shiyuan now made Su Mushi hesitate again. Seeing this, Su Xing spoke solemnly. Please go back and tell the Marquis of Anyang that I, Su Xing, will repay his kindness someday. But this matter concerns my daughter's reputation and cannot be dropped just like that. Chongqing, see them out. Zhong Chongqing, upon hearing this, coldly extended his hand toward Grandmother Wu and others. Please leave. Mrs. Wu's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. After the person left, Su Mushi hesitated and said, Father, justice is in people's hearts. Maybe we should just let it go. After all, Marquis Anyang saved father before, and he's been kind to me these past 3 years. But Su Xing insisted, this matter can't just be ignored. You haven't done anything wrong. Why can't you ask for justice for yourself? If Marquis Anyang returns and thinks we're ungrateful, then I am willing to give my life back to him. Anyway, I won't let you suffer any more unfairness. It was to repay kindness that his daughter married into Marquis Anyang's household. It was to repay kindness that his daughter endured so much hardship. When she was in the Marquis's house, She didn't know how many difficulties she faced from the arrogant and domineering Qiao Zixi. Mrs. Jiang appeared gentle and elegant, but in reality, she was so scheming and ruthless. As for Qiao Zimo, he was no good either. Allowing his mother and sister to bully Sheer was truly hateful. So this time, no matter what, he had to seek justice for his daughter. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo was carried by servants to see He Jingyang himself. Withdraw the case?
Ha.
What do you think this government office is? And even if you want to withdraw the case, can the Su family agree? He sneered and shot a mocking look at Qiao Zimo's leg. This is karma. Seeing Qiao Zimo ready to speak, He Jingyang spoke first. Young master, no matter what you say, it won't help. Unless the Su family personally comes to withdraw the case, it will continue to be reviewed afternoon. After speaking, he picked up his teacup and simply sent him off with tea. After the servants carried Qiao Zimo out of the government office, he looked around blankly, unsure of what to do. Sun Shan had said earlier that medical skills are subjective. As long as he firmly claimed this based on his own experience, he could walk away safely. After all, Sun Shan only stated one conclusion based on his medical experience, but their family had done something unjust and ungrateful. Sun Shan's reputation might suffer, but the real damage would be to the Marquis of Anyang's household. By then, his and Yingying's marriage would truly face trouble. Thinking of his marriage, Qiao Zimo's eyes gradually darkened. But he was not willing to give up. He could still stand, he was not truly disabled. In just a few days, he would stand again, and he would walk through life with Yingying, loving each other until old age. Let's go. To the Su family, Qiao Zimo said firmly. He was eager to see how far Su Mushi would go before she gave up. Half an hour later, Qiao Zimo arrived at the Su family gate. He had been married to Su Mushi for 3 years, and this was the first time he came to her family. Even on the day of their return visit, he let Su Mushi go home by herself. Now, he was at the Su family, but he was no longer connected to them. Just as he was about to ask the servants to knock, the big door of the Su house slowly opened from inside. But before Qiao Zimo could speak, the door was slammed shut with a loud bang. Seeing Zhong Bin's shocked expression, Su Xing, who had just been helped out by Su Mushi, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Zhong Bin pointed at the door and whispered that Qiao Zimo is here. Su Mushi frowned. Shouldn't Qiao Zimo be resting at home? Why was he at her door? Suddenly, Su Xing coldly said, "Open the door. I want to see what he's trying to do." It is said that a day of marriage creates 100 days of kindness. Although Qiao Zimo was not officially married to Mushi, they had been together day and night for 3 years. After his leg healed, he not only wanted to marry her, but also allowed his mother and sister to bully her. Now that they refused to tolerate it, he personally came to confront them. He wanted to see what Qiao Zimo really wanted to say. Zhongbin took a deep breath, reopened the door, and before he could speak, a hurried official ran over. "May I ask where Miss Su is?" Su Mushi supported Su Xing and slowly approached the door.
Yamshomukshi.
"May I ask what the officer wants with me?" "The Lord of Jingzhou specifically sent me to inform Miss Su that her case has been temporarily suspended, so she doesn't need to go to the Yamen this afternoon." Hearing this, the Su family members all looked at Qiao Zimo. Qiao Zimo was also stunned. Just now, He Jingyang had served tea and seen them off. How could he suddenly agree to drop the case? Viscount Anyang's heir really has clever tricks. "So, the heir came to my door just to tell me not to bother coming?" Su Mushi coldly said, her eyes full of sarcasm. Qiao Zimo opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had achieved his goal, but the process was different from what he expected. At this moment, the official also sensed something was wrong. Although he also despised the people of the Viscount Anyang's estate, he knew he had to explain clearly. "Miss Su, please don't misunderstand. Our Lord is the most just and impartial. He would never favor anyone. It's just that Sun Shan, the deputy magistrate, suddenly died, and our Lord needs to investigate this matter first. As for your case, our Lord will help you seek justice later." Su Mushi was surprised. Sun died? Xiao Zimo saw suspicion and anger in Su Mushi's eyes and quickly denied, "It's nothing to do with me." Is it not related to Xiao Zimo? Maybe it's the Jiang family? If it had been before, Su Mushi wouldn't think much of it, but now she can't help but wonder. Since the Jiang family could hire someone to set a fire and kill, then killing to cover up the crime is not surprising. Seeing the suspicion and anger on the faces of the Su family members, Xiao Zimo hurriedly asked the officer, "Do you know how Sun Shan died?" The officer was hesitant to answer. First, because the case was not yet closed and he shouldn't speak freely. Second, because he looked down on this ungrateful Xiao Zimo. But seeing the curiosity on the faces of the Su family, waiting for his answer, he hesitated and said, "It seems he was walking unsteadily, fell, hit his head, and then died." Walking unsteadily? Fell, and hit his head? Sun Shan looked older, but he was not yet 60. How could he die so suddenly? And so coincidentally? Not only did the Su family find this hard to believe, but even Xiao Zimo thought it was strange. The officer had other duties, so he quickly left after speaking. Su Mushi looked at Xiao Zimo sitting in the sedan, a cold smile appearing on her lips. "Young Master Yang, what brings you here? What is your noble purpose?" Her tone was full of sarcasm.
Xiao Zimo didn't know what to say.
After hesitating for a long time, he blushed and said, "I'm here to apologize. My mother didn't mean any harm, but..." Before he finished, Aunt Zhong angrily interrupted. "If you're really here to apologize, then show some sincerity. Don't say empty words. If your mother had no bad intentions, she wouldn't have hired someone to set a fire and kill. If she did have bad intentions, what would that be? If you truly feel sorry, why don't you come personally? Or send someone to apologize? Instead, you came to persuade our young lady to drop the case, and you also brought silver notes. It looks generous, but you only gave 17,200 taels. That 840 taels was simply erased? Miss Chiao didn't trust our young lady, and even had someone recalculate the bill. Why didn't she pay back according to her calculation? The Grand and Yang Marquis residence looks respectable, but they do things that are beneath their status." Su Mushi saw Zhong Shen getting angrier and more upset, so she quickly said, "All right, Aunt Zhong, it's not worth getting angry over unrelated people. I believe Lord Jing Zhao will find out the truth and give our family justice." After saying this, she looked deeply at Xiao Zimo sitting in the sedan and ordered Zhongbin to close the door. Unexpectedly, Su Xing suddenly spoke up, saying, "Marquis and Yang's son, since you have divorced my daughter, you are no longer connected to the Su family. I hope you stay away from our family and my daughter in the future. Here, I wish you and Princess Changlu a long and happy life together." He then signaled to Zhongbin, who hurriedly closed the door. Xiao Zimo watched as the Su family's gate slowly closed, and a complicated, hard-to-understand feeling rose in his heart again. Is he to stay away from the Su family and Su Mushi? He had originally planned to stay away too. But for some reason, hearing Su Xing say it made him feel a little uncomfortable. He is the heir of Marquis and Yang, but Su Mushi is just the daughter of a kind-hearted doctor who looks plain. They are worlds apart, yet it seems like he is the one trying to climb up to Su Mushi. And Su Xing's blessing sounded like mockery, but when he said it, his expression and tone were serious. It made him feel like Su Xing was afraid he would come back to find Su Mushi, so he wished him and Yinging a long and happy marriage. But thinking of Bai Mengying, Xiao Zimo's mood grew more restless. He hoped that nothing would change his marriage with Yinging because of this. Return to the mansion. Back at Marquis and Yang's residence, Xiao Zimo went straight to Zhang's courtyard. "Mother, Sun Shan is dead." After stating the fact, he kept a close eye on Zhang's expression. Zhang could tell her son was suspicious and quickly denied it. "It wasn't me. I've already asked around. Sun Shan died by accident, just a coincidence." Xiao Zimo let out a quiet sigh of relief, but then he questioned about the silver. "Why did you give 840 taels less?" Xia Heir made a fuss, so it's understandable if you didn't give more, but you even gave less. At that time, He felt utterly ashamed after being questioned by the servants of the Su family. But Jiang confidently said, I told Wu Mama to take the jewelry from Su Mushi's room and give it to her. Those pieces are worth at least a few thousand taels. She didn't want them herself. Mother, that was a gift from father to Su Mushi. It should have been hers from the start. Qiao Zimo felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. In the past, her classmates secretly mocked her mother for being of low status and narrow-minded. He only sneered at such comments. Now, however, he felt quite embarrassed. The guilt that Zhang's family once felt for wrongly accusing Su Mushi disappeared the moment they handed over the money. When he heard Qiao Zimo say that, he quickly spoke unhappily. What do you mean it should be hers? A daughter who is married out is like water spilled on the ground. I think the money for the herbs shouldn't even be given. Now, our Ho family's funds are almost gone, and your dowry isn't enough. Then, he quietly added, we really should have the censors investigate Su Xing. She's just a small court doctor, so how does she have such a rich family background? She must be charging a lot when treating patients. Mother, do you think things aren't complicated enough already? I'll find a way to handle the dowry. Please don't cause trouble for Su Mushi anymore, okay? Zhang's wife reluctantly snorted in agreement. But that evening, she grew to hate Su Mushi even more. Because both Dr. Li and Dr. Wang refused to come and treat Qiao Zimo's leg further. It must be Su Mushi's fault. Mother hired someone to kill her, but she didn't die. Why won't the doctors come to treat her brother's leg? Qiao Zishi angrily scolded, speaking what was on her mind. Although Zhang's wife was angry inside, she realized that only Su Mushi seemed capable of healing Qiao Zimo's leg. After some thought, she decided to endure it and sent someone to invite Su Mushi. Even if she didn't come, getting the log would still be good. Dr. Li, Dr. Wang, and also Dr. Zhang and Dr. Zhao refused to come. As long as there was a way to treat it, she wasn't worried about finding a doctor. However, when Wu Mama returned a second time, she came back empty-handed. Madam, Miss Su said she no longer has any relation to the Ho family, and treating the young master's leg might cause gossip. And what about the log? Zhang's wife asked sharply. Wu Mama hesitated before speaking. Miss Su said the log can prove her innocence. She didn't give the young master any strong medicine. If we reveal it now, I'm afraid Madam will make a fuss over it. She said she'll wait until the case is over before sending someone to get it. This is truly unreasonable. Zhang's wife angrily slammed the table. Everyone outside is talking badly about our Ho family. Why don't they say Su Mushi refused to save him? Send someone to spread the word. We must let everyone see Su Mushi's true face. Meanwhile, Bai Menjing, who was praying for the Empress Dowager at the Guardian Temple, was also well aware of these events. After the servant who came to deliver the message left, the maid Mingyan couldn't help but ask, Princess, is there still a way to treat the prince's leg? Maybe we should go back. This temple is so harsh, and your highness is delicate. I feel sorry for you. Bai Menjing sat on the hard bed, also wanting to return to the princess's residence. But since she had promised to pray for the Empress Dowager, she couldn't leave after just one day. Moreover, Sun Shan's death and He Jingyang's suspicion made her worried that if she went back now, she might be caught. So she had to endure a few more days in this broken temple. As for Qiao Zimo, she didn't want to marry again. Even if her leg was healed, what then? Who knew if she might become lame again later? She also disliked dealing with Qiao Zimo's foolish mother and sister. There were many talented young men in the capital, and she didn't need to cling to Qiao Zimo, who was a crooked tree. Besides, her eldest cousin was about to return to the capital. Maybe this time, she would gain his favor. Thinking of this, Bai Menjing couldn't help but smile shyly. Then she instructed Mingyan, send someone to guard outside the city. If you see the prince's return, come and inform me immediately. Mingyan understood Bai Menjing's plan and bowed in response. Just as she was about to leave, Bai Menjing added, tell Grandma Wu to behave herself. Xiao Shiyuan will return soon, so don't spread any news for now.
Yes.
3 days passed. The story of Su Mushi refusing to help Qiao Zimo spread throughout the streets of the capital, but people's reactions were very different from what Zhang's family expected. Instead of criticizing Su Mushi, many thought she was too kind. After her divorce, Su Mushi left her medical records at Anyang Marquis' residence. Only Dr. Li and Dr. Wang refused to treat Qiao Zimo because they disapproved of the Marquis' actions. But the Marquis' family not only repaid kindness with evil, but also tried to set fire and kill. It was truly despicable. Although Sun Shan's death was considered an accident, many believed it was the Marquis' doing. The coincidences were too suspicious, making people doubt. The common people were furious, and many other officials were also implicated. The government offices were crowded with complaints, and the officials blamed the Marquis' family. Zhang's family was so angry after hearing the news that they felt dizzy. They scolded Wu Mama, saying, "What kind of foolish ideas are you coming up with? You even told me to hire someone to set a fire and kill. You said that if the person you hired was reliable, it would be fine. If the Su family members had been burned to ashes, these problems wouldn't have happened. But the person you hired, Su San, is just useless." Madame Wu lowered her head, looking regretful and self-blaming.
I was also blinded at the time.
She paused and continued, "If only the young master's leg could get better, I would even be willing to die for that." This reminded Mrs. Jiang that the most important thing right now was to treat her son's leg. But now, not only the imperial doctors, even some well-known doctors in the capital are unwilling to come to the Anyang Marquis' residence. What should we do? Should she really go and ask Su Mushi for help? But she is the wife of the Marquis of Anyang and Su Mushi's former mother-in-law. How can she lower herself to ask Su Mushi for help? Just then, Qiao Zishi walked in. "Mother, those people are just too unreasonable. I will go to the Guardian Temple to find the princess consort and ask her to request the Empress. With the Empress's help, I believe those imperial doctors will not refuse. When my brother's leg gets better and he marries the princess consort, those gossips will naturally shut up. My brother is talented and handsome. How could someone like Su Mushi compare?" Mrs. Jiang thought for a moment and slowly nodded. The Guardian Temple is a simple place. Take some things to visit the princess consort. If the Empress herself intervened, that would be even better. Plus, Zishi going to the Guardian Temple could also find out by Meng Ying's attitude. Zishi's brother's leg can be cured, so Bai Mengying probably won't regret the marriage. Qiao Zishi smiled. "Of course. I already sent someone early this morning to Meiwei restaurant to buy the princess consort's favorite snacks." Then she showed a cold smile. "If I hadn't sent someone, I wouldn't know how unreasonable Su Mushi is. She used to be part of our Anyang Marquis' household, and now she's outside tarnishing our reputation. I must teach her a lesson." Mrs. Jiang immediately became nervous. "What are you planning to do? I tell you, before your father comes back, don't go provoking Su Mushi again. If she reports to the authorities, it will only make our Marquis' household more embarrassed."
Got it.
"Mother, don't worry. I won't do anything reckless." Although Zishi spoke obediently, Mrs. Jiang didn't notice her eyes flicker for a moment. Meanwhile, Su Mushi was bored at home and went to Shan Ci Tang early in the morning. Shan Ci Tang was the bridal shop left to her by her mother. Before becoming an imperial doctor, Su Xing used to work there as a chief doctor. After becoming the chief doctor, the Shan Ci Hall was turned into a simple pharmacy that only dispensed medicine, not treated patients. However, business had been quite good over the years because the herbs in Shan Ci Hall were of high quality and much cheaper than those in other shops. Since it had been a long time since she last visited Shan Ci Hall, Su Mushi was examining the herbs in the back room when she suddenly heard arguing voices coming from the front hall. Her delicate eyebrows, like willow leaves, slightly furrowed as she headed toward the front. "Shameless Shan Ci Hall. You're clearly scheming for money and harming people. How dare you sell fake medicine under the emperor's nose? Our shop has been open for over 20 years, and we've never sold fake medicine. Everyone in the neighborhood knows that. The medicine you bought isn't from our shop. You're just spreading false accusations. I bought this medicine from you. Aren't you going to admit it?" Hearing this, Su Mushi quickly understood the situation. It seemed someone was deliberately causing trouble. She pushed aside the curtain and stepped out from the back room. Her gaze immediately fell on a woman who looked about 40 years old. The woman had a pointed face and a harsh expression. Judging by her clothing, her family was probably quite well off, so her visit to cause trouble was likely not for extortion. As Su Mushi looked at the woman also saw her. A flash of gold flickered in her eyes, then she sneered and said disdainfully, "Are you the owner of Shanxi Hall? They say the owner looks like a demon, but seeing you today, you're truly frighteningly ugly. With such looks, you somehow married into the Anyang Marquis family? I wonder what shady tricks you used. If I were the Marquis' son, I'd be terrified to see you on our wedding night. I heard you even asked the Marquis for over 10,000 taels of silver? Your pharmacy isn't big, and all the herbs combined probably aren't worth that much. Are you stealing money with fake medicine? Ha! So ugly, yet married into the Marquis' family. How ungrateful. You're just trying to cheat the Marquis' money. Only because the Marquis' son is kind-hearted that he wrote you a divorce letter. If it were me, I'd definitely divorce you. You wicked woman." Her words and attitude made Su Mushi think of someone. She guessed she knew who this woman was hired by. The Zhou family really never stopped causing trouble. The onlookers, hearing the woman's words, couldn't help but start observing Su Mushi. Some people didn't know that the woman in front of them was the recently famous Su Mushi, and whispers began to spread. Su Mushi, due to the red birthmark on her face, looked a bit ugly but not as frightening as a demoness. However, the woman had some valid points. The Shanxi Tang clinic was small, and the doctor's salary was low. How could Su Mushi possibly afford over 10,000 taels worth of medicinal herbs for the Anyang Marquis residents? Could it be that the medicines sold by Shanxi Tang were actually fake? Hearing the gossip around her, the woman couldn't help but show a proud smile. Su Mushi looked at her with a cold smile inside. She rarely went out, and Shanxi Tang had never announced who the owner was. But this woman could recognize her as the owner at a glance. This confirmed that the person was indeed the troublemaker that Xiao Zi she had sent. Su Mushi slowly walked to the counter, first bowing gently to everyone, then speaking softly. "Please be quiet. Let me explain myself. Shanxi Tang has been open for over 20 years. Everyone who has bought medicine here knows how good the herbs are. No one would doubt the quality just because of a few words from some people." Some people's faces turned red when they heard this. Many people tend to believe rumors easily. Even if they weren't cheated before, they might be influenced by a few words and be used by others. Su Mushi saw everyone's reactions and continued. As this kind lady said, "My father is a court doctor with a modest salary. But that doesn't mean we can't afford good medicine. My mother passed away early, leaving me a lot of dowry. We have more than just Shanxi Tang. My mother wanted to prepare me a generous dowry so I wouldn't suffer in my new family, not so I could support my husband. After I divorce the heir of the Anyang Marquis, can I not take back my money?" She looked at the woman. The money owed by the Anyang Marquis residence was personally checked by Miss Chiao with the accountant, and Lord Jing Zhao also reviewed the account books. "Are you doubting Lord Jing Zhao's judgment? If so, I will go with you to the Jing Zhao government office and ask Lord Jing Zhao directly." Hearing this, the woman was frightened and quickly waved her hands. No, you're very clever, young lady. I was just talking casually. I never said I doubted Lord Jing Zhao's judgment. Don't spread false accusations." Su Mushi raised an eyebrow. "False accusations? I think you're the one spreading rumors. Tell me, who sent you here to cause trouble?" The woman's eyes flickered with fear, but she did not admit anything. Instead, she pointed at the herbs on the counter and said, "I didn't lie. I bought these medicines here. Just look for yourself. These are all fake. Your Shanxi Hall is selling fake medicine." Su Mushi only glanced at the herbs on the counter. They were huanglian and 5 flavor berries. Ha! Such cheap herbs. Why would they bother to fake them? The prestigious Anyang Marquis mansion is really stingy. But Su Mushi didn't use this as her excuse. After all, if the medicines were fake, they would be wrong regardless of their price. She smiled and raised the account book on the counter, loudly saying to everyone, people who have bought medicine from Shinsei Hall should know that we record every purchase. It's not because we're afraid someone will say they bought fake medicine or cause trouble. It's mainly so that when someone is sick and can't come here themselves, their neighbors or family can buy medicine for them. Just tell us the last time and your name, and we can see what medicines you need. When the woman heard this, her face turned pale. She was about to leave quietly, but saw Su Mushi pointing her finger at her. Madam, do you know when you last bought medicine here? And what is your name? The woman hesitated and couldn't answer. The people watching nearby also understood what was happening. It was clear that she didn't buy her medicine at Shinsei Hall. I think you're just here to cause trouble. Are you sent by the Anyang Marquis mansion? Trying to frame good people after failing to set a fire or commit murder? Yes, I think so too. Just now, she was defending the mansion and even tried to smear Su boss. I've been buying medicine at Shinsei Hall all along. I've never bought fake medicine. My cousin sometimes collects herbs in the mountains, and Shinsei Hall also buys from him. They never cheat us, and sometimes even give extra. One time, I came in a hurry and didn't bring enough money. The shopkeeper at Shinsei Hall let me buy on credit. I think in the capital, only Shinsei Hall truly cares about the people. How could such a good shop sell fake medicine? Exactly. When Su Tai-e was a doctor in the hall, he never asked for money. If someone was poor, he would give them medicine for free. Such a kind person, and now the Anyang Marquis mansion wants to set fire and kill. It's truly disgusting. Su Mushi listened to everyone's words and smiled happily. It seemed that most people understood the truth and knew right from wrong. Seeing that the woman's situation was not looking good, she tried to run away but was stopped by the crowd. Boss Su, I think we should take this person to see the officials. Everyone agreed. Yes, yes.
Shumukshinarik.
Before she could speak, the woman collapsed to the ground, confessing everything. Don't take me to see the officials. I only caused trouble because I had no choice. My sister-in-law works at the Anyang Marquis residence. Those things I just said were forced out by the young ladies there. It has nothing to do with me. I'm also a poor person, losing my parents early, and my husband died 2 years ago. The crowd was not softened by her tears. They could tell from her clothes that she was not from a poor family. Seeing the woman being dragged away to see the officials, Su Mushi quickly said, "Thank you all for seeking justice for me. But I think we should forget about going to the officials. Without proof, just relying on this lady's words won't prove anything. If the people from the Anyang Marquis estate say, she came to me on her own, I won't be able to explain myself. Last time, when Susan tried to set fire and kill someone, most people knew it was the Marquis' wife who ordered him, but there was no proof. The officials still couldn't give a clear explanation. Big crimes like arson are hard to solve, and this time is just a small dispute over a false accusation." Outside the crowd, a handsome young man in a deep blue robe watched everything carefully. He couldn't help but smile faintly. Haha, this girl is interesting. No wonder her father misses her day and night. She's a bit ugly but smart. She knows when to stop. If they took her to court, she wouldn't get any benefit and would gain a reputation for being unreasonable. But now, letting her go might make everyone dislike the Marquis' estate even more, and the crowd's opinion would lean toward the Su family. A young servant nearby was unsure what his master thought and asked cautiously, "Master, do you agree that the old master should marry Su Mushi as a concubine?" The young man suddenly turned cold. "She's not qualified to be the main wife of the Xie family. Let's go. We're going to Hugua Temple. Don't keep Pei Yuan waiting too long." Meanwhile, Qiao Zishi didn't realize her troublemaking had been exposed. She was walking into Hugua Temple with a big smile. She didn't notice a young man in white approaching from around the corner. They accidentally bumped into each other. "Be careful." The young man in white saw Qiao Zishi leaning back and instinctively reached out to catch her arm. After the scare, Qiao Zishi's face turned red with embarrassment once she saw who was in front of her. She stood there blankly like a small quail, unsure of what to do. The person was fair-skinned, with a face like a crown jade. She had gentle, charming eyes like her brother's. When she looked at her now, her eyes seemed to hold stormy waves, making her heart beat faster. At that moment, Bai Menjing's voice rang out from nearby.
FR.
Hearing Bai Menjing's voice, Qiao Zixi snapped back to herself. She quickly pulled her arm away and ran toward Bai Menjing. Princess sister-in-law. Her voice was sweet and soft, very different from when she spoke to Sumushi. Bai Menjing smiled and took Qiao Zixi hand. Why did Sheer come here? I miss Princess sister-in-law, so I thought I would come see you, Qiao Zixi replied. Then she looked back and pointed at the food box carried by her maid. I even bought the snacks you like, Princess sister-in-law. When she turned her head again, she caught the gaze of the young man in white. Her face blushed a little more. Bai Menjing quietly stepped forward and stood between them, then softly asked, Does Sheer know young Master Pei? Although she was asking Qiao Zixi, her eyes looked at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan was the son of the Minister of Revenue. He was elegant and handsome, tall and strong. Though he hadn't officially entered government service, he was talented and well-known in the capital. Many young women dreamed of him. Rumors said Pei Yuan had fallen for Princess Chengel at first sight. Now over 20, he hadn't married because he kept thinking of her. Bai Menjing thought Pei Yuan was just as good in looks and family background as Qiao Zimo. She wanted to get to know him better, so she arranged for him to hear about the blooming camellias at Heguang Temple and invited him to enjoy the flowers. But unexpectedly, Qiao Zixi came uninvited. And seeing how Pei Yuan kept staring at Qiao Zixi, it was truly unreasonable. In terms of status, she was higher than Qiao Zixi. In appearance, she was even more beautiful than Qiao Zixi. Yet Pei Yuan was staring at Qiao Zixi right in front of her. This made Bai Menjing think back to when she was 9 years old. That year, she brought 6-year-old Qiao Zixi into the palace to play and happened to meet a messenger from Beiyan. One of the messengers praised Qiao Zixi, saying, Miss Qiao is now so charming and lovely. When she grows up, she will surely make many young men fall for her. At that time, she was clearly present, but the person only praised Qiao Zixi and ignored her. Now it seems that Pei Yuan, like that person, is blind and unable to see the true gem. Pei Yuan cleared his throat gently, then took a step back and bowed to Bai Menjing and Qiao Zixi. I am Pei Yuan. I have met Princess Chengel and Miss Sheer. I do not know Miss Sheer well. I was just walking and accidentally bumped into her. Please forgive me, Miss Sheer. Qiao Zixi heard this and quickly shook her head, saying, It's not the young master's fault. It was my fault for not paying attention and bumping into you. Her voice was soft enough to drip water, and her face was blushing like a blooming peach blossom. Pei Yuan stepped forward, picked up the purse that had fallen on the ground, gently touched the embroidered copper coin grass on it with his thumb, then handed the purse to Qiao Zixi. Is this Miss Sheer's purse? Qiao Zixi saw the purse in Pei Yuan's hand and was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her shy and timid expression. She extended her delicate hand and took the purse. Softly, she said, Thank you, young Master Pei. Bai Menjing smiled and stepped forward, affectionately hooking her arm around Qiao Zixi's and nodded slightly to Pei Yuan. It seems it was just a misunderstanding. Since that's the case, Sheer and I will take our leave now. After speaking, she pulled Qiao Zixi away without giving her a chance to speak. Sheer, you came just in time. I have a lot to talk to you about. Did you buy the delicious snacks from Manhwa restaurant? Pei Yuan watched the graceful figure of Qiao Zixi leave, a happy smile spreading across his face. When Xie Xian arrived, he saw Pei Yuan standing there happily lost in thought. What are you standing here for? Did Monk Huilin agree to send you a few pots of camellia flowers? Xie Xian's voice brought Pei Yuan back to his senses. Pei Yuan changed from his gentle, refined look and excitedly grabbed Xie Xian's hands. Brother Xie, I finally found the woman who saved me back then. Xie Xian narrowed his long, fox-like eyes suspiciously and asked, Are you sure? You were confused at the time, and the other person was wearing a veil. You didn't even see her face clearly. How can you recognize her? He and Pei Yuan were old friends, knowing each other for many years. Although Pei Yuan seemed sharp, he was actually quite naive. 3 years ago, Pei Yuan came home drunk, was ambushed in an alley, and hit on the head. Luckily, a veiled woman saved him, saving his life. Everyone says that Pei Yuan fell in love at first sight with the princess of Changlo. When she married into Guangzhou, he didn't mention marriage. Only he knows that he was thinking of the woman he saved earlier. He fears someone might find out and pretend to be that woman to marry into the Pei family. But Pei Yuan confidently said, "I won't mistake her. She is the woman who saved me. I remember someone called her Sheer, and I saw the pouch she wore at her waist. Most women's pouches are embroidered with flowers or butterflies, but hers is embroidered with pennywort. Just now, I bumped into her, saw her pouch fall to the ground, and heard the princess of Changla call her Sheer. How many coincidences are there in this world? The woman who saved me must be her. I'm sure." Xie Xian continued to ask, "Do you know who she is?" "She calls the princess of Changlo her sister-in-law. I guess she's the daughter of the Anyang Marquis family and Qiao Zimo's sister," Pei Yuan analyzed. This made Xie Xian exclaim, "What? Are you saying the woman who saved you is Qiao Zixi?" Pei Yuan was confused. "What's that? Do you know Miss Sheer?" Xie Xian waved his hands quickly. "I don't know that kind of woman." Pei Yuan clearly didn't like being called a shrew, and his elegant face showed anger. Xie Xian saw this, and hurried to speak. "That's not what I said." Now everyone in the capital knows how Qiao Zixi made a scene at the government office, like a shrew. He then explained the whole story again, worried Pei Yuan might not know. "My father is a very proud man. When I mention Qiao Zixi, he gets so angry his beard stands up. There's no way that Shrew is the woman who saved you. You must be mistaken." Pei Yuan thought about Qiao Zixi's delicate and gentle appearance just now. It was hard to believe what Xie Xian said. "Have you ever seen Miss Sheer?" Xie Xian was stunned and honestly replied, "No, I haven't. I heard that Qiao Zixi hurt her face when she was young. She rarely went out, and when she did, she wore a veil. Her face was only healed after Mushi married into the Anyang Marquis family, so I've never seen her. But my father wouldn't lie. He said she's spoiled and arrogant, and that's definitely true." Pei Yuan smiled indifferently. "Maybe it's a matter of opinion. Don't worry, Xie Xian. I will find out for sure. I won't mistake anyone." Since Pei Yuan has already said so, Xie Xian can't really say anything more. During the flower viewing, Pei Yuan always seemed distracted. Xie Xian knew what he was thinking about, which made her curious about what Qiao Zixi looked like. Meanwhile, Qiao Zixi also appeared lost in thought, even forgetting her reason for coming to find Bai Menjing. In the past, she never attended gatherings of young men and women in the capital because of her looks. Besides Qiao Zimo, she had never seen any young men. Now, seeing a tall and handsome man like Pei Yuan, she couldn't help but feel excited. Bai Menjing looked at Qiao Zixi's delicate, rosy face, her eyes growing darker. "Sheer, how is Zimo's leg? I'm at the Guardian Temple and don't know what's happening outside." Originally, Bai Menjing didn't want to mention Qiao Zimo, but now she had to use him to distract Qiao Zixi. Hearing this, Qiao Zixi immediately snapped out of her thoughts and told Bai Menjing everything that had happened in recent days. Of course, she blamed Su Mushi for everything. "Princess sister-in-law, that Su Mushi is so hateful. Not only did she refuse to treat my brother, but she also wouldn't let others do so. I came today to ask you to plead with the Empress to order Dr. Li and Dr. Wang to treat my brother's leg. The 8th day of next month is your wedding day with my brother, and I guess you also hope he can stand up soon." Qiao Zixi spoke naturally, but Bai Menjing secretly sneered. If such a small matter could disturb the Empress, then she truly couldn't marry into the Anyang Marquis family. However, she replied politely, "Don't worry. I will send a letter to the Empress soon. I believe Zimo's leg will heal quickly." She also hoped Zimo's leg would recover soon, so she could break off the engagement without being judged. Seeing Bai Menjing agrees so readily, Qiao Zixi smiled and linked her arm with Bai Menjing's. I knew the princess sister-in-law was wholeheartedly devoted to my brother. It's funny that my mother still worries you might regret the marriage. Bai Menjing's eyes flickered as she avoided the question.
How could that be?
The lady of the Anyang Marquis is overthinking. But hearing about Miss Su, I feel a bit guilty. Miss Su acted so ruthlessly, probably out of love turned to hate. If it weren't for my appearance, I believe Miss Su would have been filial to her in-laws and harmonious with Zimo.
Ha!
Su Mushi is so ugly. How could her brother possibly be harmonious with her? Sister-in-law, you don't need to feel guilty. From the beginning to the end, her brother only cares about you. Also, brother already promised to marry Su Mushi as a secondary wife, which was his way of showing gratitude to her. It's Su Mushi who is never satisfied and caused so much trouble. A good wife causes fewer problems, and our Anyang Marquis' household doesn't need someone like her. Xiao Zishi spoke with a sharp, harsh tone, no longer acting shy or timid like before. This made Bai Mengying's lips curl into a sneering smile. How could someone like her compare to me? Pei Yuan probably hasn't heard of Xiao Zishi's reputation outside. Once he does, he'll stay far away. Xiao Zi, she kept talking badly about Su Mushi, then hesitated and took out a small embroidered pouch with copper coin grass from her. This was the pouch that had just fallen on the ground and was picked up by Pei Yuan. Sister-in-law, the ignorant people outside are deceived by the rumors spread by Su Mushi. They say our Anyang Marquis' household is at fault. I heard that Xiechi lost his wife early and never remarried. At this, Xiao Zishi showed a wicked smile and continued, "This is the pouch that Su Mushi didn't take away. If it appears on Xiechi, the young wife and husband might have a good story to tell, don't you think? If it weren't for Xiechi, she would have already taken Su Mushi back to her brother's house to treat his leg. If not for Xiechi, Su Mushi probably wouldn't have dared to go to the Jingzhou government office to complain. So, all of this is Xiechi's fault. Since Xiechi is defending Su Mushi so much, let them be together. I want to see how the people will react when a plain girl is paired with an official." Bai Mengying pretended to be surprised.
Sheer, do you mean? No.
Xieta Ren is honest and upright, a loyal minister of the court. How can you frame him? Don't mention this again. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said. Seeing Bai Mengying's firm stance, Xiao Zi, she could only give up. After all, she didn't know anyone well enough to plant the pouch on Xiechi. They chatted for a while longer. Bai Mengying pretended to be sleepy, and Xiao Zi, she prepared to leave. Before leaving, she hesitated and blushed as she asked about Pei Yuan. Sister-in-law, who was that young Master Pei just now? Do you know him? Bai Mengying remained calm and replied softly, "Young Master Pei is the eldest son of Minister Pei, the Minister of Revenue. If Sister Shi is interested in young Master Pei, I can send someone to find out more. Then you will know who Pei Yuan truly likes." Xiao Zishi did not understand what Bai Menjing was thinking and thought she was teasing her. She immediately changed to a shy look. "Princess's sister-in-law, what are you saying? I didn't do anything."
Oh.
"I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going back." After saying this, she stomped her foot and ran away quickly, not noticing the cold look on Bai Menjing's face. Bai Menjing waved to Mingyan, who was standing nearby. Mingyan bowed and stepped forward. "I want that purse. Send a letter to Umama. Just say that Xiao Zishi still looks better than before." Mingyan's eyes flickered slightly, and she responded softly. It seems the princess has now developed a strong dislike for Xiao Zishi. After Xiao Zishi returned to the mansion, she told Jiang that Bai Menjing agreed to send a letter to the Empress. This finally made Jiang smile. Jiang had felt that these days were very stressful. Sometimes she even thought about the days before Su Mushi left the Marquis' residence. Although the Marquis often favored Su Mushi, she was also respectful to Jiang, and life was quite peaceful. But since Su Mushi left, everything seemed to fall into chaos. However, Su Mushi's departure was a fact, and dwelling on it was useless. Luckily, the Empress stepped in, and her son's leg would surely heal. Xiao Zimo had been lying in bed for 5 days and looked much more haggard than before. He seemed lifeless, as if he had returned to how he was 3 years ago. Xiao Qihui brought dinner in, smiling gently. "Young master, dinner is ready. Today, I specially prepared some light, cooling appetizers to stimulate your appetite. You've lost a lot of weight recently, so you should eat more tonight." Watching Xiao Qihui busying herself, Qiao Zimo couldn't help but think of Su Mushi for no particular reason. In the past, Su Mushi also used to find ways to have the kitchen prepare food for him, but he never paid much attention. If not for doctorly recording his daily meals and his medical log, he might never have noticed Su Mushi's care for him. Because Su Mushi rarely spoke, unlike Xiao Qihui, who would often mention what she did for him intentionally or unintentionally. Just as Qiao Zimo was about to start eating, Qiao Zishi ran in with a smile. "Brother, the princess's sister-in-law said she will send a letter to the Empress today, and those 2 doctors will treat your leg. Get yourself together. The 8th day of next month is your and the princess's wedding day. When you stand together, those rumors outside will naturally be proven wrong. You and the princess consort have been childhood friends. If not for the accident 3 years ago, Su Mushi would never have entered our Anyang Marquis' household. Now that the princess consort has returned, my brother has allowed Su Mushi to be his formal wife, and he has done his best. It's Su Mushi who is ungrateful and causing trouble." A light appeared in Qiao Zimo's eyes. He ignored the bad things Qiao Zishi said about Su Mushi and asked, "Did Ying really send a letter to the Empress Dowager?" Qiao Zishi nodded with a smile. "Of course. I went to Hugua Temple today, and the princess consort told me herself. How could it be false?" Hearing this, Qiao Zimo's previously gloomy heart suddenly brightened. He was happy but also felt a bit guilty. He had misunderstood Ying. It seemed she went to Hugua Temple only because she had no choice, not because she disliked him or wanted to break off the engagement. But after the happiness, Qiao Zimo felt a little troubled again. Most of the family's money had been given to Su Mushi. What should he do about the betrothal gifts for Ying? He had already forgotten about Su Mushi. However, to everyone's surprise, the next noon, the matter of the betrothal gifts for the princess's household was resolved. Because the Pei family came to propose marriage. They also brought many gifts. Mrs. Jiang looked at the noble lady in front of her. Even though she was sure of her intentions, she still couldn't believe it. The wife of Minister Pei, Pei Jian, personally came to propose marriage, wanting Sierra to marry the eldest son of the Pei family. This was an excellent match. The Pei family was a famous noble family in the capital. Their status was so high that ordinary families couldn't even hope to match. She never expected that, despite the rumors about Sierra outside, the Pei family would still want to marry her daughter. It seemed everything was developing in a good direction. I've long heard that young Master Pei is talented and capable in both literature and martial arts. The Pei household is strict with education and respectful of propriety. Although the Marquis is not here now, I believe he wouldn't oppose this marriage. Mrs. Jiang tried to hide her joy, but Mrs. Pei saw through her. Mrs. Pei slightly raised her chin with pride. Her son was so outstanding that the Qiao family wouldn't refuse this marriage. However, her visit today was not entirely her own idea. She was worried about the rumors about Qiao Zishi outside. She definitely wouldn't allow her son to marry a troublemaker. But since her son insisted and even threatened her, she had no choice but to compromise. Still, she wanted to see Qiao Zishi face to face first. If the rumors were true, even if her son caused trouble, she wouldn't agree to this marriage. My son is, as the lady of Anyang Marquis said, but I do not know if Miss Qiao is, as the rumors outside suggest. Is Miss Qiao at the residence? Could she come out so I can see her? Mrs. Jiang sensed the unkind tone in Madame Pei's words. Although she felt a bit upset, she dared not show it. It seems that Madame Pei is unwilling about this marriage, but yesterday, Pei Yuan fell in love with Sheer at first sight and insisted on marrying her. Madame Pei had no choice but to reluctantly propose the marriage. However, this marriage is very good, and she cannot let it fall through. Send someone to invite the young lady. Mrs. Jiang ordered calmly, though she felt a little nervous inside. worried that her daughter might behave badly and upset Madame Pei. In fact, Qiao Zixi was very good at pleasing others. From the moment Madame Pei entered, Qiao Zixi received the news and kept sending people to find out what was happening in the flower hall. When she heard that Madame Pei was here to propose marriage, she almost shouted with joy. Thinking of Pei Yuan's deep, charming eyes, Qiao Zixi's face turned red. She didn't expect that young Master Pei would fall for her at first sight and be so eager. He came to propose marriage just a day later. Since young Master Pei was so sincere, she naturally wouldn't upset Madame Pei. So, after Qiao Zixi made a special effort to please her, the marriage was settled. Before leaving, Madame Pei looked deeply at the shy and obedient Qiao Zixi, feeling that the rumors outside were indeed false. She thought, how could the person who saved her son without revealing her name be an unreasonable shrew? It seems that Su Muxi is quite cunning. The reputation of the Marquis of Anyang's residence is all thanks to her schemes. After the marriage was confirmed, Xie Xian rarely hosted a banquet, inviting Pei Yuan to Duxian Tower for a meal. Brother Pei, I will remember this kindness. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Cheers to us first. Xie Xian finished speaking and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. The Empress Dowager also seemed to be acting on a whim, randomly matching people up. She even wanted the Emperor to issue an edict to marry Qiao Zixi to him. What a joke. He didn't want to marry a shrew back home. Fortunately, his father quickly rejected this marriage before the Emperor finished speaking, or his carefree life would have ended. To prevent future trouble, he immediately told Pei Yuan about it that night. Wasn't Pei Yuan certain that Qiao Zixi was the woman who saved him? Then he should marry her quickly. Thinking this way, Xie Xian was no longer afraid that Pei Yuan might be deceived. After all, compared to his own big life event, whether a friend was cheated seemed less important. Xie Xian felt happy, and Pei Yuan was also very pleased. He had originally planned to slowly get to know Sheer and find a chance to ask about the past, but unexpectedly, things changed so quickly. The Emperor wanted to arrange a marriage for Sheer. He had been searching for Sheer for 3 years and couldn't let this chance slip away. So he decided to act first. He threatened to die unless his mother went to a young Marquis's house to propose marriage. His mother initially opposed this marriage, but after she returned, she agreed happily. He knew Sheer was so charming and lovely, so how could the rumors outside be true? It must be that Su Muxi was spreading false rumors everywhere, ruining Sheer's reputation. Pei Yuan suppressed his displeasure towards Su Muxi. Just as he was about to toast Xie Xian, he saw Xie Xian looking out the window and murmuring, "Isn't that Su Muxi? What is she trying to do?" Hearing Su Muxi's name, Pei Yuan also turned his head to look out the window. The Drunken Immortal building is located on the busiest street in the capital, Zhuke Street. Although Zhuke Street is very wide, able to fit 8 carriages side by side, traffic can still get congested if 2 carriages block the middle. At this moment, 2 carriages were blocking the road. A woman in a light blue dress jumped down from one carriage and seemed to be talking to the other carriage. Soon after, another woman also got out of the second carriage. This woman wore a light pink dress. Though she was wearing a veil, her visible eyebrows and eyes showed. She was beautiful. However, at this moment, her brows were furrowed in anger, looking very upset. This spoiled her delicate features, which once looked like peach blossoms.
Elle fait?
Pei Yuan recognized the woman in pink immediately upon seeing her come out and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Xie Xian pointed at the woman in pink. "Is she Qiao Zixi?" Pei Yuan nodded and then strode quickly downstairs. He was sure this was Sheer. Sheer was in trouble, and he had to get to her quickly. Meanwhile, Xie Xian watched downstairs with interest. Then he also went downstairs. Su Muxi faced Qiao Zixi.
Ha!
Interesting. On the street, what? The daughter of the Anyang Marquis's house, refusing to pay her debt? If you have no money, that's fine. I'll break your limbs and take you back. The silver you owe me will be forgiven. Pei Yuan just came downstairs and heard this extremely arrogant remark. He immediately did not allow him to think too much, took a big step forward, and stood in front of Xiao Zixi. He sternly said to Su Muxi, "Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant in the street?" Xiao Zixi saw the tall figure blocking her, with an angry expression that was quickly replaced by joy and shyness. She softly called out, "Young Master Pei." Pei Yuan turned around upon hearing this, looking at Xiao Zixi with a full gaze. "Sir, don't be afraid. I am here. No one can bully you." And Xiao Zixi nodded shyly, then obediently stood behind Pei Yuan. When she looked at Su Muxi, her eyes showed clear pride. Su Muxi watched their interaction, sneering inwardly. Truly, everyone has their own preferences. But the lesson Xiao Zixi deserved today could not be missed. This young master is polite.
I am sumoi.
The Ho mansion of Anyang owes me 17,840 taels of silver. Recently, I was only repaid 17,000 taels. However, Miss Chiao personally checked, and the debt should be 28,650 taels. For the sake of the Ho mansion of Anyang, I can forego the remaining silver. But since Miss Chiao repeatedly provokes me, I see no need to be generous. Today, I stopped Miss Chiao's carriage to demand my silver. If this young master has nothing to do with Miss Chiao, please leave. Pei Yuan looked over Su Muxi from head to toe. Her face was ugly, her words harsh. It seemed she had bullied Sierra before. The common people were truly foolish, believing Su Muxi's rumors that Sierra was a shrew. If anyone was a shrew, it was Su Muxi. I am Pei Yuan, the son of the Minister of Revenue. I have now come to propose marriage at the Ho mansion of Anyang. Miss Sierra is my fiancée, and her matters are my matters. Pei Yuan openly announced his engagement to Xiao Zixi with no hesitation. He wanted everyone to know that Xiao Zixi would be his wife, and no one could bully her. Xiao Zixi heard this and smiled sweetly, feeling even more proud when she looked at Su Muxi. Pei Yuan looked at Su Muxi with disgust, then continued, "I also heard about your matters. I thought the son of the Ho of Anyang divorced because of your ugly face, but now I see it's because of your malicious heart. I just heard with my own ears that you said if Sierra couldn't repay the silver, you would break her limbs? This is the capital city, under the Emperor's rule. The law is here. How can a wicked woman like you be so arrogant? The Anyang Marquis's estate still owes some silver, and I will pay it for you." Xiao Zixi quickly said anxiously, "Young Master Pei, you can't give her that money. She's just here to cause trouble, and we can't let her succeed. We've already paid what we owe. It's Su Muxi, who is never satisfied." After speaking, noticing many people watching, her eyes flickered with mischief. She continued, "Earlier, my brother allowed her to marry a concubine, but she was still not satisfied and caused trouble at home. However, my brother's marriage was arranged by the Emperor, so it can't be changed easily. When she didn't get what she wanted, she threatened to leave him, and now that she has, she's already eyeing our estate's money again. How unreasonable. How did the magistrate of Jingzhou judge this? And how could Inspector Xie cover for such a wicked woman?" Pei Yuan angrily said. Next to him, Xie Xian hurriedly said, "Hey, you can say whatever you want about Su Muxi, but please don't involve my father. My father has always been honest and upright. Don't tarnish his good name." Su Muxi instinctively looked at Xie Xian because he was Xie Qi's son. But unexpectedly their eyes met. He blinked his beautiful eyes playfully, looking flirtatious, which made Su Muxi suspicious. Could this person be pretending to be Xie Qi's son? Xie Qi is serious and stern, never joking around. How could he have such a flirtatious son? Su Muxi withdrew her gaze from Xie Xian and looked at Pei Yuan and Xiao Zixi. A mocking smile appeared on her lips as she coldly asked, "Xiao Zixi, you say I'm thinking about your estate's money. Should I show everyone my account books?" Xiao Zixi expression changed slightly. Since leaving the Jingzhou government office last time, she had asked the accountant to explain each account. If Su Muxi really showed the account books, she might have to repay over 10,000 taels of silver. Just as she was about to speak and smooth things over, Pei Yuan said, "All right, then bring out the account books. I'm not bad at reading accounts myself."
No.
Xiao Zixi instinctively spoke sharply, forgetting to speak softly, and her voice was very sharp, making people feel uncomfortable.
Su Mushi sneered, "Ha.
So, Miss Xiao, do you feel guilty and afraid I'll show the account books? I just don't want to make things worse. Based on your account books, I'll repay 840 taels. Once the silver is paid off, you and our Nyang Marquis estate will be clear. Please don't bring this up again in the future." Seeing Xiao Zixi trying to make peace, Su Mushi smiled and beckoned to her. "Miss Xiao, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you privately." Although reluctant, Xiao Zixi had to step forward. She was afraid Su Mushi would take out the ledger and embarrass her. Her engagement to Pei Gongzi was just finalized, and she didn't want any trouble to arise. So, she hesitated but moved closer. Unexpectedly, as she reached Su Mushi grabbed her arm and then gave her a heavy slap on the face.
Slap. No one saw this coming.
Xiao Zixi instinctively wanted to fight back, but being pampered and delicate, she couldn't compare in strength to Su Mushi. Seeing Pei Yuan approaching, Su Mushi quickly kicked Xiao Zixi's knee hard. As soon as she released Xiao Zixi's arm, Xiao Zixi fell to her knees and let out a sharp cry.
Ah!
Sire. Pei Yuan hurried over to help Xiao Zixi up, but when he saw her expression, he paused. Her gaze was vicious, like a poisonous snake. It was completely different from her usual sweet and innocent look. Seeing Pei Yuan looking at her, Xiao Zixi quickly hid her fierce expression and showed a look of grievance. When Su Mushi slapped her, her veil had fallen off her face. Now, with her cute and delicate face and this look of grievance, most men would feel pity for her. Especially Pei Yuan. "Young Master Pei, my knee hurts so much and my face hurts too." Xiao Zixi looked tearful, which made Pei Yuan forget everything else. He bent down and gently picked her up, planning to put her on the carriage. Su Mushi saw this and coldly said, "Xiao Zixi, I wasn't joking before. If you dare come and provoke me again, I will make sure your smooth face is completely ruined. Likewise, if I see you causing trouble outside, I won't forgive you." Pei Yuan didn't expect Su Mushi to speak so arrogantly. The people around not only didn't criticize her, but cheered her on. Honestly, I think she's been spared this time. She should have her limbs broken. Exactly. Not only should her limbs be broken, but her face should also be disfigured. Pei Yuan thought these people had gone mad. Clearly, Su Mushi was the one who started the fight, yet they spoke so viciously about Sierra. What kind of spell had Su Mushi cast on these people? Su Mushi, you are truly arrogant. Ugly face, and such a wicked mind. You wait for me. This young master will personally bring you to court today to see if Lord Jingzhao will handle this fairly. Pei Yuan said sternly, but Su Mushi showed no fear on her face. Instead, she looked at Xiao Zixi with a half-smile and said, "Is hitting someone in the street enough to go to court? Then Miss Xiao, you should come too." Xiao Zixi's eyes flickered, and she pulled on Pei Yuan's sleeve. "Young Master Pei, let's forget it. My brother's wedding is coming soon, and our marriage has just been settled. It's better not to cause trouble." Seeing that Pei Yuan still frowned and didn't seem willing to stop, Xiao Zixi pouted, and her voice became a little choked. "Young Master Pei, Sierra's sneeze hurt badly. Can you take me home first?" Seeing how pitiful Xiao Zixi looked, Pei Yuan no longer thought about other things. He quickly said softly, "All right, I'll take you back to the mansion." Then he turned to look at Su Mushi, his expression suddenly turning cold. "Su Mushi, don't be so arrogant. Sierra is kind-hearted and willing to forgive this matter, but I won't let you off. Just wait and see. Everything you did to Sierra today, I will repay tenfold someday." Su Mushi laughed and said, "All right, just like you said before, this is the capital city, under the Emperor's rule. There are laws here. I want to see how you plan to make me wait. Also, Miss Xiao is willing to let this go. But did she ask for my opinion? Since I didn't break Miss Xiao's limbs, the money owed by the Nyang Marquis estate still needs to be paid. I'll give you 2 days' grace. If you don't pay back, you don't need young Master Pei to sue you. I will go and sue first. As he spoke, Sumushi calmly pulled off her pouch from her waist, grabbed a few taels of broken silver from inside, and threw it at Pei Yuan's feet with a look of charity. This little bit of silver is just my medical fee for Miss Chiao. Although I was more generous than Miss Chiao in my actions, Miss Chiao shouldn't be too grateful. After all, Miss Chiao's status is higher than that of a beggar. Xiao Zixi face turned pale with anger, but she dared not argue with Sumushi. She looked up at Pei Yuan and saw him staring blankly at the pouch in Sumushi's hand. Young Master Pei? Xiao Zixi asked in confusion, but she heard Pei Yuan coldly questioning Sumushi. How could you steal Sierra's pouch?
Sumushi sneered. Ha.
When did my pouch become Miss Chiao's? Besides, Miss Chiao is of noble status, so how could her pouch be embroidered with copper coin grass patterns? No evidence, yet you question me as if it's obvious. It seems that young Master Pei and Miss Chiao are truly a perfect match. After speaking, Sumushi, feeling too lazy to pay attention to the two people, got into the carriage with Baiji's help. Pei Yuan watched the departing carriage with a distant look, lost in thought. Jiang Zixi spoke again, wincing in pain. Young Master Pei, Sierra's knee hurts so much. Pei Yuan looked down at Jiang Zixi in his arms, his expression complicated. After a moment of hesitation, he finally said, "All right, I will take you back to the mansion." Meanwhile, Xie Xian, who had been ignored all along, sensed something was wrong. The purse embroidered with copper pennawort, also called Sierra. Could it be that the person who saved Pei Yuan was actually Sumushi? Thinking of this, Xie Xian's mood became complicated. If Pei Yuan really mistook someone, then telling Pei Yuan to immediately propose marriage at the Anyang Marquis' residence would be a trap for him. But if Pei Yuan refused to propose, wouldn't he have to marry the pretentious woman, Jiang Zixi? Although Jiang Zixi was beautiful, Xie Xian, who had seen many women, could see right away that Jiang Zixi was two-faced. If he didn't have to marry her, he would rather marry the innocent girl, Sumushi. Seeing the crowd disperse, Xie Xian quickly grabbed an old man. "Sir, I arrived late and don't know what happened earlier."
Can you tell me?
Why did that Su girl break Miss Zhang's limbs? He then slipped a piece of silver into the old man's hand. Xie Xian had seen Sumushi from afar before. To him, she was clever. Smart people wouldn't cause trouble without reason, nor would they boldly block Jiang Zixi carriage in the street. So, while Pei Yuan and he were coming down, Sumushi must have said something to Jiang Zixi. Otherwise, the onlookers wouldn't all favor Sumushi. The old man silently pocketed the silver and then said firmly, "That miss from the Anyang Marquis' residence is truly wicked. Yesterday, a well-known beggar accidentally bumped into her. Her purse fell, but she falsely accused the beggar of trying to steal it. The beggar is mute, unable to speak, but he gestured for a long time and even knelt and kowtowed to her, bleeding from his forehead. So pitiful." But Miss Jiang didn't stop there. She ordered her men to break the beggar's limbs and threw him at the gates of the Compassion Hall. They only left a few copper coins as medical fees, saying that beggars are lowly and that a few coins were generous. Her arrogant attitude was truly disgusting. I was there at the time. If it weren't for fear of the power of the Marquis of Anyang, I'd have wanted to go up and hit her a few times. Xie Xianping usually acts as if he doesn't care about anything, but after hearing what the old man said, he couldn't help but show anger on his face. Yesterday, Xiao Zixi sent people with fake medicine to slander Shan Xiaitang, and they did such cruel things. No way. Pei Yuan is one of his few friends. Whether Xiao Zixi saved the woman who helped Pei Yuan back then or not, he must make Pei Yuan cancel this marriage. In the carriage, Baiji couldn't help but complain, that Pei guy, blind and foolish, protecting Xiao Zixi like that. It seems all men are the same, only caring about looks, not whether the person in their arms is a human or a ghost. Sumushi chuckled and said, "You can't judge all men the same. At least I think Zhongbin is good and sincere to you." Baiji blushed and pouted. "Miss, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with Zhongbin." Sumushi smiled silently. But when she thought of the mute girl lying in Shan Ci Tang, she couldn't help but hold a grudge against Pei Yuan. They couldn't tell right from wrong and blindly protected him. If Pei Yuan hadn't suddenly appeared, her lesson to Qiao Zixi would have been much harsher. Sun Shan's death was dismissed as an accident, and Su San's plan to set fire and kill someone because there was no evidence, only Su San was held responsible. Now it seems power really is a good thing. Without showing up, you can play with people's lives and deaths in your hands. Ha! But she refused to believe this evil. Today, she would hit Qiao Zixi. If Pei Yuan wanted to settle accounts with her, just come. In fact, Pei Yuan had already forgotten the harsh words he had said before. Now, what he wanted most was to find out whether Qiao Zixi was the woman who saved him back then. Sheer, was the coin grass pouch you embroidered at Guagua Temple yesterday yours? Qiao Zixi looked at Pei Yuan's serious expression, and her hand hidden in her sleeve clenched slowly. Pei Yuan didn't care about her injury, but asked about the pouch. Could it be that Pei Yuan wasn't smitten with her at first sight? Was his reason for proposing marriage just because of that ugly pouch from Su Muxi? Suppressing her nervousness and frustration, Qiao Zixi softly said, "That pouch is mine." "What's wrong with that?" Hearing this, Pei Yuan sighed in relief and then continued to ask, "Do you remember saving a man near Shirlu Lane 3 years ago?" Even the simplest person like Qiao Zixi could tell what was going on. Su Muxi saved Pei Yuan, and Pei Yuan mistakenly believed she was the woman who helped him. "That year, I did save a man, but I can't remember the details clearly. I was very scared at the time, worried that my mother would blame me, so I never mentioned it. Over time, I forgot about it." Qiao Zixi spoke reluctantly, then suddenly looked surprised. Could the young master I saved that day be Master Pei? Pei Yuan's tense heart finally relaxed. Gently, he took Qiao Zixi hand and said with deep affection, "Yes, the person I saved that night was me. Sheer, you don't know how long I looked for you. Luckily, I found you in the end." Although Qiao Zixi's face was full of joy, her heart grew colder. She must not let Pei Yuan know the truth. Otherwise, she would become the biggest joke in the capital. After thinking carefully, Qiao Zixi decided to take the initiative. "Master Pei, that day my mother sent someone to deliver silver to Su Muxi. We indeed sent over 800 taels less, but we also brought many gold and silver jewelry. However, Su Muxi didn't accept those jewelry pieces. Later, it turned out she was framing our marquee house outside. Those jewelry are worth thousands of taels." Pei Yuan nodded slowly. Not to mention the marquee house of Anyang, even his own family would find it hard to come up with so much silver at once. Then Qiao Zixi continued, "Yesterday, before I went to Guardian Temple, I wandered around Xuanta Street, thinking of buying some food for the princess's sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, a beggar suddenly jumped out. She was very fierce. If it weren't for my guards protecting me, I might have been pushed to the ground. I thought she was acting unintentionally, but I didn't expect her to try to steal my purse. Seeing this, my guards quickly stepped forward to stop her. But they didn't hold back, and one of them accidentally broke her leg. My brother's leg was broken before, but Su Muxi healed it. I thought of having someone send the beggar to Su Muxi's pharmacy for treatment. But instead, Su Muxi thought I was looking for trouble with her." Seeing Pei Yuan frown, Qiao Zixi hurriedly added, "Now that I think about it, it's quite frightening. The beggar stole my purse, and today, Su Muxi stopped my carriage on the street and just happened to meet Master Pei, showing the purse I used before." Tears, as big as beans, fell from her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She looked pitiful, which made Pei Yuan feel a bit distracted. "Sheer, why are you crying suddenly?" Qiao Zixi choked and said, "I'm afraid Master Pei will believe what Su Muxi said and break our engagement." After saying this, she boldly threw herself into Pei Yuan's arms, her fragile body pressed tightly against his chest. "Young Master Pei, Sheer fell in love with you at first sight yesterday. You didn't know, but today when you learned that Lady Pei came to propose marriage, Sheer was so happy. Now Sheer is afraid that this happiness is just a fleeting illusion, and she will be disappointed in the end. With a beautiful woman in his arms and their engagement already settled, Pei Yuan let go of his worries and reached out to hold Qiao Zixi body. Smelling the gentle fragrance from Qiao Zixi and feeling her soft body, Pei Yuan no longer doubted. He said firmly, "Sheer, don't worry. I won't believe those rumors outside, nor will I listen to Su Mushi's nonsense. I only believe in you." Qiao Zixi looked up, her charming eyes full of emotion, and her delicate face still had tears. Pei Yuan was captivated by her. He instinctively lowered his head, his lips slowly approaching her bright red lips. Hearing Qiao Zixi's soft cry, Pei Yuan realized what he had just done. He quickly let go of her.
Elfea, I'm sorry.
I couldn't control myself just now. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Qiao Zixi blushed and smiled shyly, nodding. I believe in young Master Pei. When Pei Yuan returned to the residence, he still felt light and floating. He touched his thin lips, smiling like a fool. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered the house, a servant told him Xie Xian had been waiting in the flower hall for a long time. He strode into the flower hall and saw Xie Xian drinking tea. He hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. I'm really sorry, Brother Xie. You kindly invited me, but I left halfway. Next time, I will host and invite you back. Xie Xian put down his teacup and stood up, saying, Who told you it was about eating? Listen, you need to go to an young Marquis' residence and cancel your marriage with Qiao Zixi. He then explained about the beggar. I was worried about falsely accusing Qiao Zixi, so I went to Shanxi Hall and saw that little beggar lying on the bed, barely alive. If you marry such a wicked woman, your family will be in chaos. Hurry and cancel the marriage before nightfall. I won't deceive you, brother. Xie Xian finally felt guilty, but Pei Yuan was not grateful. Instead, he was very angry and said, Brother Xie, I don't want to hear any more nonsense about sheer from you. Otherwise, don't blame me for ending our long-standing friendship. Xie Xian was not angry but kindly advised, It's not that I am criticizing Qiao Zixi. Just go and find out for yourself. Her reputation is already very bad. By the way, yesterday I personally saw a woman causing trouble at Shanxi Hall. That person was brought there by Qiao Zixi. You must not be fooled by Qiao Zixi appearance. Unexpectedly, Pei Yuan asked, If what you say is true, why didn't Su Mushi go report it to the authorities? I believe that woman was probably brought by Su Mushi herself, just to smear Sheer's reputation. I think the person who was fooled isn't me, but you. You were deceived by the false image created by Su Mushi. That beggar was also likely brought by Su Mushi. Xie Xian felt that Pei Yuan, having had little contact with women, was simply confused by Qiao Zixi and was blinded. He took a deep breath and continued to advise him, knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. If you think I was fooled, go and find out for yourself or visit Shanxi Hall. Also, I suspect the woman who saved you might very well be Su Mushi. You are mistaken. No way. Su Mushi is ugly, so how could she be the woman who saved me that night? I already asked Sheer. The person who saved me was definitely her. Pei Yuan spoke firmly, then turned aside and dismissed the guest. All right, you can go. I will handle my own affairs. Seeing Pei Yuan's attitude, Xie Xian felt a bit frustrated. Years of friendship with his brother meant nothing compared to a woman he had only met twice. He angrily flicked his sleeve and stopped persuading him, then strode away. Ignoring his brother's words only brought trouble now. He was eager to see how Pei Yuan would regret this in the future. That night, Pei Jian returned home and also asked about Qiao Zixi. Over the past few years, Qiao Shuyuan's influence at court grew rapidly, and he gained the emperor's favor. Since he and the empress were related by marriage, it was considered a good match. So, he didn't care much about Qiao Zixi's character. After all, Pei Jian had more than one son, and since Pei Yuan was not interested in officialdom, it was a good match for marriage. But now, with more and more negative rumors about Qiao Zixi outside, he couldn't help but care. Pei Yuan thought about everything that happened in the carriage today and didn't believe the rumors. Father, all this is Su Mushi's doing. Sheer is kind and simple, not like what the rumors say. Pei's wife nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. I saw Sheer today. She's beautiful and has a pure, lovely personality. It's impossible for her to be like the rumors. It must be that Su Mushi, unhappy with the actions of the Anyang Marquis household, is deliberately tarnishing Sheer's reputation. Pei Yuan saw that Pei Jian's eyebrows were still tightly furrowed. He quickly said, "Father, I will handle this. You don't need to worry. For Shi's reputation and our Pei family's honor, I will uncover the false mask of Su Mushi." Pei Jian heard this and finally relaxed his brow. Yes, in a few days, the Marquis of Anyang should return to the capital. Before that, you should settle everything. Then Marquis of Anyang can owe us a favor. I heard that Su Mushi has some connection with Xie. Be careful when doing things, and don't let anyone catch your mistakes. I understand, son. Meanwhile, Qiao Zishi was desperately searching for a pouch embroidered with a copper coin pattern. Where is it?
Tell me.
Did any of you steal it? Qiao Zishi was hysterical in front of the servants in the courtyard. She knew that pouch was the key to Pei Yuan's proposal. Before marrying into the Pei family, she absolutely couldn't let Pei Yuan find out the truth. It was best to hide it forever, making Pei Yuan believe she was the girl who saved him long ago. So that pouch was crucial. But yesterday, she took it to the Guogua temple, and today, she couldn't find it anymore. When Jiang Shi arrived, she saw Qiao Zishi looking somewhat frantic. What's wrong? Why is that pouch so important? Seeing Jiang Shi, Qiao Zishi seemed to see her backbone. She dismissed the servants and explained about the pouch. Mother, this must never be let known to young Master Pei. Otherwise, he won't like me anymore. Jiang Shi didn't expect that the Pei family's proposal was because Pei Yuan mistook Su Mushi for Shi. Su Mushi was ugly and of low status. How could she compare to her precious daughter? After thinking for a long time, Jiang Shi patted Qiao Zishi's hand. It's just a pouch. I'll have someone get one from Su Mushi, or find a seamstress to embroider one for you. Just insist that the person who saved him was you. Young Master Pei will believe you. Otherwise, would he marry that ugly girl Su Mushi? Qiao Zishi's anxious heart instantly calmed with Jiang Shi's words. Yes. Even if Su Mushi revealed the truth about that day, as long as she insisted, young Master Pei would believe her more. After all, no man would want to marry someone as ugly as Su Mushi. Meanwhile, after Xie Xian left the Pei residence, he didn't return home. Instead, he went to Xuanfang Tower to drink flower wine. Although Xie Qi was strict with himself, he couldn't control Xie Xian, who was wild and unruly. Fortunately, although Xie Xian appears flirtatious and carefree, he is very principled and never commits illegal or immoral acts. He is a talented painter, praised by the emperor himself, which also brings honor to Xie Qi. Therefore, Xie Qi can only let go of control over his son Xie Xian as long as he doesn't cause trouble. Xie Xian is a regular at the fragrance-seeking tower, where the girls often ask him to paint for them. Today, when he enters, they all swarm around him as usual. Young Master Xie, you haven't been here for a long time. Don't you miss us? Young Master Xie, you promised to paint a picture for me last time. Are you here especially for me today? Seeing the lively girls in front of him, Xie Xian's gloomy mood improves a lot. He teases them for a while and then asks curiously, "Where is Yener girl? Does she not know I am here?" Usually, Yener is the girl who pesters Xie Xian the most. But today, he has been here for a while, yet he hasn't seen Yener's figure. When mentioning Yener, the other girls look sad. Xie Xian notices something is wrong and hurriedly asks, "What happened? What's wrong with Yener girl?"
Yener.
She caught a serious illness and might not live long, one girl whispers, with regret and sadness in her voice. Perhaps today for Yener is their tomorrow. In their line of work, they smile and greet people every day, but the grievances and sadness in their hearts can only be swallowed silently. Xie Xian frowns. "Did you see a doctor?" "Yes, we did." When the doctor saw Yener had a serious illness, he refused to take any fee and left immediately. The illness is very unlucky. No doctor wants to see her. Even if they do, they can't cure her.
Sigh.
It's all fate. Hearing this, Xiaxian drinks the wine in front of him in one gulp. Then, he slams the cup heavily on the table. I don't believe in fate. After saying that, he gets up and leaves. For some reason, a person's figure appears in his mind. He feels that if that person were here, they could surely cure Yenner. In the back hall of Shanxi Hall, Su Muxi personally feeds medicine to the mute girl. The girl cannot speak, only opens her big, round eyes filled with gratitude, caution, and carefulness, looking very pitiful. Su Muxi asks her to do something, and she obeys immediately. Even if she feels uncomfortable, she endures the pain and listens obediently. Seeing her obedient appearance, Su Muxi's nose often feels sour. It looks like a child around 10 years old. What has she been through before? She didn't have a natural inability to speak. Instead, her voice was damaged by thick smoke. Her skin was badly burned over a large area. Although it seemed to have healed a long time ago, changing her clothes still made Su Muxi feel shocked. How painful must it have been when she was burned? How did such a young child survive all that? What made Su Muxi most angry was that the little mute girl still had an unhealed tear in her private area. Those people are worse than animals. Can I give you a name? Su Muxi tried to speak softly, worried about frightening the little girl. The little girl nodded obediently. Su Muxi looked into her bright, jewel-like eyes and smiled, saying, "From now on, I'll call you Azhu. It means bright pearl and treasured pearl." A sudden mist appeared in Azhu's eyes, and she nodded again. Su Muxi could clearly feel that she was less wary of her and more affectionate. She put down the medicine bowl and took a piece of candied fruit, holding it near Azhu's lips. Azhu isn't afraid to take medicine. You're so brave. Sister will reward you with a piece of candied fruit. Bai Ji, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn her face away and wipe her tears with her sleeve. What's the big deal about the bitter medicine compared to what Azhu had already endured? How could heaven be so cruel, letting such a lovely child suffer so much? Azhu hesitated when she saw the candied fruit at her lips. She opened her mouth, took a bite, and twice, then showed a sweet smile. Even Su Muxi couldn't help but tear up. Gently patting Azhu's head, she softly said, "Don't worry, Azhu. From now on, you are part of our family. With me here, no one will bully you." Hearing this, Azhu started crying. She opened her mouth to say something but could only make muffled sounds. Suddenly, there was a hurried knocking at the door outside. Azhu trembled with fear, her big round eyes filling with shock. Su Muxi gave her a gentle smile and said, "Don't be afraid. This is Jing City. No one will come to bother us. I'll go see who's at the door. Bai Ji, take good care of Azhu." The servant saw Su Muxi come out and finally found her main support. "Miss, someone is looking for you outside. I told them you weren't here, but they wouldn't leave. They said if you don't open the door soon, they'll break in." As soon as the servant finished speaking, a familiar male voice sounded outside. "Su Muxi, I know you're inside. I am here to save people, not to cause trouble." Su Muxi hesitated for a moment and ordered the shopkeeper to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, Xiaxian rushed inside from outside. Seeing Su Muxi, a bright light appeared in Xiaxian's sharp eyes. He didn't go to Su's residence first, but headed straight to Shanxi Hall. His instinct told him that the little beggar was badly hurt, and Su Muxi was definitely still there taking care of her. And his guess was right. "I knew you'd be here. Come with me quickly." While speaking, he reached out to grab Su Muxi's wrist, but she skillfully dodged. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurried forward to block Su Muxi. Xiaxian looked at the shopkeeper's protective stance and saw Su Muxi's cautious expression. He joked, "You don't have to be so guarded around me. You're so ugly, I wouldn't be interested in you." Then he seriously added, "I'm really here to help you save someone." On the way to Sunfang Tower, Xiaxian kept sneaking glances at Su Muxi beside him. In their previous 2 meetings, Su Muxi hadn't worn a veil, and her ugly birthmark was visible. That look would make any man shy away. But now, with her veil on, only her eyebrows and eyes showing, she looked quite pretty under the moonlight. Xie Xian's gaze was too obvious, and Su Muxi couldn't help but notice. "Why are you looking at me?" Xie Xian, cleared his throat awkwardly, ahem. "Nothing, I just think you're pretty smart. You even wear a veil to a brothel. A woman's reputation is very important. Unless she has no choice, she wouldn't step into such places." At first, he thought Su Muxi would refuse him, but she surprisingly went with him to the brothel without hesitation to treat A.'s illness. Now, seeing her wear a veil, he thought she was just trying to hide her identity. But Su Muxi simply said, "I wear a veil just to avoid scaring people. As a healer, I only care about my conscience, not the patient's identity. I wear a veil when I go out at night." Xie Xian looked at Su Muxi's calm, fox-like eyes and suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
"You're just afraid of scaring people.
Ha ha ha.
You're pretty self-aware about your ugliness."
Ha ha ha.
Xie Xian's laughter echoed through the empty street, almost like it had an echo. Su Muxi rolled her eyes silently, instinctively moved aside, and kept a distance from Xie Xian, looking annoyed. How could Minister Xie have such an unruly son? In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Muxi followed Xie Xian to the entrance of Xuanfang Tower. Seeing the bright lights and lively scene before her, Su Muxi clenched her fists silently, took a deep breath, and strode inside. Xie Xian noticed Su Muxi's reaction, and his smile deepened. With long legs, he stepped forward, blocking Su Muxi's side with his tall figure. His sharp phoenix eyes carefully looked at her, as if inspecting her. Ever since Yenner fell ill, she had been placed in the most remote room in the back courtyard by the madam. When the door opened, a foul smell rushed out, making Su Muxi's delicate eyebrows furrow instantly. Looking inside, all she saw was a simple wooden bed and a somewhat worn-out table, the entire room. There was no lamp lit inside. Only faintly visible was a person lying on the bed, occasionally moaning in pain. This scene was extremely out of place in this place of indulgence and luxury. "Light the lamp," Su Muxi said in a deep voice, then walked straight in. Xie Xian hurriedly urged the old servant, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear me tell you to light the lamp?" The old servant hesitated and said, "Miss Yan's appearance now is quite frightening. Young Master Xie and this young lady should leave quickly, so as not to be seen." For some reason, Su Muxi felt inexplicably angry. She suddenly tore off the veil on her face. "How ugly. Am I uglier than you? Just light the lamp when I tell you to. No need for all this nonsense." Without the veil, her ugly birthmark on her left cheek was fully exposed, almost startling the old servant into a scream. Even Xie Xian's eyes widened in shock. No wonder Su Muxi always wore a veil when going out at night. Her birthmark looked truly terrifying in the dark. After being frightened by Su Muxi, the old servant didn't dare hesitate and quickly lit the lamp. When he saw Yenner's appearance at this moment, Su Muxi's brow furrowed even more tightly. Meanwhile, Qiao Zimo looked at the stool brought out by the young servant Awang and couldn't help but think of Su Muxi. When Su Muxi first married into the Marquis's estate, she saw that he didn't want to be carried by servants, so she had someone make a strange chair. The chair had 2 wheels on the side, so he could push himself without relying on others. This was the first time he had walked out of his room on his own, seen the sunlight outside, and regained his lost pride. If it weren't for the gatekeeper Lao Jio's reminder, I might have forgotten about this chair. With this chair, your movements will be much easier. The young lady previously said that sunbathing is good for you. How did she come up with such a strange chair? It's really convenient. As soon as I finished speaking, Awang realized he had said the wrong thing. He quickly covered his mouth. Look at my mouth. I should be punished. Qiao Zimo looked at the chair in front of him, and his mind drifted back to 3 years ago. Qiao Zimo, you have a limp, but you're not disabled. You can do many things. Why give up on yourself? Is it worth disappointing those who care about you? If you're a man, then get yourself together. Just because you can't stand on your legs, I will definitely cure you. If I can't do it in a month, I will try for a year. If a year isn't enough, I will try for 10 years. As long as you follow my instructions, I promise you'll be able to stand again. Su Mushi kept her promise. But he forgot her previous advice. However, Su Mushi was right. He only had a limp, not a disability. There were many things he could still do. He couldn't give up on himself. Otherwise, how could he face Ying? Ying specially wrote a letter to the Empress, so Dr. Li came this morning to treat him. He couldn't let Ying's kindness go to waste. He had to stand up again before the wedding. Xiao Zimo pointed at the chair in front of him and said to Al Wang, "Help me sit on it." He wanted to go to his mother's courtyard to ask about the betrothal gifts. Although there was a royal decree for the marriage, he felt uneasy until the betrothal gifts were delivered. So he thought of directly sending the betrothal to the Bai residence, where the head of the Bai family, Bai Menjing's uncle, would accept the gifts on his behalf. Zhang's family was initially happy to see their son come, but after hearing about the betrothal gifts, their face suddenly darkened. "I wasn't planning to tell you about this, but since you came to ask, I won't hide it from you. Originally, the gifts from the Pei family were to be used partly for your betrothal. But today, your sister was stopped by Su Mushi in the street, who even threatened to take the money based on the account your sister found. If they didn't give it, they said they would ruin your sister's reputation." Next, she exaggerated the story about hiding the purse, the slap Su Mushi gave to Qiao Zishi, and how Su Mushi kicked him to the ground. Xiao Zimo clenched his hands on the sides of the wheelchair. After a moment of silence, he hesitated and asked, "But did Sheer provoke Su Mushi first?" Hearing this, Mrs. Jiang scolded sharply, "You good-for-nothing. Why did I give birth to a son like you who always wants to go his own way?" Sheer was on her way back to the mansion when Su Mushi stopped her carriage in front of everyone. How can it be that Sheer was the one who provoked Su Mushi first? It's obvious that Su Mushi is never satisfied and always greedy. I heard that Su Xing plans to leave the imperial hospital. Without the title of chief doctor, how can he make money? Su Mushi is just taking revenge because her father lost his way and she's blocking Sheer's carriage to get money. Humph. Pretending to be generous, but secretly scheming. Asking for money in the street, she's just afraid to come directly and ask for it. Now she's not only embarrassing the Hofu of Anyang, but she also expects us to give her the money. I think Su Mushi is just retaliating because she doesn't want you to marry Princess Changle. Her heart is so wicked, it's truly disgusting. Mrs. Zhang's face was flushed with anger, and her heart was filled with murderous intent. If the Su family members all died, not only would she not have to repay the money, but the truth about saving Pei Yuan could also be taken away from this world. Xiao Zimo's face also turned red with anger. The gratitude and guilt he once felt towards Su Mushi vanished instantly. He thought, how could Su Mushi have cared for him for 3 years without any love in return? It turns out she was just using retreat to advance. "Mother, I will go to see Su Mushi tomorrow and make everything clear." Xiao Zimo almost didn't sleep all night, constantly thinking about his past interactions with Su Mushi. If Ying hadn't gone back to the capital, would he have been grateful enough to truly marry Su Mushi? He remembered how obedient and gentle Su Mushi used to be, but now she's so aggressive. So, was Su Mushi really acting out of love and then turning to hatred? Was she retaliating against him, trying to stop him from marrying Ying by any means? If that's true, he must clarify everything with Su Mushi and make her see the reality. Even if she's scheming, he could never like her. The person he loves has always been only Ying. As soon as dawn broke, Qiao Zimo couldn't wait and went straight to the Su family's door. "Young master, since it's still early, the Su family members might not have woken up yet," Wang whispered, looking conflicted. He thought the young lady is a good person. She's been married into the Hofu for 3 years, contributing both hard work and effort. It's a bit much for the young master to come so early. But Xiao Zimo didn't think it was too early. It's better to say what needs to be said early, for everyone's benefit. He didn't plan to go inside, only to say a few words at the door, which wouldn't take long for Su Mushi. Just as he was about to ask a Wang to knock, a carriage approached from a distance. The carriage slowly stopped, and a young man in white jumped out.
Hey.
Isn't that the young master of the Anyang Marquis? Why are you sitting at the Su family's door so early in the morning? Did you regret breaking up with Miss Su? Xie Xian spoke with a sarcastic tone, his eyes full of mockery. If it had been before, he would have just nodded at Xiao Zimo and then left. But now, the more he looked at Xiao Zimo, the more annoyed he felt. Only when he saw Xiao Zimo annoyed did he feel a bit better. Xiao Zimo's face was dark, and he sneered, "Young Master Xie, have you drunk too much wine and are talking nonsense? Su Mushi, that ugly woman, and I broke up, and I wouldn't regret it. I came here today to tell her not to bother me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a delicate, jade-like hand reached out from the carriage curtain. "When have I ever bothered the young master?"
I don't know about that.
While speaking, Su Mushi had already stepped out of the carriage. Xie Xian awkwardly lowered the horse's bridle and reached out to help Su Mushi down. His phoenix eyes blinked secretly, signaling Su Mushi to give him face. Su Mushi looked at Xie Xian, then at the grim-faced Xiao Zimo, feeling amused. This Xie Xian was really boring. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand in Xie Xian's palm. Xiao Zimo's face grew darker as he watched Su Mushi hold hands with Xie Xian. Did Su Mushi stay out all night with Xie Xian? Just after breaking up, she was fooling around with a man all night.
Su Mushi was really quite something.
The more Xie Xian interacted with Su Mushi, the more he thought she was a good person. Not only smart, but also very kind. Yenner had a full body of pustules, and even her maid found her disgusting and didn't want to get close. But Su Mushi not only showed no disgust, she also gently treated Yenner all night. She wiped Yenner's body, dressed her, and prepared medicine without showing any impatience. Though a woman, she truly deserved the words benevolent and skilled. Seeing Xiao Zimo, he couldn't help but think of Su Mushi's breakup with him. Ungrateful and untrustworthy, if only they could each go their own way without bothering each other. But the people from the Anyang Marquis mansion kept coming to trouble Su Mushi every few days, which he couldn't stand. He understood a man's thoughts. Zhou Zimo just dislikes Su Mushi because she is ugly and of a low status, thinking she is not worthy of him. And from what Zhou Zimo said just now, it's clear he believes Su Mushi can't live without him, and once they part, no one will want her. If that's the case, he must stand up for Su Mushi and defend her reputation. After all, Su Mushi helped him save Yenner. But when Xie Xian held Su Mushi's delicate hand, his heart unexpectedly beat a little faster. His phoenix eyes looked at Su Mushi's half-profile face, which was free of any blemishes, and he instinctively swallowed. If Su Mushi's face had no scars, she would surely be the most beautiful woman in the capital. At that time, whether it was the proud and cold young noble or the passionate and domineering aristocrat, they would all fall for her. It's a pity that heaven decided to mark her face with a scar. However, after getting used to it, the scar didn't seem as ugly as before. But the scar was quite strange, with uneven textures on it. If not for those strange textures, Su Mushi wouldn't have worried about scaring people when going out at night. Thinking of this, Xie Xian couldn't help but laugh again.
Haha.
Seeing the surprise in Su Mushi's eyes, Xie Xian deliberately pinched her small hand and smiled brightly. "Sheer, I'm just so happy. Do you think we've shared a bit of skin intimacy?" Su Mushi rolled her eyes at Xie Xian and pulled her hand back forcefully. Their interaction looked like flirting to Zhou Zimo, and his anger made him speak before thinking, coldly questioning, "Su Mushi, where have you been all night?" Su Mushi tilted her head to look at Zhou Zimo, about to speak, but Xie Xian cut her off first. "Where she's been has nothing to do with you. Since Marquis Anyang's son has already parted from Miss Su, they should each go their own way and not bother each other. What right do you have to question her?" Zhou Zimo's handsome face flushed with anger, and after holding back for a long time, he finally found a reason. "No matter what, Su Mushi was once part of our Marquis Anyang's household. Now that we are separated, if she does anything shameful, people will still gossip about our family. If she's out all night with a man, Shouldn't I ask about it? Xie Xian put away his smile, his eyes narrowing into a cold slit, and a cold smile appeared on his lips.
Ha!
Shameless? Young master, you really want to throw all kinds of dirt on Miss Su. Truly, only ungrateful people can say such things. As for the reputation of the Anyang Marquis residence, it is probably already notorious in the streets. I am more worried that Miss Su will be judged because of your family's reputation. Xiao Zimo was about to speak angrily when Su Mushi coldly said, Young master, don't worry. Even if I am despised by everyone, I will not drag down the Anyang Marquis' house. But I find it strange that you came here today. When did I ever trouble you?
Please clarify.
Xiao Zimo's eyes flickered with hesitation, but then became firm again. You may not have openly troubled me, but yesterday you stopped Shier's carriage on the street. Why did you do that? Su Mushi found Xiao Zimo amusing. Why would I stop Xiao Zishi's carriage?
Didn't she tell you?
Thinking of Aju, who is injured, Su Mushi's eyes reddened. The daughter of the noble house of Anyang, on the street, without reason, had her servants break a young girl's limbs and then throw her at the gate of our compassion hall. You ask why I stopped her carriage? I want to ask what she was trying to do. I, Su Mushi, have never done anything wrong to your family. Even voluntarily helped you and Princess Changle and requested a divorce.
But how have you treated me?
Not only have you spoken harsh words, slandered and falsely accused me, but you also set fires and killed people. Now you are even involving innocent people. Xiao Zimo, tell me, what exactly did I do wrong to deserve this treatment from you? Xiao Zimo opened his mouth but muttered, I don't know about these things. At that moment, Xie Xian sneered, Ha! The young master can come to the Su family's door early in the morning to demand justice, but he doesn't have time to find out what his mother and sister have done? This person is really greedy. When people are alive, they look down on others' status and appearance, but when they leave, they long for their dowries and money, hoping they will obediently continue to serve like beasts.
Hey!
Young master, don't take it personally. I didn't mean to point fingers at anyone specifically. Xie Xian's mockery made Xiao Zimo unable to lift his head and even more afraid to look at Su Mushi's face. If Su Mushi's actions were not a strategic retreat, then everything she said was the truth. Su Mushi had never done anything wrong to them. In fact, they had done many wrongs to her. Xiao Zimo tightly gripped the armrest of his wheelchair. Because he squeezed too hard, his slender fingers turned pale. He slowly looked up at Su Mushi, who was standing with Xie Xian. For some reason, he felt the morning sun was a bit too bright. He opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice, Then why did you ask Xier for money on the street? At first, you only needed a little over 10,000 taels. Why are you now asking for more than 10,000 taels again? Are you trying to stop me from giving Yingying her wedding gift? Seeing Su Mushi's slightly widened fox-like eyes, Xiao Zimo inexplicably felt a bit happy. However, this happiness didn't last long and disappeared as Su Mushi continued speaking. Has the Anyang Marquis' estate run out of money to give you as a wedding gift? I only asked for 17,840 taels because I was acting kindly, not because it was my right. These silver coins were originally owed to me by your marquise, and it was also a promise your mother made to me. As for why I changed my mind and asked for more than 10,000 taels, it's thanks to your good sister who had someone recheck the accounts, which even led to a court case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to argue with you all. Su Mushi spoke seriously, making Xiao Zimo feel ashamed and embarrassed to face others. After a moment, Xiao Zimo swallowed and finally found his voice. Don't worry, I will find a way to pay you back what I owe. After saying this, he hurried to leave. But Su Mushi continued, Young master, don't worry. I have no lingering feelings or admiration for you. I've never opposed the marriage between you and Princess Changlo. If the Anyang Marquis' estate truly has no money to pay me back, I won't force it, so as not to affect your pursuit of your beloved. As long as you can break Xiao Zishi's limbs, this debt will be considered settled.
How about that? Shomukshi.
You're going too far. Xiao Zimo shouted sternly, his peach blossom eyes filled with anger. He felt Su Mushi was mocking and humiliating him. How could he possibly break his sister's limbs over a wedding gift? Not willing? Just so you know, Miss Chow only broke a little girl's limbs and was left with 5 copper coins. And I am willing to generously give Miss Chow over 10,000 taels of silver. Su Mushi's eyes were full of sarcasm as she spoke. Xiao Zishi was a noble young lady. Did Zhu deserve to be beaten? At this moment, the door of the Su family opened. Zhongbin saw Qiao Zimo outside and rushed out with a wooden stick. He pointed the stick at Qiao Zimo and his group, shouting, "What are you doing?" Seeing Zhongbin's reaction, especially that he didn't seem wary of Xie Xian but instead protected him behind, Qiao Zimo felt both angry and uncomfortable. What was he trying to do? He now only wants to leave. He didn't answer Zhongbin's question, but simply looked deeply at Su Mushi, then ordered the servant to carry him onto the carriage and hurriedly left. At this moment, Zhongbin finally noticed Xie Xian beside him. With greasy hair and a flirtatious face, he looked like a bad person. "Miss, you've been tired all night. You should go home and rest." Although Zhongbin's words were directed at Su Mushi, his wary gaze was on Xie Xian. Xie Xian looked at the faint dark circles under Su Mushi's eyes, clasped his hands in front of him, and bowed deeply to her. "I thank Miss Su on behalf of Yenner for saving her. If I can help in the future, I will not refuse." Seeing Xie Xian's rare, serious expression, Su Mushi was about to respond politely, but he suddenly changed his tone, speaking somewhat flirtatiously. "If Miss Su wants me to marry you, Xie Xian, wouldn't refuse. I am not talented, but I am handsome, tall, and well-built. My family background is decent. Although I don't have much wealth, my paintings are appreciated by many, so I can support my family comfortably. Young Master Xie, take care and don't see me off." Su Mushi couldn't stand Xie Xian's narcissistic attitude anymore and quickly interrupted him loudly, then strode into the house. Xie Xian watched her slender back, and his flirtatious expression gradually faded. He muttered softly, "I'm serious." Qiao Zimo sat in the carriage, full of thoughts about the scene of Su Mushi and Xie Xian standing together. Su Mushi was so ugly. How could Xie Xian like her? There must be something he didn't know. Anyway, Xie Xian would never like Su Mushi. Ah Wang, send someone to find out where Su Mushi went last night and what she did with Xie Xian. After a pause, he continued, "Also investigate what the young lady has been doing recently. And the madam." A few hours later, Ah Wang only learned about what Xiao Zishi had done in the past 2 days. Hearing this, Qiao Zimo almost spat blood again. When did his sister become so malicious? Moreover, his mother not only remained silent, but even defended her, blaming all the faults on Su Mushi. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan, who was preparing to clear Qiao Zishi's name and expose Su Mushi's hypocrisy, grew more worried as he investigated. He secretly checked the account books and also looked into the woman who caused trouble at Shan Xiai Tang before. As for the incident where a beggar was injured, many witnesses saw it clearly. Even if he wanted to believe Qiao Zishi, he couldn't convince himself anymore. Such a rude, mean, and cruel person. Was it really the woman who saved him in the first place? But what about the purse embroidered with copper coins and the name Sheer? Could he have been mistaken? Was the person who saved him not Qiao Zishi, but Su Mushi? But how is that possible? The woman who saved him was wearing a veil, but he could see that she was very beautiful. Such a beautiful woman. How could she be Su Mushi? The more Pei Yuan thought about it, the more confused and upset he became. After thinking for a long time, he decided to ask Qiao Zishi face-to-face to get clear answers. "Young Master Pei, why are you here at this time?" Qiao Zishi looked shyly at Pei Yuan, but she was very nervous inside. Pei Yuan looked at Qiao Zishi's pretty face and really didn't want to believe she had 2 different sides. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sheer, why did you ask someone to break that little beggar's limbs?" Qiao Zishi blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looking innocent. "Young Master Pei, didn't I tell you? It was the guards who acted without care and accidentally hurt the beggar." But this time, Pei Yuan didn't believe her easily. he said seriously. Many people saw it. They said it was your order. Xiao Zishi looked sad. What they say? Do you believe it? Yesterday you said you would believe me. As she spoke, tears filled her eyes. With a slight blink, a large tear rolled down her cheek. Seeing her like this, I felt sorry for her. Pei Yuan saw Xiao Zishi crying and no longer wanted to ask further. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to wipe her tears. But her tears kept flowing, and he couldn't wipe them all away. Just when Pei Yuan was at a loss, Xiao Zishi suddenly threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Young Master Pei, please believe me. I really didn't. The street was so noisy at the time. How could anyone hear what I said? The common people tend to sympathize with the weak and believe in stories of bullying the vulnerable. If just one person had heard me order the servants to hurt that beggar, everyone would believe it. Xiao Zishi's voice was soft and a little nasal. If she had spoken on a noisy street, even from 3 meters away, it might have been hard to hear her. So, was he wrongfully accusing Xier? Xiao Zishi originally thought that Pei Yuan, as the son of the Minister of Works, wouldn't care about a beggar. But she was wrong. Pei Yuan would come to question her over such a small matter. Could she, as the daughter of the Anyang Marquis house, be insulted by a beggar without anyone teaching him a lesson? Fortunately, she had already prepared her words in advance. Of course, no matter how many words she had, giving the other side some sweet words would be better. Madame Wu once said that men are all lecherous. Pei Yuan was no exception. So, while Pei Yuan was distracted, Xiao Zishi took the opportunity to step on her tiptoes and kiss Pei Yuan's lips. Originally, Xiao Zimo planned to scold Xiao Zishi, but unexpectedly, he saw the two kissing in the courtyard. Actively seducing a man, what's the difference from those lowly courtesans in the brothel? How many hidden sides does his sister still have? He wanted to loudly reprimand her, but after hesitating for a long time, Xiao Zimo quietly left without disturbing the two in the yard. Xiao Zishi is shameless, but the Anyang Marquis house still cares about face. So, this matter must not be made public. He could only wait until Pei Yuan left to properly teach Xiao Zishi a lesson. But unexpectedly, half an hour later, Xiao Zimo heard the disgraceful news about Xiao Zishi. What? Disgraceful? What happened? Xiao Zimo anxiously asked, wanting to get up quickly to see how Xiao Zishi was doing, but his weak legs made him feel frustrated. Although Dr. Li and Dr. Wang came daily to treat his legs on the Empress's orders, he always felt they weren't putting in enough effort. Every time he asked when he could stand again, they coldly replied, Miss Su has been treating the young master for 3 years. Perhaps it will take another 3 years this time. If he had to wait another 3 years, he didn't want to wait, nor did he wish to wait. But he dared not get angry at the two doctors. If he upset them, they might not treat his legs with care anymore. He punched his numb thigh in frustration, feeling helpless and confused. Everything was fine before. Why did it turn out like this? In Xiao Zishi's courtyard, chaos had already broken out. Painful screams, the sound of porcelain breaking, servants begging for mercy, endless. It must be Su Mushi. It's definitely her. Mother, I want her dead. I want her dead.
Oh.
My face. When Xiao Zimo pushed his wheelchair to just outside the door, he heard Xiao Zishi's filled with hate words. Xiao Zishi. What exactly happened? It's not settled yet, and you're so sure it was Su Mushi? Haven't the last ledger and Sun Shan's matter taught you a lesson yet? Zhou Zimo immediately scolded Xiao Zishi as soon as he entered the room, which made Xiao Zishi even more frantic. Brother, I look like this now and you still blame me? If it weren't for Su Mushi, then who else could it be? She was the one shouting in the street that I should have a ruined face. Now that my face is like this, it must be her doing. At this moment, Xiao Zishi's face was covered with boils, some oozing pus and blood, looking disgusting and frightening. Zhou Zimo frowned slightly, showing disgust in his eyes, but still spoke for Su Mushi. She only said some words. She didn't really do anything to you. You're so sure it was her. Do you have proof? Xiao Zishi endured the pain and itchiness on his face, then angrily pointed at a box of rouge on the ground. This is the proof. I used this rouge, and that's why my face got so bad. Su Mushi knows how to make rouge and understands medicine. She could have tampered with this rouge easily. Sheng Yentang's rouge is famous in the capital for being good quality. Many people use it without problems. Why did I use it, and then my face got worse? Zhou Zimo knew that Su Mushi had not only a pharmacy, but also a rouge shop, which was said to be doing quite well. His mother and sister used rouge from Su Mushi's dowry shop before. Although Su Mushi didn't show the account books of her rouge shop, it was likely that his mother and sister had never paid her money. You also said that the rouge you bought was from Sheng Yentang. How could Su Mushi tamper with the rouge from Sheng Yentang? In the past, he might have believed his sister and thought everything was Su Mushi's fault. But now, he didn't doubt Su Mushi. He thought his sister was just making trouble without reason. Xiao Zishi had no proof, but insisted that Su Mushi was responsible. So, if it wasn't Su Mushi who harmed me, then who else could it be? Zhou Zimo was silent for a moment, then looked around at the servants in the room. Are you too harsh on the servants? Maybe someone bears a grudge. Hearing this, the servants who had been kneeling on the ground began to kowtow, trembling and saying they dared not. Mrs. Zhang looked at the kneeling servants and said sternly, I don't think they dare either. In my opinion, this is all Su Mushi's doing. Qishi, don't be afraid. I'll have someone tie up Su Mushi now. No matter what, she must first treat your face and make it better. Once you're restored, then we can think of ways to deal with her. Madame Wu also agreed, saying yes, Miss just got engaged to young Master Pei. Her appearance must stay perfect, or else. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. Xiao Zishi quickly urged, Mother, go and bring Su Mushi here. My face can't be hurt. My marriage with young Master Pei must not be affected. Xiao Zimo saw this and quickly said, Mother, let me go instead. If someone else went, it might cause trouble, so he decided to go himself. Xiao Zimo first went to the Su residence. When Zhongbin learned that Xiao Zimo was outside, he refused to open the door. Miss isn't here. If the young master from Anyang Marquis wants to cause trouble, come back another day. Hearing Zhongbin's unfriendly tone, Xiao Zimo was not angry. Instead, he patiently begged outside, I'm really not here to cause trouble. I want to ask your miss to come to our house to treat my sister. Please tell Zhongbin and Mu Shi. Xiao Zimo spoke politely, which was rare, but Zhongbin felt he was being sneaky, like a fox trying to trick a chicken, with bad intentions. Don't say my miss isn't here. Even if she were, she wouldn't treat your sister. Do you people from the Marquis of Anyang have no self-awareness? You're making things difficult for my miss, and still expect her to treat your family. That's just dreaming. Just as Xiao Zimo was about to say more, a voice from inside the door called out, Open the door for the young master. Then, the large door of the Su residence slowly opened, and Su Xing came out with some difficulty. He first bowed to Xiao Zimo and asked, Young master, visiting late at night, what is your real purpose? Xiao Zimo was stunned. Real purpose? Sorry for the late visit. It might seem abrupt. Please forgive me, Dr. Su. My younger sister used Sheng Yentang's rouge, and now her face has many boils. It's painful and itchy. Please let Mu Shi come with me to treat her. Xiao Zimo thought he explained clearly, and Su Xing would call Su Mu Shi to come out. But unexpectedly, Su Xing said, Young master, please go back. Miss Qiao's face has nothing to do with our young lady. Xiao Zimo hurriedly explained, Dr. Su, you misunderstood. I didn't say my sister's face was caused by Mu Shi. Su Xing's expression remained calm. He asked softly, Really? Since Miss Qiao's face was damaged after using Sheng Yentang's rouge, why didn't you go to Sheng Yentang for an explanation? Instead, you come to my door? There are many doctors in the capital, and you can ask the imperial doctors. Why do you specifically come to see our young lady? After hearing Su Xing's words, Xiao Zimo didn't know how to respond for a moment. Although he said aloud that this matter had nothing to do with Su Mushi, he still doubted whether Su Mushi was involved in his heart. Su Xing ignored Xiao Zimo's reaction and continued, My young lady is really not in the residence. Young master, please go back. If you don't believe it, you can use your power to have someone search the house. My family is simple, and we can't resist. Her tone was calm, but her words were full of sarcasm. Xiao Zimo opened his mouth, but could only bow and take his leave. He didn't have the courage to ask about Su Mushi's whereabouts. Even if he asked, he thought Su Xing wouldn't tell him. Looking at the tightly closed gates of the Su family again, Xiao Zimo hesitated for a moment. He sent someone to invite other doctors and prepared to go to Shan Xiaitang to check. If Su Mushi wasn't in the residence, she should be at Shan Xiaitang. Otherwise, where else could she go so late? Suddenly, Xiao Zimo thought of Xie Xian. Could it be that Su Mushi was with Xie Xian? After returning to the residence in the morning, Su Mushi was worried about Azu. She only slept lightly for a little over an hour before going to Shan Xiaitang. After applying medicine to Azu, she ate a simple meal and then took her medicine box to Sun Fonglu alone. She was there to treat someone, so there was nothing to hide. She didn't wait for Xie Xian to come looking for her. The old madam of Sun Fonglu saw Su Mushi and was momentarily stunned, but then she smiled and welcomed her inside. You must be Miss Su. Why didn't you wear a veil today? Don't worry, I will make sure everyone in this place keeps quiet and won't spread that you came here. The old madam had definitely heard of Su Mushi. She was skilled in medicine and had a conspicuous ugly red birthmark on her face. Having seen many people, she quickly recognized Su Mushi. She didn't care about Su Mushi's relationship with the Anyang Marquis' residence or who was right or wrong. As long as Su Mushi could cure Yener, she was a valued guest at Sun Fonglu. In places like the red light district, many women suffered from dirty illnesses. Once infected, they only had death to look forward to. No one was willing to treat them, and even some barefoot doctors motivated by silver would help treat them. But after a long time, there would be no improvement. Over time, women infected with dirty illnesses would be taken to remote rooms to wait quietly for death. But now, Su Mushi's appearance gave hope to women in this place who were seeking to survive. The originally unconscious and very ill Yener showed some improvement after just one treatment from Su Mushi. If she received a few more treatments, she would likely recover completely. Su Mushi had no intention of hiding her identity. When the madam recognized her, she simply nodded faintly and went to check on Yener. The girls in the building all reacted the same way when they saw Su Mushi. First surprised, then offering a small smile. But none of them dared to speak to her first. It wasn't because they disliked her appearance. Mainly, they were afraid that their low status might offend her if they started a conversation. If they fell ill, no one would want to treat them. Yener had regained her senses. After another treatment from Su Mushi, she looked more energetic, and the boils on her face had shrunk quite a bit. I've given you medicine that must be taken on time, and ointment that should be applied daily. If your condition changes, you can always come to Shan Xiaitang to see me, Su Mushi instructed Yener's maid. She was about to leave when she saw Yener struggling to sit up and ask her maid to bring out her savings, which she had saved over many years. I know Miss Su is kind-hearted and doesn't lack money, but Yener cannot repay your kindness. Please accept these coins, Yener said sincerely. Women in places like this, besides being young and beautiful, often rely on money to protect themselves. So, Su Mushi wouldn't take Yener's money, nor could she accept it. Madame Wang already paid me for the consultation, so I cannot accept this money, Su Mushi replied. Miss Yen, don't worry. I've been studying medicine since I was young to help others. You don't need to thank me, just follow my instructions to recover quickly, and I'll be satisfied, she said softly before turning to leave. Yener watched Su Mushi's figure disappear silently, tears welling up in her eyes. Heaven had been kind to her, allowing her to meet such a good person. But why did heaven blind itself, leaving that ugly birthmark on Miss Su's beautiful face? If she didn't have that mark, perhaps Miss Su wouldn't have left the Marquis of Anyang's estate. Still, leaving the Marquis's household might be for the best. The Marquis's wife and Miss Chiao weren't kind people, and Miss Su deserved a better man. Su Mushi went to Xuanfang Tower in the afternoon. After treating Yener, it was already dark. She refused the old servant's offer to see her off and left alone through the back door of Xuanfang Pavilion. Looking into the dark alley, Su Muxi took out a veil from her and put it on her face. She had previously scared people when she went out at night, so since then, she always wore a veil after dark. Chi State had no curfew, but at night, except for the lively fireworks district, the streets were mostly empty. Walking home alone, Su Muxi suddenly heard a voice behind her. Su Muxi, you're so hard to find. Why didn't you wait for me at Shanxi Hall? Why did you go to treat Yeno alone and then go home alone late at night? Seeing Xie Xian's angry face and hearing his somewhat confused question, Su Muxi knew he was worried about her. So she didn't get angry, just replied calmly, I had nothing to do this afternoon, so I went out early, thinking I could be home before dark. I didn't expect to be delayed a bit. But I'm fine going out tonight. Even if I meet bad people, they'd be scared off by how I look. Just as she finished speaking, Xie Xian suddenly grabbed her shoulder. Su Muxi, can you stop overestimating your looks? Not everyone finds the birthmark on your face scary, and not everyone thinks you look ugly. Xie Xian wanted to say more. At least now, he thought Su Muxi looked quite pretty, but the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Su Muxi looked at Xie Xian's eyes with confusion, feeling like there was some emotion she couldn't understand. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a somewhat familiar male voice. Brother Xie. After leaving the Anyang Marquis' residence, Pei Yuan met a friend, and they went to a restaurant for a few drinks. When he left the restaurant, he saw Xie Xian hurriedly running towards the street. That day, after a disagreement with Xie Xian, he had been wanting to find him to talk. Now, seeing Xie Xian, he thought of following him to see if he needed help. But just as he turned the corner, he saw Xie Xian reach out and grab a woman's shoulders. Seeing this, Pei Yuan wanted to smile quietly and leave, but when he saw the woman's face clearly, he couldn't move his feet at all. Although the woman was veiled, her aura and the visible parts of her eyebrows and eyes gave him a sense of familiarity. And memories of that night 3 years ago became clearer. He remembered that the woman who saved him that night had fox-like eyes, charming features, and a righteous presence. And Xiao Zixi has a pair of peach blossom eyes. So, the woman who saved him back then was not Xiao Zixi at all. Xiao Zixi lied to him. But Pei Yuan, upon hearing Xie Xian call out Su Muxi's name, still couldn't believe his ears. After hesitating for a moment, he finally stepped out from the street corner. Brother Xie, who is the young lady with you? Pei Yuan's eyes were fixed on the woman. As he approached, he became more certain that the woman who saved him that night was the person in front of him. Su Muxi didn't understand the reason behind this and thought Pei Yuan was here to cause trouble, so she spoke bluntly. Young Master Pei, you really have a good memory. Just one day apart, and you can't recognize me? Or are you deliberately pretending not to know, planning to find a chance to teach me a lesson? While speaking, Su Muxi tore off her veil, revealing her face completely. The ugly birthmark looked even more frightening in the night, which startled Pei Yuan. But more than fear, Pei Yuan was in disbelief. She really is Su Muxi. So, the woman he had been thinking about for the past 3 years was actually Su Muxi? Seeing Pei Yuan take a step back, Su Muxi thought he was scared by her appearance. Unexpectedly, she heard Pei Yuan tremblingly ask, 3 years ago, did you save a man in Shirlu Lane? Since Pei Yuan brought up this matter himself, Su Muxi didn't pretend anymore and straightforwardly admitted, yes, I saved you. So what? Are you hoping that because I saved you, you'll forgive my disrespect to Miss Qiao? Hearing the sarcasm in Su Muxi's tone, Pei Yuan felt his face flush with embarrassment. It also dispelled his last doubts. Actually, he had suspected from the moment he saw Su Muxi's purse, but because of her appearance, he didn't want to believe he had mistaken her. You always knew the person I saved was me? Su Muxi was a bit speechless. If I didn't know you were from the Pei family, how could I have found your servant to carry you home? Hearing this, Pei Yuan suddenly felt himself look foolish. Yes. If he didn't know who he was, how could he have found a servant? But yesterday in the carriage, Xiao Zixi said she couldn't remember. And Xiao Zixi Didn't mention looking for a servant either. Since you remember, why didn't you tell me when you saw me yesterday? Su Mushi felt that Pei Yuan was simply unreasonable. I only saved you and then left, so I had no intention of having much contact with the Pei family, nor did I see myself as your benefactor to gain any benefits. So, why did I mention saving you when I saw you? Are you saying that if I hadn't said anything, you wouldn't have interfered yesterday and allowed me to break Qiao Zixi's limbs? Pei Yuan's lips moved for a long time, but he couldn't say a word. Next to him, Xie Xian understood clearly. Pei Yuan realized he had mistaken the person. Yesterday, he had warned Pei Yuan, but Pei Yuan didn't listen or believe him and instead defended Qiao Zixi repeatedly. That's why things turned out this way, and he couldn't blame others. Although Xie Xian knew he shouldn't take pleasure in others' misfortune, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed Su Mushi had no good feelings for Pei Yuan at all, and she even tied Pei Yuan and Qiao Zixi together. Brother Pei, since Miss Su doesn't seek anything in return, you shouldn't worry about this. If you still can't forget Miss Su's act of saving your life, then just make sure Miss Qiao doesn't cause trouble for her again. After saying this, Xie Xian quickly added, of course, don't let Miss Qiao trouble others either. You didn't see that little orphan girl Qiao Zixi had her limbs broken by someone she ordered. TSK, truly pitiful. Hearing this, Pei Yuan wished he could find a hole to hide in. Now, he definitely didn't trust Qiao Zixi anymore and knew that the investigation results revealed the truth. Qiao Zixi was a proud, arrogant, and malicious person. Besides that, she loved to lie and was good at disguising herself. Su Mushi was too tired to bother with Pei Yuan anymore. She put on her veil again and was about to leave when she heard Qiao Zimo's voice.
Sumo 11.
This voice was louder than Xie Xian's earlier call, and it carried anger and questioning, making Su Mushi feel very uncomfortable. Qiao Zimo's carriage appeared from a turn in the distance. The curtain was pulled back, revealing a strange chair inside, but because it was dark, she couldn't see his expression clearly. However, from his voice, it was easy to guess that his expression was not good. Seeing Qiao Zimo, Xie Xian instinctively stepped forward and blocked Su Mushi with his body. Marquis and Yang's heir, we meet again. I wonder what advice you have this time. Could it be that you came to return Miss Su's silver? I told you, the Anyang Marquis family is quite wealthy. How could they not have the money for a marriage dowry? Just this morning, after talking about it, they came overnight to pay the money back. Being mocked so openly by Xie Xian, now there's one more person eager to find a way to slip away. Qiao Zimo didn't order his servants to help him down from the carriage. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and looked at Su Mushi standing behind Xie Xian. He had only seen Su Mushi's back from afar earlier and didn't expect her to be wearing a veil now. In their 3 years of marriage, he had never seen Su Mushi with a veil. Just one glance at her now made it hard for him to look away. She covered her ugly birthmark, revealing only her eyebrows and eyes. Was she really so beautiful? Qiao Zimo's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Xie Xian and then at Pei Yuan. When he saw Pei Yuan looking at Su Mushi with a complicated expression, he felt a sinking feeling in his chest. How did Pei Yuan come to know Su Mushi? And why was he looking at her like that? Su Mushi, come here, Qiao Zimo said in a deep, firm voice, leaving no room for doubt. Is the heir of the Marquis of Anyang dreaming? Do you think I am one of the servants in the Marquis's household? Qiao Zimo opened his mouth but slowed his speech. He gently explained, I don't see you as a servant. I just thought it's not safe for you to walk alone on the street at night, so I asked you to get into the carriage. He then looked at Xie Xian and said pointedly, even though the capital is under the emperor's rule, there are still troublemakers. A woman's reputation is very important. Since we are married, I want to protect you. Xie Xian smiled and said, heir of the Marquis of Anyang, your words are quite something. You almost directly called me a troublemaker. But it seems you not only forget kindness easily but also like to contradict yourself. You said this morning that Miss Su is shameless, and now you're suddenly concerned about her reputation? And claiming to protect Miss Su is even more laughable. You should first control your family members. Don't let Lady Anyang or your precious sister cause trouble for Miss Su again. Of course, you should also control yourself, she added, peering into the carriage with a look of curiosity. It doesn't seem like you're here to pay back the money. Could it be that you think Miss Su is trying to interfere with your relationship with Princess Changlo, and you've come here again to warn her? Xie Xian deliberately emphasized the words again and once more, which made Xiao Zimo feel even more frustrated. At the same time, Pei Yuan nearby felt deeply ashamed. Because Xie Xian mentioned the matter of Qiao Zixi causing trouble for Su Muxi. He is not a lecherous person. Why was he deceived by Qiao Zixi before? He even helped Qiao Zixi insult Su Muxi. Su Muxi glanced at Xie Xian in front of her, thinking that Xie Xian's words were truly sharp and that he could really speak. It seems she must never offend Xie Xian in the future, or she might get so angry that she would be driven crazy by his words. She withdrew her gaze from Xie Xian and looked at Xiao Zimo. Her brows furrowed instinctively, and her eyes showed impatience. Is there something the young master wants to tell me? Do you think I will keep bothering you? If you really can't rest easy, I can write a formal document for you. Xiao Zimo looked deeply at Su Muxi, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. He always thought Su Muxi liked him and had planned everything for him. Even the matter of divorce was something Su Muxi used as a way to retreat. He never expected that Su Muxi not only had no feelings for him but actually wanted to stay away from him deep down. He wanted to laugh at himself. Laugh at how arrogant he was before, how self-deluded he had been before. Just when Su Muxi was about to lose patience, Qiao Zimo finally spoke. I just happened to be passing by and saw you alone, so I came over. Nothing else. Just wanting to send you back to your residence. He hesitated for a moment, wanting Su Muxi to return with him to the house and help Qiao Zixi regain her dignity, but he just couldn't say it. Not to mention whether Su Muxi was willing to leave with him. The fact that Pei Yuan was present made it impossible for him to reveal his true purpose for coming out to find Su Muxi. Pei Yuan and his sister are not childhood sweethearts and have no real feelings for each other. The reason he suddenly came to propose marriage was probably just a passing fancy. If he knew that his sister's face was ruined, the marriage might fall apart. So, the matter of his sister's disfigurement must never be known to Pei Yuan. Su Muxi wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but she felt that Qiao Zimo's tone sounded like he was begging. Was Qiao Zimo begging her to go back to the house? That's crazy. Thank you for your kindness, young master, but your carriage is so luxurious. I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. After saying this, she turned and left directly, no longer paying attention to the three men behind her. She was tired after a long day and just wanted to go home and rest quickly, with no time to deal with these three somewhat baffling men. Three men saw what happened and did not leave. Instead, they all followed Su Muxi without saying a word. This made Su Muxi feel even more confused about these three men, so she quickened her steps a little. Xie Xian looked at Pei Yuan beside him and then at the carriage behind. He took longer strides and reached in front of Su Muxi. Miss Su, you've worked hard. Let me carry the medicine box for you. Su Muxi nodded and handed the medicine box to Xie Xian. She had just been treating Xie Xian's close friend, so it was good to let Xie Xian help now. When Su Muxi handed over the box, the three men saw it differently. Xie Xian smiled as he took the box, showing pride on his face. Pei Yuan and Qiao Zimo looked unhappy, with hints of jealousy in their expressions. They became even more silent, but Xie Xian talked more and more, which started to annoy Su Muxi. That's enough. Just take it here. Young Master Xie, you should go back now. After saying this, Su Muxi snatched the box and ran back to her house, like she was escaping. Seeing her like this, Pei Yuan and Qiao Zimo thought she was shy. Xie Xian stretched and said, being a flower protector isn't easy. Young Master and Pei Brother have been following all this way, too. Then he looked at Qiao Zimo and asked, Young Master, your carriage is here. Could you take me and Pei Brother back to the house? Qiao Zimo ignored Xie Xian and told the driver to turn around and head back. Watching the carriage leave, Xie Xian patted Pei Yuan's shoulder. He didn't even send you, his future brother-in-law. That's pretty cold of him. Pei Yuan forcefully shook off Xie Xian's hand and said angrily, You know who I like, yet you're so close to Miss Su. Xie Xian, I was wrong about you. Xie Xian chuckled and shrugged. You didn't say that yesterday. Have you forgotten? Pei Yuan stayed silent, not knowing how to reply. Xie Xian continued to smile and said, Now you know Su Muxi saved you. Are you still planning to break your engagement with Qiao Zixi and marry Su Muxi? Pei Yuan remained silent again. He definitely wanted to cancel his marriage with Qiao Zixi. But if he married Su Muxi, he hesitated. Seeing Pei Yuan's hesitation, Xie Xian didn't wait for his answer. Instead, he smirked and left directly.
Haha.
Looks like Pei Yuan isn't immune to this either. Meanwhile, after returning home, Su Muxi immediately learned from Zhongbin about Qiao Zixi face being badly hurt. It turns out that Qiao Zimo asked her to help treat Qiao Zixi's face. No wonder Qiao Zimo's tone carried a hint of pleading. However, she would no longer help Qiao Zixi. After Zhongbin finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh happily, saying, This is just karma from heaven. It's also revenge for Azhu. Su Muxi nodded with a smile, feeling much more relaxed. Yes, this is justice being served and karma working as it should. But just as she finished speaking, she heard Su Xing sigh.
Sigh.
I'm afraid the people from the Anyang Marquis estate will blame all of this on you. It's not my daughter's fault. My daughter has a clear conscience. If they insist I did it, then show the proof. We can go to court again, if needed. Maybe too many lice make the itch less, because Su Muxi was not afraid of the trouble caused by Qiao Zixi. Still, she listened as Su Xing worried. In a few days, Marquis Anyang will return. I wonder how he will think about this. Although Marquis Anyang had saved her life before, Su Muxi could see that he was a ruthless and cunning man. Even if he treated Sierra like his own daughter, Sierra was not his biological child. She feared that Marquis Anyang might blame Sierra for this matter. If that happened, even without proof that Qiao Zixi's face was caused by Sierra, Marquis Anyang wouldn't let Sierra have an easy time. Thinking of Marquis Anyang's gentle and kind appearance, Su Muxi's expression paused slightly. Then she nodded confidently. Marquis Anyang is not that kind of unreasonable person. I trust him. Meanwhile, after driving out a doctor, Qiao Zixi began cursing Su Muxi wildly in the room. Su Muxi, may you have a bad life. You're an ugly freak, but you can't stand to see me do well. I will peel your skin, break your bones, and scatter your ashes. Mrs. Jiang looked at her daughter's appearance, feeling both heartache and anger. Her son had been gone to find Su Muxi for so long. Why hadn't he come back? Could it be that Su Muxi refused to come? After waiting a while, just as Qiao Zixi was about to run out of the estate to kill Su Muxi herself, Qiao Zimo finally returned. Where is Su Muxi? She refuses to come and treat me? Qiao Zixi said angrily, looking fierce, and her terrifying expression made her look very frightening. Qiao Zimo sighed and spoke honestly. When I found Su Muxi, Pei Yuan was also there. I was worried that if he found out about your disfigured face, it might ruin your marriage, so I didn't tell her to come and treat you. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Qiao Zixi swayed and suddenly lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Whispering to herself, she wondered, how could young Master Pei be with Su Muxi? Did he already know everything? What should I do now? Young Master Pei won't marry me anymore. He's going to marry Su Muxi. Qiao Zimo heard this and looked shocked as he asked, What did you say? Pei Yuan is going to marry Su Muxi? A shocked and confused Qiao Zixi told everything about the purse. After hearing this, Qiao Zimo's feelings became even more complicated. He didn't expect that Pei Yuan's reason for proposing was because of Su Muxi's purse. No wonder Pei Yuan looked at Su Muxi with such a complicated expression yesterday. If that's the case, instead of letting the other person break off the engagement, we should take the initiative to do it ourselves. Mother, tomorrow. Before Qiao Zimo finished speaking, Qiao Zixi and Mrs. Jiang both interrupted at the same time.
No.
I don't want to break off the engagement with young Master Pei. This marriage can't be broken. Xiao Zishi got up from the ground, her face once again showing that fierce look. Brother, I am your real sister. Why do you always side with that despicable girl, Su Mushi? What? Do you want me to break off the marriage and let Su Mushi, that ugly girl, get the advantage? Hearing Zishi's accusations, Qiao Zimo's anger grew even more. He was siding with Su Mushi? It was because he had always sided with Zishi that he misunderstood Su Mushi time and again. But then Mrs. Zhang agreed and said, "You're right, your sister. How can you side with Su Mushi? Moreover, if the marriage is broken, all the dowry gifts from the Pei family will have to be returned. What about the dowry you gave to the princess? If you break off the engagement with the Pei family, wouldn't Su Mushi have the upper hand? Marquis, it's also your fault. Why did you let her marry such a wicked person? Not only did she threaten with money, trying to ruin your marriage with the princess, but she also damaged Shier's face, intending to ruin her marriage with Pei Yuan. It's all because of that Su San's incompetence. If only someone more capable had been hired, Su Mushi would have been burned to ashes by now, and she wouldn't be alive to cause trouble. Now Mrs. Zhang no longer felt guilty about hiring someone to set fire and kill her. In fact, she thought her initial decision was very correct. She just hadn't chosen the right person, which caused so much trouble. If Su Mushi had died, none of this would have happened. Her son and daughter could have good marriages, and the Anyang Marquis' residence would become even more prestigious in the capital. She would also be admired and praised by more people.
But now,
looking at her son sitting dejectedly in the chair, and then at her daughter's terrifying and frightening appearance, she wished she could tear Su Mushi into pieces. She had a good family, but Su Mushi ruined it.
Su Mushi truly deserves a harsh punishment.
Qiao Zimo looked at his mother and sister and suddenly understood why Su Mushi wanted to leave him and the Anyang Marquis mansion. Being in such a family really made people feel suffocated. He took a deep breath and coldly said, "Father will return soon. Before he comes back, you are not allowed to trouble Su Mushi anymore. With father away, I, the heir, will have the final say in this house." After speaking, he loudly ordered the servants outside. From now on, the young lady and madam are not allowed to leave the yard even a step. Otherwise, there will be a 50-strike punishment, and they will be expelled from the house. Madame Jiang looked incredulous. "Qiao Zimo, I am your mother. I am the head of this house." But Qiao Zimo coldly replied, "At home, I follow my father. After marriage, I follow my husband. My father may not be dead, but since he's not here, I, your son, will have the say." After saying this, Qiao Zimo pushed his wheelchair and turned to leave. He then heard Xiao Cixi anxiously speak up, "What about my face? Brother, you can't ignore me. You must tie up Su Mushi and have her treat my face. When Dr. Li comes tomorrow to treat my leg, let him see to yours too." Qiao Zimo didn't look back and said coldly. But Xiao Cixi insisted on calling Su Mushi over. "No, no one can cure the scars on my face before. Now my face is in such a bad state. Only Su Mushi can fix it. The doctor just now said it's impossible, and the imperial doctor probably can't do it either." Qiao Zimo's lips curled into a cold smile. It turned out his sister knew Su Mushi had healed her previous face, but instead of feeling grateful, she targeted her everywhere. But he had no right to criticize his sister, because like Qiao Cixi, he was also ungrateful and unappreciative. Anyway, it's already ruined, so it doesn't matter if it gets worse in these 2 days. If the doctor can't fix it, I'll just keep wearing the veil. You've been wearing it for over 10 years, so you're used to it. Qiao Zimo's words were cold and ruthless, very different from the caring brother he used to be. Ignoring Qiao Cixi's roar and Madame Zhang's accusations, Awang pushed him back to his room. Looking at the empty room, Qiao Zimo felt completely exhausted. If he hadn't divorced Su Mushi, would things be different now? Although he didn't like Su Mushi, it seemed that having her around made him feel safe. At least, with Su Mushi there, no one in the house was afraid of illness or injury, because no matter what, Su Mushi would heal them. After lying on the bed, Qiao Zimo thought again of Xie Xian and Pei Yuan, feeling increasingly upset. He had thought that after Su Muxi and he separated, he would be destined to grow old alone, and no man would want to marry her. Unexpectedly, not only was there one but two men, and the most important thing was that, compared to those two, he was also not as good. Muxi, why can't you accept a peaceful wife? If you accepted, things wouldn't be like this now. Qiao Zimo muttered to himself, with a tone full of regret and unwillingness. But he was unwilling to bow to Su Muxi. Fortunately, he still had Ying. After he married Ying, he believed everything would get better. Thinking this, Qiao Zimo slowly closed his eyes, finally feeling a bit sleepy. Meanwhile, Bai Menjing, who was praying for the Empress Dowager at the Guardian Nation Temple, had not yet fallen asleep. The maid Mingyan told Bai Menjing everything she knew about the news outside, then handed her a small embroidered pouch with copper coin grass. Bai Menjing pinched the pouch with her thumb and forefinger, looked at it with disdain, and then threw it to the ground. Keep it for now. It might come in handy someday. She then sighed. I didn't expect Pei Yuan to propose marriage to a young marquis because of this. He's a man of loyalty, but he got the wrong person.
Haha.
That Su Muxi really is incompatible with Sister Shi. If only the truth had been revealed earlier, Sister, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. Old Madame Wu too, she was so harsh. No wonder no man wants to marry Sister Shi now. It's truly pitiful. Though she spoke with pity, her face showed no real sadness, only a clear smile. As for Su Muxi, Bai Menjing didn't care about her at all. She was ugly, of low status, and even if Pei Yuan knew Su Muxi saved him, what could he do? Even if Pei Yuan wanted to marry Su Muxi out of gratitude, the Pei family would never allow her to enter. Because Su Muxi simply didn't deserve it. Pei Yuan hardly slept all night. Before dawn, he was waiting outside Pei Jian's door. When Pei Jian got up, he hurriedly explained the mistaken identity and the matter of wanting to break off the engagement with Qiao Zixi. But unexpectedly, Pei Jian scolded him severely. Do you think marriage is a game? The marriage with the Anyang Marquis family is something you want to achieve, and if you want to break it off, you can. Yesterday, your mother just went to the Anyang Marquis estate to arrange a marriage, and today you want to cancel the engagement. Outsiders will think that our Pei family has a conflict with the Anyang Marquis family. How am I supposed to work with the Marquis in the future? Since it has come to this, whether the marriage happens or not, it must happen. As for Su Muxi, if she behaves herself, it's fine. But if she tries to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. Pei Yuan quickly told again about Qiao Zixi arrogant and malicious thoughts. This time, Pei Jian did not scold him but thought for a moment before saying, if that's the case, then we must strictly control her after she marries in. However, Pei Jian was actually thinking about how to negotiate some conditions with Qiao Shiyuan. His son is a courteous and noble gentleman, willing to marry someone like Qiao Zixi, who has a bad reputation. Qiao Shiyuan would surely have something to say about that. Pei Yuan, with a distracted look, walked into his courtyard, filled with regret and unwillingness, and finally directed his anger at Xie Xian. If it weren't for Xie Xian telling him that the Empress wanted to matchmake Qiao Zixi, he wouldn't have hurried his mother to propose marriage at the Anyang Marquis estate. Now, he finds himself in a difficult position. While Pei Yuan was troubled and thinking about how to cancel the marriage, he suddenly heard teasing voices from nearby. Congratulations, big brother. I think this time you really hit the jackpot. If you hadn't mistaken someone, you wouldn't have been engaged to the Marquis of Anyang's daughter. I heard she's stunningly beautiful and charming. Big brother, you're really lucky. Pei Yi, born of a concubine, is 1 year younger than Pei Yuan. He looks and is talented just as much as Pei Yuan, but because of his status as a son of a concubine, he is always considered inferior to Pei Yuan. On the surface, he shows respect to Pei Yuan, but secretly, he is always competing with him. Pei Yuan naturally heard the schadenfreude in Pei Yi's tone. He looked coldly at him with a half-smile and said, your information is really quick, second brother. After he mentioned the mistaken identity, Pei Yi received the news. It seems that someone close to their father is helping him. He really underestimated his younger brother before. Pei's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile, saying, "My brother's information is indeed quick. I also heard that the Marquis of Anyang will return to the capital early tomorrow. When he comes back, he will surely be favored by the emperor. As the future son-in-law of the Marquis, big brother, your prospects are bright. However, there is one thing I am not sure about, and I don't know if I should tell you." Pei Yuan's face was dark, and he had no patience to listen to Pei Yi play tricks. "Since it's uncertain, let's wait until the second brother confirms it before telling me." After saying this, he prepared to leave. But Pei Yi hurriedly spoke. "I heard that Miss Chiao's face was badly damaged last night. As the future son-in-law of Lord Chiao, it would be better for him to visit the Anyang Marquis' residence to check on her. If the news is false, it's just a false alarm. If it's true, it's best to find a good doctor to treat Miss Chiao early." Hearing this, Pei Yuan paused, then changed direction and headed toward the estate gate. Pei Yi probably wouldn't lie, so does that mean Miss Chiao really damaged her face? Could it be the work of Su Muxi? Watching Pei Yuan hurriedly leave, Pei Yi sneered coldly. Everyone thought that in the relationship between Lord Chiao's daughter and Su Muxi, the Marquis of Anyang would favor his biological daughter, Chiao Zixi. But he saw the opposite outcome. If Lord Chiao returned and found out that his son divorced Su Muxi, that his wife hired someone to set fire and kill, and that his daughter was difficult and unreasonable, he would surely settle accounts with these close relatives. Although he didn't know the specific reasons, he knew that Lord Chiao valued Su Muxi very much. So, Pei Yuan marrying Chiao Zixi would bring him no benefit, especially now that Chiao Zixi was disfigured and had nothing left to attract anyone. What does her legitimate status matter? Sooner or later, she would be trampled under his illegitimate status. Pei Yuan hurried to the Anyang Marquis' residence, but didn't see Chiao Zixi. The gatekeeper made various excuses to refuse entry. He couldn't force his way in, so he had to leave first. But this made him more certain of what Pei Yi said. Chiao Zixi really damaged her face. If that's true, it would make his marriage even harder to break off. Otherwise, people would think he's a hypocrite who judges by appearance, believing he only withdrew because Chiao Zixi was disfigured. It really left him speechless. A day passed quickly. The next morning, the southern city gate was sealed off by the imperial guards, forbidding anyone to enter or leave freely. Today wasn't only the day Lord Chiao returned from patrolling the northern border defenses, but also the day Crown Prince Yi Zheyu returned to the capital in triumph. Although Lord Chiao was a high-ranking official, he didn't have such a grand welcome. The guards sealed the city gates and strictly controlled the streets to welcome the Crown Prince back. Su Muxi had been visiting Shanxi Hall every day these days. Besides changing Aju's dressing, she occasionally saw people coming to seek her medical help. The series of events that happened after she divorced Chiao Zmo had caused a stir in the capital. While people were gossiping and watching the spectacle, they also talked about her medical skills from time to time. From the common people's point of view, the imperial doctors who treat the emperor must be highly skilled. However, when the imperial doctor couldn't heal the young lord of the Anyang Marquis, but Su Muxi could, it showed that Su Muxi's medical skills were better than those of the imperial doctor. At least in treating leg injuries, Su Muxi was much more capable. So, in recent days, most people coming to see Su Muxi for treatment had leg problems. Su Muxi patiently treated all of them. She didn't charge any fees and even gave some medicinal herbs to poor families. Within just a few days, Su Muxi, who was not attractive but kind-hearted and skilled in medicine, became well known for her good deeds. This also made the reputation of the Anyang Marquis' residence worse. One day, when Su Muxi arrived at the Shanxi Hall, she was suddenly pushed by guards running from afar. If Baizhi hadn't quickly helped her, she might have fallen hard to the ground. What's going on with these people? Baizhi couldn't help but complain. She was sharply stared at by a nearby guard. The crown prince is returning to the capital soon and will enter the city. Ordinary people are not allowed to stay on the streets. If you don't move quickly, you'll be treated as assassins. Hearing this, the surrounding commoners hurried to run away and avoid trouble. Baiji was so frightened she turned pale and pulled Su Mushi into Xingxi Hall. Some other villagers who couldn't find a place to hide also entered to take shelter. They didn't want to be mistaken for assassins and suffer unnecessary trouble. Why is the crown prince so overbearing? Not only does he clear the streets, but he also drives people away. He just won a battle, and his display is so grand. Exactly. Luckily, the emperor favors the second prince as heir. If that crown prince becomes the next ruler of Qi, he will surely be a tyrant. The people will suffer then. Sure. How dare you say that out loud? Aren't you afraid of losing your head? The guards are still outside. Su Mushi listened carefully to the villagers' gossip, her brows slightly furrowed. She looked toward the entrance, stepping on tiptoe. The Empress Dowager said the crown prince was kind, honest, and humble, so why was he so overbearing and aggressive? Fortunately, she had refused the Empress Dowager's kindness and didn't marry the crown prince. Otherwise, marrying such a domineering prince would have brought even more trouble than marrying Qiao Zmo. The crown prince, Yi Zheyu, had been following King Yu into the army camp since he was 3 years old. When he was 7, King Yu rebelled and was executed, and Yi Zheyu was brought back to the palace. But 3 years later, he returned to the military camp. 10-year-old Yi Zheyu started as an ordinary soldier and gradually became the current war god of Qi. His success was not due to his royal status, but because of his repeated military achievements. He proved himself with his great deeds in battle and now commands the Xuanwu army in the northern part of Qi. In Qi, he is both a prince and a war hero. With him around, Qi remains stable and safe from enemies. In the enemy country of Beiyan, he is known as a fierce warrior and a fearsome figure, making people afraid to speak of him. Before May, Beiyan attacked. Yi Zheyu used only 100,000 soldiers from the Xuanwu army to defeat 500,000 enemy troops. After this heavy loss, Beiyan would not recover easily for at least 5 years, and the people in the northern border could live peacefully for a few more years. This time, he was called back to the capital by the emperor to receive a reward. Although this honor was deserved, some thought it was a bit too much, especially how he treated the common people. The villagers hiding in Xingxi Hall waited nearly an hour before hearing the sound of horses approaching from afar. Despite their fear of the palace guards outside, they were curious about the legendary prince and peeked out to look. Is that the prince? Why is he wearing a mask? He looks pretty scary. Yeah, I just took a quick look at him, and I broke out in cold sweat. Earlier, the prince just defeated 50,000 troops from Beiyan. His fierce aura is very intimidating. I heard the prince is 26 now but hasn't married yet, probably because his fierce aura scares off potential wives. Baiji had just stepped on tiptoes to glimpse Yi Zheyu's profile. His aura and the half-mask on his face looked quite frightening. When she heard the word scare off wives, she instinctively looked at Su Mushi beside her. Her face showed a look of fear. Seeing Baiji like this, Su Mushi found it a bit amusing. The Empress Dowager only mentioned casually that she should marry Yi Zheyu, but she hadn't met him or had any contact with him. She had only seen him from afar earlier and didn't think he was particularly scary. As a prince who had fought in the army for over 10 years and become the war god, he naturally wouldn't be as gentle as the noble young men in the capital. Still, Yi Zheyu gave off a dangerous feeling. It was probably better to stay away from him in the future, to avoid the Empress Dowager trying to matchmake again. Yi Zheyu rode on a tall, black horse, dressed in silver armor that looked impressive. He wore a half-face mask made of black gold, plain without patterns, but his deep black eyes made him seem very intimidating. Seeing the empty street, Yi Zheyu slightly smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Next to him, Xiao Su couldn't help but speak coldly. Master, you just returned to the capital, and the second prince arranged this grand display for you. Do you want me to explain it to the people? Once, he was a war god of Qi state, returning victorious and loved by the people. Now, it seemed he might lose most of their support. Hearing this, Yi Zheyu slightly parted his lips, his voice cold but magnetic. The Imperial Guard isn't something the second brother can control. This display is a blessing from the Emperor, so I'll accept it. His father was like this, suspicious and suspicious of everyone. He thought he could control everyone easily, but he didn't realize he had become a tool for others to eliminate rivals. Thinking of his father's kind yet strict face, Yiziyu's eyes grew deeper, and he gripped the reins tighter. Officially, he was returning to the capital to receive rewards, but in reality, it was to take away military power. But that was exactly what he wanted. This trip back to the capital meant he finally had a chance to clear his uncle, King Yu's name. He turned his head to glance at Xiao Shuyuan nearby and said loudly, "Since there are no common people on the street, I will go ahead to see the Emperor first. Marquis Anyang, please feel free to go at your own pace." After speaking, Yiziyu kicked his horse's belly, and the black horse quickly galloped forward. Xiao Shuyuan bowed with clenched fists, watching Yiziyu's back with a cold gaze. Normally, after returning to the capital, officials should go to see the Emperor first. But Xiao Shuyuan turned his reins, planning to return home first. If he hadn't been ordered by the Emperor to enter the capital with the Crown Prince, he would have already ridden back 3 days ago. In less than 3 months away from home, Marquis Anyang's residence had become a joke in the city. He was eager to reunite with his family and relieve the homesickness of these past 3 days. Today, Xiao Shuyuan returned to the capital. Mrs. Jiang had already sent people to guard near the city gate. When she heard he was going home first, she hurriedly took people to the gate to welcome him. Seeing Xiao Shuyuan riding slowly on his horse, Mrs. Jiang's previous frustration disappeared, replaced by joy. Although Xiao Shuyuan was nearly 50 and a military man by background, he was still handsome and had a gentle, refined demeanor. Xiao Zimo and Xiao Zixi resembled him closely. After over 20 years of marriage, Xiao Shuyuan had never taken a concubine and remained pure and faithful, never touching other women. This alone made Lady Jiang envied many noble women in the capital. Moreover, Xiao Shuyuan was well-maintained. Even in his old age, he looked charming and graceful. Her husband was handsome and charming, devoted and ambitious toward her. Lady Jiang felt she must have been a kind person in her past life to deserve such a good husband in this one. When Xiao Shuyuan arrived at the Anyang Marquis's residence, he gracefully dismounted his horse, making Lady Jiang blush slightly. Although her children had experienced troubles, she still looked forward to the evening's small reunion, feeling a warm excitement in her body. "Welcome back, Marquis." Lady Jiang was the first to bow and greet him, with servants following behind. Xiao Shuyuan smiled kindly and quickly reached out to support Lady Jiang's arm. "You've worked hard, madam, during my absence." Lady Jiang shyly smiled. "I'm not tired. Just seeing Marquis makes me happy." Though nearly 50, she acted like a young girl, which seemed a bit artificial. But Xiao Shuyuan showed no sign of dislike. His gentle smile remained unchanged. "The wind outside is strong. Let's go inside quickly. Zimo and Zixi, I miss them very much. Let's call them here for a chat in the main hall. After we see them, I need to go to the palace to report to the Emperor." When mentioning Xiao Zimo and Xiao Zixi, Lady Jiang's shyness faded, and she looked at Xiao Shuyuan hesitantly. But he seemed unaware and walked into the residence on his own. As soon as he entered, he saw Zimo in a wheelchair and Zixi wearing a veil. His expression remained calm. He showed no surprise at seeing his children like this. When he reached the main hall, he looked at his family, dismissed the servants, and said quietly to his trusted aide Changzhong, "Close the door." Lady Jiang was puzzled. "Marquis, what's going on?" Before she finished speaking, she was suddenly kicked hard by Xiao Shuyuan and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Though Xiao Shuyuan had long abandoned martial arts for literature, he still knew how to kill. If that kick had been any harder, it might have taken Lady Jiang's life. Jiang Shi lay on the ground, looking pained, with blood at the corner of her mouth. She appeared very disheveled and looked up at Xiao Shuyuan with disbelief, as if waiting for her husband to give her a reason for this. "Father, what are you doing?" Xiao Zixi's eyes were full of shock. She quickly tried to help Jiang Shi. her voice trembling. Since she could remember, her parents had always been respectful to each other. Her father had never spoken harshly to her mother. Why is it different now? Before she could reach Jiangshi, Qiao Shuyuan forcefully grabbed her long hair.
Ah!
It hurts so much. Qiao Zishi reached out to pull her hair back, but Qiao Shuyuan pulled her down hard onto the ground. He then stepped over to her, kicked off her veil, and saw her cheeks badly damaged. Instead of showing surprise, he smiled with a hint of relief. You're not my father. Who are you? Qiao Zishi glared at Qiao Shuyuan, struggling to get up, but he kicked her in the chest, causing her to spit out blood.
Ha!
You should be glad I am your father. If you weren't my daughter, I would have sent you to meet the king of by now. Qiao Shuyuan's voice was icy and full of murderous intent. His eyes looked terrifying, completely different from his usual elegant and handsome appearance. He looked down at Qiao Zishi, who was full of anger and unwillingness, and suddenly stepped on her face, making her scream like a pig.
Ah!
Marquis. Jiangshi, despite her pain, shouted in alarm and desperately crawled toward Qiao Zishi, grabbing onto Qiao Shuyuan's leg. Marquis, Sheer is your real daughter. How can you treat her like this? Jiangshi thought Qiao Shuyuan must be out of his mind, or he wouldn't do such things. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was ruthlessly kicked away by Qiao Shuyuan and spat out more blood. Qiao Shuyuan looked at her with disdain and sneered. Ha! Such a wicked woman like Sheer is not worthy of the name. Qiao Zimo, sitting in a wheelchair, had initially been unsure why Qiao Shuyuan was acting this way. But now, after hearing this, he was certain of his suspicions. His father had learned about what had happened in the household recently and was defending Su Mushi. But his way of defending was beyond what he had expected. Father, Su Mushi is just an outsider. Mother is your lawful wife, and sister is your biological daughter. Qiao Zimo pushed his wheelchair forward, trying to speak and wake up Qiao Shuyuan. Qiao Shuyuan kicked over his wheelchair, causing him to fall to the ground. Qiao Shuyuan looked down at Qiao Zimo, who was struggling to get up, with a sneer. Look at you, such a useless person. If I only had you as my son, I would never let Sheer marry someone like you. He took a step back, coldly watching the three people lying on the ground. Jiang Chunhua, I think you've had too many good days and lost your sense of who you are. You think I married you because I love you so much and haven't taken concubines all these years?
Ha!
What a joke. I just didn't want the household to become chaotic and bother me with other women. Sheer is kind and filial. When you fell ill after childbirth, she stayed up all night to prepare medicine and take care of you, showing respect. But how did you repay her? You believed Sun Shan's words and even hired someone to set fire to the Su family. Now I see your true evil nature. After you gave birth to Jiao Zmo, I should have ended you then, to save myself from you giving birth to that wicked girl, Jiao Shi. Jiangshi weakly collapsed on the ground, no longer caring about her pain, just watching Jiao Shuyuan cry uncontrollably. She thought her husband loved her deeply, but now she realized he hated her so much. She couldn't understand. Sun Mu, she was just an outsider. So why did her husband treat her and her children so badly because of her? Then Jiao Shuyuan looked again at Jiao Zishi, writhing painfully on the ground. Her face, which had already started to scab, was bleeding again after he had just stepped on her, looking even more terrifying than before. Jiao Zishi, you are inherently dirty and ugly. You should live in darkness and filth. Sheer is kind-hearted and pulled you out, but you not only didn't thank her for healing your scars, you also think you're better than others and always target Sheer. Look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. You're just a mean, selfish village woman. Why do you think you're better than others? Is it just because you're the daughter of the Marquis of Anyang? I was planning to kill you, but since you've already ruined your face, you can go on living. Let the world see how ugly the daughter of the Marquis of Anyang truly is. I want you to live with this face for the rest of your life. Jiao Zishi cried and shook her head.
No, no.
You're not my father. You're not my father. This time, Qiao Shuyuan was not angry, but showed an interested expression. He continued, "Oh, right. I named you Shi because of sheer. I didn't expect it would bring you such good marriage luck. It's a pity that Pei Yuan was so foolish to mistake you for sheer. Otherwise, I'd have a headache for a while. Looking at this, you're not completely useless. So, I won't let the Pei family break off the engagement. I will make sure you marry into the Pei family." Xiao Zimo watched Qiao Shuyuan's crazy look, his hands trembling slightly. Someone once said his father was ruthless and cruel, but he only sneered at that. In his mind, his father had always been a refined, polite, serious, yet kind man. But now, it seems that cruel and ruthless isn't enough to describe Qiao Shuyuan. A tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, but his father was worse than an animal. If his sister's name was because of Su Mushi, then his leg. "Father, was it you who caused my leg to be broken 3 years ago?" Xiao Zimo didn't even know how he managed to say this. It felt like every word was like swallowing a knife. From his father's words, it seemed his purpose was to marry Su Mushi. But if his leg hadn't been injured 3 years ago, he should have married Ying. So, did his father plan his fall from the horse 3 years ago? To break up his relationship with Ying and marry Su Mushi instead? Xiao Zimo recalled the scenes before and after the fall 3 years ago, feeling terrified. He started trembling all over. Is Qiao Shuyuan really his biological father? Why does he feel so unfamiliar and so frightening? Qiao Shuyuan turned his head upon hearing this, his cold gaze shifting from Qiao Zishi to Qiao Zimo. The crazed look on his face disappeared, replaced by disappointment. "How could I have such a stupid son like you? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. How could your leg be broken by my design?" Hearing this, Qiao Zimo slightly relaxed. But then, after hearing Qiao Shuyuan's next words, he felt all his strength drain away, and he was too exhausted to breathe. The person who designed to break your leg was clearly Bai Menjing. Can't you see that yet? When these words were spoken, not only Qiao Zimo but even Jiang Shi and Qiao Zishi were stunned. Then Qiao Zishi was the first to shout angrily, "You're talking nonsense. Princess Consort would never do anything to hurt her brother. I am sure you have fallen under Su Mushi's spell, falsely accusing the princess's wife." Qiao Zishi no longer cared about the pain on her face, nor did she recognize her father, Qiao Shuyuan. Her eyes were fierce, as if she wanted to eat someone. Qiao Shuyuan frowned, but there was no anger in his eyes, only disdain. "Changzhong, cut off the young lady's tongue." His tone was calm, but he looked like a demon crawling out of. Changzhong heard this and responded softly, walking toward Qiao Zishi with a blank expression. Qiao Zishi was stunned. She never expected her father to want to cut off her tongue. But upon reflection, she wasn't really surprised. After all, her father had just kicked her twice, and even stepped on her face. Mrs. Zhang was already exhausted from pain, but when she saw Changzhong about to cut off Qiao Zishi's tongue, she suddenly gathered strength and hurriedly crawled to Qiao Shuyuan's feet, begging loudly, "My lord, please don't.
Please spare Elfair."
Then she hurriedly reminded the now frightened Qiao Zishi, "Sheer, quickly beg your father." Qiao Zishi snapped back to her senses. Though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cry and plead, "Dad, I was wrong. Please don't cut my tongue. I promise I won't talk nonsense in the future. Please." Woo-woo. Qiao Shuyuan raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled.
"Ha.
Fine, you're not one to hold back your words, and your mouth is poisonous. Keeping your tongue will let you curse by Menjing every day. Do you know why your face was scratched by a branch back then? It was because the envoy from Beiyan praised you as charming and lovely, but didn't praise Bai Menjing. She didn't want anyone to surpass her, so she planned to hurt your face. It's funny that you still treat her like a sister, being close and defending her. If I'm not mistaken, this time your face was also caused by Bai Menjing's tricks. But this time, I don't blame her, because your current state is your own fault. You brought this on yourself." Qiao Zishi wanted to argue, but thinking about her tongue, she could only obediently keep silent, not daring to speak again. Xiao Shuyuan looked at her with disbelief, feeling he had failed. Why are both his children so stupid, unable to see who is real and who is a ghost? They despise and target their benefactor, yet they protect and sincerely treat the ones behind hurting them. Sighing heavily, Xiao Shuyuan found a chair nearby and sat down. Since you are blind and deaf to the truth, I will help you see clearly. You think Bai Menjing is as innocent and kind as she appears, and that she is wholeheartedly devoted to Zimo?
Wow.
When she was 8 years old, she tore out a young lady's eyes and then cruelly killed her to use as fertilizer. Such a person makes me feel ashamed, yet you all think she is kind and good. How funny is that? Years ago, when Zishi's face was scratched, I secretly investigated and found that Bai Menjing did it out of jealousy, ordered by her. Although I was very angry at the time and wanted to confront the Empress, I thought it over and decided to hold back. At that time, I had no real power and depended on the Empress's favor at court. Maybe the Empress felt guilty because her niece hurt my daughter's face, so she recommended me to the Ministry of War to make amends. While saying this, he looked at Xiao Zishi with a gentle, caring expression and softly said, "Zishi, don't worry. I've always kept a record of this. That's why I work hard to climb higher, hoping to break free from the Empress's control. One day, I want to help you get justice." Then he turned to Xiao Zimo and said, "I never thought that before I could become an important official of Qi, Bai Menjing would break your leg. You and Zishi are my children. Bai Menjing keeps hurting you both. I really wish I could punish her severely. But after you broke your leg, Bai Menjing married in Ganzhou, which gave me a good reason to go to the Su family and propose marriage openly. Since Sheer married into the Marquis's house, everything has gone smoothly for me. Zishi's face healed, Junhua's health improved, and even your leg was cured by Sheer. If life continues like this, I might give up everything. No desire for riches or fame, just wishing our family can stay safe and together forever." But as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shuyuan suddenly turned back into his crazy state. He stood up quickly, strode to Xiao Zimo, and without hesitation, stomped on his thigh. Even though Xiao Zimo could endure pain, he couldn't help but scream.
Ah!
Xiao Zimo was in such pain that cold sweat broke out. He knew that his father's kick had broken his leg. Is he really his biological son? Just moments ago, he was defending Bai Menjing, but now he had cruelly broken his leg. For his father, what do he and his sister and mother really mean? Zhou Shiyuan looked at the three people on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he calmly ordered Chang Zhong, "Watch your subordinates' mouths. The lady wants them taken back to her courtyard. No need to call a doctor. This is their punishment. As for the heir, after we meet with the emperor, I will personally ask Sheer to treat him." After speaking, he looked down at Xiao Zimo with a commanding gaze. "Sheer is very soft-hearted. You must use this well. Remember, this is the last chance I give you. If you can't save Sheer, there's no point in keeping you my useless son. It's so foolish to drive Sheet away just to marry Bai Menjing as a secondary wife. Truly clueless." Zhou Shiyuan didn't move much himself, only using his foot to teach the three a lesson. Before leaving, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Xiao Zimo weakly ask, "How can I believe what you're saying?" Zhou Shiyuan sneered without turning around.
Ha!
"The 8th day of next month is your wedding day with Bai Menjing. I won't stop you from going to propose marriage, nor will I stop you from marrying Bai Menjing. I just wonder if you'll be able to marry the person you truly love. But before that, you must keep Sheer. Many things are confusing when you're involved. Once you step back and look at the whole situation, you won't be led around by your feelings." Although Zhou Shiyuan thought Xiao Zimo was very foolish, he believed that once Zimo told the truth about the past, he would step back and carefully observe Bai Menjing. Compared to Bai Menjing, the despicable woman, Zimo would see Sheer's goodness and truly love her for a lifetime. After Zhou Shiyuan left, Xiao Zishi finally dared to cry out loud. She felt her cheeks were wet, but she didn't dare to touch them. "Mother, Father's gone crazy. Mother, what should I do about my face?
Boo-hoo.
What kind of spell did Su Mushi cast on father? Why is he treating us like this? And why is he slandering Princess Consort? When she was young, her father would affectionately call her Shier. But since Su Mushi married in, he started calling her Zishi. Just now, her father kept calling her Shier, but she knew he wasn't talking about her. He was calling Su Mushi. That's why she hates Su Mushi the most. Mrs. Jiang still couldn't stand up and could only crawl toward Xiao Zishi, glancing nervously at Changzhong nearby. Seeing that Changzhong didn't say anything, she finally relaxed a little. Then she sternly said to Xiao Zishi, "Stop talking nonsense here. You are the one who caused Bai Menjing to be so upset, and you still call her the princess's sister-in-law. If Qiao Shuyuan had not treated her and her children so badly today, she would have hated Bai Menjing for everything she did. But now, she hates Su Mushi even more." Just as her daughter said, she doesn't know what kind of spell Su Mushi cast on Qiao Shuyuan. Clearly, they are family, but Qiao Shuyuan favors an outsider. She had planned to wait for Qiao Shuyuan to return and speak up for them. But instead, he came back and immediately supported Su Mushi. Xiao Zishi also hates Su Mushi deeply. He is not afraid of Changzhong and even looks directly at him, saying, "What am I talking nonsense about?" Father probably already knows that Su Mushi and our Marquis estate want over 20,000 taels of silver. Su Mushi's father is just a small doctor, and although he has 2 dowry shops, he couldn't possibly earn that much silver. Changzhong coldly replies, "The Su and Wei families are 2 of the richest merchant families in Jin. It seems Miss has been in her chambers too long and doesn't know about this." Su Mushi's father and his wife Wei are the main heirs of their families. The doctor is dedicated to medicine, not business, or else how could his wife have taken the 100-year-old ginseng and the precious herbs used by Miss and the young master? Many things can't be measured by silver alone, nor bought with money. Even 20,000 taels or 200,000 taels of silver are just a drop in the bucket for the Su family. It's only a matter of whether the young lady wants to care about it. Changzhong's tone is calm, but there is a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Xiao Zishi and the others all look in disbelief. The 4 great merchant families in Jin are incredibly wealthy, rivaling kingdoms, and Su Xing and his wife are the main heirs of 2 of these families? How is that possible? But looking at Changzhong's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. So, is Qiao Shuyuan being so kind to Su Mushi because she is from the Su family? Is it because of the family's enormous wealth? But that doesn't make sense either. Although Su Xing is the main heir, he has been away from the family for so long. Even if he returns, he won't become the head of the family. And although Su Mushi has the surname Su, she is a woman. The Su family is large and powerful, so why would they care about an ugly woman? So, what is Qiao Shuyuan really after in caring so much about Su Mushi? Uncle Chong, do you know why my father cares so much about Su Mushi? Hearing Xiao Zimo ask questions, Changzhong slowly stepped forward. After adjusting the wheelchair, he reached out and helped Xiao Zimo into it. During this, his movement accidentally jarred Xiao Zimo's recently broken leg, causing him to gasp in pain. Changzhong looked at him with concern but, thinking of the Marquis's obsession, could only sigh silently in his heart. "Young master, you just need to follow what the Marquis says. As for everything else, when he wants you to know, you will naturally find out. You are the Marquis's only son. He won't harm you. The reason he treats you this way is only because you have disappointed him too much. Princess Changlu has a cruel mind and is not a good match for you. Although the young wife's appearance isn't as good as Princess Changli's, her character and heart are 100 times better. Why not try to look beyond worldly opinions and see people with your heart? Then you will naturally see who is truly suitable for you." Changzhong has known Xiao Zimo since he was a child and has some feelings for him. He doesn't want Xiao Zimo to be confused, so he can't help but give some advice. Xiao Zimo looked at Changzhong's serious face, his mouth filled with bitterness. If he still had doubts about Bai Menjing's scheme that caused his leg to break before, now he believed completely. There was no reason for Chongzhong to lie to him. He looked down at his legs, feeling surprisingly calm inside. If it had been before, he probably would have gone straight to Bai Menjing to clarify and seek justice. But now, over the past 3 years, he had lost his sharp edges and didn't want to seek revenge anymore. Bai Menjing is an actress, isn't she? Then he would play along. But thinking of Su Mushi, his heart couldn't find peace. He regretted misunderstanding Su Mushi, regretted saying many harsh words to her, but he wasn't sure if he should regret breaking up with her. He probably didn't like Su Mushi, and she probably didn't like him either. If neither of them liked each other, should they really be together? Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Yiziyu was appointed as the King of Yong'an by the Emperor. He was awarded 100 taels of gold, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and a mansion. But at the same time, his military power was taken away. Ur, the northern border, is a cold and harsh place. You've been stationed there for years, and I truly feel sorry for you. Now that the northern Yen has suffered a heavy defeat, they probably won't attack for many years. So, after you return to the capital, don't go back there. It's also a good time for you to marry a princess and help expand the royal family. Knight Zeu sneered inwardly, but showed no expression outwardly. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your favor. As for marriage, I have someone I like. I hope you will approve. Emperor Yi Jingchun looked surprised. His eldest son rarely showed interest in women, and he had never heard him speak of any young lady with affection. He had never mentioned a woman before. He was surprised to hear that his son already had someone in mind. He had planned to find a marriage for him, but now it was awkward to bring it up. He only hoped that the person Yi Zeu liked was from a family with no special background. Otherwise, he might have to warn his son about a bad marriage. Who is the young lady you likes? Emperor Yi Jingchun asked calmly. Yi Zeu replied, the person I admire is the daughter of Dr. Su Mushi. Emperor Yi Jingchun blinked. Su Mushi? That name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was at the moment. However, since she was just the daughter of a small doctor, he felt relieved. She is just a doctor's daughter. Would that be too much for you? Why not take her as a concubine? I can recommend a noble young lady for you, he asked with a fake smile. Hearing his father's insincere words, Yi Zeu sneered inwardly, but pretended to be firm. He knelt before his father and clasped his fists. I only like Su Mushi. I do not want to marry anyone else. I hope you will approve. Since Yi Zeu said so, Emperor Yi Jingchun didn't press further. He simply said the marriage decree would be written the next day. After expressing his thanks, Yi Zeu excused himself, claiming he missed the Empress Dowager and bowed out. Once he left, Emperor Yi Jingchun coldly ordered the Chao Huai, go find out about Su Mushi. Chao Huai hesitated and cautiously said, Your Majesty, I know Su Mushi. I have met her once. Emperor Yi Jingchun raised an eyebrow, signaling him to speak freely. Chao Huai took a moment and then said slowly, 7 years ago, when the Empress Dowager caught smallpox, Su Mushi went to the palace to serve in her place. I saw her then. Later, when the heir of the Anyang Marquis broke his leg and Princess Chonlo was heartbroken and married far away, the Marquis arranged for Su Mushi to marry his heir. Surprisingly, Su Mushi was quite capable. She actually cured the Marquis's heir's leg, but Chao Huai didn't finish his sentence, but Emperor Yi Jingchun remembered something. It was because Qiao Zimo had once requested a marriage decree, asking for a peaceful wife. It turns out that Su Mushi was originally Qiao Zimo's wife. The other was just a young doctor's daughter. If Yi Zeu liked her, he could marry her. But Su Mushi was already married, and he had just agreed to Yi Zeu's marriage proposal. This made him feel conflicted. He couldn't force someone to divorce or leave their husband, could he? Chao Huai saw Yi Jingchun's worry and quickly explained the situation of Qiao Zimo and Su Mushi's separation. He also shared the rumors circulating recently. After hearing this, Yi Jingchun couldn't help but sneer coldly. In his view, Yi Zeu didn't really like Su Mushi. He just felt upset because Su Mushi had served the Empress Dowager and was treated poorly by the Anyang Marquis household. That's why he requested the marriage, to shame the Anyang Marquis family and support Su Mushi's reputation. But it was a hero saving a beauty, while his eldest son was just a hero saving someone less fortunate. Since it was his son's wish, he agreed. After leaving the Palace of Rest, Yiziyu headed straight to the Empress Dowager's palace. As he passed, officials and maids bowed and saluted him, but their eyes couldn't help but secretly observe his handsome face. If the second prince was a gentle, charming young gentleman, then the eldest prince was like a divine being descended from heaven. He was not only tall and handsome but also carried a unique aura that no nobleman in the capital possessed. Just as Yiziyu was about to reach the Empress Dowager's chamber, a soft, beautiful voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Big cousin." Yiziyu didn't turn around but kept walking forward. Bai Menjing hurriedly ran up and said, "Big cousin, I'm Yingying. Why didn't you wait for me?" Her voice was sweet and full of playful affection. When Bai Menjing reached him and stopped him, she looked up at his face. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a pink glow, and her bright eyes shimmered with shyness. Yiziyu was 5 years older than Bai Menjing. When he went to the army at age 10, Bai Menjing was only 5 and had no real memory of him. During that time, Yiziyu returned to the capital 4 times, but each time he only wished the Empress Dowager a happy birthday and then hurried back to the northern border, never actually meeting Bai Menjing. Some people said Yiziyu was tall and handsome, almost like a celestial being, but Bai Menjing only smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. How handsome could someone who grew up in the military camp really be? Perhaps those palace maids just wanted to flatter the Empress Dowager with praise for the eldest prince. After all, the eldest prince's biological mother died young, and the Empress Dowager raised him. In terms of affection, the Empress Dowager's favorite was the eldest prince. Until last year's New Year, she met Yiziyu and finally understood why the palace maids said he was breathtakingly handsome. Ganzhou borders the northern border, and considering their relationship, Prince Jing should also call Yiziyu his cousin. That day, Yiziyu visited suddenly. He only took a quick glance, but it made Bai Menjing's heart flutter and her face flush with embarrassment. Yiziyu is tall and strong, much taller than Xiao Zimo. Although he works outdoors in the northern border every day, his skin remains fair. Unlike the wealthy young men in the capital with greasy hair and bright faces, Yiziyu's fair skin does not look effeminate. Instead, it makes him seem naturally beautiful and more handsome. His eyebrows are sharp and slant into his hairline, and his bright eyes sparkle like cold stars. His high nose is straight like a mountain ridge, and his thin lips are tightly pressed with clear lines. His face has sharp features like carved from stone, showing strong masculinity. His black hair is adding a touch of elegance and charm. No matter how she tried to flatter him, Yiziyu refused to look at her. So that night, taking advantage of Prince Jing's drunkenness, she sneaked into Yiziyu's room. She thought that since there were no women in the army, Yiziyu would be unable to resist her beauty. But unexpectedly, Yiziyu threw her out of the room without mercy and mockingly said, "So you are Princess Changel. I thought it was some shameless maid trying to climb into my bed. It seems you've entered the wrong room. This is Prince Jing's residence. I am not familiar with the princess, so I won't see you off." She was both ashamed and angry and dared not look at Yiziyu again. Now a year has passed. She is no longer a married woman, and she wonders if Yiziyu might see her differently now. "Big cousin, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Bai Menjing greets softly, her eyes full of love and admiration. If a man had feelings, he would surely understand her intentions. But Yiziyu responds with a hint of sarcasm. "How come I didn't know I have a cousin? Princess Changel, you'd better not try to get close to me." He tries to walk past her, but Bai Menjing quickly grabs his sleeve. "Big cousin, I have no other intentions. I just came back to pray for the Empress Dowager and happened to meet Big cousin. I wanted to say hello." Bai Menjing. Before she finishes, Yiziyu cuts her off mercilessly and pulls her sleeve back forcefully. "It's best if you have no other intentions. I also have no interest in someone shameless like you. From now on, stay away from me." If you make me lose my appetite, I will surely label you as the most promiscuous woman in the capital. His voice was cold, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Bai Menjing felt suddenly ashamed under Yiziyu's gaze. Seeing the cold aura around Yiziyu, Bai Menjing shivered involuntarily. Could Yiziyu have found out? Impossible. She kept her actions secret. No one could know about it. Seeing the shock on Bai Menjing's face, Yiziyu's expression darkened briefly, a hint of killing intent flashing across his eyes. He didn't argue with Bai Menjing anymore and strode into the Empress Dowager's palace. Bai Menjing watched Yiziyu's figure leave, clenched her fists in frustration, and turned away unwillingly. Since Yiziyu wasn't interested in women, she wouldn't make the first move anymore. But she would make sure Yiziyu knew who the most beautiful and highest-ranking woman in the capital was. She would make Yiziyu regret how he treated her today and make him fall for her charm. After seeing the Empress Dowager, Yiziyu's cold expression softened into a gentle one. If there was anyone in the capital he still cared about, it was only the Empress Dowager. Grandson greets the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be healthy and live long. The Empress Dowager quickly stood up to help Yiziyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Get up, get up. Let me have a good look at you. Yiziyu quickly got up, supported the Empress Dowager with a smile, and said, Grandmother, I am well. This time, I won't return to the northern border. Father has made me the Prince of Yong'an and promised to arrange a marriage for me. Now you should be at ease. The Empress Dowager was worried about Yiziyu's safety in the northern border, but she was also smart. Not returning there and being made a prince probably meant he had lost his military power. She sighed inwardly, but felt powerless. The emperor was suspicious and distrustful. Taking away Yiziyu's military power was better than framing him with false charges later. As for the marriage, it was probably only given to women without strong family backgrounds. Whose daughter are they marrying you to? The Empress Dowager's voice was without any surprise. Seeing her outstanding grandson, she couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, Yiziyu said, It was my own request to the emperor. I am not being forced. The woman I want to marry is Sumushi.
What?
You're marrying Sumushi? The Empress Dowager exclaimed in shock, and even the nearby maid, Gao, looked surprised. Yiziyu looked puzzled.
Why?
The Empress Dowager no longer likes Sumushi? Weren't you the one who wanted your grandson to marry her before, and even praised her highly in your letters? The Empress Dowager opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She did like Sumushi very much, and had wanted Yiziyu to marry her. But her main reason for wanting this match was because of Sumushi's good medical skills. She was worried about Yiziyu staying alone in the northern border, and having Sumushi nearby to take care of him would make her feel more at ease. Now that Yiziyu has returned to the capital and found a skilled female doctor to care for him, that reason no longer felt as important. Moreover, Sumushi is now a second wife, and no matter how good she is, she doesn't seem suitable for Yiziyu. How about marrying Sumushi as a concubine? I will talk to your father about it, suggested the Empress Dowager. Yiziyu understood her thoughts clearly, but he had other plans for marrying Sumushi. He would wait until the official marriage decree was issued. He replied calmly, Sumushi cannot even accept being a wife. How could she accept becoming a concubine? I don't care about her status or appearance. I only want someone with good character and kindness. I've already heard about her good nature. Benevolent and righteous, she would be a suitable wife for me. He had also sent people to investigate her character and found her to be kind and virtuous. Seeing Yiziyu's firm expression, the Empress Dowager couldn't say more. She believed Sumushi's character was truly good, and with her medical skills, Yiziyu would be well cared for if he married her. But Sierra is stubborn. I'm afraid she won't want to marry you, she said. Most women would be delighted to marry someone as handsome as Yiziyu. But the Empress Dowager wasn't sure what Sumushi thought. This made her feel a bit frustrated. Her Yiziyu was so outstanding. If Sumushi didn't appreciate him, she wouldn't hold back her disappointment. Yiziyu smiled indifferently. Don't worry, Empress Dowager. I am confident in myself. Besides, this is an imperial marriage decree. Su Mushi can't refuse. I'm also doing this to give her face. What reason would she have to refuse? The Empress Dowager still looked serious, feeling a bit guilty. You said there are so many women in the capital. Why did you choose Su Mushi? It's my fault. I shouldn't have randomly matched people. Now I've caused trouble for you. Yizuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Did she cause trouble for him? Or perhaps she was helping him. However, Yizuyu's face showed no signs of worry. Instead, he comforted Empress Dowager. Actually, I would like to marry Su Mushi. Otherwise, instead of letting Father Emperor arrange a marriage for me, I trust your judgment more. This single sentence made the Empress Dowager fully accept the marriage. The Emperor is the Empress Dowager's own son, and she knows his character well. Yizuyu has a high reputation in the army, so it is unlikely he would be matched with someone unsuitable. If it were just a family background issue, that would be fine. But if it were someone with impure intentions, that would be a problem. If Yizuyu wanted to marry a girl from another family, the Emperor might suspect something, but if he wanted to marry Su Mushi, the Emperor wouldn't think much about it. Meanwhile, Qiao Shuyuan still doesn't know that his only chosen daughter-in-law has been taken by Yizuyu. He is reporting the situation in northern border to the Emperor. Qiao Shuyuan is officially there to inspect the defenses in northern border, but in reality, he is watching Yizuyu's return to the capital and investigating Yizuyu's situation there. After hearing Qiao Shuyuan's report, Yi Jingchun nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, his eldest son does not have his own army, which eased his worries. Otherwise, he fears a recurrence of what happened 19 years ago. Qiao Qing, you've worked hard. Stay at home these days and spend time with your family. There's no rush to return to the military department. Next month is the day your son and Miss Chengel get married. It's a good opportunity to prepare well. After the wedding, you can return to the military department. Qiao Shuyuan clenched his fists secretly. Although he wanted to cancel the marriage directly, he still showed gratitude on his face. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. A marriage granted by the Emperor cannot be easily refused. But he was not in a hurry. Bai Menjing would find a way to cancel the marriage before long. As long as he kept Jie stable until then, he could handle everything else. He would do his best to make up for the wrongs Jie had suffered. Until Qiao Shuyuan left, Yi Jingchun remembered he had to tell Qiao Shuyuan about Yizuyu's marriage proposal. But forgetting to mention, it was no big deal. It was just a marriage to an unattractive doctor's daughter, and Qiao Shuyuan probably wouldn't care. In fact, after leaving the palace, Qiao Shuyuan went straight to the Su family. When he saw Su Xing awake, he immediately bowed with clasped fists. Brother Su, I feel ashamed of you. I failed to take good care of Jie and caused you to be injured. Please accept my bow. He even tried to kneel down, frightening Su Xing, who hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Marquis, what are you doing? If there's something to discuss, come inside. I can't accept such a bow from you. Qiao Shuyuan's handsome and gentle face was full of guilt. His voice trembled as he spoke again. Brother Su still refuses to forgive me. I know it's my fault for not properly raising my children and wife, which caused Jie to suffer so much hardship. If you won't forgive me, I will kneel here forever. After speaking, he was about to kneel again. Su Xing quickly said, My lord, you must not do that. I forgive you. His daughter had suffered so much and was unfairly criticized by the Qiao family. As a father, Su Xing couldn't help but feel some resentment toward Qiao Shuyuan. He didn't expect Qiao Shuyuan to show such attitude right away. Even if he was unhappy with the Qiao family, he no longer held any resentment now. At least, he couldn't blame Qiao Shuyuan. Qiao Shuyuan came here hoping to see Su Mushi, but when he entered the house, he still couldn't find her. He asked suspiciously, Where is Jie? Jie has been going to Shanxi Hall every day lately. I can't stop her, so I just let her go, Su Xing replied, though he looked proud. He thought that if his daughter showed herself publicly, she might be mocked for her appearance. But after being targeted by the Anyang Marquis family, no one commented on her looks anymore. Instead, they recognized her medical skills. He loved medicine all his life, and seeing his daughter excel made him proud. However, Qiao Xiuyuan frowned when he heard this. He didn't want Su Muxi to show herself publicly. Besides fearing that she might be judged for her looks, he also didn't want her to have too much contact with others. He was worried she might be hurt outside or that others might see her talents. If possible, he wished Su Muxi could stay forever in the Anyang Marquis's house, protected by him. But Qiao Xiuyuan quickly adjusted his expression and said with guilt, "It's all my fault for not raising my son well and not managing my wife and daughter properly. Otherwise, Sheer wouldn't have suffered so much. Now that I am back, everything will go back to normal.
I have already scolded them.
After Sheer returns, she won't suffer any more unfair treatment." Su Xing understood what Qiao Xiuyuan meant and raised an eyebrow, asking return, "My lord, don't you know that Sheer and the heir have already separated? Sheer won't go back to the Marquis's house." Qiao Xiuyuan hurriedly said, "Brother Su, my son was confused before, but now he regrets it. He will treat Sheer well from now on." "Treat her well?" Su Xing thought of the red birthmark on Su Muxi's face. He didn't speak, but the cold smile on his lips showed his attitude toward this matter. He will no longer allow his daughter to return to the Anyang Marquis residence. Although Qiao Xiuyuan is here to prevent Sheer from suffering, who can guarantee that Qiao Xiuyuan will always be there? His daughter needs a husband who can love and protect her, not her father-in-law. Qiao Xiuyuan did not continue this topic because he knew that as long as he convinced Sheer, Su Xing would naturally agree. Only Sheer is soft-hearted. Since the person was not present, Qiao Xiuyuan simply said a few words and left. He would not let Su Muxi come back specially to see him. Instead, he took the initiative to go to Shanxi Hall to find someone. Because only in this way could he show his sincerity. With Su Muxi as the chief doctor, Shanxi Hall's business improved a lot. Looking at the various people from different walks of life inside Shanxi Hall, Qiao Xiuyuan hid his dislike and slowly walked in. Relying on his height advantage, he immediately saw Su Muxi sitting behind a desk on the right, giving a consultation. His eyes, full of life's hardships, were replaced by gentleness the moment he saw Su Muxi. Looking at Su Muxi's features, the eyebrows, eyes, and contours, there was a faint, almost imperceptible love in his gaze. Perhaps Qiao Xiuyuan's gaze was too intense, and Su Muxi sensed it. She looked up and, upon seeing Qiao Xiuyuan, quickly stood up in surprise. "Marquis, why are you here?" Hearing this title, Qiao Xiuyuan's handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he said with a hint of sadness, "Sheer, I still prefer you to call me father." Everyone present, hearing this exchange, could guess Qiao Xiuyuan's identity, and they looked curiously back and forth at Su Muxi and Qiao Xiuyuan. From the looks of it, not everyone in the Anyang Marquis residence disliked Su Muxi. At least, this Marquis seemed to be quite kind to her. But it could also be an act. After all, his son was limping. Maybe he's here to play emotional tricks, hoping Su Muxi would treat the Marquis' son's leg. Su Muxi looked at the patient in front of her and then at Qiao Xiuyuan, showing a hesitant expression. Qiao Xiuyuan immediately saw her concern, smiled gently, and said thoughtfully, "Sheer, you go ahead and busy yourself. I will wait for you in the back hall." Su Muxi nodded with a smile, but frowned slightly after seeing how Qiao Xiuyuan was walking. Did the Marquis of Anyang injure his arm? Half an hour later, Su Muxi hurried into the back hall. Just as she was about to apologize, she saw Qiao Xiuyuan showing a pained expression. "Marquis, have you been hurt?" Su Muxi quickly checked Qiao Xiuyuan's right arm. She immediately sensed something was wrong. When Qiao Xiuyuan walked, his right arm was stiff. As she rolled up his sleeve and saw the red, swollen arm with traces of blood, her worried expression deepened. She hurriedly asked Bai Ji to bring her medicine box. Qiao Xiuyuan looked at Su Muxi's tense face, but there was no sign of pain, only happiness and love. "Marquis, does it hurt? I will treat your wound now. Please bear with it," Su Muxi said softly, without looking up. She heard Qiao Xiuyuan speak with a hint of choking. "Sheer, don't worry. It doesn't hurt. Compared to the hardships you've suffered these days, this is nothing." Hearing this, Su Muxi's body trembled slightly. She was touched but didn't lift her head. She didn't dare look at Xiao Shuyuan because she was afraid she might cry. Although she had acted as if she was fine these days, she felt upset inside and thought she didn't deserve it. She didn't want her father to worry or blame her, so she kept herself busy to forget her sadness. Now, hearing Xiao Shuyuan's words, she felt a deep sense of grievance and her nose started to sting. After bandaging the wound, Su Mushi suppressed her feelings and looked up. Marquis, how did you get hurt? Xiao Shuyuan looked at Su Mushi and smiled casually, thinking of Sheer. I was distracted while walking and accidentally bumped into a porter's pole. Hearing this, Su Mushi's heart was moved again. She sighed silently and after a moment of silence spoke. Marquis, you have done a great favor for my father and you treat me like your own daughter. I will always remember this kindness. If there's ever a need, I will not refuse. But now my engagement with the Crown Prince has been broken, and I hope you won't dwell on this anymore. It's clear that I and the Crown Prince are not destined to be together. Is there no fate between her and Xiao Zimo? No parent-child bond either? Xiao Shuyuan's lips trembled slightly, filled with unwillingness. He rose from a humble soldier to become the Marquis of Anyang and the Minister of War because he didn't believe in fate. He only believed in himself. Sheer, this matter is Zimo's fault for not treating you well. That's why I broke his leg. But Zimo is still my only son. Could you go and see him? Of course, if you do not wish to, I will not force you. I know that when you agreed to marry him, it was only because I saved your father. But after 3 years in the Marquis's residence, all debts are paid. It is Zimo's fault for not cherishing you that he is now in this state. He brought it all upon himself. Xiao Shuyuan looked at Su Mushi with a complicated expression, guilt, sadness, regret, and self-blame. After speaking, seeing that Su Mushi did not reply, he stopped talking, only offering a faint smile before standing up to leave. But the smile on his face was full of bitterness, making Su Mushi feel a little pity for him. Xiao Shuyuan turned around slowly, waiting for Sheer to call him back. Marquis. I'll go with you to the Marquis's residence to take a look, Su Mushi said softly. Hearing her words, Xiao Shuyuan's charming eyes flickered with a brief smile. Indeed, Sheer is the most soft-hearted person. When Su Mushi entered Anyang Marquis's residence again, she felt as if she had stepped into a different world. The servants in the house seemed to have forgotten everything. Upon seeing her, they respectfully called her young madam. Su Mushi didn't explain or refuse. She just wanted to quickly check on Xiao Zimo's leg and then leave. Entering again, she felt that the Marquis's residence was like a prison, making her feel suffocated. An instinctive rejection radiated from her. Xiao Shuyuan saw her expression and her rejection clearly. He was overwhelmed with the urge to eliminate Zhang's family. This home didn't need others, only Sheer was enough. If Sheer returned and these people still refused to face reality, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with them himself. Jiao Zimo watched Su Mushi and Xiao Shuyuan walk in, his charming eyes full of complex emotions. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to face Su Mushi or how to win her back. Seeing the warning look in his father's eyes, Xiao Zimo's throat moved, hesitating before speaking. Mushi, thank you for coming, he said softly. Su Mushi was surprised. This wasn't something Xiao Zimo usually said. But she quickly understood. It must be because Xiao Shuyuan had beaten him up, which caused him to speak like this. She slightly curled her lips, speaking coldly, Young master, there's no need to thank me. I came because of Marquis's request. Then she moved forward to check Xiao Zimo's leg, eager to finish quickly and leave. Seeing this, Xiao Shuyuan decided to go change his clothes and left the room. The servants in the courtyard also disappeared, leaving only Xiao Zimo and Su Mushi alone. Looking at Su Mushi's side profile without a birthmark, Xiao Zimo felt his heart pounding hard. Noticing this, Su Mushi's hand movements became gentler. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of revenge. I also hope you get better soon. Hearing this, Xiao Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he softly repeated, You hope I get better soon? Su Mushi looked at Xiao Zimo with serious eyes. Yes, Then the Marquis won't have a reason to stop me from coming, and we can truly cut off contact.
Ow.
While speaking, Su Muxi gently squeezed the injured spot on Xiao Zimo's leg, causing him to gasp. The pain from his leg spread through his whole body, and even his heart felt a little ache. Feeling pain is a good sign. Your leg is better than I thought. It seems that Dr. Li and Dr. Wang have been caring for you these past few days. The Marquis hasn't broken your leg, just a slight fracture, and it will heal in a few days. The main reason you can't stand up is because of your lower back. Xiao Zimo looked at Su Muxi's moving lips, feeling that standing up was no longer urgent. With Su Muxi here, standing up was only a matter of time. What puzzled him was that Su Muxi seemed much more beautiful, even though there was still that ugly birthmark on her face. She didn't look repulsive anymore.
Could it be?
What's your relationship with Xie Xian? Are you even listening to me? Both Xiao Zimo and Su Muxi spoke at the same time. Hearing this, Su Muxi's expression instantly turned cold. What relationship do I have with young Master Xie? How does that concern the heir? And what right do you have to question me? Xiao Zimo was silenced by Su Muxi's words, unsure how to respond. He had just thought that women dress up to please those they like, and maybe Su Muxi had fallen for someone, which is why she looked much more beautiful than before. The only person he could think of who might have moved Su Muxi's heart was Xie Xian. His father wanted him to win back Su Muxi, so she would become his wife someday. The thought of his wife dressing up for another man and being with another man was intolerable for any man. But he didn't have the status to question Su Muxi now. Gritting his teeth, he could only suppress his anger. In a tone that seemed to be for her good, he said, "We are husband and wife, after all. I just don't want you to be deceived by Xie Xian. We studied together at the Imperial Academy. His reputation for being flirtatious is well known. Do you think he would turn over a new leaf just for you? Your status is low, and your appearance is not attractive. Now, as someone remarried, not to mention Xie Xian, even an ordinary man wouldn't marry you. So, you might consider remarrying into a noble family." This last sentence nearly slipped from Xiao Zimo's mouth. Fortunately, he stopped himself just in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what kind of look Su Muxi would give him. Although his father asked him to try to reconcile with Su Muxi, he didn't want to speak about it right now. He didn't want Su Muxi to think he was regretting their separation. He wanted Su Muxi to like him first, and then voluntarily suggest they get back together. Not him to beg for it. Because even if he could never stand again, he was more than enough to be with Su Muxi. Besides him, no man would truly mind Su Muxi's appearance, and no man would genuinely treat her well. So, in the end, Su Muxi could only return to the Anyang Marquis residence. Su Muxi didn't know what Xiao Zimo was thinking. When she saw the pride gradually appearing in his eyes, she couldn't help but smile coldly. "Thank you for your concern, young master, but there's no need to remind me how bad I am. I am aware of my limitations. As for you, rather than worrying about others, it might be better to focus on your own leg." Xiao Zimo wanted to explain but opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. He had indeed wanted Su Muxi to realize her situation, but when she said it so directly, he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Then Su Muxi continued, "Young master, you are noble and handsome. I suppose you don't take what I just said seriously. Let me repeat it, so you understand clearly. Your leg needs treatment. If we follow the previous methods, it will take at least a year to recover and stand again. But I have a new method that can help you stand before the wedding with Lady Changla. However, this method requires strong medicine and large needles. During the process, it will cause unbearable pain. I need to ask, what is your choice?" Actually, Su Muxi had this method long ago. She thought that gradual treatment was safer than rushing, and it would also cause less suffering for Xiao Zimo. But now, she just wanted to quickly cure his leg, so they wouldn't be involved anymore. As for the pain, as long as Xiao Zimo didn't die from it, he could endure it. Previously, Xiao Zimo had blindly protected Xiao Shika and falsely accused her, questioning her. This pain was just his way of venting his anger. After hearing Su Muxi's words, Xiao Zimo did not hesitate much and chose the quicker option. The matter between him and Bai Menjing needed to be resolved quickly. Standing up again would save him many troubles. Also, standing up would make it easier for Su Mushi to like him. After all, no woman would like a useless person who cannot stand. Su Mushi slightly smiled, knowing that Qiao Zimo would choose the latter. Since that's the case, young master, just take off your clothes, she said softly, but her words made Qiao Zimo blush instantly.
You.
What are you going to do? Su Mushi stepped forward, deliberately bending down to get closer to him. The scent unique to Su Mushi entered Qiao Zimo's nose, making him feel warm all over. He stared blankly at her, his heart pounding loudly. If it had been before, he would have disliked her so close. But now, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. This strange feeling even made him no longer find her red birthmark ugly. For 3 years, he and Su Mushi had never been physically intimate. Even when she was treating his leg, she only massaged over his clothes, and when giving injections, she only lifted his clothes slightly to expose the injection site.
But now, could it be that Su Mushi actually?
Young master, do you think I want to do something to you? Do you think I am coveting your body? Seeing the sarcasm at the corner of her mouth, Qiao Zimo blushed awkwardly. He had indeed thought so just now, but now he realized he was overthinking. When he saw Su Mushi open her medicine box, he knew he had misunderstood again. Su Mushi asked him to take off his clothes simply to treat him, but he had secretly hoped a little. Qiao Zimo supported himself with his arms and slowly took off his clothes, revealing his strong body. In these 3 years, although his legs couldn't move, his upper body had become much stronger. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, firm chest and abs, muscles tense with each movement, veins visible on his forearms, full of strength. Every time Qiao Hui came to wipe him, he could see the admiration and desire in her eyes. He unconsciously looked at Su Mushi, only to see that after she saw his body, her expression was calm and unmoved, which made Qiao Zimo feel frustrated again. Although his leg cannot move, it is much better than that delicate pillowcase Xie Xian. Su Mushi's judgment is really not very good. But when he saw the needle Su Mushi took out, his frustration was replaced by fear. Just now, Su Mushi mentioned using a large needle, and he didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect that the large needle Su Mushi spoke of was actually 4 inches long and much thicker than a normal silver needle. No wonder Su Mushi said that the process of inserting the needle would cause unimaginable pain. Su Mushi saw the fear in Qiao Zimo's eyes, raised an eyebrow slightly, and deliberately spoke in a teasing tone. What? Young master is afraid. Su Mushi, you're doing this on purpose. Qiao Zimo spoke confidently, thinking Su Mushi was just trying to get revenge. Su Mushi shrugged indifferently. If the young master is afraid, he can follow the previous method to treat it, but it will just take more time. Then she muttered to herself, it seems the young master doesn't have deep feelings for Princess Chonglu either. Thinking about the day of your wedding, the princess even had to push you, her future husband, to bow in marriage. I wonder if others will mock her. Qiao Zimo once again heard from Su Mushi about his marriage to Bai Menjing. A flash of hatred appeared in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his neck. Deep feelings? He only loved Bai Menjing too much, which is why she betrayed him so terribly. So, what exactly are deep feelings? Inserting the needle. Qiao Zimo spoke coldly, his eyes becoming firm. Su Mushi initially wanted to use provocation, but unexpectedly hit a nerve with Qiao Zimo. However, the result was good. She could now perform the needle treatment on Qiao Zimo. The servants outside Qiao Zimo's courtyard listened to the screams coming from inside and began to whisper among themselves. What is the young lady doing to the young master? His screams sound so painful. It must be that the young lady, relying on the marquis returning, has someone supporting her and is tormenting the young master. They are husband and wife, after all. How could she be so cruel? Miss was right. The young lady's heart is truly vicious. After changing his clothes, Qiao Shuyuan arrived in front of Qiao Zimo's courtyard, clearly hearing the gossip from the servants. Kill them all. Qiao Shuyuan ordered coldly. Chang Zhong, who was nearby, nodded upon hearing this, then strode forward. The servants who had been gossiping just now didn't even have time to scream before their necks were broken. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Qiao Shuyuan issued another cold command. If I hear anyone gossiping about Sheer again, kill them immediately.
Yes.
Qiao Zimo's screams continued. Qiao Shuyuan stood outside the courtyard, listened for a while, and smiled with relief before turning to leave. Of course, he didn't think Su Mushi was torturing Qiao Zimo. Even if he did, Qiao Zimo deserved it. But he knew that Su Mushi's treatment this time was mixed with personal feelings, otherwise Qiao Zimo wouldn't be crying so miserably. Su Mushi usually looks obedient and sensible, but even a clay figure has some strength. After suffering so many grievances these days, how could she have no temper at all? Sometimes, letting out her feelings like this might even help deepen their relationship. Inside the room, Qiao Zimo was lying on the bed, his back now covered with needle marks, looking like a hedgehog. Every time Su Mushi pricked him, he would scream for a long time. Su Mushi, from feeling happy at first, grew impatient. A grown man crying like this, isn't it embarrassing? Hearing this, Qiao Zimo clenched his teeth to keep quiet, but cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Due to the pain, his body kept trembling. Seeing Qiao Zimo in such unbearable pain, Su Mushi silently sighed in her heart. She took a pill from the medicine box and put it into Qiao Zimo's mouth. Eat it, it's for pain relief. Qiao Zimo was still very angry. Why didn't Su Mushi bring out the painkiller earlier? It seemed she was deliberately torturing him, wanting to see his suffering. But when his thin lips touched Su Mushi's warm fingertips, he couldn't think of anything else. Did he just kiss Su Mushi's fingertips? Whether it was the painkiller taking effect or some other reason, he really felt that the places pricked by the needles didn't hurt as much anymore, but his body felt extremely hot. Su Mushi didn't know what Qiao Zimo was thinking. Instead, she quickly continued with the injections. After the last 3 needles were inserted, a fine layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. All right, in 15 minutes, I'll help you remove the needles. It might still hurt for a while, but it shouldn't be as painful as before. I'll prepare a prescription for you to take once every morning after you wake up. Foot baths and massages should continue, but avoid touching the fractured bones. Listening to Su Mushi's instructions, Qiao Zimo couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw Su Mushi sitting at the desk, seriously writing the prescription. Her hair, damp with sweat, was slightly disheveled, and her face looked pale. Was she exhausted from the injections just now? Why didn't she say anything? And there was no complaint at all? I am unsure whether I am dismissing him or simply not wanting him to feel guilty or indebted. Su Mushi, if I don't marry a proper wife, will you still leave me? Qiao Zimo didn't expect to ask his inner doubts aloud, but he only felt regret for a moment before looking at Su Mushi with hope, waiting for his answer. Su Mushi tilted his head to look at Qiao Zimo and said with a smile, "What? The young master regrets leaving me?" Qiao Zimo naturally wouldn't admit it and remained silent. But Su Mushi continued, "Breaking up is already a fact. Dwelling on it won't help. You should think more about your future life with Princess Changhua." Qiao Zimo wanted to tell him about Bai Menjing, hoping Su Mushi wouldn't connect them anymore, but he didn't know how to say it. He opened his mouth to speak but heard Su Mushi say, "I know you are feeling a bit grateful to me, but there's no need. As long as you can control yourself and your family in the future and stop bothering me, that would be the best reward." "I'm sorry," Qiao Zimo muttered, feeling deeply ashamed. After some hesitation, he decided to swallow his pride and take the initiative to reach out to Su Mushi. "Su Mushi, if I don't marry a proper wife, are you willing to re-enter the Marquis's residence?" After saying this, Qiao Zimo felt his palms sweat and his heart almost jump out of his chest. Su Mushi looked at him with a mocking expression. "You don't need to make things difficult for yourself. I know you think I am of low status and not good-looking. Marrying me is just the Marquis's idea. Don't worry, I will persuade him. You should stop saying such things in the future. I don't want to be trapped here anymore, just serving as a little wife." After Su Mushi left, Qiao Zimo felt a hot stream on his legs. There was no joy, only deep frustration. Su Mushi didn't want to re-enter the Marquis's residence, and to him, she was nothing. When Qiao Shuyuan came in, he saw Qiao Zimo in this depressed state. Suppressing the urge to slap him, he said coldly, "Look at you now. If you weren't my son, I wouldn't let Xiao marry such a useless person." Qiao Zimo looked up at Qiao Shuyuan. "Dad, why do you insist I marry Su Mushi? Is it for the money of the Su family?" This time, Qiao Shuyuan couldn't hold back and directly slapped Qiao Zimo.
Slap. Fool.
"I don't care about the Su family's money. Don't let me hear you say that again. Remember only that your goal is not only to find a way for Xier to accept you, but also to be kind to her. That's enough." Qiao Zimo didn't care about the fiery look on his face. Instead, he kept a close eye on Qiao Shuyuan's expression. Seeing that Qiao Shuyuan was truly angry and no longer concerned about the Su family's money, he quietly relaxed. He now felt too guilty towards Su Mushi and didn't want to feel guilty anymore. As for making Su Mushi accept him, he had no idea. At least for now, he was disabled and couldn't do anything. A father knows his son best. Seeing this, Qiao Shuyuan sighed and slowly walked to Qiao Zimo's bedside to sit down. "Do you know what women care about most? That's sincerity?" Qiao Zimo hesitated to answer. But he heard Qiao Shuyuan sneer, "Ha, sincerity is important, but such things that can't be seen or touched, how can they make a woman truly trust you? Women care most about their reputation. If they can keep their reputation, even if they don't love you in their hearts, they will still be yours. Of course, except for shameless women like Bai Menjing." Hearing this, Qiao Zimo's handsome face turned red again. He didn't care about Qiao Shuyuan calling Bai Menjing shameless. His mind was only on the words, "keep her reputation." Was his father asking him to take away Su Mushi's reputation? If it had been before, he might have rejected it, thinking Su Mushi was ugly. But now, he was less repelled. His only remaining objection was due to his sense of morality. A flicker of impatience appeared in Qiao Shuyuan's eyes. A real man shouldn't be indecisive or hesitant. He should do whatever it takes. If not, how can Xier remarry into the household? Is it just your appearance that counts? Xie Xian and Pei Yuan's looks aren't worse than yours. The most important thing is, they're not useless like you, who can't even stand up. Unknowingly, one of Qiao Shuyuan's words struck a nerve in Qiao Zimo. His eyes grew firm, but then a hint of hesitation appeared again. "Father, you don't value Su Mushi that much? Why do you want me to treat her like that?" Seeing his father smiling kindly, Qiao Shuyuan said, "If I didn't, how could she still call me father? Let me care for her and protect her." Su Mushi didn't know that the Qiao father and son were planning to ruin her reputation. Instead, she thought that with the wedding of Qiao Zimo and Bai Menjing approaching, once Qiao Zimo recovered, she could live a peaceful life. The next morning, after washing her face, Su Mushi was approached anxiously by Baiji.
Miss.
Something bad has happened. Someone came to propose marriage." "Propose marriage?" Su Mushi couldn't help but speak with confusion, then lowered her head to look at her reflection in the basin. The birthmark on her left cheek was still there. Who could be so stubborn as to want to marry her? Could it be Xie Xian? "Do you know who came to propose?" Baiji nodded, then suddenly shook her head hurriedly, looking nervous and confused. Su Mushi laughed. "Take a deep breath. You look so nervous. People might think the person coming to propose is here to marry you." She then looked at Baiji with surprise. "Is the visitor really here to ask for your hand? What about Zhongbin?" Baiji rolled her eyes and suddenly felt less nervous. "Miss, what are you talking about? The visitor is here to ask the master for your hand, of course. I was just helping in the kitchen and didn't hear the person clearly, but from the mask they wore, it seems to be the crown prince." Mentioning the crown prince, Baiji shivered slightly. Su Mushi was surprised. "The crown prince? He wants to marry me? That can't be right." She quickly headed outside, wanting to find out the truth herself. She had never met the crown prince before. How could he come to propose marriage? Could it be the Empress Dowager forcing him? But now she was a second wife. Even if the Empress Dowager liked her, she wouldn't let the crown prince come personally to propose. It must be that Bai Ji was mistaken. Maybe the visitor just happened to wear a mask that looked like the crown prince's. But when Su Muxi reached the front hall and saw who was inside, she immediately recognized the visitor. It was indeed the crown prince, Yi Ziyu. His aura was unlike anyone else's, impossible to imitate. He was dressed in a black robe, and even sitting down, his tall figure was impressive. His eyes beneath the black mask were deep and cold, as if they could see through everything. His lower face was sharp and clear like ice sculpture. His lips were lightly pressed, giving off an aura of being distant and unapproachable. While Su Muxi was observing Yi Ziyu, he was also openly looking at her. He was short and thin, looking like someone easy to bully. His skin was fair, his features delicate, but the birthmark on his left cheek was a bit strange. Still, he didn't look as ugly as rumors said. However, the way Su Muxi looked at him was interesting. There was caution, curiosity, and doubt, but no fear like other women might have when seeing him wear a mask. It seemed he was quite brave, though his temper was a bit too good. They have been bullied so badly by the people of the Anyang Marquis' residence that they are willing to go there to help Qiao Zimo treat his leg. Perhaps Su Muxi still has feelings for Qiao Zimo? If that is the case, then that is even better. Su Muxi wakes up looking worried. When she sees Su Muxi approaching, she quickly bows to greet her. Sheer, hurry, and pay your respects to King Yongin. Su Muxi had already guessed the other person's identity. She was not surprised that Yi Ziyu suddenly became King Yongin. After all, Yi Ziyu had truly earned his military merits, so the emperor should reward him. But such a proud Yi Ziyu came to propose marriage the day after returning to the capital, which made Su Muxi more confused. Su Muxi, pay your respects to King Yongin. Su Muxi bowed and paid her respects. She didn't expect Yi Ziyu, who was sitting, to stand up. His tall figure stood up, casting a shadow over Su Muxi, giving a strong sense of pressure. But what he said surprised Su Muxi even more. Miss Su, you are courteous. Although we haven't met before, the Empress Dowager often mentioned you in her letters. Today, I come to propose marriage, wishing to take Miss Su as my wife. What do you think? Xiao So, who was nearby, found this strange. What is the master doing? Why is he suddenly talking so much? With the emperor's marriage proposal, is there really a need for so much explanation? And asking to marry Su Muxi was just to force the old traitor of the Anyang Marquis to hand over the letter from back then. Yet, the master personally came to propose marriage. This is a bit too perfect. Su Muxi understood what Yi Ziyu meant. He wanted to marry her because of the Empress Dowager. But seeing Yi Ziyu like this, he didn't seem to oppose marrying her. He not only personally came to propose marriage and wanted to take her as his main wife, but also stood up to return her a formal gift. At least, this sincerity was much more than when Qiao Zimo married her before. She looked directly into Yi Ziyu's deep eyes, with no hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, Prince. But I know my status is low, and I am not beautiful enough to match you. So, I can only disappoint your good intentions. But I will remember your kind act, and if you have any orders in the future, I will do my best to fulfill them. Su Muxi was not someone who couldn't tell good from bad. Yi Ziyu's grand gesture to marry her, a second wife, must have meant he wanted to support her. It was not for anything else, but because she had saved the Empress Dowager back then. In this way, this prince was someone who knew gratitude and repaid kindness, much better than Qiao Zimo. But this person has a very high status and is hard to understand, so she cannot get married. Yi Ziyu was not surprised by Su Muxi's refusal. If Su Muxi cared only about status and rank, she would have married him as a princess consort 3 years ago after the Empress Dowager arranged it, and she wouldn't be waiting until now. But Su Muxi's refusal again was because she thought of Qiao Zimo, or simply didn't want to marry him. However, Su Muxi said that his actions were kind, which was quite interesting. She appeared calm and confident, yet her words revealed she saw herself as insignificant. It seems Qiao Zimo was truly blind, He ignored such an interesting woman like Su Mushi and chose the wicked Bai Menjing instead. I wonder how Qiao Zimo will react when he learns that the emperor has promised Su Mushi to him as a princess. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yeziu raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "The imperial marriage decree has probably arrived." "The marriage decree?" Su Mushi repeated in surprise, and hurriedly looked at Yeziu. This cold-faced king actually went to ask for a royal decree? Perhaps it was just her illusion, but she saw a fleeting smile in his eyes. The news that the eldest prince, Prince Yong'an, wanted to marry Su Mushi spread quickly through the city within half a day. That's interesting. The son of the Anyang Marquis, who was rewarded with marriage after saving the emperor during a hunt, asked to marry Princess Changle. But he abandoned his humble wife and was instead married by the victorious Prince Yong'an with his military achievements. Truly unexpected. I thought Su Mushi would struggle to find a good family after leaving the Anyang Marquis' house, but she not only found one, and even a better one. Prince Yong'an, in both status and appearance, is much better than the son of the Anyang Marquis. So, although Su Mushi may be a bit unattractive, she is truly blessed. Yesterday, I saw Prince Yong'an returning to the capital. He wore a black gold mask, which was quite frightening, and I also heard that he is unlucky in love. The few ladies he liked before never even received their marriage dowries. They just disappeared suddenly. No wonder Prince Yong'an is already 26 and still unmarried. It's because of his bad luck in love. But I heard a master predicted that Su Mushi's appearance is plain, but she has a strong fate. She and Prince Yong'an are a perfect match, made in heaven. To continue the royal bloodline, Prince Yong'an insisted on marrying Su Mushi. There are many rumors circulating about Yeziu requesting the marriage decree to marry Su Mushi. Most people were just talking about this matter out of curiosity, and whether Yeziu would marry someone or who Su Mushi would finally marry didn't really matter to them. But some people couldn't sit still. In the princess's residence, Bai Menjing, upon hearing the news brought back by Mingyan, immediately threw the teacup on the table at Mingyan. The porcelain shattered all over the floor, but Mingyan still knelt on the ground. "Princess, please stay calm." Bai Menjing ignored Mingyan kneeling and looked at the door with a fierce gaze.
Yeziu.
"Are you humiliating me? Would you rather marry an ugly woman than look at me once? Very well. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." As for Su Mushi, she initially thought the other was just a low-status, unattractive woman, but she kept stealing her man again and again. It seemed that these disgusting little insects should be gone soon, so they wouldn't continue to bother her. Just as she was about to tell Mingyan to find someone to deal with Su Mushi, she suddenly had an interesting idea. "Mingyan, do you still have the purse I asked you to keep last time?" Mingyan dared not delay and hurriedly replied, "I've kept it safely." Bai Menjing showed a sinister smile. "I heard that the Minister of War is a strict husband, but his wife is like a hen that can't lay eggs. If that's the case, I might as well help him. After all, he's my cousin's man, and only by dealing with the mother tiger at home can he focus more on serving his cousin." Mingyan quickly agreed. Princess is kind-hearted and cares about the second prince. If the Empress and the second prince knew your good intentions, they would surely love you even more. Although Bai Menjing didn't specify how she would do it, Mingyan had been with her for many years and guessed the general plan. Others said her princess was both beautiful and wise, understanding others well. But they didn't know that her princess was actually kind on the outside but heartless inside. When Xie Xian, who was drinking with Pei Yuan, heard this news, he immediately became restless. "Where are you going?" Pei Yuan quickly grabbed Xie Xian. "I'm going to find Su Mushi," Xie Xian said confidently. But Pei Yuan replied, "That's a marriage arranged by the emperor. What can you do if you find Miss Su?" Hearing this, Xie Xian sank back into his seat and drank all the wine in his cup. "Brother Pei, what's going on? Why are people so eager to matchmake everyone?" Xie Shen doesn't believe that this marriage was personally requested by Yeziu, thinking it was deliberately arranged by the emperor to weaken Yeziu's influence in the army. Perhaps the Empress was behind it again. Last time, She wanted to marry him to Qiao Zixi, and now she has married his beloved girl to someone else. It seems his father has recently offended many people in the court, including the Empress. Pei Yuan originally held resentment towards Xie Xian. If not for Xie Xian, he wouldn't have hurried to get engaged to Qiao Zixi. But now, seeing Xie Xian's current attitude, most of his resentment has faded, replaced by sadness and confusion. He had been fixated on Su Muxi, but after seeing her appearance, he hesitated. He secretly despised himself and cursed his shallow nature, only judging by looks. However, when he heard that the crown prince personally came to propose marriage and was granted an imperial decree, he felt a sense of loss. Su Muxi was so unattractive that the crown prince couldn't truly be sincere in his marriage proposal. There must be other motives. Thinking this way, he felt a bit more at ease. Yet, his subordinates kept pouring wine for him, one cup after another. The two sat silently drinking, and before long, the wine pot was empty. Pei Yuan picked up the wine jug and swayed it, about to call the waiter for another. But Xie Xian stopped him with a firm hand. "Brother Pei, we can't just sit and wait. We need to think of a way to get out of this predicament." Pei Yuan murmured, "Get out of this predicament?" Xie Xian nodded. "Yes, I plan to help you cancel the marriage with Qiao Zixi first." Pei Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. "Brother Xie, you have a way to cancel the marriage? Quickly tell me. If you really can help me, I will respect you as my elder brother from now on." Xie Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Respect me as your elder brother is too much. Once you cancel your marriage, I want you to help me cancel the marriage between Prince Yong'an and Miss Su. But this marriage was granted by the emperor. I have no official position, so how can I help you?" Pei Yuan looked hesitant. Xie Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "You may not have a position, but your father does." Pei Jian was a person close to the Empress, a fact everyone knew. The marriage between Prince Yong'an and Su Muxi seemed increasingly connected to the Empress in Xie Xian's mind. As long as the Empress was willing to speak, they could find any excuse to cancel the marriage. Pei Yuan hesitated, but didn't press further. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and asked a question he'd been pondering for a long time. "Do you really like Miss Su?" Xie Xian showed no hesitation and openly admitted, "That's natural. Otherwise, why would I try to arrange for Prince Yong'an to divorce Miss Su?" "Then, what do you like about Miss Su?" Pei Yuan knew that although Xie Xian seemed flirtatious, he was not. Many women surrounded him, all far more beautiful than Su Muxi. If Pei Yuan's feelings for Su Muxi were complicated because of her saving his life, then why did Xie Xian openly like her? Xie Xian paused, seemingly thinking of something, then suddenly smiled. After he managed to stop laughing, he answered Pei Yuan's question. "I like Miss Su probably because she's interesting." "Interesting?" Pei Yuan had considered many reasons for Xie Xian, but never thought he would give such an answer. However, this reason suited Xie Xian very well. But it also made Pei Yuan feel inexplicably annoyed. "Brother Pei, you know, Miss Su saved my life, so I truly wish her happiness. But your reason can't persuade me." His implication was that he wouldn't help Xie Xian make Prince Yong'an and Miss Su Muxi divorce. Suddenly, Xie Xian's face turned serious as he asked, then, "Brother Pei, before you knew Miss Su's identity, why did you like her? Was it because she saved your life? And now, since that debt of gratitude remains, why has your affection for her changed?" Hearing this, Pei Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly ashamed. But Xie Xian didn't mock Pei Yuan for judging by appearance. Instead, he continued, "A woman's beauty will fade someday. I love watching lively scenes but dislike trouble, so I plan to marry only once in my life. If my wife is just beautiful but dull, I get tired after a few days. But if she's interesting, walking through life together, it will pass quickly, like a fleeting moment." After hearing Xie Xian's words, Pei Yuan was lost in thought for a long time. Finally, he slowly spoke, "Brother Xie, I fear I will regret it someday." "Regret for what?" Xie Xian clearly understood. He chuckled softly and said bluntly, "Regret? Maybe it's already too late. So, you might as well help me fully. At least, we know each other well. You know my temper and character. If Miss Su married me, it would be better than marrying that cold, intimidating Prince Yongin. Pei Yuan really wanted to drink another cup of wine, but after lifting the pot, he suddenly realized there was no wine left. He had planned to savor the wine carefully, but after drinking it all at once, he regretted it, though it was too late. All right, I will help Brother Xie, and I also ask Brother Xie to help me quickly cancel the marriage with Qiao Zixi. Meanwhile, Su Muxi carried her medicine box and entered the Anyang Marquis's residence again. She thought Marquis Anyang would be waiting for her at home, but instead, she heard that Qiao Shuyuan had hurriedly left the house half an hour ago and wasn't sure when he would return. Since that was the case, Su Muxi went straight to Qiao Zimo's courtyard, hoping to give him acupuncture quickly so she could go home sooner. But as soon as she entered, she saw Qiao Zimo's cold face. Su Muxi rolled her eyes silently, ignored Qiao Zimo, and opened her medicine box calmly. She ordered in a cold voice, "Take off your clothes and lie down." However, Qiao Zimo sarcastically said, "Does Prince Yongin know that his future wife has been alone with another man," and even looked at him? While speaking, Qiao Zimo had already taken off his clothes, revealing his strong chest. Unlike yesterday's shyness, today he was very open about it. Su Muxi slightly tilted her head and stood by the bed, openly examining Qiao Zimo's body, a look of disdain on her face. How would a tiger or a leopard care about a chicken or a dog? The young master is overthinking. Qiao Zimo's physique was generally considered strong among men, but everything needs comparison. Compared to Yiziyu, Qiao Zimo's small frame was really not impressive. Thinking of Yiziyu's tall figure and the oppressive aura around him, Su Muxi felt annoyed. She didn't know what kind of mood the cold-faced king was in, but he had even gone to request a royal decree. It was really troublesome. Unaware of what Su Muxi was thinking, after hearing her words and seeing her furrow her brow, Qiao Zimo thought she was looking down on him. He felt even more frustrated inside. He thought Su Muxi had no one to love her, but unexpectedly, someone had interrupted her halfway. Tiger and leopard? Chicken and dog? Humph. Su Muxi, don't be too proud. The crown prince has achieved great military success, so how could he be willing to marry you, a woman with no virtue, and a second wife at that? He probably just uses you as a shield, and only someone like you would make the emperor feel at ease. Su Muxi also thought of this afterward, so she was not surprised when she heard Qiao Zimo say these words. The crown prince repeatedly emphasized that I am ugly, of low status, and remarried. We have already separated, so you, my lord, need not worry about me anymore. You should quickly lie down. I have other matters to attend to after giving the injection. Saying this, he handed the painkiller pill he had prepared earlier to Qiao Zimo. Qiao Zimo looked at Su Muxi's youthful fingers and suddenly remembered the touch on his lips from yesterday, causing his face to blush slightly. But after hearing Su Muxi's words, his flushed face quickly cooled down again. What are you going to do? Are you going to see the crown prince? Su Muxi raised her eyes and looked at Qiao Zimo's charming eyes with curiosity. You seem different today. Do you feel jealous because someone else is interested in me, or do you feel upset because Prince Yomin seems better than you, making you feel unwilling? Qiao Zimo looked embarrassed and shy to speak, so he turned over forcefully, facing his back to Su Muxi. Hurry up and give the injection. I'm just warning you kindly. If you don't listen, you might regret it later. Don't come crying to me for help. Su Muxi pinched the painkiller pill in her hand, with a half smile, saying, You think I'll cry and beg you? I believe it's you who will be crying and begging me. Qiao Zimo's intermittent groans echoed through the courtyard again, but this time, no servant dared to come close and gossip. Meanwhile, Qiao Shuyuan wandered around and finally found Yiziyu outside the city at Sanli Pavilion. Looking at the 2 cups of wine on the stone table, Qiao Shuyuan's eyes darkened a little. It seemed Yiziyu knew he would come and deliberately made things difficult for him. Prince Yongin is quite interested, coming here to drink wine. It's really easy for me to find you. Yiziyu, wearing a mask, couldn't see his expression clearly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth showed he was in a good mood. Count Anyang is indeed getting old. With that panting look, you should sit down and rest for a while. Xiao Shuyuan's breath caught, and a slight blush appeared on his elegant face. It's not because of trouble, but because he's angry. Prince Yong'an, let's be honest. I hope you can annul the engagement with Sheer. Sheer is my daughter-in-law. It was just a misunderstanding that caused her to separate from my son. She will marry into the Marquis's estate again soon. I hope you will do the right thing, and not steal someone else's wife. Hearing this, Yi Ziyu's smile grew wider. He picked up his wine cup and sipped slowly, not in a hurry to speak. Someone as shrewd as him, suddenly becoming so impatient, was truly surprising. Indeed, Su Mushi is very special to Xiao Shuyuan, this old fox. After finishing the drink, Yi Ziyu finally spoke slowly. The black mask reflected a strange dark glow in the sunset's afterglow. Lord Nyang, your words are mistaken. Miss Su is now a free person, so how can I be accused of stealing someone else's wife? Miss Su once saved the Empress Dowager, who has long intended to marry her to me. If we think about it this way, it should be Lord Nyang's son who stole my wife. Xiao Shuyuan clenched his fists tightly, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. Then Yi Ziyu softly said, if the Lord insists, I am not the unreasonable type. But you need to show some sincerity. I won't give up after losing my wife and soldiers. Xiao Shuyuan knew what Yi Ziyu wanted, but he wouldn't give it. I have already said, 3 years ago, the Ministry of War's storehouse caught fire, and the letters from that time were burned long ago. If the prince doesn't trust me, he can find someone to ask. I was in the Yuang army back then. I hope the rumor that Yuang betrayed the country is false, but the fact is Yuang was indeed colluding with Beiyan. This is an undeniable fact. Now, 19 years have passed, so why keep dwelling on it?
Bang.
Yi Ziyu slammed his cup onto the ground hard. Although his expression was hidden, a terrifying coldness radiated from him. Since the Lord shows no sincerity, there's no point in talking more. On the 15th of next month, when I marry Miss Su, remember to come and share the joy. Xiao Su, see the guest out. Xiao Shuyuan no longer spoke. He only looked at Yi Ziyu deeply before turning to leave. After he left, Xiao Su hesitated and spoke. Master, it's true that the Ministry of War's storehouse caught fire that year. Maybe everything Xiao Shuyuan said is true. Yi Ziyu had been following Prince Yu since he was young. To him, Prince Yu was like a father. Although he was only 7 years old 19 years ago, he firmly believed that Prince Yu was not the kind of person to betray the country. After being brought back to the palace for 3 years, even with the Empress Dowager's protection, he was secretly attacked several times. He thought it was better to die on the battlefield than to be harmed in the palace. So, he returned to the North Border Xuanu army to train himself and never stopped investigating the truth about Prince Yu's supposed rebellion. Prince Yu had always taught him to be loyal to the country. How could such a person betray it? That's why he had been secretly investigating all these years. The key evidence was those letters colluding with the enemy and plotting rebellion. But just when he finally built his own power, the Ministry of War's storehouse caught fire, and those letters were completely burned. How could such coincidence happen in the world? So, that big fire was definitely caused by humans. The queen is petty and ruthless. As her loyal dog, if she doesn't hold back, she will eventually be silenced. Xiao Shuyuan, who rose from a soldier to the Minister of War, is definitely not a simple-minded person. He believes that Xiao Shuyuan must have kept the letter from back then as a way to protect himself. Whether what Xiao Shuyuan says is true will be clear in time. Anyway, we've waited so long. A few more days won't matter. After saying this, Yi Ziyu took a large sip from the wine jar, looking relaxed and carefree. Xiao Su, hearing this, hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, if the Marquis of Anyang doesn't produce the letter, does that mean the master really plans to marry Su Mushi as the princess? What's wrong with that? She's just a woman. Do I really need her to serve me? Besides, Su Mushi is quite sensible. Marrying someone like her can save me a lot of trouble. Xiao Su wanted to say that Su Mushi was too ugly and marrying such a wife would be embarrassing. But seeing that his master didn't seem to dislike her at all, and even seemed to admire her, he wisely kept his mouth shut. He just hoped the Marquis of Anyang would give in soon and hand over the letter from back then, so his master wouldn't have to marry someone as ugly as Su Mushi. After Yi Ziyu finished the whole jar of wine, it was getting dark. Let's go. It's time to find Fenglu. He stood up, his tall figure blocking the remaining sunset glow. His cold voice made him seem far from the kind of person who would go to a brothel to chase women. At the Marquis of Anyang's residence, Qiao Zimo was sweating coldly from the pain, but seeing Su Mushi's smiling face, he couldn't feel any anger at all. "Do you hate me that much?" Qiao Zimo muttered, sounding very wronged. Su Mushi paused slightly while packing the medicine box, looking at him strangely. "I gave you painkillers at first, but you refused to take them. How can you blame anyone else?" "Hate you?" "Qiao Zimo, you overestimate yourself. I'm busy and don't have time to hate you. Right now, we're just strangers who happen to know each other. I don't waste my energy on strangers." After saying this, Su Mushi packed up the medicine box and was about to leave. But Qiao Zimo hurriedly called her back. "Wait. What's wrong? When can I stand up? In 3 days, it will be almost over, but you can only barely stand. To fully recover to your previous state, you will need several months of rest." Qiao Zimo heard this and softly nodded, then spoke in a low voice amid Su Mushi's surprised gaze. "Thank you for your effort." Su Mushi raised an eyebrow. "You're too polite, young master." Watching Su Mushi walk away, without hesitation, Qiao Zimo lay on the bed with a bitter smile. "Ha! It seems that once something is gone, there's no second chance." He had painkillers and Su Mushi too. 3 years ago, he accepted his fate and married Su Mushi. But after 3 years, he no longer wanted to accept it. Whether he liked Su Mushi or not, she could only be his wife. Su Mushi was very busy. She had just left the Anyang Marquis' residence and was about to head to the Fragrant Pavilion. In the afternoon, Yen Er's maid came to Shinsiai Hall, saying Yen Er's condition had changed and she wanted Su Mushi to come and see her. Originally, Su Mushi wanted to go immediately, but when the maid learned that the carriage from the Anyang Marquis' house was waiting outside, she quickly changed her tune, saying Yen Er was fine and Su Mushi could just go when she had free time. Since she had said that, Su Mushi couldn't say anything more and could only go see Qiao Zimo first. Now that she had finished treating Qiao Zimo and was worried about Yen Er, she decided to go to the Fragrant Pavilion to check on her. Refusing the carriage from the Anyang Marquis' house, Su Mushi looked at the darkening sky, put on her veil, and hurried toward the Fragrant Pavilion. Although she didn't care about her reputation, she didn't want Xiao Shuyuan to find out she was visiting a brothel to see a girl. Because Xiao Shuyuan was too protective of her, he definitely wouldn't want her to ruin her reputation. He might even come out to stop her or do something harmful to Yen Er. So, she had to keep her visit to the Fragrant Pavilion a secret. When Su Mushi reached the door of the Fragrant Pavilion, it was already dusk. The building was lit with lanterns, and the sound of silk and bamboo music and laughter drifted out. Just as she was about to continue forward and enter through the back door, she nearly got kicked by a galloping black horse ahead. Fortunately, the rider quickly pulled on the reins, or Su Mushi might have been killed on the spot. She looked up with anger, and when she saw the black mask, her brows furrowed even deeper. It was Yi Ziyu. She had thought this morning that Yi Ziyu was grateful and courteous, but now she realized he was even more reckless than other young masters in the capital. He dared to ride his horse openly on the street. King Yeoman was truly proud. Although Su Mushi was wearing a veil, Yi Ziyu recognized her at a glance. He glanced at the medicine box hanging on her shoulder with a surprised raise of his eyebrows. "Surprisingly, you came to a place like the brothel to see a doctor. But it has nothing to do with him." He smoothly turned off his horse, threw the reins to the waiting, and didn't look at Su Mushi again. Instead, he walked straight into the fragrance-seeking tower. Su Mushi watched Yi Ziyu's arrogant attitude and took a deep breath. He almost bumped into someone while riding, yet didn't even apologize. He is really quite bold.
Xiao Tse didn't recognize Sumu 11.
Seeing Su Mushi staring at his master's back in a daze, he took out a silver ingot and handed it to Su Mushi. Take this to calm your nerves. Su Mushi hesitated for a moment, then took the silver and coldly asked, Is a life worth 10 taels of silver? Xiao Su frowned, thinking Su Mushi found it too little, so he took out another silver ingot. My master is a very skilled rider and won't hit anyone. You see, nothing serious happened. Just take the silver and leave quickly. This isn't a place for a young lady like you. Xiao Su just wanted to get rid of the other person quickly, but unexpectedly, Su Mushi suddenly flipped her hand and grabbed a 4-inch-long large needle, stabbing it toward his neck. Fortunately, Xiao Su was quick and dodged in time, or he might have been secretly attacked by this woman from nowhere. With a sharp swish, Xiao Su drew his steel knife from his waist, and his whole body instantly radiated a fierce aura. He was not an ordinary guard, but a soldier who had returned from fighting in the northern border. How could he be easily ambushed by an unknown woman? Stop. There are so many people watching you. Do you want to kill someone in the street? Our Qi country has laws. Su Mushi hurriedly spoke, afraid that if she hesitated, someone might end up dead. Indeed, the kind of master one has reflects the kind of servant. Daring to draw a knife in the street. What a bold move. Xiao Su looked around. Although he didn't want to cause trouble for his master, he still didn't put away his knife. Instead, he pointed it at Su Mushi and asked sternly, Tell me, who are you? Why did you try to attack me? Su Mushi blinked innocently. How did I attack you? Have you been feeling chest tightness and shortness of breath lately? Do you often have trouble sleeping at night? Xiao Su was stunned. Though he didn't speak, his reaction said everything. His guard became even more alert. He already suspected Su Mushi was a spy from Beiyan. Otherwise, how could she know so much about him? Even that he couldn't sleep at night. Unexpectedly, she patted her medicine box and loudly said, I am a doctor. I saw you were ill, so I wanted to give you acupuncture treatment. I didn't expect you to point a knife at me. You didn't say anything, and then you just tried to hurt me. Did I ask you to treat me? And who uses such a big needle for medical treatment? I think you're just making excuses. Xiao Su didn't believe the other person's words. But he heard the other continue, Your master just rode through the street on horseback without telling me first. Otherwise, I could have prepared myself and wouldn't have been so startled. As for you. At this point, Su Mushi deliberately paused and threw the silver coins directly at Xiao Su. Xiao Su instinctively caught them, and then Su Mushi spoke again. My acupuncture skills are very good. I won't needle the wrong points. And you see, nothing serious happened. Consider this silver as a gift to calm your nerves. After saying this, she lifted her head and left, ignoring Xiao Su, who was still standing there stunned.
Xiao Su finally understood.
He had kindly offered silver, but was mocked instead. These women in the capital are too fond of causing trouble. He looked around with a cold gaze. Seeing the crowd frightened and dispersing, he put away his sword. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Yi Zheyu standing by the door. Master, you're too unfair. I was outside helping you handle things, and you're here watching me make a fool of myself, Xiao Su muttered quietly. Yi Zheyu remained expressionless and said calmly, It's good for you to suffer a little. That way, you'll stop meddling so much. Then he continued inside. Xiao Su hurried to follow, feeling annoyed. If I don't intervene, that fierce woman will definitely come in to argue with you. But unexpectedly, Yi Zheyu confidently said she won't. Su Mushi might get angry, but she wouldn't argue with him. Xiao Su was confused. Why not?
Yi Zheyu smiled slightly.
Because she still has a favor to ask of me. Su Mushi entered Yan Er's room and was surprised to see Xie Xian. She still had some good feelings towards Xie Xian. Nowadays, honest men are rare. Someone like Xie Xian, who would personally seek medical help for a courtesan, is even rarer. But what puzzled Su Mushi was, if Xie Xian liked Yan Er so much, why did he let her entertain clients? Otherwise, Yan Er wouldn't have contracted a dirty disease and suffered so much. However, since matters of love are personal, Su Mushi didn't want to interfere too much. All she needed to do was treat Yen Er quickly and help her suffer less from her illness. At the moment Xie Xian saw Su Muxi enter, he immediately stood up from his chair. He had prepared words all afternoon, but once he saw Su Muxi, he forgot everything. He clenched his sweaty palms and forced a confident, handsome smile. "Miss Su, you're here. I brought some delicious snacks from the vegetarian restaurant. Would you like to try some?" Su Muxi hadn't eaten dinner and was a bit hungry. She looked at Yener lying on the bed and shook her head decisively. "I won't eat." Xie Xian's kind gesture towards Yener was obvious, so she naturally wouldn't accept it. He stepped forward to check on Yener, ignoring Xie Xian. "Miss Yen, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Yener's maid said her condition had changed, but Xie Xian couldn't find anything wrong by checking her pulse or her face. Yener was recovering well. As long as she kept taking her medicine, she would be fully healed in less than half a month. Su Muxi found it strange. She noticed Yener's face was slightly red, her eyes kept darting around, and she kept glancing at Xie Xian secretly. She thought Yener might be uncomfortable in a private area, and Xie Xian was too shy to mention it, so she simply asked him to leave without hesitation. "Miss Yen, now it's just the two of us in this room. You can tell me anything. Don't worry, I won't say anything outside." Yener looked at Su Muxi with gratitude. She wanted to hold Su Muxi's hand, but withdrew it just before touching her. She had contracted a dirty illness, so it was better not to touch others, especially a beautiful woman like Miss Su. Unexpectedly, Su Muxi took her hand voluntarily. Yener's expression of loneliness instantly turned into surprise. She tried to pull her hand back, but was held tightly by Su Muxi. "Miss Su, please let go. I'm very dirty." "How are you dirty?" "The pus on your hand has mostly drained. It won't be long before you recover. Once you do, I'll give you some healing ointment to remove any scars." The healing ointment Su Muxi developed took over 2 years to create, originally to remove a scar on Xiao Zixi's face. Now she was considering selling it at her rouge shop. Making money was secondary. Mainly, she wanted to give women who felt ashamed of their ruined looks a chance to regain confidence. While a woman's appearance wasn't everything, most men in this world judged by looks. Sad but unavoidable. Yener started crying again after hearing this. In places like the brothel, beauty is the foundation of a person standing. She had already lost hope for her future, but unexpectedly, Miss Su helped her regain her looks. Although she had never heard of a skin repair ointment before, as long as Miss Su said it was true, she believed it. "Miss Su's great kindness, I am truly grateful. In this life, I cannot escape suffering. If there is a next life, I will surely repay your kindness." Su Muxi helped Yener to stand and bow, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "Yener, I see that young Master Xie cares for you deeply. Why don't you ask him to buy you out of this place? Is it because Lord Xie doesn't agree, or because there isn't enough money? If it's the money, I happen to have some here." Yener widened her eyes and quickly waved her hands. "Miss Su, you misunderstand. I have no romantic feelings for young Master Xie. Please don't get the wrong idea." After saying this, seeing Su Muxi's puzzled expression, Yener sighed and no longer hid her feelings. She directly said, "Before this, I did like young Master Xie. He is not only handsome and charming but also a talented painter. Not just me, but all the girls in the building are captivated by him. Whenever young Master Xie came to the building, I would try to attract him, hoping he would buy me out. But no matter how hard I tried, he never even touched me. At first, I thought he disliked me because I was dirty, but over time, I realized he didn't come here for fun. He just wanted to drink and listen to music. Even if a pure girl showed herself, he wouldn't touch her at all. I've seen many hypocrites in this place, but only people like young Master Xie are true gentlemen." Su Muxi didn't expect that Xie Xian and Yenu had such a pure relationship. Her impression of Xie Xian grew even more. Yener continued, "Actually, just now, young Master Xie said he wanted to buy me out, but I refused. Miss Su is my benefactor, and so is young Master Xie. When he found out I had contracted a disease, He went out of his way to seek help from Miss Su to treat me. He has done me a great favor. How could I repay him by letting him buy me out? Not only would it ruin his reputation, but it would also cause him to be mocked by others. Just as Yener was about to reveal that Xie Xian actually liked someone else, Miss Su, there was a cheerful voice from outside the door.
Oh my.
Why is young Master Xie standing outside the door? Could it be that he's upset with Miss Yen? Immediately, Madame Wang smiled as she pushed the door open and saw Su Mushi. She bowed politely. Miss Su is also here. Then she turned to smile at Yener, saying, I told you, you're a lucky girl. Look at the noble people around you, one after another. Just now, King Yong'an paid to redeem your freedom. From now on, you're a person of King Yong'an. Hearing this, Su Mushi, Yener, and Xie Xian, who had just stepped inside, all looked surprised. Yener had already learned from Xie Xian that King Yong'an wanted to marry Su Mushi. Now that she heard she was redeemed by King Yong'an, her feelings were very complicated. She didn't know King Yong'an at all and didn't understand why he would pay to redeem her. She was worried Su Mushi might misunderstand or feel uncomfortable because of this. She looked at Su Mushi with anxious and nervous eyes, saying Miss Su. But after just calling her name, she didn't know what else to say. Should she say she wouldn't compete with Miss Su? She was of a status that didn't allow her to say such a thing. Should she say she wouldn't go with King Yong'an? She had waited a long time for the chance to be redeemed. Should she give up now? And if she refused King Yong'an, he would surely be unhappy. She was afraid she would have no way out then. But when she saw the faint smile on Xie Xian's lips, her anxious heart gradually calmed down. If her actions could cause a rift between Miss Su and King Yong'an, leading to a good match between Miss Su and young Master Xie, then she would have repaid her kindness. Although she didn't know much about King Yong'an's character, she believed that if Miss Su could be with young Master Xie, she would be loved and happy for life.
But
could her current appearance really cause a rift between King Yong'an and Miss Su? Madame Wang also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room and quickly looked at Su Mushi again. Miss Su, as for this man, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is quite normal. You are Yener's savior and will be the proper mistress of the manor in the future. Yener will never overstep you, so you can rest assured. Brothels and taverns are places where news spreads quickly. As the madam of this matchmaking house, Madame Wang had also heard about King Yong'an's proposal to marry Su Mushi. Her words were meant to be kind, but they made Su Mushi's brow furrow even more. Su Mushi wasn't upset about Yi Ziyu redeeming Yener. What she cared about was why Yi Ziyu chose Yener in particular. Last night, Yi Ziyu returned to the capital, and Yener didn't go out to entertain guests, so Yi Ziyu's actions this time must have another plan. Please ask Queen Mother to speak with King Yong'an. I want to see him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the first person to oppose was Xie Xian.
no.
Su Mushi wondered, why? But Xie Xian replied seriously, if you meet with King Yong'an, it might reveal your activities at the Fragrant Pavilion. If you're worried about Yener, I can talk to King Yong'an instead. Su Mushi didn't expect Xie Xian to be thinking about her reputation. She wanted to laugh, but also felt a bit touched. It seems Xie Xian is a trustworthy person. Just then, a calm, deep voice with a magnetic tone came from the doorway. What does this young gentleman want to discuss with me? A tall figure stepped in, blocking the candlelight outside, causing the room to darken for a moment. Seeing the man wearing a black mask, everyone in the room held their breath. Because at this moment, Yi Ziyu looked so terrifying, as if he were a vengeful spirit. His black eyes were full of killing intent.
Yener trembled slightly.
She had seen many men, but she had never seen such a frightening man. She instinctively held Su Mushi's hand, her voice full of pleading and helplessness. Miss Su, save me. Su Mushi squeezed Yener's hand firmly and calmly said, don't be afraid. Though only 2 words, they somehow made Yener feel reassured. Yi Ziyu watched their interaction closely, calming the cold aura around him. It turned out Su Mushi came to this brothel to treat Yener's illness. Then Xiao Su, who followed, saw Su Mushi wearing a veil and couldn't help but blurt out, it's you. Su Mushi ignored Xiao Su and looked directly at Yiziyu. I don't know why King Yongin would pay to redeem Yenna? Yiziyu raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of impatience. I decide who to redeem. I don't need to tell others. In his view, women are often jealous and possessive. Although Su Mushi seemed unwilling to marry him, if news spread that he paid for a brothel girl's freedom, she would be mocked and ridiculed. So, Su Mushi was questioning him. But unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Su Mushi directly tore off her veil. She didn't care about her reputation at all. Xiao Su was almost stunned when he saw Su Mushi's full face. Wearing a veil made her look gentle and graceful, but once the veil was removed, she was completely different. I don't know how many people Su Mushi has fooled by wearing a veil. Su Mushi stepped forward to block Yenner with her body and looked at Yiziyu, speaking clearly. This morning, the prince personally went to the Su family to propose marriage, but tonight he comes here to find a girl to redeem herself. As the future princess of Yongin, don't I have the right to know the reason? Yiziyu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he calmly said 3 words, no right. Today, he personally went to the Su residence to propose marriage, which was already a sign of respect to Su Mushi. If Su Mushi thinks she can control him just because she is the future princess, she is very mistaken. Yiziyu no longer paid attention to Su Mushi, but spoke coldly to Madame Wang. Since you've already received the money, I will take this person away. Madame Wang quickly nodded with a smile. Of course. Of course. Then she quietly advised Su Mushi. Miss Su, you'd better put on your veil quickly. Don't ruin the harmony with the prince over a woman. When you marry into the prince's household in the future, the affairs in the backyard will all be up to you. And I know Yenner well. She won't be a threat to you, but rather a help. In some noble families, women in the backyard often compete for favor. Su Mushi, being unattractive, probably wouldn't gain the prince's love easily. To secure her position as princess, she needed someone to help her. So Madame Wang was genuinely trying to advise Su Mushi, worried she might be confused or make a mistake. But Su Mushi's goal was not just to stay in the backyard as a dependent woman. When Yiziyu was about to turn and leave, Su Mushi spoke to Madame Wang. Whatever silver the prince paid to redeem Yenner, I will pay double. Yenner was visibly touched, trembling as she looked at Su Mushi's back and quietly sobbed. Meanwhile, Yiziyu's body radiated an icy coldness again. Su Mushi, since you served the Empress Dowager, I won't pursue this matter with you. But if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for being unkind. Yiziyu was 3 heads taller than Su Mushi, glaring down at her. For the first time, Su Mushi felt fear and a deep sense of helplessness. He was a prince and she was just a little healer. If Yiziyu wanted to forcibly take her away, she had no way to stop him. Yenner quickly held Su Mushi's hand and showed a faint smile, but her smile was even more painful than crying. Miss Su, being redeemed by the prince is Yenner's blessing. Yenner is willing to leave with the prince. After quietly squeezing Su Mushi's hand, she struggled to stand up and said to Yiziyu, I will leave with the prince now. Although she agreed verbally, her tone was full of reluctance and despair. Yiziyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, looked at Yenner's sickly appearance, and quickly instructed the housekeeper, prepare a soft sedan chair. He hadn't expected Yenner to fall ill before coming here. It was his oversight. But seeing Yenner like this, why was there no hint of joy at being freed from her bonds? Could it be because... Yiziyu's gaze shifted to Xie Xian. Although his frame was a bit weak, his looks were still handsome. If Yenner had feelings for him, they could discuss this later. But men who wander in this place of entertainment and pleasure, how many are truly trustworthy for a lifelong commitment? Xie Xian felt Yiziyu's gaze and slowly loosened his tightly clenched fists. After secretly taking a deep breath, he regained his usual carefree and confident expression. I am Xie Xian. My father is the Grand Secretary Xie Qi. I have met the King of Yongin. I noticed that the king was so cold toward the future princess. Are you dissatisfied with the emperor's marriage arrangement? Xie Xian intended to use provocative words to pressure Yiziyu into breaking the engagement. In his view, A martial man fears being angered most. He didn't expect Yi Ziyu to reply coldly. As an official, you allow your son to come to this place of entertainment. One day, I will have a serious talk with you, Lord Xie. As for the Emperor's marriage decree, it's not something a simple man in white can comment on. He then looked around the room coldly and loudly declared, "Today, I am determined to take Yenu away. Anyone who tries to stop me should consider their own status first." Xie Xian wanted to say more, but Su Muxi tugged at his sleeve from behind. She looked at him and shook her head slightly. Xie Xian's handsome face turned red with embarrassment. He thought himself handsome, charming, and eloquent, but in the end, when it came to status, he was easily suppressed by Yi Ziyu. Su Muxi didn't consider Xie Xian's pride, but instead looked at Yi Ziyu and lowered her voice. "Miss Xian is still sick. Would it be all right if I accompany her to the Yong'an prince's residence? That way, if she feels unwell on the way, I can help treat her promptly." Since being tough didn't work, she chose to be gentle. Since Yi Ziyu could arrange a soft sedan for Yenna, it showed he cared about her health. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yi Ziyu nodded. "All right, then I'll trouble Miss Su to come along. There are many doctors in the palace, but Yenna is a girl, so it is more convenient for Su Muxi to treat her." However, Xie Xian feels that Yi Ziyu's actions are humiliating Su Muxi. When Su Muxi packed her medicine box and prepared to leave, Xie Xian didn't think much and directly grabbed her wrist. He then turned and angrily looked at Yi Ziyu. "Prince Yong'an, you are going too far. Miss Su is your royal marriage, and you are humiliating her like this. Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's anger? Miss Su is your future princess, while Yenner is just a courtesan. You let Miss Su come into the residence with Yenner. Where do you put Miss Su?" Xie Xian said angrily and tried to pull Su Muxi away. But Su Muxi forcefully shook off his hand.
Sorry.
"I was just in a hurry earlier." Xie Xian awkwardly apologized. Seeing Su Muxi frown, he thought it was because he disregarded proper manners and held her wrist. But unexpectedly, Su Muxi coldly said, "I am just a powerless and unimportant healer. Saving people and treating illnesses is my duty. Besides, I was the one who suggested going with Yenner to Prince Yong'an's residence. How is that humiliation?" Hearing this, Xie Xian's face turned slightly pale. Su Muxi continued, "I thought you were different from others, but now I see I was overthinking. Xie Xian, you have disappointed me." Su Muxi no longer looked at Xie Xian but pointed at Xiao Su not far away. "Take the medicine box." After saying that, she gently supported Yenner. Seeing Yenner with tears in her eyes, looking sadly at Xie Xian, Su Muxi stepped forward and blocked Yenner's gaze. Although Yenner said she had no romantic feelings for Xie Xian, her heart still liked him. She had admired Xie Xian and was saved by him in a critical moment. How could she suddenly stop liking him? She only thought she was not worthy. Now, being insulted by someone she admired because of her status, Su Muxi, as a fellow woman, couldn't fully understand her feelings but felt sympathy for Yenner. After thinking for a moment, she softly advised, "People in this world often have many things they can't control. If you care too much about others' words, you'll only hurt yourself." Then she deliberately tilted her left face toward Yenner. "Look at me. Many people call me ugly. As long as I don't care, they can't do anything to me. The only ones who get disgusted are themselves." Hearing this, Yenner's eyes finally couldn't hold back tears again, but her sad expression was replaced with a touched smile. After hearing Su Muxi's words, Yi Ziyu's originally restless mood surprisingly became much calmer. His deep black eyes also carried a faint smile. He glanced sideways at Xie Xian, who was still standing there stunned, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. It turned out that not only did Yenner move his heart, but she also intended to take a shot at his future wife in name.
Ha!
She really has quite a courage. Xiao Su watched as Su Muxi, Yenner, and his master walked out one after another and reluctantly picked up the medicine box. He was once the leader of the guards at the Yong'an prince's mansion, but now he was acting as a medicine boy carrying the box. Su Muxi. She hasn't even married his master yet, and she's already showing off her dominance as the female lead. He absolutely couldn't let his master marry Sumushi, a woman who was both ugly and scheming. In the end, only Xian was left in the room. He just wanted to stand up for Sumushi, but why did she look at him with such disappointment? Was it just because he called Yenner a courtesan? Or was Sumushi actually happy about marrying the king of Yongin, and her disappointed look was because she was angry at him for stopping her from getting close to the king? Meanwhile, Sumushi, who was supporting Yenner as they left the room, realized she had forgotten to wear her veil. Seeing the curious gazes around her, she was truly afraid she might scare everyone to death. But to her surprise, although the people's eyes showed fear, not everyone was afraid of her. She turned her head to look at Yiziyu beside her, noticing his tall stature that was a bit intimidating and the mysterious glow of his black gold mask. It seemed that standing with Yiziyu made everyone more afraid of him. Does that mean in the future, when she walks at night with Yiziyu, she won't need to wear a veil anymore? It seems that everything really needs to be compared. Yiziyu had served in the army for many years, so even if Sumushi looked at him carefully, he could still sense it keenly. When he noticed Sumushi glancing at him again, his deep black eyes directly met hers.
What are you looking at?
His voice was cold and commanding without anger. Seeing that Sumushi was caught spying on him, she only looked embarrassed for a moment before quickly recovering. She honestly replied, "Nothing, I just think you look scarier than me." But she saw a hint of sarcasm curve on Yiziyu's lips. His cold voice was clear even in the noisy atmosphere of the fragrance-seeking tower. "Just you? Do you think you're scary?" Sumushi felt she was being questioned by Yiziyu. Her red birthmark on her face had scared quite a few people.
So what does Yiziyu mean by that?
Does she think her birthmark isn't scary, or does she just look down on her? Soon, a few people left Xuanfang Tower. Under the curious gazes of others, Sumushi and Yenner rode in a soft sedan chair together, following Yiziyu on a tall horse. Although many hadn't seen Sumushi's true face, few people with a red birthmark on their left cheek existed. Plus, there were many rumors about Sumushi recently. Anyone not too foolish could guess her identity. Why did Prince Yongin and that Sumushi come to this place? I heard Prince Yongin chose a courtesan, and Sumushi got jealous and came to cause trouble.
What?
He just returned to the capital and already picked a courtesan? Isn't it said that Prince Yongin doesn't like women? Those rumors are just hearsay. How can they be trusted? In the cold northern borderlands, there aren't many beauties. Prince Yongin has been in the Xuanwu army most of the time, so he probably hasn't had much contact with women. Now he's back in the capital, surrounded by comfort and pleasure. It's normal to come here for a stroll. Besides, the Emperor's chosen wife is so ugly. But still, he shouldn't be so reckless. As a prince, now a prince lord, he openly goes to places of entertainment and even brings women home. His character shows his true nature. The second prince, on the other hand, is noble and respectful, with the demeanor of a future ruler. On the way back to the palace, Xiao So held a medicine box in one hand and the horse's reins in the other. He looked back at Xuanfang Tower, which was already far away, and whispered to Yiziyu, "Master, isn't this too risky? Having a bad reputation isn't good either." Yiziyu slightly parted his lips, and his deep voice came from his throat. Rather than waiting for others to make a move, it's better to help things along. This is a gift for my second brother, whom I haven't met yet. Inside the soft sedan, Sumushi was quietly comforting Yenna, who was trembling all over. "Don't be afraid. I think Prince Yongin doesn't mean you any harm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the palace maid to prepare a sedan for you. Later, I will accompany you into the palace. Once you're settled, I will leave. If Prince Yongin tries to trouble you, just say you're feeling unwell and want me to check on you. Once I hear about it, I will come to find you immediately." After hearing Sumushi's words, Yenner felt calmer. But when she thought of Yiziyu's identity and the terrifying aura he emitted, she forced a faint smile at Sumushi. "Thank you, Miss Su, for doing so much for a girl like me from the brothel. But as you said, the prince probably means no harm to me. I am not afraid." Su Mushi gently held Yenner's trembling hand and sighed. Even now, she still says she's not afraid? Yenner apologized sincerely, saying, Miss Su, don't worry too much about me. As long as you don't blame me, that's enough. Blame? Su Mushi chuckled softly, shaking her head. You're overthinking. The only connection between me and Prince Yongin is a royal marriage decree. There's nothing else. I might not even marry him in the end. I plan to find a way to cancel the marriage. Maybe I'll need your help then.
Yenner was surprised.
Cancel the marriage? Although she didn't have the right to judge Su Mushi's low status, going from a daughter of a palace doctor to becoming the princess of Yongin was a rare opportunity. But Su Mushi wanted to cancel the marriage? Was she afraid of the frightening appearance of Prince Yongin, or did she have someone else in her heart? Seeing Yenner hesitate to speak, Su Mushi smiled gently and said seriously, 3 years ago, I let myself go once. But this time, I want to hold my future tightly in my own hands. I won't marry someone I don't like just because of a royal decree. I want to marry someone who truly loves me, and I love him too. As soon as Su Mushi finished speaking, Knight Zayu's voice came from outside the sedan. Then, Miss Su, who do you like? At first, Su Mushi was a little nervous when caught eavesdropping, but seeing Yenner more nervous than herself, she relaxed. She lifted the curtain and looked up at Knight Zayu outside. Eavesdropping on a girl's words isn't very gentlemanly. Knight Zayu responded confidently. Even though you're already engaged, wanting to marry someone else isn't proper for a lady. Su Mushi replied, the feeling is mutual. He let out a light laugh, which made Su Mushi feel a bit confused. What did Knight Zayu mean? Was he mocking her for overestimating herself, or ridiculing her for not being able to find a man? But judging by his expression, he didn't seem angry about what she just said. Indeed, Knight Zayu didn't truly want to marry her. If she wanted to cancel the marriage, it would be much easier. Yenner watched as Su Mushi lowered the curtain again, then took a deep breath. It seemed Miss Su should find a better match. Prince Yongin really is too frightening. Reflecting on her life, Yenner could only smile bitterly and sigh. She didn't know what life would be like after entering the prince's residence, but she was determined not to cause trouble for Miss Su. Unexpectedly, Knight Zayu had prepared a very nice courtyard for Yenner. The house was fully equipped, clearly arranged with care. Knight Zayu glanced at Su Mushi beside him, then focused on Yenner. In a calm voice, he said, Your older brother Tang Hao once saved me on the battlefield. His last wish was for me to take care of you. I arrived late, so you ended up in a brothel.
Sorry about that.
But don't worry, from today on, I will be your older brother. As long as I am here, no one will bully you again. Hearing the name Tang Hao, Yenner's body trembled. Tears suddenly spilled from her eyes uncontrollably. She no longer feared Knight Zayu but reached out to grab his arm, looking at him with disbelief and asking, My brother is dead? You say my brother is dead? Knight Zayu looked at the arm Yenner was holding and furrowed his brows slightly. He restrained the urge to shake her off and said patiently, Yes, he died 3 years ago. Hearing this, Yenner seemed to go crazy. She started hitting Knight Zayu's arm with her hands. Her strength was small, but her words felt like sharp needles stabbing into Knight Zayu's chest, making him feel suffocated. Why did you make my brother die? It should have been you who died. Isn't that right? Because you're a prince. My brother had to die for you? Knight Zayu remained silent as Yenner vented her anger. Behind him, Xiao Su couldn't help but speak up. It was your brother who disobeyed orders and rushed into the enemy army. Our master went in to save him, and he blocked an arrow for him. Shut up. Knight Zayu cut him off sharply before Xiao Su could finish. Yenner stopped hitting his arm because of his words. Xiao Su, feeling resentful, muttered, If the master hadn't gone to save your brother, he would have died anyway. Now that your brother is dead, you still blame our master. Knight Zayu interrupted again, sternly, Go and get 10 military lashes. Xiao Su opened his mouth, looked at Yenner who was trembling and about to collapse, and said no more. He placed the medicine box down and left obediently. Su Mushi stepped forward to support Yenner and gently advised, Miss Yenner, the past is gone. Living well in the present is the best way to honor your brother's spirit in heaven. While speaking, she helped Yener lie down on the bed. Then she gave Yiziyu a look, signaling him to leave. Sumushi didn't try to persuade her further. She only gave a few acupuncture needles to Yener to prevent her from fainting due to emotional distress. However, she didn't leave but sat by the bed, holding Yener's hand silently to comfort her. Yener lay on the soft, comfortable bed, her vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling, her mind wandering, recalling many things. Her parents had died early, and she had lived with her uncle and aunt since childhood, often treated harshly by her aunt. 8 years ago, she joined the army at 14, lying about her age to save a portion of food rations so her aunt wouldn't mistreat her. She promised to send money home every year, hoping her aunt would treat her better. She still remembered what her brother said before leaving. Yener, when I come back, I promise to earn military honors and become a general. Then I will take you away, live in a big house, and find 3 or 4 maids to serve you. At that time, she was worried about her brother's safety but also very happy, looking forward to the day he would return victorious. But that hope was cruelly shattered 3 years ago. Her brother stopped sending money, and neighbors said he was either dead or a deserter. She still believed he was alive and waited for him to take her away from her uncle's house. But her aunt, having received no more money from her brother, lost patience and sold her to a brothel within a month. Her eyes flickered as she looked around the room. Her brother had kept his promise. She was living in a big house with maids and servants. But from then on, she had no hope left. She was truly alone now. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Yener turned her head to look at Sumushi. Maybe she still had hope to repay Miss Su's kindness and help her marry the person she loved. Half an hour later, Sumushi, with tired eyes, opened the door. As soon as she stepped out, she was startled by the tall figure standing by the door, nearly screaming in surprise. "What are you doing here guarding? Don't you know that scaring people can be deadly?" Sumushi muttered softly, then slowly stepped out and closed the door. Yizu looked at her actions and asked softly, "Did she fall asleep?" Sumushi nodded before she could speak, but then her stomach growled loudly. Gurgled Guh.
Ha ha.
Yizu chuckled softly and walked away. After taking a few steps, he looked back at Sumushi, who was still standing still, and said impatiently, "The cold wind in my mansion is not enough to cool you down. Go to the side hall to eat." On the carriage, Sumushi looked at the pastries in front of her, then at Yizu sitting nearby with his eyes closed, and felt something was not quite right. She said she wouldn't eat and wanted to go straight home. But Yizu not only handed her a bag of pastries, but also personally saw her off. Could he be so kind? Earlier, at Xuanfang Tower, he acted like she didn't exist, as if she wasn't worth his time. But now, he was sharing a carriage with her.
Why?
"Are you afraid I might harm you?" Suddenly, Yizu opened his eyes and spoke, startling Sumushi. After calming her nerves, Sumushi decided to take this chance to talk to Yizu seriously. "Why are you sending me off? And why are we riding in the same carriage?" Sumushi didn't think Yizu's actions were because he liked her. Unexpectedly, Yizu replied calmly, "I'm afraid you'll scare the passers-by." He leaned back, resting his broad shoulders against the carriage wall, with his long arms casually on his bent knees, looking relaxed and lazy. Although she couldn't see his expression clearly, Sumushi knew that Yizu must have been amused at this moment. Could the cold-faced king actually joke? Was he the same person as the stern, cold Yeoman king who was just full of icy aura and rarely spoke? Then Yizu continued, "As for why I personally see you off, it's naturally to give Miss Su a chance to speak openly." Hearing this, Sumushi suddenly came to her senses. It seemed Yizu had planned this, waiting for her to be the first to speak about canceling the marriage. During the day, she had already made it clear she was not suitable for him and politely refused the marriage several times. But Yizu insisted on marrying her, so was he actually using the marriage as a trap?
Speak.
"What do you want me to do?" This was the only reason Sumushi could think of. Yizu had something he wanted her to do. Sure enough, after she spoke, Yiziu moved. His strong body leaned toward her. Getting closer, Su Mushi could faintly smell the fresh, clear fragrance emanating from him. His deep black eyes shimmered in the dim carriage, and as his thin lips parted slightly, a deep voice slowly escaped from his throat. Miss Su is indeed a smart person. I only need her to help me retrieve something from Marquis Anyang. Once I have it, she can choose to become my princess or find another partner. I will accept either choice. Unexpectedly, Su Mushi shows no hesitation and directly refuses. No way. Marquis Anyang saved my father's life. I will not help you. After speaking, she tries to open the carriage curtain and get out, but Knight Ziyu grabs her wrist. I haven't told you what to take yet. I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. Even if it's something easy to get, I refuse to help someone as mean and scheming as you. Su Mushi is glad she didn't agree to marry the Empress 3 years ago. She used to think that Knight Ziyu personally coming to propose was to help her, but now she realizes he just wants to use her to get close to Marquis Anyang. Few people are grateful, especially men. Jiao Zimo is one, and Knight Ziyu is another. Then she thinks of Yenner. Brother Yenner has been gone for 3 years. Why do you only come to see Yenner on the second day you return to the capital?
Ha!
Don't tell me you're not in the capital and I can't find anyone. I don't believe that as the crown prince, you don't have anyone who can do things for you in the city. Even if no one is available, surely you have money? At this, Su Mushi feels Knight Ziyu loosening her wrist. But she doesn't stop there. She continues to ask, so, what exactly do you want to do with Yenner? Knight Ziyu leans back into his seat, exuding a cold aura. I do things my way. I don't need to explain myself to others. Seeing that Knight Ziyu doesn't answer, Su Mushi feels even more worried. So, you really plan to use Yenner for something? Knight Ziyu remains silent, as if he agrees with her. Just then, the carriage stops, and outside, a hesitant guard's voice is heard. Prince, the Su residence has arrived. Knight Ziyu coldly says, Miss Su, please get out of the carriage. Su Mushi doesn't move. She stares coldly at Knight Ziyu, as if she won't get out until he answers her. Seeing this, Knight Ziyu doesn't reply, but slightly smiles and suddenly asks out of nowhere, Miss Su, you said Marquis Anyang saved Dr. Su's life? Did you ask him today why he saved your father? Although I have not met Dr. Su before, I do not know how skilled she is. However, since she holds the position of court judge, I believe her medical skills are quite good. The Empress was only feeling weak and dizzy, not suffering from a serious illness. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Su should have been fine. But why did the Empress faint for an entire day and night? When the Emperor wanted to blame Dr. Su, the Marquis of Anyang happened to be with him, pleading for her. Is this coincidence a coincidence or fate? Doesn't Miss Su want to find out the truth? Also, 3 years ago, Miss Su was not well known. Why did the Marquis of Anyang specifically choose her to be his daughter-in-law? I also heard that since Miss Su married into the Marquis's house, he has treated her like his own daughter. At that time, she hadn't cured the Marquis's son's leg, nor removed the scar from the Marquis's daughter's face. Could it be that the Marquis simply admired Miss Su's character? Miss Su is clever. Do you think all these explanations make sense? The more Su Mushi listened, the colder she felt. She also found the events from that year strange. The medicine she prescribed was perfectly targeted and couldn't have worsened the Empress's condition. Could all of this have been arranged by the Marquis of Anyang? But she is unremarkable in talent and appearance, and her status is low. Why would the Marquis of Anyang spend so much effort on her? What do you know? Su Mushi knew that Yiziyu was telling her all this probably to create trouble and cause misunderstandings. Still, she wanted to know the real truth. She heard Yiziyu say calmly, why should I tell you? I am a cunning and scheming person. Aren't you afraid that I'm just saying these to cause trouble? Su Mushi felt frustrated, but had no way to argue with Yiziyu. He is a prince, with a much higher status than hers, and she truly had no right to question him. The truth? She would find out for herself. Thinking this, Su Mushi prepared to stand up and leave. But just as she got up, the carriage that had stopped started moving again. She lost her balance and fell backward, and Yiziyu didn't expect this to happen. He instinctively wanted to avoid the falling Sumushi, but the small space inside the carriage left him with nowhere to go. He hesitated, considering whether to push Sumushi out directly. But Sumushi had already fallen into his arms. Yiziyu grew up in the military camp, and the women he had contact with were few. Besides the Empress Dowager, there was no one else he was close to. But now, there was an additional person, Sumushi. Looking down at Sumushi in her arms, Yiziyu surprisingly felt his body grow a little warm. So, a woman's body could be this soft? So delicate, probably not much bigger than General Lu's hunting dog. Usually, the smell of a woman would make him feel sick if he got too close, but Sumushi only had a faint medicinal scent, which actually made him feel safe. As for Sumushi constantly saying she looked scary, Yiziyu didn't agree at all. Many people go blind or get their faces cut on the battlefield, but if we're talking about being scary, Sumushi isn't even qualified to scare new soldiers. She can only be talked about in peaceful, quiet Beijing. Moreover, Sumushi's birthmark is only on her left cheek. If you only look at her right cheek, she still looks quite pretty. Feeling the warmth from Yiziyu, Sumushi was a bit confused. Yiziyu was the tallest man she had ever seen. His tall figure was very imposing. She didn't expect that being held in his arms would make her feel like a little child. Inside the carriage, only a candle was lit. The dim candlelight made it hard to see Yiziyu's eyes clearly, but she could see his lower face, which was not covered by the black mask. Wasn't Yiziyu always in the northern border? But upon closer look, his skin was actually whiter than many women's. Although she couldn't see his entire nose, she could tell it was very straight, just like him, proud and aloof. His lips looked nice but were a bit thin. People say that those with thin lips are often cold-hearted, and this was confirmed by Qiao Zimo. She wondered if Yiziyu was the same. His jaw was sharp like a knife, and with his prominent Adam's apple, he looked both strong and charming. She wondered what his full face looked like under the black mask. Was he always hiding behind it to be mysterious, or did he have scars on his face that made him ashamed to show it? Nowadays, not only women cared about their looks, but men did too. If Yiziyu really had scars on his face, she wondered if she could trade her healing ointment to negotiate with him. Thinking this, Sumushi instinctively reached out to take off Yiziyu's mask, but just as her hand was about to touch it, Yiziyu grabbed her wrist. "Get up," he said in a deep voice. But if you listened carefully, his tone was warmer than before. Sumushi awkwardly withdrew her hand and got up from Yizeyu's embrace. Just as she stood, the carriage happened to stop again, causing her to fall back into Yizeyu's arms. Yizeyu did not look at Sumushi, nor did he dwell on her being in his arms. Instead, he coldly asked the guards outside the carriage, "What's going on?" He heard a guard reply, "Someone is coming ahead." It seems to be the second prince's carriage. Royal carriages are built to specific standards. Currently, there are 3 princes: the Crown Prince Yizeyu, the second Prince Yizerue, and the third Prince Yizeming. The third prince's mother, Consort Li, is very strict with him and never allows him to go out after dark. The carriage approaching from the front is definitely the second prince's. When Yizeyu heard this, he tightened his arms around Sumushi, who was about to stand again, and held her close. Then he quietly warned, "Don't move or speak carelessly for now." Sumushi was caught off guard by the embrace. She had only been sitting on Yizeyu's lap, with her body touching his chest. But now, she was directly held in his arms. She instinctively tried to break free, but after hearing Yizeyu's words, she obediently stayed still in his embrace. She sensed Yizeyu's wariness towards the second prince. The second prince, Yizerue, was born of the Empress and was considered the most likely heir. He was said to be humble and polite, respectful to everyone, whether officials or common people, and received good praise. Even his father once praised him as approachable, modest, and easygoing. But judging by Yizeyu's reaction, it was clear that the second prince was not a simple person. At least, he didn't get along well with Yizeyu. Yizeyu's black eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully listened to the sounds outside the carriage, Then he ordered the guards, keep going forward and take a detour back to the palace. Recently, Yi Rui was ordered to patrol south, which was why Yi Zheyu returned triumphantly to the capital without holding a palace banquet. The emperor wanted to wait for Yi Rui to return before holding the celebration. Yi Zheyu was indifferent to the emperor's favoritism. After all, one was his son raised in the military camp since childhood, and the other was his son, who grew up by his side. Everyone knew clearly who was closer. Normally, Yi Rui was supposed to return in a couple of days, but he unexpectedly came back overnight. Yi Zheyu's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed his good second brother was eager to see him. Although he also wanted to see Ziyu. After glancing at Su Mushi in his arms, Yi Ziyu decided to return to the mansion first. The carriage he took was just an ordinary one, and he hoped the other person wouldn't notice, simply passing by their carriage. But just as the two carriages reached side by side, a gentle male voice outside made Yi Ziyu hold Su Mushi's arm a little tighter. "Big brother, are you planning not to acknowledge your younger brother and just take your beauty home?" Yi Ziyu's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Su Mushi.
Beauty?
Su Mushi also frowned. Just one sentence made her feel that the second prince was different from the rumors. His sarcastic tone didn't sound like a polite and humble gentleman at all. And calling her a beauty, was he deliberately mocking her appearance? Yi Ziyu didn't lift the curtain but said coldly, "There is only I in the carriage, no beauty. It's late today, and the second brother has traveled a long way. It's better to go back to the mansion and rest. I believe tomorrow the emperor will hold a palace banquet, and then the two brothers can have a good chat." "Oh, I thought Big Brother was personally sending his future sister-in-law home, so you just happened to pass by Sue's house?" "I was indeed passing by chance, but I fear the second brother isn't just on the way. The weather is heavy, so do as you please. I won't accompany you." As soon as Yi Ziyu finished speaking, the guards outside drove the carriage toward the yeoman prince's residence. Yi Ziyu reached out and lifted the curtain, looked at the direction where Yi Ziyu's carriage had left, then glanced at the Su family gate not far ahead, a hint of doubt flashing in his phoenix eyes. "Go check where Big Brother went tonight, and what his relationship with Su Mushi is." "Yes." He lowered the curtain and leaned wearily against the carriage wall. He was indeed just passing by, but he didn't expect to meet Yi Ziyu. He originally didn't think much about Yi Ziyu's request for the emperor to grant marriage to marry Su Mushi. He hadn't seen Su Mushi's face, but he had heard a lot about her. Yi Ziyu is not interested in women, so he wouldn't look at an ugly girl differently. The marriage proposal was probably just a temporary measure, one to reassure the emperor and another to annoy the Marquis of Anyang. After all, Yi Ziyu respected his uncle, the emperor, who was betrayed and bitten back by the Marquis of Anyang, leading to his death in the imperial city. But now, he couldn't quite figure it out. If there was more than just Yi Ziyu inside the carriage earlier, then Yi Ziyu's actions might be to protect Su Mushi? Interesting. Meanwhile, Yi Ziyu, after riding in the carriage for a long time, finally released Su Mushi. "Sit over there." His voice was cold, without a hint of tenderness, and there was a faint tone of disdain. This actually made Su Mushi breathe a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Yi Ziyu had a strange taste and might have other intentions toward her. After obediently sitting aside, Su Mushi hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why did you lie to the second prince just now? Can't you just say you're sending me back to the mansion?" Yi Ziyu brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes and asked coldly, "Do you know what it means for me to personally send you back? Don't we have a marriage decree? Aren't you worried about what others might say?" But just after Su Mushi finished speaking, she seemed to think of something and continued with some disbelief. "Were you really just protecting me?" Now it was Yi Ziyu's turn to be surprised. He could tell that Su Mushi was clever, but he didn't expect her to have such insight. If this marriage couldn't be cancelled in the end, marrying Su Mushi and bringing her back to the mansion wouldn't be impossible.